International 13. So many internationals so far, my friend. Such a legacy, Tsunami.
So much history has been written in this venue as we are now getting ready. We have wrapped up the road, and we are here on the final day to crown someone and inscribe another name onto that Aegis.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of people asked, was last TI the last one because we filled up the Aegis? Perhaps it was over. Then this one happened, and they said, surely this is the last one. But no, look, if you peer onto the Aegis, we have a whole new row of Aegis, baby. That's Team Spirit. Last year, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got at least 7 more, I think. We got plenty of room, boys. It ain't over.
And here on this final day, we actually have an opportunity to maybe have some players write their name on this Aegis again.
Again, you say?
Already waiting in grand finals is 33. Netta was able to inscribe his name in Singapore on Tundra, and he's looking for an opportunity to do it yet again with a fully different roster.
Goodness gracious, wasn't there another person on his team, if I remember correctly?
You are correct.
Who's officially here?
That's right.
Who might be a stand-in?
That is
whose
also
name
correct.
starts with Sa?
Well, it sounds like you already know who it is.
Go ahead,
then.
tell me who it is.
It's Saksa! He is ready again. Didn't miss a beat from his time off and already putting on a show for everybody. But I think everyone knows who is waiting for an opportunity to put their name on there, not twice, but a third time on that Aegis.
Who?
Ladies and gentlemen, are you looking forward to seeing some Thompson today?
Yes, but there are many hopefuls, not just our past TI winners that are looking to put their name on the Aegis today. It should be one heck of a day. Now, we have seen a lot of 2-0s, we've seen a lot of stomps, but today is the chance for the greatest teams to play the greatest Dota we have seen so far this year. Are you ready to see it, Copenhagen?
After all, it may be an opportunity to put 5 new names on there with Gaming Gladiators. And maybe we might get a Liquid versus Gaming Grand Final, but I won't take any more of your time. Are you ready for the Dota?
All right. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the greatest show in esports! Welcome to the final day of the International 13!
Slags and Tsunami sure know how to hype up a crowd, but it is the final day of TI 13. I'm going to be your host for this morning, Nat T, and welcoming my panel for the very last time. It's Fear, it's Winter, and it's Jenkins. Good morning. You guys are looking absolutely handsome. Brushed up well for the final day.
Yeah, it's the final day at TI. You know, we got to be in our best fits and, of course, our best behavior. Winter, we have some fantastic storylines coming in here today. Yeah. There's only one team that can win that won't have a previous TI winner on it.
Yeah, that's Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
That's what, Slacks and Tsunami were talking about. It's insane to think how fast 11 days has gone. We've gone all the way from 16 teams. Now only our top 3 are remaining, and it was in insane fashion in which they did it. All of these 2-0s happening on stage so far, Fia.
Yeah, it's only been 2-0 so far all the way across the board, so we'll see if that continues throughout today. But I think right now Tundra is that one team that a lot of people probably wouldn't have expected to get this far. They're going to be the dark horse for me, making it all the way to top 3. Sure, Liquid Game, and we've seen them in the grand finals many times before, but Tundra, even with a stand-in, looking like a contender.
Yeah, it could be this little triangle of which teams are going to be able to beat each other. But Winter, this top 3, is there one specific team you're turning your eyes towards?
I think Tundra, you know, like Tundra, they already played the Gladiators in the upper bracket and they lost, but I'm pretty sure they've learned a lot out of that series and they've watched how Liquid were able to beat them. So this is going to be a very, very good one here.
Yeah, Tundra had to make their lower bracket run start yesterday, and in fact, we're going to have a look at all of our games that did play out yesterday. We had 4 best of 3s, and let's get a little bit of a refresh for what happened.
It's not going to be getting back to the base right now. The buybacks are coming out. They're trying to save it, but Watson's gone. Out for 90. No one. He's got them coming in with the burst trap, but they just don't have the damage to kill Falcons off as Maori survives. No one at the other gone. GG is called. Falcons take the series 2-0.
No, he actually lives on Doom some way, somehow.
It was a massive day yesterday. We saw 3 teams go home. Our top 6 became our top 3. And I mean, Tundra being able to survive both of those elimination games for themselves. It was a massive one, Jenkins. And that is what has put them in such a great position for the potential rematch that is going to happen. Well, the potential rematch that is happening up against Gaming Gladiators, who they faced on the very first day of TI13 here on the main stage. They were 2-0'd by Gaming Gladiators in the upper bracket. Liquid got that 2-0 over Cloud9. That's how we saw Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators face off against each other again yesterday. But that lower bracket run that Falcons unfortunately had ended for them yesterday, it was doing amazing. All the way back from round number 2, they took out 1W. Then it was BB Team, Cloud9, but unfortunately just wasn't able to make it to the very last day there for you.
Yeah, and I feel like Tundra here has been like the most improved team so far of the tournament. You know, Gaimin, they've looked really good. Liquid have looked really good. And when Extreme went up against Tundra, it felt like didn't really have much of a chance. I feel like Tundra has added a lot of new heroes to their hero pool that are just looking really good. You have to deal with Thompson's Sniper, something that he's been pulling out his first pick now. Or before they were thinking about flexing the support, like, nah, Thompson's just too good on it. We're just going to pick it. You have to worry about Ramsey stanking. You have to worry about his Mars. And on top of that, Lone Druid came out for Pure out of nowhere. Looks unstoppable. So somehow, like, Tundra became this team that is unsolvable.
Yeah, a lot of different moving parts towards that puzzle there. But Winter, there's so many storylines that could happen with these top 3. The potential for a 3-peat, the potential for 2 different repeats, the potential for 5 brand new names to go onto that Aegis as well in one roster.
Yeah, like for me, I'm excited to see like Quinn, you know, the last remaining NA hope here. He's going to be carrying a lot of the hopes of the players, and I want to see him, you know, finally lift something big. You know, he's been the one that I feel like has been eluding for him. You know, he won a lot of other tournaments, but yeah, has been not in his chest yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you weren't saying for SEA, because Whiteman is the very first Indonesian to make a podium for any international, and then on top of that, he has the potential to be lifting the trophy for them as well, or the Aegis, I should say, something so important towards them. But let's look at our schedule, because they're not in that grand final just yet. The only team that we do know is going to be Liquid. That's all the way down at the end, though. Before that, we got our lower bracket finals. We'll delve into that one in a little bit of time. But what is going to fill up our space between that lower bracket finals and the grand finals, because our teams do need a break, is the cosplay contest and the short film contest as well there, Jenkins. We got to see all the short film finalists throughout the playoffs. We were playing those within the breaks between the series.
Yeah, every year, this is my favorite day of Dota. I mean, TI is meant to be a celebration of the game, so it's nice to have these other facets of the game, you know, coming in, and we get to have a competition for those as well. I did just want to quickly ask something. You said you think, or maybe it was you, that Tundra is the team that is going to go all the way through. Let's do predictions. That's what I want to do.
Okay, you just want to put it out there. You want to be right or wrong.
Because I think we're actually split on
Really?
for the analysts. Yeah. What team do you think is going to win the whole thing, if you had to guess?
That is hard. Probably Gaimin, if I'm going to guess to win it all.
I think Tundra this series, but to win it all, I think Liquid is probably my favorite.
Okay, I thought we were split. I would
Okay,
also say Gaimin. I feel like they got knocked down. They tried the Clinks, they tried the Muerta, it didn't work out. Liquid, they figured out this 5-man death ball, but picked some sort of like gold farming hero with, you know, the Doom and the Visage.
Yeah.
So like 5-manning and doing the thing everybody else is doing, but also like getting that extra net worth and getting the next aura item. So that's why I thought maybe we were split, because you said Tundra, but okay, so none of us think that the upper bracket team is going to win the whole thing.
Winter said.
I say that.
He
you said Liquid.
Yeah, he did. Well, look, we can't look towards that just yet, all right? We don't even know who Liquid are going up against, so I feel like that's not really a fair, prediction to try and make for yourselves. We do have Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. They've already faced off once before in the upper bracket, and someone who loves to look at replays, give us a little bit more insight, is Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, they played once already in this tournament 2 days ago, and I want to take a look at what happened exactly. In the draft here, in game number 1, their last pick here was an Alchemist, which is an interesting hero for a mid lane, because it's a very farm-heavy hero, but if they can make it work, let's see it happen. However, things didn't go so great for Pure. This is a minute and 40 seconds into the game. A really clutch arrow by Tofu gets them the first blood in the off lane, making things hard for him. To make matters worse, Quinn gets a regen rune right at the 6-minute mark, and he's going to use that to gank the top lane. Tundra does escape, knowing that this is probably coming, but he's so fast and he has so much mana, he easily runs him down and gets a double kill. So when your carry is behind, especially a carry of Pure's caliber, what do? You need to help catch him up. And Thompson did try rotating to slow down the pressure on the map, but unfortunately, he's a mid-alchemist. He doesn't do that good in these side lane ganks with his net worth. Look at this little engagement. 9 minutes in, Whitemon realizing he's in trouble, Storm comes. Thompson just doesn't have the mana between his need to farm and his need to protect his allies. The alchemist is just kind of falling flat in this game. And if we take a look at the 16-minute mark, look at these net worth differences. This this big chunk here is basically just Radiance, an item that helps him fight when the fight comes, but it doesn't really help him equalize the net worth difference, which is a big problem. That kind of lost him the first game. In game 2, they had a better laning stage for Pure. They were pressuring, they were off lanes with the drinking buddies, some nice right click and movement speed, and the pressure came again for Pure. This is pretty scary for him, but he manages to survive this gank where basically every hero on the map was trying to get him. Very spooky for him. But the problem is that this transitions. Quinn eventually finds a haste rune, ends up finding him in the jungle with a scan and killing him here. Very unfortunate for Pure. And then he spends the next like 10 or so minutes jungling. This is not going to catch him up on a hero like Drow Ranger. Maybe Luna or some other alchemist type hero. So the name of the game here for Tundra is to make sure that they can stay ahead, not lose lanes, and if they do have the right heroes, to catch back up.
Well, that is one potential way that they could go there. You know, Purge gave us insights. He did all the hard work for Tundra. All they had to do was be watching this broadcast, is that they need to be able to stay ahead. The other way they could potentially go about it, Winter, and Thompson said it in his interview yesterday, is try and slow it down. Find a way to stop the snowball trajectory that gaming gladiators love to draft for themselves. Liquid were able to do it yesterday, but do Tundra have the same hero pool and the same execution level to be able to do that?
I think they might not have the same hero pool, but I think they could take it out from the Liquid's draft pool. You know, the bans especially, I think work really well against the Gladiators. You ban out the Brute, you ban out the Lone Druid. I think those are the heroes that caused them problems in the previous series, and pretty sure they're going to at least remove one of those or even both of those, you know, even though they are playing the Lone Druid. So maybe they're going to have to try to look into that.
Yeah, it feels like on the very last day, we're throwing a whole new hero into it. We're saying Lone Druid is going to be the most contested between gaming gladiators and Tundra. Every other day, we've always talked about these Sand Kings, the Naga Siren she gets left in, or a Shadow Demon or a Tusk, and now it's the complete 180. We're looking towards that carry and what exactly is going to be picked up for himself and just how great he's doing.
Yeah, I think those heroes you mentioned, like the Nog and stuff, are still going to be relevant, and that's why it's going to be a tough call. Lone Druid, especially in this matchup, maybe not when Liquid plays, but definitely this one. You do have Pure, who's playing a really good Lone Druid. You have Duracho, who's showing he really loves the hero. Ace can flex it too. And this hero has just proven that it looks incredibly strong right now. So I don't think it's going to see the light of day. But that's going to leave something to show instead. Will that Naga get into the pool? Will we see more of these Brood heroes? It's going to be hard to say.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be a next one. Because we had Luna, which was considered S+ tier. There was Kunkka, which was considered S tier. Before that, it was Windrunner. Before that, there was Lina right at the start that was considered very overpowered. So I do wonder on this final day, are we going to see the kind of Tundra of old strat where the Lone Druid is left in and then answered, which is very risky given how it looked yesterday. The Lone Druid seems to be quite hard to answer, but
possible, I'd say.
When something is hard to answer, that's when you know that the enemy team is going to pick it. So it gives you that advantage. Or maybe there's something new. Every day here, it feels like there's a new hero that we see that's completely overpowered. It also seems like people are trying to find what that new hero is. We saw Gaiman try to pick up the Clinks, and then Falcons tried to pick up the Clinks. It didn't.
Wasn't it?
It didn't look good, but people are trying things. And I think it makes sense because, like we talked about yesterday, with this Facets patch, there's so many permutations of things that you can do in Dota that there are genuinely these like undiscovered OP things. And if you can find the one that counters the current meta, you will win TI.
I'm actually probably willing to do the trade-off of maybe getting Sniper and giving Lone Druid, you know. I feel like that's probably maybe one of the
risky
answers to Lone
business,
Druid.
Winter.
Yeah, because you outrange him and the hero is just pretty good as well overall in the game.
No, I would agree with that. I think historically speaking, Sniper has always countered Lone Druid. Anything that like slows your bear down and is able to hit you from afar has been nice, but like this Lone Druid is just so different now because like you can, if you really want to, get a, what should I call it, a
harpoon.
Harpoon, yeah, that's the item.
That's exactly what I'm worried
snipers.
about. Yeah.
And so that is like different now because before you'd kite the bear, but I still think this could be an answer. So like the Lone Druid, the snipers, the invokers in the pool as well. You know, Sniper might be countered as well by the Sand Kings. Mars is in the pool. these are like the big heroes I'm looking at. And I'm mainly looking at Tundra's hero pool because they're on a tear right now of picking the same exact heroes over and over again. Whereas Gaimin, they lost 0-2. They kind of like faltered a little bit in their drafting, I feel like. They went for like more of like this Morta type of style, and like that's not something they did in the past with the Primal Beast. So I feel like they probably had to sit down and it was like, hey, I'm not sure what we're doing yesterday. We have to change things. So Tundra's going to be predictable, whereas I feel like Gaming is not.
I do know as well when they went up against each other, Tundra and Gaming Gladiators, we heard from Moon himself and he said, we tried to ban out a lot of the summons against Gaming Gladiators. That was their strat. It didn't feel like it was a very cohesive, I don't want to say well thought out, because I do have full faith in Moon and what he's doing for Tundra, but it just felt very basic. This is just what we have to try and ban for themselves, and maybe focusing too much on taking away from them rather than picking for yourself.
I mean, you say basic, but I do think that they need to keep it simple, when they try to overcomplicate with the Elk over our last pick in their previous series, that's when the game felt really difficult for them,
I do feel like from what we've heard from Moon, he is a fairly YOLO drafter. We saw in the group stage when they picked the Wind Ranger and then 5 different buffs on the Windrunner.
It was the Mars, then the Alacrity, Invoker, and then Mirana support with the Solar Flare.
Yeah, it was a lot. And he was like, we're just trying it. We're going to see what happens. Next game, they did a full minus armor strategy. So he really does just try things. And if it doesn't work out, he goes back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Well, we've tried to point out a lot of how can Tundra look at taking down Gaming Gladiators, getting that revenge. But on the flip side, Gaming Gladiators also now in the lower bracket. How are they going to be able to take advantage of Tundra? The one time that it felt that they might have faltered was when we saw Falcons really focus on banning out those Ramses heroes, try and put him on a smaller hero pool. But that was the trade-up, is he was still able, Tundra was still able to get a lot of farm, a lot done on the map with that mid-sniper. That's why I'm very surprised when you're like, I'm willing to make that trade.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like it's important to consider your opponent's comfort area, like comfort heroes. You want to make them play uncomfortable heroes, and that's going to also be a pretty good advantage for you. There's a lot of things in the draft. It's very hard to pinpoint one exact thing to do in the draft. Every drafter has their own preferences and what they like and what they don't like. You obviously also have to consider what your players like and what your players don't like. But on top of that, I do feel like the drafter needs to sometimes be willing to take a risk, Playing it safe, I feel like sometimes it's just not enough for you to win.
I mean, I can pinpoint one thing, and it's this guy right here.
The Mars.
I don't think you give Ramses Mars. This by far looks like his best hero. He does so much for his team with this hero, where he's using the fact that you don't get vision in the arena to set up team fights. He's sometimes not even using the spear, just using the spear at first. I think you consider first phase banning it. And then, I mean, we saw him on the Doom yesterday, and he did come in clutch in the late game, but the early game, he really struggled. He was like 5th on net worth or something, which is very atypical for a Doombringer.
Yeah, but then Thompson just carried him with Sniper, though, right? Then you're giving the Sniper away. I don't know, if I was like in the coach's seat here, there's 4 heroes I'd ban if they're first big. It would be Sniper, it would be Sand King for sure, and then outside of that, I would make sure they don't get the Naga, because Naga's too good, and last one's Lone Druid. Like, I feel like you just can't give away those heroes to Tundra. And then if you can in that second phase, sure, ban out the Mars, try to ban out the Kunkka if you can. But I just feel like those 4 heroes right now are impossible to draft against, because Tundra are just way too good at them.
Yeah. Something else that Ramses does when he does get this Mars is normally you're off laner. There's like 1 or 2 items that they kind of want to get towards before they're really there. And we've seen a lot of focus on a carry being the active one. That's the one that wants to come to the fight. It's your carry and your mid and your supports that are willing to make that space. But on the other side, Ramses is like, just give me a blink dagger. That's it. I'll make space for everyone else on my team. Yeah,
Saksa, go ahead, take my farm, carry the game. I mean, it works really well for them, Like, I feel like this is something that I like to talk a lot about, like the different play styles of your teammates, and you kind of want to balance everything, and they have a very good balance.
Well, look, we're hearing the horn, we're hearing the crowd, and we have to get our lower bracket finals underway. Let's welcome our very first team.
Welcome on stage, Gaming Gladiators.
Championship Sunday. They've been on the international stage before. They were runners-up last year. Top 3 is not what they're after. They want to make it to that grand finals, a best of 3, and their opponents are standing in their way. So let's welcome them to the stage as well. Tundra out there, people hoping to see Thompson claim his 3rd Aegis. They got to stand in Saksa. We're seeing SEA Pride in white mode. This team is familiar with the lower bracket after their run yesterday. They're not afraid of elimination. They've been on this verge before. It's big smiles across the board for them. Let's see what's going to happen in game number 1 and if those smiles are going to remain, Jenkins.
Well, we have good news for the Gaming Gladiators fans in the audience. Quinn was chewing his gum today. He has a 100% win rate in series in this tournament when he is chewing gum.
Before the series starts?
Yes, I believe he had lockjaw yesterday, and that's why he could not chew the gum.
Well, look, hopefully, you know, all the bugs have been figured out for them, any issues in their draft, they're shaking off the nerves because Gaming Gladiators or for Tundra, it's going to be a really long day for them when they do make it in the grand finals, but you got to keep your eyes focused on this game number 1 here. They're going to be taking their seats. They got their coaches in their boots. Do you give a little bit of a pep talk, Fear, here as well before you get straight into the Dota talk, or is that already done? You already did that in your warm-up rooms and you're just fully focusing on draft now?
Typically in the warm-up room, yeah, you do the huddle, you do your pep talks, you get all the stress out of the game. Just get into it, start talking about the game, and now you just try to relax. You get inside the booth, it's all about just relieving the stress, talking about strategy, and maybe clicking around on your mouse, playing one of your favorite heroes in a demo lobby, one of my favorites, and just making sure your setup is nice and comfortable.
Who was your hero in the demo lobby that you would do before?
Almost always Earth Spirit. A lot of buttons on that hero to warm up.
Okay, you gotta warm up the fingers and everything there. What about yourself, Winter?
Play some Invoker.
Same thing, a lot of buttons.
The classic.
It is the classic there. What I love is we're seeing here on our lower thirds, not only our players, but the last meeting that they had up against their opponent, the hero they were playing, and just how well they did it. That Underlord looked fantastic on Ace when he went up against Tundra. It didn't have the same effect against Liquid. Do you think some of the nerves, some of the confidence is a little bit shaken, Jenkins, in those previous picks?
I think today, probably not, because they actually had time to sit down and, you know, go over what happened. I think they'll probably go back to the Underlord if they can and go back to their original strategy. They picked some goofy stuff for Duraccio. I should say they tried stuff for Duraccio because with the Lone Druid that we're seeing, like, people are still trying to figure out the meta, even on the last day of TI, but the Muerta doesn't seem like it's that great. The Clinks is very risky as well. We saw Ace on the Primal Beast. It just doesn't fit the current style that Gaimin is winning with, so I feel like they just need to run back what they did in the previous series, at least one game. If that doesn't go well, then they can go back to the drawing board, because clearly Tundra has made some progress and they've leveled up since then, but I think to start, just do what already worked before.
Yeah, back to basics, right? You just need to make sure what were you winning before, and you have to kind of try to focus on that and maybe make some adjustments in the bans. I feel like, and just try not to be too worried about your opponents. You know, I think the last thing you want to be is like just trying to figure out, oh, what are they going to do in this game? How should we deal with it? And just try to focus on your own self, calm your nerves, and just play your game, you know?
Yeah. The other thing I like seeing about all the heroes popping up there is it's refreshing my memory on exactly how that game number 2 did play out on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They had that Enigma go into the position 5. It felt like, you know, his whole sole purpose was just focus on this puck, try and get this black hole on the puck. Thompson had one of the worst performances we've seen. Ramsey's on the Conqueror as well. There was just massive damage issues coming out from them. And so I wonder, how are you going to combat that? Is it now teamfight centric? Is that the answer to stopping Gaming Gladiators? Focus on having more teamfight for yourself, Theo?
mean, I think that definitely helps, but in that series in particular, I feel like Tundra learned a lot, right? And they started picking new heroes. They were running like Drow, Alchemist mid, heroes that just like we don't see. But it was really eye-opening after losing the game, and there's like, we need to start adapting to the meta. They started picking more of the meta heroes there, instead of trying to counter what they see. Moon even talked about before, we tried banning out the Zoo. That's just never gonna work. This is like Gaming Gladiators. They've been running these strategies for 2 years. You can't ban them out. You have to know exactly what you're gonna give them and how you're gonna play against it. And that's the only way you're gonna beat this team. And I feel like that's what Liquid did really well. They put Quinn in position where he had to play this mid DK twice to supposedly counter this Puck and this Queen of Pain, but Nisha had a way around that. Now all of a sudden Quinn is on DK. And they found it very difficult to draft against. Can Thompson put Quinn in a similar position? We'll have to see, but there has to be that one piece that you exploit in what gaming does. You can't ban them out.
Can't ban them out. The Dragon Knight is one that's pretty consistent, all right, being picked up for a lot of teams throughout this tournament, throughout the road to the international and here on the main stage as well. But is there even a chance, Winter, that it just goes completely ignored? Not even necessarily banned? Like, what about it is what about Dragon Knight is it that teams love? What does he contribute either in the mid lane or the carry that gives him that flex too?
I personally don't really rate this hero as high. I think there are a lot more other heroes that are more terrifying to play against. I think this hero, it gives you value in the draft if you want to pick something flex early. I think it does provide you with that, but we've already mentioned it, how we really dislike the mid DK because you kind of don't really use the strength of the hero, because the strength of the hero is he farms really quick with the Fire Dragon, and he skills, and he does a lot of damage, but with a mid DK, sure, you can maybe put it into mid when you see a good matchup, but after winning the lane, I feel like you probably shouldn't really go for the mid items. I think you still need to be some sort of carry, because Quinn went from Mage Slayer into a Hurricane Pike, which kind of felt okay in the beginning, but the longer the game goes, I feel like the hero just falls off completely, and maybe that's not the right reason for picking the DK, you know, and you're not really using the hero.
I mean, the DK scales like a carry, not like a mid, where you're going to be these Puck and Quops building magic damage, killing the backline. You're just building into physical right-click damage. And it's really awkward to get there as a mid, because you want to be on the map all the time, like threatening supports, killing them, but DK can't really do that. Like, you have to just go with your team, it's very linear play style, and then you just have to just farm until you have like a Daedalus, and then you're just like a right-click carry, and that's where it's kind of awkward, because you're missing that magic damage, like mobile hero from the mid lane.
I will say, I could see Gaiman leaving the DK in, because this is a hero that was pretty much invented by Pure in the carry position. Nobody else was playing DK, it was falling off. Everybody was going for the green dragon form, and Pure was just like, okay, well, this cleave facet is really broken, and he was consistently the most farmed hero in the game. However, we saw the Windrunner with the Revenant's Brooch yesterday. That tore DK to shreds. And that's the thing, DK likes to play these long fights, and he can do that because he can kite with the dragon form, he's got a ton of armor, he's got a ton of regen. It's just very tanky. Not against Windrunner. I also feel like a hero like Alchemist will outpace a DK, because yes, DK can farm fast with his cleave. You're never going to outfarm an Alchemist. If you can get some auras and then have an Alch get that Radiance plus like 1 or 2 items timing, you will beat a DK. So I guess I see solutions to it, but I also see a team in Tundra that is very good at DK, and I think they'll probably still pick it. So Gaiman could bait it in this way.
I mean, the issue with the DK is he's slow, right? And Gaiman is probably the fastest team here, you know. That's why we hear them mentioning trying to slow the game down. So if you're trying to slow the game down, is DK even the right choice to do that, you know, because the hero needs to farm a lot?
Maybe. I mean, he can stand in front of towers at least and be very tanky. Like, he can be that wall for you. So I guess it depends on what you want in the draft.
And also, like, I feel like Underlord is a really, really good hero against DK, and you might not be able to ban a lot of those heroes, and Ace really likes playing it. So you have to really consider a lot of things when you're going into the DK.
I do remember as well, yesterday, Fear, you were telling us that every game for Gaming Gladiators, over 40 minutes they've lost. They're not a team that this tournament has felt comfortable going late game.
They haven't had to in most of their games, to be honest with you, but the 3 games in which did go 40+ minutes, they did not win. So they don't have a lot of experience probably playing in that late game. They're typically all in on picking heroes that play quickly, buy the auras, and usually it just clicks and they win the game by that point, right? So if you can drag them into that 40+ minute mark, you're probably going to win. It's not a guaranteed thing, of course, but the hardest part is getting there. And that's the really where you have to strategize and like figure out how am I going to get to that 40-minute mark against this team, because they typically bring the pressure. And I'm hoping they weren't shook too much yesterday after lost against Liquid, because this team plays fast and they're really good at it. And I feel like one loss shouldn't put you in a position where you change your playstyle completely, which it really felt like they did do in that game 2 versus Liquid here. But you do have the night to think about it. You have to talk from your coach. It should be easy to reset. They've been playing the same way for like 2 years, pretty much. I don't see why they wouldn't just revert back to what has been working for them.
There were some fantastic stats, by the way. I do love it that Tundra have a higher average game time by 3 minutes over gaming Gladiators, but they have the shortest game length. 15 minutes, but also the longest, 67 minutes at this TI. I mean, the fact that they're two opposite ends of the spectrum for game length is pretty phenomenal. It does show the versatility, what they're able to do there, but gaming Gladiators, they were very consistent. I believe that their shortest was like 24 and their longest around 40, so they know that window. They're able to really hit not only the power spikes for them, but the item timing spikes. And we've talked about what heroes have slowly been rising in the meta, who has been favoring what, but you mentioned the Wind Ranger Revenant's Brooch. Let's talk about other interesting item builds that happened throughout this tournament that you guys can remember that might also still be worthwhile mentioning on new heroes. Is this Revenant's Brooch only really viable on a Wind Ranger? What is it about it that makes it so good for her that it's like, why had no one thought of this before?
I mean, what makes it so strong is that you are not draining mana when you are using the Whirlwind, and it turns all of your damage to magical damage, which means what people would normally build against it, which is a bunch of armor and sustain and Crimson Guard and these things that are preventing these small damage instances of physical damage. All of a sudden you have quite large damage instances of magic damage. Nobody's going Eternal Shroud. This item is dead. We're seeing not that many BKBs, and even if there is a BKB, you can just turn off the Revenant's Brooch. It just makes it so this hero feels relatively uncounterable in the game. But it is like a fourth item, so you can still have a timing against Windrunner. I do genuinely believe today, when we see Liquid play in the grand finals, this will be a thing. It was against Muerta, and in the previous game it was against Underlord with the Crimson Guard. So you could argue the only reason that he did that was because in those two games, it actually happened to be a very good item.
So it's still situational. It's not just, hey, this is a great item.
I don't think so, but I think people are going to make that argument until we see it in the grand finals, because I think Liquid is the type of team who discover tech on the final, second to last day of TI, and then use it to try to win TI. I think that's just the type of team they are.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just straight up good on the hero. Like the specific situations that we talked about, like the armor, the DK, the Crimson Guard, I think those are situations that make it even better. But I think in general, it's just a very, very good item on the hero when you can abuse it without using mana and you're running in late game. There's a lot of heroes that have armor items, so it's just going to be very, very useful regardless,
It's pretty interesting. I think the carry pool right now is incredibly small right now. Wind Ranger has been in the meta for the entirety of this TI, even the road to the International, but it's evolved even further to become from like S tier to SSS tier at this point. So like Wind Ranger, Lone Druid are going to be the best carries right now that I think all the teams are going to be looking after. And on the second tier, I think we're going to have like Alchemist and Luna. And then I'm not sure what's after that. I think that's it. That's the list right there. People are trying to pull out like these Mortas and Quinces after that, and they don't seem really good. Those heroes are probably fine if the other team doesn't have one of those 4 other heroes.
Yep, and I think a point that, Fear, you made on one of the first few days of TI actually was that people just aren't flexing heroes. And when they do, we saw Snaking flexing the Bristle to a 5 position. We saw Team Zero also doing that. It does not look good to flex. The heroes that are good in Dota right now are so good in their position that it's not even worth flexing them. So I think in that sense, today's drafts will be predictable other than the Thompson factor. I think that's the one thing that we've given up on trying to predict.
Yeah, we said yesterday, after yesterday's series, we're just not going to try and predict anymore. There's no more conversation
I'm
about.
gonna try.
We're gonna do it
You're
anyway.
still gonna
We're gonna do it.
Great. I'm so glad you guys love to do that anyway. We did see the small comparison between the hero diversity of the two teams there, all of their players, of what they like to do. Celery having a much higher hero diversity than Whitemon on the position 5 is a bit of a head scratcher, because it feels like we've got so many good supports that you wouldn't really be looking to bring in outside heroes from that meta, you know? There's bound to be something let in that is quote-unquote broken that people love to prioritize, and yet Celery is still finding more. Gaming Gladiators are still able to put them on heroes that aren't fitting that quota of a Tusk or a Naga or a Shadow Demon or an Enchantress. I mean, he's one of the only ones doing the Chen.
You
And the
definitely
Nick,
consider the lane, the combination. I think one thing to note is a lot of the drafts, you have a lot of unique ideas between like interactions between the heroes, right? This how the spells interact, like drinking buddies and the visage familiars. I think stuff like that, you know, like people are focusing on trying to come up with a way to break apart the game, you know. And I feel like in the support meta right now, you have a lot of options. You're always gonna get something really, really good and something really viable. But the main thing is you want something that's gonna be able to pair with a lot of the cores that are being picked.
Yep. Another reason in my eyes that this is happening is because a lot of the teams that are trying to beat Gaiman are trying to ban out summons and aura type heroes. And one thing that gives Gaiman a lot of strength is that they will always build the auras, but who they're building it on and what aura they're building will be dependent on the hero. Like they might give Celery Chen, where then he'll go for the mech, and then Ace can go for like a Crimson Guard first on some Underlord. They will always have like a couple of aura heroes, but they'll change up who is building what. So that's why the diversity is so huge, because you, like Winter said, you have these combos, and then also if you want like a Solar Crest hero, for example, you know, maybe you're less likely to go for like an Enchantress, and maybe you're more likely to go for Naga Siren or something like that, you know.
Just looking at the lobby, because I know there's a slight delay for everyone out there. We're just waiting for some players to still join. Maybe it's nerves, who really knows? Maybe they've got to make sure everything in their setup is perfect. But we do have our players in there. Do you want a fun little anecdote that I don't think I've said on broadcast about Gaming Gladiators yet?
It's all right.
All right. Oh, I'm glad Jenkins is into it. You see young Dyrachyo there pacing in the background. I have heard along the grapevine, specifically from one of the players, that they like to make Dyrachyo walk during the draft, because if he's sitting, they feel he gets a little bit distracted. He's not really paying attention to what's going on. So they like him to walk, and it feels that he's more engaged with the team and the conversation that way, and CY is doing the one pushing the button.
Yeah, I told you, he gets bored.
Yeah.
That's why they lose 40 scrims in a row and then still make it to the grand finals of tournaments. Dyrachyo he has ADHD. It's all right. You know, lots of Dota gamers do. Maybe his is a little bit worse. He's got to stand up during drafts, but I want to see some Dyrachyo Game 2 Alchemist performance today, where he plays the absolutely flawless game. Actually, I'm fine with either. He can also do the feeding thing. That's quite entertaining as well.
I mean, these two carries are very similar, but different in a lot of ways. Similar hero pool-wise, but playstyle very different. But I feel like they share almost exact same heroes in this meta.
Yeah,
they love the Alchemist, they love the Lone Druid. These are going to be really highly contested heroes, I think, going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Lunar is the one that is a bit of a question mark for me, because Pure had found so much success, and it was stopped very abruptly in that upper bracket against Gaming Gladiators in game number 1, and we haven't actually seen him go back to
Falling
it
off.
since.
I mean, he had an Alchemist mid that game, so...
You're saying it's not necessarily the
You
one.
shouldn't read too much into that one.
I'm going to do that.
I feel like Luna... So here's the thing. When you target a certain player, they'll have backups. And I feel like they're just not targeting Pure right now. They're targeting Ramses.
Okay. They're targeting Ramses.
Yeah, he's the backbone. Like he has the smallest hero pool. I think we've said this a couple of times on panel.
You could say
They
it
are
again.
mid and they're carry. They have a more greedy type of playstyle. They have a lot more priorities. So to make this lineup work, this team work, you need an off lane that can kind of just play the same thing over and over again. The same kind of hero that doesn't really need too much, but he's going to be always fighting and making space on the map.
Well, look, I have some good news for everyone watching at home and also here in the arena, is that all of our players are in the lobby, and our game number 1 draft has started.
Gaming Gladiators versus Tundra Esports. Game 1.
There's been a lot of talk from my analysts in exactly how they expect Tundra to be able to take game number 1. On the other hand, you've also given us ways that gaming Gladiators are going to be able to get the advantage in this series. Let's see exactly what they're going to do. And by looking at this, Tundra have fallen back on this. Let's take out some summons because that Broodmother, that Visage being looked at. Gaming Gladiators, we've already talked about it. You're not going to let through Naga, Invoker, Lone Druid, and Sniper. So
they love Sand King though.
Yeah, Sand King's in the pool.
It was one of the 3. It was either going to be Sand King, Lone Druid, or Sniper, and they feel that this Sand King is easier to shut down than the other 2.
Yeah, I figured they wouldn't ban Invoker because like I don't know if that's like a first pick overall hero, but Gaming feels like it is, and it's an issue for the hero pool, so they had to make their choice. I really think Naga, Sniper, and Lone Druid definitely can't go through.
No.
Sand King potentially can't go through either, but it is going through, so we'll have to see. This hero has looked absolutely ridiculous in some games, especially, I mean, actually Ramses has been really good on this. We saw a clip earlier where he burrow striked in with the Epi, stole the Aegis, a very pivotal point in that moment, that game, and we've also seen 33 just become an unkillable hero. When you get the Bloodstone, and then somehow you get the Vampire Fangs on top of it from the neutral item, and now your hero's just unkillable, and then straight into the Wind Ranger. That was the other S-tier carry left in the pool.
I can understand the Invoker ban. I feel like Thompson looks exceptional on this hero, and we've seen Invoker beat matchups that in historical Dota has never happened, so it does feel relatively uncounterable mid with the new facets, and also the fact that he's a universal hero, and the fact that you can invoke spells during invis means that a player like Thompson, who likes to be incredibly active, can be even stronger in terms of his rotation. So I can understand this. Letting the Sand King through may end up being a mistake. Thompson has not played it yet, but we said the same thing about him playing Viper yesterday, and he was good enough at it. So you do have to worry about that flex if you're gaming. It could still go mid.
It's definitely a very strategic choice because you think about the strengths of Tundra. I feel like you want to give Thompson an uncomfortable hero, and on top of that, you want to make sure that their offlaner Ramses is playing a more greedy hero. That's what I would try to put their draft into. Like Sand King on the offlane, sure, it's very, very strong now, but it does need to farm a lot. And the games where Ramses, he needs to farm a lot and he needs to be greedier, those are the games where I feel like Tundra, they struggle, to find the balance. Like who's going to be making the moves? Is Thompson able to make a move? And he needs to find a hero to do that. If he doesn't find a hero to do that, even though the Viper pick, it was really good yesterday, but I felt like he wasn't 100% comfortable on that hero.
Yeah, if I know my Tundra right now, I feel like you ban Alchemist here. You have your carry. I feel like the Revenant's Roach build should not be good for Alchemist, right? And I feel like that is, I know my Tundra, so they banned the Alchemist there. Now you're in a situation where you don't have Lone Druid, you don't have Wind Ranger, you don't have Alchemist. I'm not sure how this Wind Ranger with the Revenant's Brooch versus Luna will go, but Luna's a high armor hero, so I imagine a lot of the agility carries are not something you're particularly looking at. So yeah, so far Gaming Gladiators looks like they've done their homework.
Maybe we go back to the Weaver. It's been quite a few days since we've seen it, but I
need to see more though. Like this hero can only be picked when there's heroes like Shadow Demon is good, that don't have like hard lockdown.
And you can't kill the bugs when you turn on your ulti on Wind Ranger, so it's kind of good against that.
Yep, true. I mean, I don't think Gaiman's going to pick it, so I do think Tundra can leave it until that 4th pick to get it.
But if you're really pro, you could buy Manta, kill the bugs with the Manta illusions.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Not a bad idea.
It's not worth it. Just go the normal build and kill everyone. Oh, I like the Enchantress a lot. This is a hero that Tundra played yesterday, but it went a little unnoticed, or not unnoticed, just we didn't talk about it as much because there's a lot of other things to talk about, but both Whitemon and both Soxa became absolute turrets in the game. At some point, it went long enough. They were just sitting in the backline, just doing probably the most damage in most of the team fights. It can be a very scary hero once you get a lot of farm. It does similar things as Shadow Demon to the Wind Ranger. You can just purge off the Wind Run and just start right-clicking this Wind Ranger hero.
I mean, this toss is really good against Wind Ranger. You get to disable her during her whirlwind. You get to kind of use Snowball to kind of block out some of the damage from whirlwind. So overall, this is a very nice pick against Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and we talked about it. The way that people are countering Wind Ranger is to
survive, right?
Yeah, survive the whirlwind plus BKB combo, and you know, Crimson Guard has been the answer to that, which Centaur is a Crimson Guard hero, of course, on the other side. Let's see. Pipe of Insight, very solid game for that here against the Sand King. You always need a pipe buyer. I think Centaur will probably end up picking that up.
We've talked about this a lot. It's SD Centaur is probably one of the best pairings. And for your disruption, you can set up the stun in the lane if they are together.
I still feel like Weaver with a bracer, so he doesn't die in one hit to the SD Centaur combo. It still looks pretty good. Like then you run Soxa on the Enchantress with the Sand King in the off lane. That's a solid lane. It's range melee pairing. And then you've got Tusk plus Weaver, range melee as well. Whitemon's most played hero is the Tusk.
Yeah, it could be good. I definitely don't think it's bad, especially versus Chen, another hero that doesn't have a lot of lockdown. I'm not sure if there's something better. I mean, the Luna doesn't look incredibly bad either. You do have the ability to kill the illusions with Shadow Demon with your W now, so it's a little bit of a different matchup.
The Chen creeps are pretty good at soaking up the Lucent Beams from the Luna ult, though. Is the only
I mean, it goes both ways, right? Like, in those early fights, Luna won't be great, but later on, just the glaives will just chew through all the creeps.
Sure,
so
yeah.
One way or another there. Curious to see what he is thinking about. He does like his Morphling as well, which is a hero that will inevitably outscale this game and has a pretty good lane matchup. Will he play for tempo in the Weaver, or does he want to secure more of like a late game hero into this game? And of course, there is always the Dragon Knight if he wants to go down that route. That's a hero that's been very popular for him. Lots of splash, cleave damage, doesn't care too much about the Shadow Demon illusions. Sure, the Wind Ranger is something that might be a little more difficult to answer, but I still think this is a hero that he is just very comfortable on and just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's definitely really, really good against the Chen. Like you said, I think the tempo is, he's somewhere in between the Morphling and the Weaver. He can kind of do well in the early, mid, and late. Late game probably not as strong as Morphling can, but the DK is like, it gives them everything, you know. Right now, if they need to defend towers early, the DK can show up, deal with some of the Chen creeps, and so he's going to have like a pretty decent lane into the Centaur. And you definitely want to go like the Revenant's Brooch, right? It's Wind Ranger against DK here.
Yeah, I think so.
As your third item after the Gleipnir BKB?
Yeah, probably, unless the game is going so well and DK is so far behind, the Gleipnir magic damage is enough. But we'll see. I like the Revenant's Brooch like, no matter what. There's very little anybody can do to deal with it. I guess if they have like tight BKBs, you can go Daedalus instead. But Daedalus also works with the Revenant's Brooch, so.
Does it though? I thought they patched it where you can't crit anymore with it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they did.
So you can't actually, it makes it so you can't buy Daedalus anymore once you go that item, which is the only downside really. But it feels like in certain matchups it does not matter.
Okay, what is Thompson gonna play?
Yeah,
he's gonna.
Oh, let's guess what Thompson's gonna play.
Here's
My favorite part of the draft.
Yeah, you guys have waited till the end to do it this time, so I'm very proud of you.
Well, yeah, it's the way the Tundra always baits us too, because I always leave Thompson's hero for last pick unless they get Sniper.
It's a blind hero, blind pick.
Yeah, it is. That's why they banned the Huskar. They don't want to get hard countered. I mean, let's see. What are the heroes the Huskar really hard counters? Because I don't feel like Huskar's a very good hero, unless you can like dumpster mid. What comes to mind is like Ember Spirit, Earth Spirit, these melee spirit type heroes.
Nature's Prophet?
Does Huskar counter nature?
No, I mean,
Oh, you're just.
He's ignoring
Huskar's
that.
banned, so we're moving on. Yeah, Gaiman thought they could pick the Nature's Prophet,
Queen
so
of
they
Pain.
banned it
Do
out.
they need more damage from Queen of Pain?
I mean, they do need more damage. I think they need, not like, obviously Inch does a lot of damage, but that's late game. Sand King does a lot of damage as well, same with DK. But these heroes need time. They need something for that early game damage.
Yeah.
I was looking at like these Earth Spirits and stuff, but not sure if you want to go that route either.
So you feel right now with the other three heroes showing for Tundra, they're not able to make this game go late enough for the Dragon Knight to really come online to have that impact. This is what the mid is going to have to be. You go for those pick-offs and you try and make sure they can't make movements on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, some sort of active hero.
I was thinking Rubik, but there's terrible spells to steal in this game, so probably not. I don't know, from his hero pool, it looks like Earth Spirit looks likely. Or something new for Thompson, because everything else is banned. Like the Puck and Nature's Prophet were the ones that made the most sense going into this last pick here. They get removed.
last time we said a hero was likely, we then decided that it was unlikely because it's Thompson. Does that mean we go back around and we say that it is going to be Earth Spirit?
I think you try not get in the minds of Thompson and you just say what's good.
Earth Spirit's very good here.
Okay.
I like Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Batrider also, they're banning like the mid-melee owners.
What is it about Earth Spirit that you like?
Everything else is banned, like the Invoker, the Sniper, the Puck,
I'll
the
give you
Nature's
one now.
Prophet.
He's a cheap hero. They don't have a lot of budget now.
Yeah.
They need something that
They spent all their budget.
Yeah, they did.
What do you reckon is the average budget a lineup can have here, Winter? You like to calculate the numbers a lot.
I mean, there's no specific number.
Okay.
It's just based on my feel. Sand King's going to be farming Ancients. DK wants to farm Ancients. DK wants to farm lane creeps. Sand King wants to farm lane creeps. So you kind of need a hero that is going to pick up the scraps,
One item and he's able to do so much. That's what he needs.
All right, Sand King mid. We didn't really think they would do that because like, oh, they have Ramsey's hero, but Ramsey's like, I have another hero too that's still in the pool, and the Mars, so they're going to put the Sand King mid. This is kind of a better version of Earth Spirit, the Sand King, I want to say. They both do a lot of AoE damage, but we kind of thought that Ramses would be playing this offlane position, but he's not. So now you're in a position where you see the Sand King mid, and you probably want to punish it. And I feel like there's some decent options left if you want to pick their ranged heroes that can just click the Sand King, but I don't know if you can truly beat this hero in lane. I've thought before, like, yeah, you can beat it with some ranged heroes, but it seems like he always seems to get his farm.
Can you just go for something that's really good in game? Maybe a Timber can speed up the game. Like you play really fast, you're really good with against their heroes. They have,
I don't know if you win the lane though, like, because if you just
I don't think you care about the lane. Just care about what's good for the game, though.
For melee strength heroes that
Yeah.
you're playing as an Enchantress that you can't attack, but you do pure damage and kill her through her healing. I actually really like the Timber.
I'm not sold on it, but it on paper looks good. And they're going to go with the hero that just makes it so, okay, this actually makes sense against the Sand King. And this is one of the few heroes that probably can push him off, because what happens is Sand King has to right-click the wave, get up close, and just do his caustic stuff. But Viper's not going to allow that. And on top of it, you're going to get your corrosive skin, which is going to keep proccing on the Sand King indefinitely because you can't really control it. But then the Sandstorm, they really want to crush this mid lane and make sure Thompson can't get active. It's pretty fast. I think this is definitely punishing for sure. It's on the same routes of the Timbersaw, where you're just going to like crush the lane, and you have that massive amount of magic damage to deal with these strength tanky cores.
Yeah, you have the break against the DK, which is always nice as well in the game. But for Tundra, I feel like they have like a double off-lane lineup to kind of slow the game down for this DK, and they are going to be really counting on that to work. They're going to have to also deal with the pressure from the Chen. I imagine the Chen is going to move to the mid lane very early with the SD. You want to just punish the Sand King, take his tower, and Tundra have to be ready for that.
I really like this last pick from Gaiman. It is basically the Timbersaw that we were asking for in terms of it's a melee strength owner, but it is better than the Timber because it will actually do very well against the Sand King lane for the reasons that you guys listed. And if they're making space for a DK to farm with these two offlaner type heroes, DK gets broken by Viper as well. So it also solves the win condition of Tundra. I think Gaiman found a very good last pick here with this Viper.
Well, look, luckily we're ending on a positive note for Gaming Gladiators because we're heading on down to the stage with Slacks and their coach, CY.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello Copenhagen! I'm here with CY, your Danish heroes here today. The last out there, my friends, and we're gonna talk, oh my goodness, you dropped something before you went in the booth. Did you need this? Oh no, here, put it with your papers, my friend. You forgot that. You want to talk about that? Was that on purpose, or?
No, that was my mistake. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be here after TI anymore. We'll see.
Okay, come on. Seriously, you gave him Sand King first pick. Is this okay? Are you prepared? Do you feel like your draft will handle this?
I think it's okay. Like, there's a lot of strong heroes right now. You gotta prioritize a bit, and it's not like you cannot beat some heroes. You just gotta play well and get some good stuff against it, and then you'll be fine.
Well, it's been an incredible journey for you so far. It's quite a scary team to be going up against. What are the confidence levels? Are you kind of happy that you're facing off against Tundra? Do you think that you know these guys very well? Because you have so much experience with this team.
I think we know them very well. I don't think we're afraid to play anyone. I think we are playing European teams all the time. So, but I'm happy, honestly. It's gonna be fun.
Fantastic. All right, and guys, I gotta let you give it up for your local representation, just one word here to the fans. Anything to say before we get into this game, my friend? Have your moment.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. All right, well, let's get into that series. Let's check out that game, and let's start the action with our casters.
It's early in the morning here in Copenhagen, but I see a stadium filled all the way to the top with die-hard Dota fans. To kick off the last day of TI, Copenhagen, are you ready? Bullshit! It's been a long journey for us to be here in this arena. It's taken 13 years of internationals for TI to come back where it all started. 2 decades of this game's history leading to us being in this moment right here, right now. So I ask you again, Royal Arena, are you with me? That's what I'm talking about. Let's get this game started and let's get the last day of the International going with Game and Gladiators versus Tundra.
Couldn't ask for a better setting, and you might not be able to ask for 2 better teams outside of that final boss awaiting the victor here in Team Liquid. Watching on as some of their nemesis for the year are going to duke it out in this lower bracket final. And all eyes are perhaps on this man here, the crowd favorite Topson, in a very difficult matchup, a melee hero versus the Quinn Viper. Let me tell you something, Austin. I'm a little familiar with Quinn, and I'm a little familiar with his hero pool. You give this man Viper, he just starts to foam at the mouth because all of a sudden that lane just becomes completely in his control, and he is very experienced in lane domination, perhaps the best mid laner in the world in terms of mechanics, and this is a very one-sided affair. It is not a question of what can Topson do here, it is a question of how much Quinn takes advantage of the matchup. It's going to be a tough one. We saw what Malrine was trying to do yesterday with the Monkey versus the Viper, just roam around the map, look for some moves, dodge this lane as much as possible. Could be a similar story here. The one upside is at least you can build some stacks for the Sand King and go into that jungle with a bit more efficiency.
Now, you say you know Quinn, you got some history there, but I believe you also have some history with the man across from him in Topson, and I believe Quinn also knows Topson pretty damn well, as they've had a few matchups and a few TIs before. And you said that this man is just a force to be reckoned with on the main stage, at International specifically.
I mean, I can speak for it, but I think every player who's gone up against Topson and had their TI dreams shattered will also speak for it. In some ways, this man is the Grim Reaper of this stage. He is the last opponent you want to face. I can tell you that from personal experience. It's going to be a very tough match for Gaiman, particularly since they fell down here, right? This is a team that's used to kind of, once they figure out the meta, they own the tournament from there. And this has been a big misstep for them against a foe they're very familiar with in Liquid. So I think Tundra have the momentum going into this match. They're feeling very confident off of a strong win yesterday, and
perhaps that fear and that momentum is exactly what Game and Gladiators are trying to address so early on, shutting down the mid lane, but it's the off lane that is in trouble, where Tundra find first blood on Tofu.
Really nice setup here from the Enchantress. Pure will get the last hit, exactly what you want, but it is not often you get that first blood on a safe lane Dragon Knight. Tundra supports striking first and striking early here.
And they managed to get a hard camp pull off of that as well, so that's going to pull that creep equilibrium all the way back to the tower. Tundra putting themselves in just the driver's seat in this safe lane, headed to success. Check out that other safe lane, perhaps Game of Gladiators, see if things are going a bit better there. It's the Jirachi Wind Ranger up against the Ramses Mars. I mean, Ramses been killing it with this hero so far.
I got it last, too.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he got in such a good position, right?
That's the Sand King bait. The flex potential coming through. We're already seeing Topson go to that jungle. He is definitely suffering on that mid lane. Early Satyr creep on this bottom. Going to be a very nice creep. Burn out the mana from the 2 melees. Give you extra mana regen for the Wind Ranger with a very strong early nuke. This is going to be a tough lane for Ramses, but we've seen him get out of a lot of these. In fact, CS-wise, he's doing perfectly fine here.
Yeah, he's killing it. So many denies. 16 and 6. Jirachi only 13-1, so Ramsey's definitely getting the better of this engagement so far, despite the harassment. The harassment, though, does continue in the mid lane, where Topson has to burrow strike away from Quinn just to try and stay alive. He is getting ruined right now. Almost a full level up on him is Quinn. But this is the way the matchup's supposed to go, right? And he's just going to have to look for recovery elsewhere.
Nice little Centaur rotation.
Okay.
Maybe deny a water him?
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah,
so
it is big. These are the little things you want to do to skew this matchup. And I was about to say, yeah, a lot of this lane is Sand King versus Viper, but what this game will come down to in terms of this mid lane potential is the support rotations. How much does each team utilize the advantage that Quinn's created here?
Oh, this is so cool. Look at Whitemon.
This is so valuable for Thompson.
Uses the enchant on the Centaur to get some good harassment. They're even going to try and go for the kill with the last second. Centaur stunned away. Sand King manages to get the kill on the Viper, all thanks to this beautiful support player. And Whitemon, who does die, probably microing that Centaur. Bit of focus on there. Does lose some of the focus on the safe lane and gets caught for it.
I mean, that is still Omega worth it here. That is just insane micro play from Whitemon, completely turning this mid lane against Quinn. Not a kill that should have happened and not one Quinn expected at all.
And now, if you're gaming Gladiators, you got to be kind of, oh, we picked a Viper against the Sand King to win the lane matchup.
And look at the CS.
Yeah.
3 behind, and he had that kill. And now, even if the Sand King rotates around the map or goes jungle, the damage is done, right? You alleviated a lot of that early game pressure. Thompson, he's just going to linger up top, look for a quick support pickoff. The Ghost will add some extra slow.
Tofu.
Once more, the creeps.
He's done. He is done.
Dude, Whitemon is owning this early game. No way around it. He's already level 4. This is before the Wisdom Rune comes out. This is an Enchantress dream right now. And Viper is a very susceptible hero to the early roam, especially if you can combine both supports here for Tundra. There's a lot of potential on the map right now. You have a gate rotation available. You have a purge for the Wind Ranger and the Enchantress. Very interested to see what Whitemon can do from here because, I mean, this is every 5 player's dream. A start like this on a very capable roamer, a hero that can affect every lane in the early game. Take your pick right now.
Battle for the Lotus is here. Let's see who clicks it first. It is Ace this time around. A second Lotus is added to his inventory. I think the crazy thing is that this Sand King now doesn't have to really lane at all, right? I mean, he's so proficient at being able to jungle. He could just play to these neutrals. They're going to let Saksa take the experience on mid. Maybe he dies for it every once in a while, but he's going to get some levels, and his Sand King is free farming. In the meanwhile, has to snowball to dodge some of the damage here, but he will be pulled back into his doom as Gaming Gladiators will punish the support left solo in mid, but the punish on the other side is Tundra going for Ace here. All those Lotuses, though, triple bracers, a hard kill to be able to get in. Thompson has overextended himself, and Quinn puts him in the dirt.
Triple bracer chainmail plus a healing Lotus. That is not an easy target to bring down. They just don't have the early damage. And that was a very important rotation mid for Gaming here. You want to snowball the Viper. Quinn is still dominating the lane. He's still decently ahead. Those rotations just add that snowball effect and give a lot of experience toward this Chen as the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, the spear doesn't come out in time and it misses. So Tofu manages to nab away the Wisdom Rune, and he might even get the kill on Ramses. Lobs out that blood grenade. A poison trying to latch, doesn't find its mark, and Tofu will be unable to get that kill and perhaps is going to die here as Saksa is going to try and keep up with him. Tofu, is he going to go for the Ancient Deny? Dodges the spear, goes back to the Ancient.
Wasting
this
so
little
much
move,
time.
trying to break some ankles. He will get brought down by the God's Rebuke, but as you said, more and more time, more attention from Tundra forced to their side of the map.
And we have seen these 7-minute Wisdom Rune steals just win games. Like this is a huge swing in the experience department, especially for a support duo that was having a pretty good early game between this Enchantress Tusk. Now they're going to fall a bit behind in terms of those early levels. Level 5 for Celery already. The counterpart here in the Chen to the Enchantress. See if Celery can make some of these early rotations work. He likes to go into this top lane, kick the enemy carry out, pressure this tower. If he has the levels and the creeps to do it, he's in a decent position to make that kind of move right now. In fact, secures a power rune for Quinn. This is a deadly power rune at this point in the game.
Oh yeah.
This is a kill into a tower if you give him the opening. This amp damage is just going to rip through an objective.
There is kind of, though, that pressure to do something with that amp damage, right? Because you know the Sand King's just farming away this entire time. You got to start taking objectives soon. And Dyrachyo, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Got him inside the arena. Ramses gets the pin as well, and they have the damage. Thanks to Whitemon, again, showing up at the right place at the right time, hits the enchant to get rid of the win run. Back to middle lane where Saksa continues to suffer. Obviously, there's not much he could do about a Viper kill. Does manage to get that kill and tries to hit that mid tower, tries to hit the Dragonite as well. Thompson was thinking about trying to TP to help out, but he realizes that is a no-go and has to stick up to this top lane, canceling his TP.
Really nice snag bottom for Tundra, but they're getting pulled across the map right now. Cancel TP on the Sand King. The towers are getting pressured. This mid tower is gone. That amp damage room, plus a solo kill for Quinn. He strikes back.
Oh, Tofu spotted. Didn't hit the burrow strike. Will hit the epicenter. That's going to slow him down a little bit. And the shards will keep him in the AoE. Soxa makes sure that Thompson is able to deal the damage. Thompson, you can see, is playing defensively just for fear of more heroes coming to assault, but not the case.
It's also Stampede used for gaming, and these Stampedes are going to be really influential in the early game, either for the gap close to find your target, help the Viper out in the fight. That one did not save Dyrachyo bottom, but he will make the rotation anyway.
The win. Nice shackle shot. Still, though, Dyrachyo's going to be surrounded by heroes. Where's Ace to be able to help out here? The Whirlwind is doing a decent amount of damage. Can't quite finish him off. The power shot misses. Thompson slips right past that one. Soxa is now going to be the target of Gaming Gladiators instead, but they're running through this sandstorm constantly. Still, though, Soxa slowed down by another blood grenade.
Oh,
managed to get his drinking buddies all the way to Thompson. Pulls himself out of danger.
I mean, Soxa God right there. Gets the kill, gets the bailout. Even the Viper rotates up here, but Quinn is too late to the party. They defend this tier 1 top, and meanwhile, another quick kill for Ramses on this Mars. He got it last in this draft, and he's already put it to work. 3-0 start for him, as Whitemon will help him deal some extra tower damage down here on the bottom lane. Pure cutting mid as well. His mid lane's been annoying for Quinn.
Where does he go? He just keeps on going into the neutrals to try and take some of that away, but
no, he has to kick out Thompson top. He has lingered way too long up here.
Snowball, oh, it's gonna pull him straight to Quinn. This is a dangerous position. That's why Thompson's gonna try and get out with the bro strike, and the Soxa does follows him right away with the drinking buddies again. This duo is just too mobile for Gaming Gladiators to get the hold on them.
They just don't have good lockdown answers early. It's another TP for this Viper. They do get Thompson out of this top lane, but their catapult dies. This tower push is gonna be a bit slow. Very frustrating early game for Gaming as you're looking at these net worths, and Tundra very happy with what has happened here. They got out of the laning phase versus this last pick Viper, versus lanes that were potentially difficult, and basically won, well, all 3 for their cores at this point. Thompson is not behind at all.
Soxa, he's gonna be running into a ward, so there's no way out. No heroes to pull him out with the drinking buddies this time around. He goes to the creep wave, surrounded by 3. So he should finally pay the price. He's just going to do what damage he can, stall as much as humanly possible. But it does seem like this top lane is finally going to be forfeited by Tundra. They lose that hero, and they're going to lose the tower as well.
Pure taking advantage of this moment to clear through some of those ancient stacks. He is getting very farmed. We've seen some crazy GPMs on this Dragon Knight. He's going to have another pretty free game here. It's Thompson catching up mid, and the tower being pressured by the Dark Soul Summoner. So Whitemon continuing to exert pressure on the map. They're fighting for the 12-minute power rune. It's a dangerous rune.
Got him inside the arena with the epicenter. He went for the save. He tries to stop Tofu's disruption. Looks like they'll have him surrounded and killed. But what about Quinn? He picked up an Invis rune, comes out of that one to try and put some damage on Ramses. He regrets that decision, though. Trying to use the Stampede to get him out of here, but the chain stuns. Make sure that he's not going anywhere. Wait, the Centaur stun. It comes through. Stalls him up still. Snowball gets him too. Quinn can't finish him, though. No more damage left in the tank as Gaming Gladiators pull all their heroes to help out their mid lane.
3 points in corrosive skin, plus all the Chen heal, enough to keep Quinn alive as he mans up for the rune and is rewarded. Gaming, this is a team that's going to bring everybody to these sorts of skirmishes. Tundra, I think they felt like they had the numbers advantage, but you never have the numbers advantage against this team in the first 20 minutes. And this is not a fight that Pure was close to coming to, so you're just outnumbered 5v4 in the end. And that's the power of Stampede in this early game. It's going to be able to recreate the gap for the Viper or get him onto the target you need.
Quinn trying to do the Ancients, runs out of resources to do this stack that is there. 7-9, Tundra. Very slight net worth lead, pretty much even game right now. Some 14-minute Wisdom Runes are going to be coming up soon. Right now, it seems like a battle of just the Sand King and Mars, who've been doing pretty well for Tundra in the moves that they've been making. But as you said, the moves that they're making, they're running into 5 of Gaming Gladiators. Is this Gaming Gladiators' typical strategy of just moving multiple heroes around the map in congruence? It is causing Tundra to bleed a bit.
The thing is, I think Tundra should be fine just playing the map in a way, right? They have the Sand King and the Dragon Knight, the 2 heroes that are going to farm the most during these downtimes. Like, Centaur is not going to match that. He wants to make moves with this Blink that was just finished for Ace. Dyrachyo's a bit behind in this game. No real huge stacks for him to catch up on. So Gaming are the ones who are kind of pressured to find the pickoffs here. They're going to try and land this smoke on Ramses, but he did sniff it out, but not fast enough.
Yeah, they smoked underneath the ward, but Ramses still gets caught in the corner of the map. As smart play by Gaming Gladiators. They used the blink and the stampede to get instant damage on Ramses. Make sure he wasn't able to use quick fingers to get out of that.
The thing is, this is a smoke that it's not yielding you a lot of map control right now. And if you look at where Tundra are on the map, Whitemon continuing to cut this mid wave with this troll. He's getting tier 1 tower pressure. The DK's clearing through both Ancients, and the Sand King's vacuuming up the bottom half of this map right now. You really need to convert these moves into more map control if you're gaming. Get deep wards out, swing to the other side of the map. Right now, it's Dyrachyo clearing out the junk. Not really what he wants to be doing. Tundra are getting a lot right now. And it's just going to be a fast BKB for the Dragon Knight Pure. So he might opt to try and fight earlier in this game and deal with the death ball Gaming are proposing. Gearing up for the early Roshans.
Bit by bit, they will take this tower, or somebody will. Dyrachyo will deny it instead. Getting a little gold for himself and take it away from Tundra.
Gaming still lingering up top. I mean, this is where their vision is. So ideally, they want to keep killing up here.
Oh, Ace is there on the other side. Thought that Viper Strike wasn't going to be enough, and it wasn't. Ace really helps out getting that kill. 700 gold for them off of that pickoff. And perhaps a little damage on this tier 2 is not much of Tundra. He's going to deal with this. Ramses, he's playing deep on the other side of the map. Going to be cutting waves and everything. It seems like Tundra are trying to avoid fights right now.
Yep.
Do you feel like they are good to scale late game? Because we have seen this matchup a couple times in this tournament, specifically with Liquid, right? The Wind Ranger versus the Dragon Knight, and we've seen this item build that makes the matchup very different. The Revenant's Brooch, they would pick up like 3rd item. Do you think that changes the matchup of Wind Ranger versus Dragon Knight enough that it goes to favor Gaming Gladiators?
I think it changes it a decent degree. In theory, Tundra have an okay lineup versus the Wind Ranger, right? You have Tusk and Ench, who are both solid supports at dealing with her. You have a Dragon Knight who is, in theory, a good core-on-core matchup. The Mars can do a lot versus Hero as well. If you survive the Whirlwind here, I think you win the fight as Tundra, because a lot of the damage just disappears, and your cores are going to win that long duration. But this Wind Ranger is not really a normal carry. You know, let's be honest. This hero has a spell that just procs everything on every hero. It's been rare that you have that type of mechanic in Dota 2, and the only other one I really can think of long-term is the Medusa Talent, which was not really built into the hero early on.
Yeah.
It just does so much damage that I think you could always win late game with Wind Ranger in 5 or 6 slots, as long as you get a good opening into the fight. So Tundra really need to be careful about how they take the initiations and who they go on. Particularly this Viper, right? Like, are you bold enough to jump the Viper first in this game with the amount of backup he has in a Disruption, in a Chen heal, in a Stampede, and then give a good opening to Dyrachyo to come into that fight after you commit onto the Viper? That, I think, could be the most dangerous way to take the fight if you are Tundra.
Yeah, that's a good point. It seems like Gaming Gladiators are going to be presenting kind of this wall. You don't want to go on the Viper, you don't want to go on the Centaur. You got to get to the back line. Tundra do have the heroes to jump past those tanky heroes with a Mars, with a Sand King. Both are going to be getting Blink Dagger, and even the Dragon Knight, I assume, at some point is probably going to be rocking a bit of mobility. So just a question of whether or not they can get around these big tanky frontliners and into the back line, catch that Shadow Demon like they did in the top river, go for that Chen and stop that heal that comes out.
Gaming, though, they found a decent amount in this period, particularly for Celery. This Chen is starting to gear up. You're going to have some nice aura timing between the Chen and the Centaur, which is what Gaming are looking for here, as he will match the Dark Soul Trumpeter pressure on the map. Tundra making a smoke of their own, looking triangle. Only Tofu here.
See some stacks that are happening. They know where the support is going off of those neutrals running that direction. And they'll get Tofu in the process. The arena makes sure that there is no escape with the Dragon Form. They can maybe take some of these neutrals as well. Not a huge stack, just a double, but still worth to take away from Gaming Gladiators.
There's still a Wisdom Rune sitting here too, but it did not get scouted. Tundra do not know it's there. Interesting smoke play, not really for any specific timing. They just wanted to get Pure involved in the game and felt like maybe there was a large Ancient stack they could steal off that smoke kill.
Sure.
A little economic damage. This is a bigger prize, though. They find Ace deep on their side of the map.
Trying to stampede away. The snowball pursues. He managed to get the blink out. Striking buddies.
No punch.
Gets pulled close, but the punch doesn't come out. He stands there for a second, goes up. That's that one up.
I'm not sure if he got body blocked by the creep. It looked really weird. Nonetheless, that is a lucky escape for Ace. Barely gets out of there, and he's found a lot of farm in this period, looking towards a pipe of his own. These aura timings are really important for Gaimin. They need to be able to get a lot out of them when they arrive. Can't bleed heroes around the map right now, as Tundra are hitting some strong teamfight items between the Bloodstone on the Sand King and the BKB. We'll see he does get a right click off.
He gets a hit in. He just didn't have the Walrus Punch activated. Yep. So then he has to wait for his next hit to come in, and it's all gone wrong for him.
That's a big miss. We usually do not see that kind of misplay from this man, particularly on one of his signature heroes. But maybe just not expecting he was going to get there in the first place.
Still dead even, not much action happening the last 5 minutes when it comes to kills. There's been these movements, but not really finding purchase. Gaming Gladiators and Tundra seem to be circling around each other, but it seems like this even game is favoring Tundra by a healthy amount at that.
Yeah, they're just going to farm more of the map during these downtimes. Like, Gaimin need to group up and get an advantage. They're continuing to bleed some supports. Tundra just pushed the lanes in, making the better moves right now. They have an Arcane Rune on tops, and that Bloodstone is done, and they're just working towards BKBs. They already have Pures. He hasn't had to use it yet, and they're going to get a Mars BKB. They're going to get a Sand King BKB second item. They're going to have a nice triple BKB timing by the time I think Gaimin's ready to group up with their Greaves pipe potential. It's going to be a tough fight for them if they want to force the Roche. And I wonder, Tundra, do you just try and do it before Gaimin are ready to take that 5-on-5?
Knowing that Gaming Gladiators, they've done this for years at this point in time, this aura buildup, what is Tundra doing exactly that is combating that timing?
They're not letting them group. They're continually pushing in all the waves. Especially Whitemon. He has lived on Gaimin's side of the map. He's cut mid-wave a lot. He's sending creeps to some of these random waves. He's farming out their jungle. It's been really annoying for how Gaimin wants to play the map. This is also one of the downsides of Viper. Like, Viper is strong in that ball, but he's not great when the map gets split up like this.
Yeah, and he's not particularly good at pushing in the waves really quickly, like some of these heroes on the side of Tundra.
He's just clunky. He's a clunky hero, and Tundra are abusing it right now.
Back and forth, you can see that heat map of just Whitemon constantly playing basically on the river, on their side of the map, all over the place, keeping Gaming Gladiators, as you said, a bit split. They've got a 4-man crew right now, with Dyrachyo farming a different part of the map. They're gonna, on the other side, Tundra's gonna deal with their Tormentor, pick up the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. Very efficient stuff.
This is super efficient for Pure. Mask of Madness Armlet build. This is quite a throwback. It has been incredibly good on this hero. He also got the Grove Bow. Had some nice neutral item pickups in this game. Vampire Fangs for Dyrachyo, I think, is also a good one here. Just free heal in the fight. Off the Whirlwind. His BKB is done, so he's also kind of ready to fight here.
Yeah, I think he's kind of impossible to kill with this combination of items at this timing right now.
And Gaimin are group at bottom. They want the Roshan around this time, but they are missing the Greaves from Celery. He's a bit short, and you're missing this pipe from Ace. It's kind of an awkward time to take that fight in terms of the items, but if you can get a good BKB Wind Ranger in there with a Whirlwind, of course, that fight is potentially winnable.
Potentially. But the Whirlwind is going to have to contend with the arena walls. So Ramsey's initiation.
He wants to find the backline. Ideally, Tundra ignore this Viper, find the supports. That is a great ward.
They drop the Chen. Yep, they see the Chen. They see where he's headed to. They probably know where the other support is as well. They're gonna wrap around, avoiding this high ground, making sure the smoke doesn't pop until he gets the arena on both the supports. A quick disruption maybe bails out the Chen for now, but Fury gets stunned up for a second. Now he starts going to work with the both of the supports grouped up. Still though, the heals are keeping them alive for a little bit. They manage to get off most of their auras in time. Will it be enough though? Tofu, he's gonna be knocked one down. Another support though. Chen is gonna come back into play with a buyback. Gaming Gladiator, he's pushed through this one with Pure already going down. Next up is Thompson. Thompson hits the stinger. A spear goes through, landing onto the center. Thompson's getting bursted down. Too much damage from Gaming Gladiators as Quinn, snowball, Wade, Soxa got him with the punch. This time around, he will hit his mark, and Tundra will find that the best initiation they can get is still not enough to defeat Gaming Gladiators right next to their outpost with buybacks ready to go. But maybe they're going to go for a second part of this fight. Nope. They call it quits. They say that's good enough.
There were some crazy Centaur stomps in that fight. These Centaurs were just running around, stomping multiple heroes from both the Chen and the Enchantress. Darachu ultimately gets to play his game here, though, and that's what wins out. That snowball from Soxa, he took everybody into it, and it looked great for the Sand King, but I think it wasted a bit of Pure's time in this fight. We'll see that clutch stun from Ace buys time for the supports to get a lot off here. Celery will be forced to buy back into this fight. And at some point, I think somebody fed Quinn, or he had a big Lotus for the second half of this exchange, because he gained a huge amount of HP as they were trying to burst him down towards the end of it. We'll see here, you go and try and finish off this Viper.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Chunks up. Big wand plus something else here, maybe just the effect of Chen. Either way, I mean, there's just so many Centaur stomps going off in this fight. It's ridiculous. There's another one at the end. These things have done work.
They certainly have, and it keeps the game close. Still, 6,000 net worth lead for Tundra. Gaming Gladiators looking to correct that. A 3-man smoke up through mid with 2 other heroes close by.
Oh, look at his BKB.
They got that out of him.
Not that invaluable here. You're still smoked on Ace, and you finished up that pipe for the Centaur. This is a huge timing for Gaiman. This is why they spoke. This is why they want the pick off. Anything would lead into the Roshan here.
Is it BKB being on cooldown enough for them to have the confidence to take that Roshan?
I think it is, but it's going to switch the side here, and I don't know if you're finishing it by the time you get here on the Radiant.
That's true. You've got 45 seconds. If you're going to do it, you have to do it right away.
If you get in there with everybody with this level 3 penitence, it's doable right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to do it. 35 seconds, put it to the test here, but it's looking pretty good for them with every single hero of Gaming Gladiators joining in on this. It doesn't seem like Tundra are too worried about it. They are super split all around the map, farming all different areas. They're going to get all the lanes pushed in. They're going to farm a bunch of neutrals, so they will get a lot of net worth for this exchange. It's up to Gaming Gladiators to use this Aegis to correct the net worth lead that is currently going to Tundra.
I will say damage buffs have been nice in this meta, but I mean, who needs Solar Flare when you have your own personal summon Solar Flare?
That's true.
With 80 skeletons in the fight.
The Skelly boys giving Gaming Gladiators just that extra bit of oomph, and they're going to need it.
Until Thompson clears them all and gets an extra 100 gold.
That's true.
See what Gaming can do during this Aegis period. They have their Greaves, they have their Pipe, they have an Aegis on the Viper, who's their front line, who's showing top right now.
Oh, they're gonna get him midway through. Ace has already gone through the gate. He's not coming back in time to save Tofu, at least, as Tofu's still inside the arena. Wait a minute, disruption with Soxa stuck on the other side of the shards. Tofu's actually making a break for it with the Stampede. He TP's out.
Okay.
All right.
I think Soxa's gonna hold that punch for next time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a win run BKB Wind Ranger is the problem. It's a hard go, but they're still happy with what they got there. They got the BKB on the Wind Ranger. That's something that'll allow you to push here. You just can't convert on those kills. Meanwhile, Thompson trying to make a solo play.
Yeah, very interesting knowing that since the BKB's on cooldown, maybe he could get a solo kill. But either way, it's Tundra being aggressive into an Aegis, which is quite the call. Thompson, he's going to go for BKB Bloodstone, see if he can stay alive against all 5, but there is way too much. Thompson, you have overestimated yourself, and now maybe you pulled Pure into a position he doesn't quite want to be. The rest of his team is cutting in from behind. Ramsey's made the call, though, to cut the wave. See if that will stop this tier 2 from going down. And it just might. No, they kept the catapult alive, so the push will endure.
They Greaves it, keep it alive here. Still have this Aegis on the Viper. That means you want to go, you want to force the action. They're going to go high ground. They have a huge amount of rally boost from these summoners right now. Really helps the damage output.
Oh no, the Solar Crest! Wait, the Alpha Wolf, he got the Siege Wagon! The wave has been cut. A glyph is going to be reactivated here. That stops Gaming Gladiators' push. They can no longer barrel down mid. Even with this kind of net worth lead, Tundra still have to pull out all the stops to stop the Gaming Gladiators snowball that is time and time again kick teams out of tournaments.
Gaming have found a lot of net worth during this period, particularly for Quinn. Like, this Viper is starting to scale. He got Enchanted Quiver as well. He's going to be a beast in the fight. We saw how much Thompson was doing on his own. He's not really doing a lot of damage into this lineup with the pipe plus the extra magic resist right now. And that's why Gaiman, they want to strike. They want to strike hard when they know their ball is stronger.
Boys are back in town. The Skelly boys just keep on growing, and they are going to hit a different part of the town here at the top lane instead. This time, the wave is not getting cut. So there's another one coming in. Tundra are going to have to go for a high ground defense. 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Even has a small Hellbearer, which I actually kind of like, because if you just send this thing in the fight and it dies to a bunch of the AoE damage, you get a huge damage boost off the death throw. It's not a common ability, but I could see it being really good here for the Viper.
Yeah, 120 attack speed for
joke.
5 seconds. That is no joke at all. Just give a moon shard to everybody.
Do Tundra want to jump Quinn? Still have a minute 30 on this Aegis. I mean, you can like lock him in a shards and man fight him with the DK, but it doesn't sound fun.
No.
They're just trying to stall this out. Put Thompson on the front line. Gaiman will jump him.
Thompson, no big, oh, snowball save. That can let him get off the BKB Bloodstone, but they are going to be deep into Gaming Gladiator side. Managed to get the blink away before the Stampede can connect there. And they'll get him back to safety. Gaming Gladiators not being able to get that pick off. Now 60 seconds left on the Aegis.
Getting stalled out here.
Yep, time is ticking. Gaming Gladiators' window is beginning to close.
Maybe they're happy with what they got during this period, but they did not break that base. That's a big win for Tundra. And now they're pushing towards some bigger items. That Hex for Ramses is on the horizon. They get caught a little bit. They find the Shadow Demon on the backside.
Yeah, they managed to get him, and they got him inside the arena. The Spear, though, he runs at the Centaur, so a self-disruption, but Tofu, wait, Quinn, he's taking a lot of damage. He's going to lose that Aegis. He had the Aegis still in the second life, while Duraccio starts going to work with the Whirlwind. Managed to get a Burrow Strike back. Thompson's going to be okay for now, but Pure, he's leading in. He's going to go for Celery, takes him out. BKB TP up for Quinn, but what about Duraccio? Duraccio doesn't have that same luxury. He doesn't have a BKB. Tries to hide. Nowhere to hide, though, from Tundra.
Pure man's up, and he is rewarded. Just stands his ground in the middle of everything. Gaiman did not have the damage. Duraccio, he wanted to pick his mark in that fight, comes in with the BKB winner on Whirlwind, but it is not enough damage to finish anybody off. And the front line from Tundra holds Thompson. He finds Shadow Demon right at the start, sets up this 3-man arena, and everybody's just locked in the cage. Ace gets melted even through the auras and the sustain. Just a brutal amount of damage. This Whirlwind, it can win you the fight here, but it gets disjointed, and now all of a sudden all you have left is this BKB Dragon Knight on the front line, and it's not a hero Duraccio can man fight at that point. This is through the Viper Aegis as well. That, in theory, was a good fight for Gaiman in terms of that timing. Did not do him any favors here.
Thompson made the call. He made the blink initiation, catching Gaming Gladiators a bit off kilter. And as a result, the team fight is messy, it's bloody, and it's bad for Gaiman. Now a 12,000 net worth lead for Tundra.
And I will say, Quinn, he barely got out of there as well. That punch from Soxo was mid-land. That was almost a full team wipe. They'll lick their wounds and claim a Tormentor here. But this game is starting to get messy for Gaiman. This is not how these types of lineups are supposed to function, right? You want a Rax or 2 by now. You want to be looking at the next Roshan with a net worth lead. Instead, you find yourself down a 10K hole versus a very strong Dragon Knight who's about to finish MKB at your shop.
Soxa wasting no time to make the initiation because Ramses is up behind him and he's got a completed Sight device and a Spear to follow it up. Disable after disable. Gaming Gladiators now have to use the Stampede to try and retreat, make sure nobody else dies, but Tofu, he'll bite the dust as well.
Tundra finding momentum in this game, finding everything right now. Every jump feels good, especially with this MKB done on Pure. You find Duraccio, he's gonna melt. Swin Run cannot save you anymore. And all of a sudden, Gaiman are the ones being pushed back. Did they miss their timing in this game? They have all the auras, but they're not winning you the team fight right now. Hex done for Ramses as well. I mean, the catch is there, the control is there, the BKBs are there. Even Whitemon has built up an entire pipe to back these tanky frontliners up. This is a lot of HP to get through all of a sudden. You have 4 strength heroes on the front line, all with 3,000 plus HP with a pipe behind them. Effectively, it's so much EHP to get through.
Yeah, normally it's something that we would say about Gaming Gladiators lineup. Oh, look at all these auras, look at the pipe, look at the Greaves. It's too much for any team to be able to bite through, but Tundra hitting this later timing, 32 minutes, triple BKBs, triple strength heroes. Now it's Gaming Gladiators, the ones who are running out of damage and struggling to deal with Tundra. As a result, they lose a lane of barracks. A second one gets damaged a bit, but Tundra not trying to take a team fight on Gaming Gladiators. High ground will retreat and await. the Roshan timing, which is coming up very soon.
They are not pressured right now. Feels like they are scaling way better. The next set of items coming up for Gaming they feel all defensive too. Lincoln's for the Viper, Satanic for the Wind Ranger, Crimson for Ace. Not a lot of damage increase. You just finished the Shivas on the Sand King, the Pipe for the Ench. This DK is going to get something built out of this Reaver. I worry about how you bring these heroes down right now. And it feels like a lot of the initiations have just been Ramses finding his mark.
Yep.
4-1-9 on this Mars. He's played a near perfect game.
And he's had a fantastic tournament on this hero. The switch up that Tundra did, right? Presenting the Sand King, as you said in the draft, and then swerving, so it's a mid Sand King. They get a different off laner. It has worked out beautifully. They managed to salvage out that mid lane thanks to Whitemon's moves early, and now Ramses is delivering on the off lane Mars.
These arenas, if you catch the supports +1, you're very happy with that, and you're probably winning the fight. He has found out a lot of these times. Do finish up the Daedalus on Dyrachyo, different from last fight, so that's going to be his big damage item in this game. This Whirlwind really has to do some work. You got to find at least 1 or 2 big targets during this interval. And I mean, if Tundra really want to play this game safe, they could play for buybacks, but I mean, it's Tundra, so they're going to buy out here. Satanic for pure. 4K HP on this DK right now.
Yeah, who needs a second life when Satanic really is its own second life, right? I mean, it's not like he's going to get bursted down before he get activated. He's got way too much effective HP.
And a snowball save behind him.
Yeah.
It really comes down to it. So Tundra very confident right now. They have a wave in Gaiman's base. They don't see anybody on it, so they know Gaiman are around this pit. There's a creep in the pit as well. They're not going to show on it.
Once again, Tundra are trying to set the tempo. They're the ones trying to start the fight with this smoke. They found a couple of heroes, not who they want. They don't want the Centaur, they don't want the Viper, they want the backline, but this time Ramses finds himself jumped on. It stops the snowball save from Saksa and kills Ramses. He's gonna fly back and try and come back in. Thompson! Thompson! A burrow strike from hell goes underground, and he just rips Gaming Gladiators all the way down to the pit itself. A spear to finish him off, and that is a team wipe.
And it only cost you a Mars buyback off of what was probably the best stun Ace could ever find in this game. Preventing the save, finding the tusk, and absolutely none of it made a damn difference. As Thompson says, just leave them to me, boys, and I will clean it up. Pure with the cleaves coming through, he is invincible. The clock in this game has run out for Gaiman. This push did not come to fruition, and Ramses, he's in cleanup mode.
Ramses perhaps trying a little bit too hard there, goes for something that they don't want to jump on. It's the Viper. They got plenty of buybacks out of Gaming Gladiators.
They got all of them.
That's good enough. And now they can back up to do the original objective of Roshan.
I mean, who even takes this Aegis? You're getting slotted at this point. Your heroes feel invincible. Give it to Ramses. Reward him for the buyback. Gaiman falling short in this game 1, especially in these team fights. They just don't have enough sustain to match what Tundra have.
Here comes that epicenter. Thompson, he pumped it a couple times to get the perfect timing.
The cleave coming through as well from the DK with a Nemesis curse. Just see you later.
What a jump from Thompson, and Pure is able to deliver the damage off of any kind of stuns, either Ramses or Thompson. Pure says, no, there's no chance. You got nothing, Gaming Gladiators, and it really does look that way. With a 23,000 net worth lead and a lineup that was designed to take the base early, it does feel like Gaming Gladiators may not have much more in the tank, much more left for them to be able to play for, but they are a world-class team, and they have been in these situations before. So Tundra do need to be careful when they encroach upon Gaming Gladiators territory.
And they did give this Aegis to Pure, so at least there's some idea this Dragon Knight is in theory mortal. He wants the second life to siege the base.
I mean, if you're Gaming Gladiators, is it possible for you to leave the Dragon Knight for last, or does he just do too much damage? That may not be a question that they are ever able to get to themselves with Dyrachyo gone in a second.
Does have buy. It's the one hero that had buyback for Gaimin right
They're
now.
all setting up on this high ground ward. They're going to say, this is the only opportunity we have. We've got to amp damage onto the Viper. Maybe, just maybe, we can pull out a miracle. But Pure's behind them. Thompson hits the Burrow Strike. A disruption save. That's going to help. They have the buyback. A TPN coming in. Quinn activates his BKB. Throws some damage back out. And then Thompson, wait, the snowball save again. Coming in from the supports of Tundra. They're bailing out these heroes. And Duraccio not going to make it out. The Death Reaper comes in with a sharp scythe and a wicked intent. Thompson, he'll join them along in death, but he's done what he needed to do. He has killed Gaming Gladiators, killed their chance in this game one, taken out their buybacks, taken out their diebacks, and they are out of this game one. No contest.
The crowd favorite puts on a show in this first game. From a very rough lane, getting bailed out from that Whitemon Enchantress to just dominating these team fights. This is not a hero you wanted to give this team, and not a hero you wanted to give that man right there, as Tundra put on a clinic in this game one. How to stall a game, how to hold the game, how to keep the lanes out, and ultimately just thwart every timing that Gaimin were going for there. They get this Greaves pipe, they have a Chet lineup, but none of it syncs up. The Roshan doesn't really do him any good, and they never even took a tier 3 in this game. No, very uncomfortable situation for Gaimin, as it felt like this has been our MO. This is our team identity. This is the type of lineup we want, and none of it worked.
Yeah, none of it worked. It didn't work against Team Liquid. It hasn't worked in this game one against Tundra, while Tundra are coming in with full momentum, man. They are a team, they looked at all the favorites in this tournament and said they are nothing to us. Perhaps a chance to be able to head to a grand finals, and perhaps a third time TI in the view for Thompson. But they have to be able to take down Gaming Gladiators in a full best of 3, and that is always a difficult task to take. So, to pose that task, we talk to the panel. What are they going to do next?
Well, we've got a lot of theories circulating. We do love to talk about Dota, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Tundra getting this game 1 win for themselves. In their interview yesterday, they said their game plan coming in, let's slow it down. Let's try and stall this game out a little bit longer. Well, task successful right there, Fear. It was the lineup of what they needed, and there's just so many moving parts that worked here for themselves. The biggest one is moving the Sand King to mid and getting a last pick of Mars for themselves.
Yeah, and going back to the draft there, you have to start thinking one of the 4 heroes I felt like you couldn't give Tundra was the Sand King, and they're showing exactly why you shouldn't be giving this hero Sand King. This clip was actually one of the best of the game here. You see how Viper is dominating, but Whitemon, he micros his creep, drags the creep wave around, allows him to get that pivotal kill onto Quinn's Viper there, really slowing down the momentum. Sure, Whitemon died right after because he was microing his creep, but that just kind of happens. And it did allow Thompson into this game, and we saw how many like 3 to 4 man burrow strikes he kept hitting throughout this entire game. Can you give the Sand King away? I don't know. What are you going to leave in the pool? Are you going to leave the Naga? Are you going to leave the Invoker? Tundra's in a spot right now where their hero pool seems very difficult to solve. We said it before, and even Gaimin doesn't have the solution here. Even this Enchantress is creeping up to becoming a big problem when you're playing against Tundra.
I feel like Soxa was the MVP of that game. Genuinely, I know everybody's talking about Whitemon. He played extremely well. I mean, I think Tundra just all around played amazing. But Soxa, speaking of delaying the game, the wave cut where he snowballs in and then kills the catapult and then cuts the next wave, like that was Gaimin's timing. And that's, I mean, Gaimin has to protect their waves, I guess, but you just don't expect such a ballsy play because the execution required to do that is so high. How many times did we see some drinking buddies save in this game where they just bait all of Gaimin somewhere and then walk away because of the drinking buddies? This is the best stand-in performance that has ever happened at any tournament. Like, that was such an insane game from Soxa.
Yeah, and his Tusk pickup for himself as well. It wasn't that opening pick. It wasn't even the second pick. It was the 3rd hero they were able to get their hands on. So Gaming Gladiators, not having that high priority, weren't looking to ban it out, or at least thought that what they had in their support combo of the Chen and the Shadow Demon were going to be more than enough of this drinking buddies facet and the clutch snowball saves coming out from Soxa as well that winter.
Yeah, they definitely have to rethink the support heroes. I feel like the opening was kind of probably maybe passable. You know, they traded Wind Ranger for the Sand King, but after that, because they chose to go for SD, which kind of is not a very, very good hero to deal with Enchantress when Enchantress is in the pool, and it was picked. Like, not only did he win, or at least help mid lane with the Centaur rotations, and he also kind of bullied the Shadow Demon in the early game. You don't really have anything in your arsenal as a Shadow Demon when you run into an Enchantress with a creep in the lane. You just can't, and Tofu kind of paid a huge price for that.
Yeah.
He got bullied in the lane so much that he was really, really poor in that game. And on top of that, he also manages to go through the gate and gank Wind Ranger because you can dispel the Wind Run with the Enchant. And Duracho got killed because of that. So they definitely have to rethink this Enchantress hero when they are opening with a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's just the two support pairings. Like Sox, I can't even say it right now. Thank you. On the Tusk here, as well as the Enchantress. The Enchantress being what got Thompson back into the game. The Tusks being what stalled the game out. They're just able to do so much. I really do just want to talk about Whitemon so much more because this is his third game in a row. Tundra's third game with the Enchantress in a row, and it's always doing so much. It's able to be one of those heroes, when you like to talk about, where it doesn't take a lot out of the budget that you have in a hero draft to be able to be so impactful. I mean, it's just level 2, and you can already see the impact.
Yeah, and he's very stable in the lane. I think laning is something that, sure, it's not everything, but you definitely have to really consider it when you're picking support heroes. You want to make sure that the early game is stable enough for your cores to come online. And yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon plus Chen, those two heroes might be a little bit more expensive. They could work in previous games when I feel like their moves on GG, they were connecting on their moves, especially for Duracho. He connects on the gate gank. In this game, because he's not connecting on the gate ganks and he's dying to the rotation, then it kind of seems like the SD and Chen, they're out of place because both of them need to farm a lot. And if your team is not really making any moves, it becomes really, really difficult for those supports to do their thing in the game.
Yep. I remember a quote from Aoi. And then Avery actually said a very similar thing to me, where he said, if you want to learn position 5, the best hero to learn is Enchantress, because you can really fall off 15 minutes and onward into the game. But if you can optimize the first 15 minutes, she's absolutely the strongest hero in Dota, and you can completely snowball the game. And I feel like people have gotten so incredibly good at playing the early game, where they're sending like a creep through the portal and then ganking with only the creep, or sending a creep mid and then still having the Ench on a lane to deal with that lane as well. And there's Nyx Assassin counters coming out, but then they're just going through the portal and dodging the Nyx lane and then tri-laning. Like, the 5-head plays that are coming out of Enchantress are... I didn't think that the hero could become more elaborate in the first 15 minutes, because this has been a meta hero for so long, and it's been this way for so long, and yet it has gotten more complicated.
Yeah. And then when you get someone like Whitemon able to showcase just exactly what it can do, well, it ends up in a game number 1 win, and we're going to have a little bit of a listen into that very final fight for Team Tundra.
We have Vegas.
They're going? I can pipe you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Wiper.
They're dying.
Guys, keep buyback.
You can take this side. Look at me.
Guys, need to kill this up.
Kite backwards. I have buy.
Guys, I'm gonna Hex and Ranger after. Guys, in Ranger. Guys, Shadow Demon, look at me.
Killing Chan. Chan is that? No mana on me. Finish Viper, no buy. Everyone now back. Canceling him. GG. Nice one.
GG.
GG, that was the exact moment it was called. We got to catch it on camera right there, and voice comms as well. Ramsey's being a big vocal point in the team there, exactly which target to go on, what's being there. It's a mix between him and Pure, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been a shot caller on the team, where even as a carry, he liked to make a lot of calls. So him moving to that offlane position, especially as an initiator, suits him very well. And even the voice comments kind of proves it as well when he's making the calls for the team. Look at me, this is where I'm initiating. Very clear communication.
Yeah.
I mean, more of an argument to ban the Mars, because I feel like this is the best hero at articulating a team fight in a way that you want, especially with the facet that makes it so you can't see people inside the arena. You can decide who sees who. You can go on both the supports, you can go on one of the supports, you can go on the carry and then isolate, so the save support can't deal with that. So I think the last pick, Mars, coming out and thinking that probably Ramses was going to be the one playing the SK through a wrench in Gaiman's plans, but they really need to address the elephant in the room, which is definitely the Mars. We keep saying it. I just want to see what happens when a team is not playing against Ramses on Mars.
Well, look, we'll give you guys a reprieve of us hopping on about this Mars, and we're going to head on down to the crowd with Tsunami and hear more of what's going on down there.
You see, the thing about a hero like Mars is when I ever think about him, I think about his muscles. He's very strong. And every good carnival, I feel like, needs a strongman competition. So I have gathered some people to help me show their might. My friend, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Chris. I love Dota.
Okay, then. I'm glad you're at the International. And my friend, could we get a flex for me? Could you show me what we're working with? Yeah! All right! Now, my friend, I've got a task for you. I've got a bucket full of beanies, and I'm going to give you 30 seconds to just chuck as many of them out there as you can, and we're going to see if you're the strongest man in the venue. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Perfect. All right. Could we get 30 seconds on the clock, please, as I see you're already getting ready your strategy. You ready? You set? Are we set? Let's set. Let's go! Oh, he's chucking! I like the strategy. Indiscriminately. A lot of them are catching the railing, though. He's going, he's going.
Behind you, sir. Behind.
People are demanding behind you. Do a full 360. Give me the skill shots. 3, 2, 1. All right. Well done, my friend, well done. Unfortunately, this one goes to the strongman himself, but I see everyone scattering for the rest. Enjoy yourself a pudge hook, because you did so much throwing up, I think things should come to you. How do you feel you did?
Oh, I'm exhausted.
You did well, my friend, you did well. Can I get a handshake? Thank you very much. But that's just one of our contestants. I feel like we can maybe raise the bar a little bit. Let me make my way over to our second contestant. My friend, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Eric.
Eric, which team are you rooting for at this event?
At this event, I think Tundra. I love Thompson. Everybody loves Thompson, so let's go Thompson!
Sounds like you got some people on your side, but maybe you can win them over even more. Could you throw out a few of these for me? What's your strategy going to be?
I don't know. I have seen him. I think I'm going to copy that because it worked very well.
All right, then. Good artists create, the great artists steal. Are you ready, my friend?
Yes, I am.
All right, then. Could we get 30 seconds on the board for my friend? Let's go. And 3, 2, 1, throw! Go, go, go! Even the people in the back, he's giving it to everyone! Okay, you were way too efficient at that. I gave you a slightly smaller bucket, though.
Just took the cabin, by the way.
No, you also get the same prizes. Enjoy, enjoy.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
You feel like you did well?
I think so. I'm sorry that not everybody could get something, but I mean...
I think I may need to balance patch this. I think this was a little bit smaller than the other one, but I admire the effort. Thank you very much for participating. I hope you enjoyed. But I got to get one more, because all good things come in threes. Let's go and head on over to our final little bucket. And let me see if I can find a good candidate for... perhaps the strongest man of them all. Lyrical, what a pleasure to have you join me. Now, have you seen the rules of the game?
I've seen them, I'm ready.
Okay, then, let me prep this for you. Let me make sure you're good to go. And really savor it, all right? You know, it's about the style, it's about the panache, and I see you're in the zone right now. Are you ready?
I'm ready, always ready.
Could we get 30 seconds on the board for our strong man, please? 3, 2, 1, go! Whoa, whoa! He's just, oh my God! Woo! That was in the face. And just handing out the last one very casually. Lyrical, I see one more still. Up, 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 up. Lyrical deserves this one, but you can give this last one. I want you to really savor this one. I want you to send this all the way over there if you can. Woo! That's all that disc golf practice, right?
Ready for it. Forehand's always good.
Well, that's it for us. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed another adventure here in the Royal Arena.
Oh, it's so amazing to see the rest of the talent there all mingling down in the arena. I'm sure you'll catch many of them walking around. And let me tell you, if we were to do an Olympics with the Dota talent, Lyrical would just gold medals across the board.
No. That was not Lyrical. That was a Big L down there.
Sorry, Big L. He was causing devastation amongst the crowd, would you say, Jenkins?
Absolute devastation of the highest degree, I would say.
Alrighty, well, I love to see it. Hopefully everyone enjoyed their freebies. If you unfortunately aren't down here in a Royal Arena, then there's not going to be any freebies for you guys to get, but everyone else enjoying them. Game number 1, though, that wasn't a freebie for Tundra. They had to work hard for that one. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to work even harder if they want to come back in game number 2. We are yet to even see a game number 3 on this main stage. All best of 3s have been those clean sweeps. You didn't really talk about too much live on air, but you did allude to the fact that when you're already 1 game down, you get back out there in front of the crowd, back in the booth, it is really hard to be there emotionally, to be that stable pinpoint for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough when you go down 1 game and it's an elimination match and you're in front of a crowd as well. That lingering thought that, is this it? You know, is this going to be my last game? It can get to the best of a lot of players, and it's very difficult to shake that. So you need a very strong captain to be like, hey guys, it doesn't really matter. Let's go into this next one. You have to find that motivation, that energy that you just lost from that game to be able to bring that into the game number 2.
Yeah, and I think Tundra on the flip side is really feeling the momentum after the last couple of series. Not only are they winning, they are winning with style, man. Like that creep micro mid from Whitemon. He leveled up. I already thought this guy was one of the best supports on the planet. I always joke he's the highest MMR, not main character player in the world, where he just gives his team so much, right? He's such a sacrificial guy. And I didn't know he could take that to another level, but he did it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a phenomenal journey for Whitemon. I mean, Winter, you'd be familiar with it, him starting all the way back in his SEA roots. He spent that 1 year over in NA for himself last year, and then onto a Western Europe team, and now he's in the top 3. He's making a podium finish for himself no matter what happens in the rest of this series, but we do have our players walking back out here. Tundra having that confidence, Gaming Gladiators still going to have to try and find it for themselves here.
Yeah, he's definitely come a long way, you know. He's always been a very bright young talent. A couple of years ago, he's really, really good in the laning phase. He plays many different heroes. He's very hardworking, and he's just a very, very good teammate to have. Back to the point about like players he's carrying as a support player. I think in this type of situation, you kind of can't really always rely on the same person to carry the game. And it's good that Tundra has been like switching around. Sometimes the supports are having a good game, sometimes Ramses is having a good game, sometimes Thompson is having a good game, and sometimes Pio is carrying the game. I feel like they have like a really good thing going on there. You know, they're taking turns. If Thompson doesn't really get his heroes are getting targeted, and someone else steps up to the plate.
It makes it really hard to play against them, honestly. And the drafting has changed for Tundra as well, where the Thompson picks that you would expect, the crazy ones that usually come out in the last phase, he's just playing normal stuff in half of these games.
Yeah.
And it seems like the other teams are having the same reaction that we do, which is, oh, he's just Sand King. Oh, he's just Viper. Okay, well, and it throws a wrench in the entire draft.
That's what's given Tundra a lot of leeway, I feel, even in the upper bracket, despite maybe not always converting it to a win for themselves, but definitely prevalent in the lower bracket, is their last pick feels so gotcha. Even if it's a meta pick, Fia, it's still a gotcha on where we're putting it, how we're going to play it, how we're going to match this up into your draft.
I mean, all the way from the last pick to the first pick, I think, is right now where Tundra is excelling. I'm starting to think that maybe you change your style up against this team and you let some of the heroes in that are been permabanned, like the Naga. I feel like make them play this hero. They haven't played it yet, and they're so good with the heroes they're playing right now. What do you want to ban against this team? You let the Sand King through, that seemed to be a big problem. You tried to answer it. Quinn doesn't really want to play Viper. He plays it to crush his lane, but it sort of happened, but then he dies once, and then you're Viper, right? And now you're playing versus Sand King, so what are you going to play against? Are you going to play against the Lone Druid? I'd say definitely not.
God, no.
Are you going to play against their Sand King?
No.
Question mark.
Wait,
Okay, are you playing versus
Invoker?
Sniper?
I think you mentioned giving up Invoker. You rather play against Invoker out of all the heroes.
All right, so like that's the last one. So we're in agreement that then what Sniper needs to go, Sand King needs to go, and so does the Lone Druid. That maybe gives you one ban depending on what side you are. Does it Invoker? Is it Enchantress? Is it Tusk? There's a lot of heroes there that they can pick that they're really good with. So it's very difficult right now to draft against this team because midway through the tournament, they have found their identity. And I feel like that's exactly when you want to find your identity too, because now it's hard to solve you. You don't have much time.
Yeah, but if you're first pick, it kind of simplifies things a lot.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, and this game, they have the priority to choose, you know. I mean, we can't see what they picked, but I feel like being on the first pick after what happened in the first game is definitely going to make a lot of the decisions that you talked about a lot easier.
And I will say as well, Gaiman, they've been second pick 3 games in a row now. They've lost all 3. So maybe this first pick is something that needs to be addressed, because so far it seems like if you get one of these top 2 heroes this late in the tournament, it is difficult to find an answer.
Yeah, I agree. I think then they can leave in the Lone Druid, and also then they don't have to worry about the Mars, because they can first pick the Lone Druid. If the Mars comes out, they counter it. Maybe also leave in the Naga in the bans. That might allow them to get the Lone Druid through that ban phase, is by forcing the ban out from the other side.
I mean, being on the first pick is just like really nice because you have the 7th ban, I mean the 7th ban, you can ban one hero after seeing your opponent's 4 bans, and then you pick a hero. So it gives you a lot of leeway in terms of deciding what you're going to leave in the pool and what you're going to trade for if you want to trade, or if the enemy leaves 2 OP heroes, you ban one and you pick one and they get nothing.
Alrighty, well guys, we don't have to speculate too much longer. In fact, I just want to get straight on into it as we do have our draft for game number 2.
Gaming Gladiators versus Tundra Esports. Game 2.
There's a lot of back and forth here on my panel about what you want to let through. It does ultimately come down to if you're going to get 3 bans in the first phase or 4 if you're going to be that first pick. And Gaming Gladiators, they are the first pick here, which means they actually don't have to worry about the Naga Siren and the Sand King being banned out themselves. Well, sorry, I should say having to ban it out themselves.
They get Lone Druid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you either ban it here or you pick it up for yourself.
Yeah, I really sincerely doubt how all the Lone Druid games have gone for every team, that they're going to ban it, unless there's some crazy 5-head stuff coming out, but I don't see why you would have to do that. Okay, they get the Lone Druid.
They even did the Inch ban, which is a good adaptation as well. They did not have to ban the Naga or the Sand King, which allows them to get the Lone Druid. Sure, we're going to talk about the Mars on Ramses being good, but Lone Druid, in my opinion, the best hero in the game against Mars, because you can't spear back the bear at all. It just doesn't work. So that's one great instance of it. And if you get trapped in the arena, you're just really tanky. You don't mind. You'll just...
He doesn't care, yeah. The Lone Druid is almost impossible to kill. I mean, you spear the Lone Druid, and the bear just heals him.
Yeah.
I think this is a reasonable solution to the Lone Druid. Because you have a slower timing in a way against Lone Druid. Because you need to maybe get your BKB, you know, the Lone Druid kind of doesn't really need too much. You're fighting way earlier than the Wind Ranger. But it does give you some solutions.
Okay, surely this game we see a Revenant's Brooch, right? A Lone Druid is an armor-based hero.
I mean, I would agree. I think Pure has shown that he's adapting a lot through the tournament, and I think he looked at the games yesterday from Liquid and saw that as well, and will probably adapt. I wish I could sound smart about these picks, but I already said it earlier. The carry pool is just so limited. Like, Lone Druid's picked, Wind Ranger's the next on the list, and that's about it for now. So we got our 2 carries already figured out here. And now we're just going to start targeting players that we feel like should be targeted. I feel like if you are on Gaiman, you're definitely looking at either Ramses or Thompson as per usual. So which one of those are they going to target? It's going to be the Centaur for Tundra, and then the Clockwork, which actually is a support respect pick. Works really well with the Clockwork in the lane.
So we have seen Gaiman go for the Underlord versus the Wind Ranger. Natural Crimson Buyer, also a hero that has built-in damage reduction in the aura. Once again, talking about the Revenant's Brooch, that seems like a decent counter. In terms of Blade Mail heroes that are Centaur-like, Centaur's probably the best counter in terms of that against Windrunner.
I mean,
But
if you're expecting the approach from Windranger, I think Kunkka is
I was
probably
going to say
better.
Kunkka is probably the blade mail type option that will also allow you to kite through the whirlwind without just having to kite through it with damage reduction. Like the Revenant's Brooch doesn't do anything against the rum buff.
Yep, Shadow Demon, Windranger, I guess they probably don't really want the Windranger to play into the SD Purge later down the road, so they're choosing to pick it up on their side. Not sure if you're going to be in the lane with the Windranger. I think overall I still prefer a melee hero with the Windranger, like something like a Train Protector. That would be great, but right now they just don't want the Windranger, I guess, to run into the SD. And for Gladiators, they're going to have to figure out how to deal with this in the lane.
I just don't know what Ramses can play versus Lone Druid. Like, this hero has always been very strong in the laning stage. It's just we didn't see it picked very often because its mid-game was not good. But now that they introduced a new facet of bare necessities, here you get 3 items, and you become this mid-game powerhouse where he was kind of weak before and definitely
Would
fell
you
off the
say
mid-game.
Darkseer making a copy of him could be an option?
That is interesting, but it's a really bad lane for Darkseer.
But don't you
Druid
just like
destroys
skip the lane and...
Maybe that's what you have to do. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. And Ramses Darkseer is not a hero he has picked at all this tournament. Doesn't really fit the archetype of what Tundra want to do as a team. So I'm just baffled that they gave away the Lone Druid. This hero just seems unsolvable right now. So, and I'm not currently seeing anything that Tundra is doing that is solving it right now. Like, you have Shadow Demon, doesn't really do a lot versus the hero, as he does have 2 units. Windranger, maybe the Brooch will be a good option since you are very high armor.
Is it just the Doom again? You Doom the Lone Druid, he can't heal. He's very tanky, you have percentage-based damage.
Your guess is as good as mine, but clearly, and I hope for Tundra's sake, they have something very potent.
This is the buff. Marcy and Mirana, Solar Flare, and the rebound on the Lone Druid. This is looking really, really scary right now.
They really need something to kill the Lone Druid. I feel like Doom is the best, you click one guy, press R, and they die type hero, and everything is about this Lone Druid right now.
I mean, on the support side, do you think like a hero like Winter Wyvern could be a decent solution to LD? You have like some form of control, you have like a percentage-based damage.
And they actually picked the Mars into...
They don't care, right? They just want to get what they want.
I just don't see anything better that like has been proven, right? So they're just going to go with Ramses does best, just initiate in. None of these really look like good options against the Lone Druid.
I mean, it's still good with the Windranger, right? We saw the combo. You trap him in, and he runs in, and hopefully you kill the Lone Druid before he kills you.
They need more damage, though, because right now it's currently only Windranger doing the damage, and we've seen, especially in the last game, some games this Windranger isn't enough damage. You need something else to supplement it.
Snap.
You can't just like assume that this Windranger is going to be top net worth in the game and it's just going to kill everyone and all you have to do is disable. So yeah, Snap could work.
Snap Phoenix. Would you have preferred Phoenix percentage-based damage against Lone Druid?
Man, I really like the Kunkka here. I feel like if you can just... They go for the Underlord, okay. That's the other option. I mean, you have the damage reduction Aura, you have a Crimson Buyer against the Windrunner. It's a Pipe Buyer as well against all of the overwhelming magic damage that comes from the Mars and the Snapfire. And it's just Ace's current preferred hero.
Yeah, probably his best hero right now. It's very good with the Mirana in the lane. You can set up the arrow. It's very good at protecting the Lone Druid in the game. And if SD is the position 5 here, I feel like Underlord should have like a pretty decent early game.
Now we're back to the mid laners. Very familiar with this last pick mid situation.
We think we're back to the mid laners.
That's true, but what is the flexibility on this one? I mean, Thompson could play Wind.
Wind mid, yeah. That's...
But I'm telling you from a carry player like perspective here, there's 2 to 4 heroes that you can pick, and everything else just feels bad. And it feels like the mid lane, you have way more options. A lot of heroes can feel pretty good in the right situation. So as much as Thompson can play Windranger, there's just no more carry heroes left unless you want to go with some DK or Alchemist last pick here.
I mean, they kind of need, like, for Gladiators, Initiator, like a Puck, Storm type of hero.
Both teams want Puck, I think. Yeah, Tundra's going to ban it.
That was a good Rubik ban whenever you have Underlord. Topson, he does enjoy the mid Rubik, so I think we saw a game the other day where Rubik's circles were much bigger than the Underlords.
So Quinn needs...
So it has to be like some Pango primal hero left, right?
Ooh, Pango.
I don't know. You mean for Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, Pango is pretty good into the arena.
Aren't you
pretty good in his Snapfire?
I mean, don't you just risk being dazzled? I feel like the Topson loves these last pick scenarios when he's playing against
the lineup work for them though? If they're going to pick a Dazzle with a Wind Ranger and Mars, like, do they have like an overall good enough lineup to win the game? It's good for the lane, but is it good for the game? You know?
Nice call.
I don't think he's going to be too really worried about his lane matchup. I think he's thinking more of the game, you know, what is good for Tundra in the game.
I mean, it's interesting because they banned Storm and Puck on Tundra, which are two heroes that are good against the Pango, so Gaming did a really good job reading these 4 bans and kind of using Tundra's bans against them here by picking out those Pango.
So it has to be like, what, a primer as a response maybe? You counter the Pango in a way, and maybe you can kind of try to fight with your Mars and Wind Ranger, low tempo, low cooldown hero. You don't really need to wait around too much. I feel they need to play fast, you know, they need to match this Gladiators' speed. They can't really like play too greedy here.
What about the Topson Grimstroke mid?
You're gonna have to really sell me in the next 40 odd seconds.
You press R on Pango and then he stops rolling. And it's also very...
Quap stops the roll kind of with the Sonic Wave.
Oh yeah, Quap dumpsters Pango in lane. Although, is that still true given how Pango now has the barrier and Quap is not really maxing Dagger as much?
You could get a couple of points in Dagger if you want to win the lane.
You can just go back to Viper if you want to. When in doubt, Viper it out. Oh, Batrider. Okay.
Okay, that is very interesting.
That leaves you options here, but he's just going to instant pick it. Okay, so Bat mid versus Pango. This is a matchup that I feel like Pango, if you just hold your spells correctly, shouldn't die. And you're going to have like a lot of stick charges based on how this hero functions. So the reposition ability is something I guess we could talk about. This lineup truly is all in on Tapura, I feel. He has to get farmed this game.
Yeah.
He's got lots of repositioning tools with the Arena Spear, with the Lasso. And on top of that, like, he doesn't have any buffs either, so he has to just have a lot of net worth. He's doing pretty much all their damage past 30 minutes into this game, so he's going to have a really good laning stage. But I will give it to him. I definitely think Pure has been one of the best players at this tournament so far, really stepping up. He hasn't had a bad game yet, so I think believing in Pure is not a bad strategy.
But I believe in simplicity. Gaming has a very simple lineup to execute, and in a stressful moment like this, I think simplicity is the key.
So is comfort. I mean, people say Quinn does not lose on Pango. I still believe that. They got the Lone Druid. That's very overpowered as well. I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
Okay, I mean, we're all hoping so. You can already hear some of the cheers from the crowd. They would love a game number 3. But this Lone Druid, I've heard many times before just how imber it is. In fact, I've heard it from one specific person before. That's Moon, the coach of Tundra, who is joined with Tsunami down on stage.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Moon, coach of Tundra, where I hear a lot about your players. You know, Pure having a phenomenal tournament, Topson, what more needs to be said, Ramses and Sox are returning to form, but I feel like Whitemon goes a little bit under the radar. You honed this man in North America on TSM. So why should all these people out here start celebrating Whitemon a little bit more?
He's like super humble, and he's the last man in Southeast Asia representing all the Asians.
He's carrying the torch, not just for Indonesia, but that whole region. And now while we're building one of them up, maybe you have an opportunity to build someone down. Quinn Pango, you think that was going to be the last pick? Were you expecting it?
Of course, it's Quinn Panglier, but Storm and Puck are meta right now. Pango, not really. This guy abused Pango for 2 years straight, and now he thinks he can just Pango like this? Nah.
Time's run out, apparently. Moon Meander, thank you very much. Let's see if you get the Game 2 win as we send it to our casters.
Will the Pango manage to get Gaming Gladiators into a third game, or will it be their downfall? They relied on it in years past, Avery, but it's a different meta now.
Their question, though, is
is Pango a real hero now, or is he still a fake hero? Because it might decide Quinn's fate at this TI. He has gone back to his roots, gone back to the comfort, the security, the nice warm embrace of a rolling thunder. But will it betray him in the end? That is the ultimate question. We'll find out in this game too. It is an interesting one because it's not a hero we've seen have a huge amount of success this event. But like Moon mentioned, when you get to those last bans, the Storm is out, the Puck is out, you have to pick blind against a potential last pick that you know Thompson is going to be like, I'm going to play every cheese under the sun. I dare you to pick some normal melee hero. It's a scary situation. And so they have to go to something that they feel like is just robust enough to work in almost any situation.
And what about that response to it? We saw the Batrider picked up. Is that a good enough answer to the Pango? I mean, we heard the panel suggest a lot of things. I mean, Jenkins is out here throwing out, mid-grim strokes. I think, there was a more reasonable suggestion, and maybe the Queen of Pain. Instead, we went the Batrider, a hero that has been on and off scened in the last couple of months, but not super popular.
I have no doubt that Queen of Pain was suggested, and Thompson probably said, no. I saw someone else play that this event, so that's off the list. I think Bat is a hero that we've seen him go to as one of those melee mid-abusers. It's in that vein of like the Dazzle Vipers, right? But it does a bit more in terms of initiation power and just skirmishing around the map.
Yeah.
I've also seen this Batrider fall flat, like even in his hands. It's a very volatile hero. It can either be explosive, you get power runes, you're running around the map, you have a really fast tempo, and all of a sudden you're a force. It can also be kind of lackluster if the lane doesn't go your way, and then some of your spells just don't feel as strong as something like the Queen of Pain like we saw yesterday in Nisha's hands, right? Just decimating an entire team fight. Batrider's like, I'm going to kill one guy, ruin his day, hope the rest of the team wins the fight.
Well, we'll see whether or not this Batrider is going to fall flat. One thing that we are pretty sure will not fall flat is old reliable for Tundra. They've got the side lane cores of Mars and Wind Ranger, heroes that we've seen again and again and again in this tournament and for this team. And in their hands, we'll see whether or not they're able to upset Game of Gladiators. Game of Gladiators have another very important hero that I want to talk about, though. The Lone Druid. They took it away from Pure, got it into their own hands. It fits into what Game and Gladiators like to do as well with a lot of this 5-man push stuff that they're doing. Is this hero answered? I mean, it's a first pick for a reason, right? You've got so many heroes to be able to try and counter it. Did Tundra answer the Lone Druid?
I mean, we saw this Lone Druid as an answer to Mars in a lot of the games. And this was a first pick, so you kind of have to have faith that Lone Druid just powers through everything here. It has some good matchups in this game. I feel like it's not directly answered, but Tundra might be able to play around it by getting the jump, right? Batrider's a hero that can find him. You have long-range kisses that can come through. You have Mars that can kind of separate off the fight, and then Wind Ranger to deal the damage. I think their lineup can deal with it in its entire whole together, but there's no like real direct answers to this hero. I also posed the question of like after that series yesterday, does this hero have answers in the game, or is he just completely broken? Like some of those team fights that Pure was getting away with yesterday were just ridiculous. I'm not even sure if there aren't some things about this hero that are actually busted right now. Like, is he bugged? Is he working? I don't know. Some of those things just looked absurd. So I feel like this hero can power through anything, and on top of that, Gaiman put him with double damage buff in the Murano with the Solar Flare, plus the Marcy with the sidekick. So
oh yeah, that's a good point.
There's a lot of damage you can pump out with this Gaiman lineup. They feel a lot more stable than last game, and I think Tundra are going to have a tougher time breaking them apart. That said, they do have some of their signature supports for the tournament. A Wind Ranger for Pure that he has popped off on. And maybe a lot of it comes down to that Ramses Mars, right? He's now 7-1 on this hero. Just doesn't lose. Pure will snag the first blood. Big win for him.
Yeah, Game of Gladiators, before the runes actually spawn, they are off to a good start with Quinn being able to get a D-ward on mid. So he gets that extra bit of golden experience. But the side lanes maybe falling apart a little bit there as they gave up first blood for the kill on Tofu. Still, though, Saksa also dies in the off lane, leaving Ramses alone for a minute.
Sure, Duracio would love to have had that first blood gold himself on this hero, considering what this hero can do with a good start. You just run away with the game, right? Yeah. And he's looking to free farm this lane. Marcy can set up some kills as well if you get some lucky roots. But I will ask, Austin, should you have given Ramses this Mars this deep in the event when he is not losing with this hero, when it feels like the comfort pick for Tundra at this point? I mean, somewhere, Collapse is watching this series going, why didn't I just get Magnus every game?
Seriously. I definitely think it's a potential mistake here for Game of Gladiators. I wouldn't be giving Mars to these guys just because, as you said, it does feel like they are so comfortable on it, and on this main stage with all the nerves that are going to be going around, it feels like comfort has to be king. Thompson is comfortable on any weird hero, and he's going to be rocking the Batrider here, which has not gone very well for him at this initial part of the laning phase. He is 7-1 compared to 13-4 for Quinn Spangolier.
And we see, like, he's just going to take a water rune. That bottle's coming out now. It's been a slow start for him on that mid lane. Quinn definitely getting the upper hand, but of course this matchup comes down to, can the Batrider just randomly get a solo kill at some point? Do you rotate into that mid lane, get a clutch pickoff? And most importantly for this matchup is probably the power runes. Like the 6 and 8 minute power rune can decide a lot in terms of what this Batrider can ramp into. Or does he play a slower game, just getting jungle stacks up and using the Firefly to accelerate his farm?
You can see very clear every single time Quinn comes in, has no sticky napalm stacks on him, and has shield crash ready to go. He can get aggressive on Thompson, but a couple of stacks up and Quinn has to retreat. Whitemon in some trouble here as the blood grenade should spell his doom. Gaming Gladiators not only get that kill, but also protect the Lotus, preventing the Tundra team from being able to make it up. And Ramsey's also in trouble. Both side lanes suffering there as they try and go for Lotuses. Gaming Gladiators quick to be able to punish that positioning.
Nice side lane gameplay here. Gaimin want a fast start. I don't think they want to end up in a position like they did last time where they picked some of these lane dominators like that Viper and it just fell flat. Thompson gets his recovery time and you don't get the snowball action you're looking for. This is a much more solid start for them across all 3 lanes. Pure with that first blood gold is happy, but these supports on the side of Tundra are suffering. Not having that early snowball effect like we saw to the Enchantress last time where Whitemon was just straight up winning 2 lanes. This is going to be a bit of a slower game for them. These are tough heroes to roam into to kind of skew it back in your favor. Like you're looking at the cores in this game, a lot of them are just extremely tanky in the early game.
Yeah.
The bracers are already up for Ace. He is cruising. Quick disruption on him.
See what they can do with that one. A lot of stacks there.
That's
5 Shadow Poison stacks. That's going to do some hefty damage. That's going to get the kill.
Okay, even with the double bracer plus the stick charges, cannot live through that amount of stacking. Whitemon finds his mark again.
I mean, just too much magic damage. Whenever you have a Shadow Demon, right, you just really don't run out of damage. Just a question whether or not you could keep the hero there long enough.
I mean, that's the best timing, the level 3. With the level 2 poison, that's your kind of one window to bring these big guys down on the lane, snag that big kill.
Thompson, every single time we look at him in this mid lane lately, he has not much HP to work with. He got down to about below 100 from the last shield crash swashbuckle combination Quinn threw at him.
Quinn's definitely ahead on XP here. And Thompson, he's double stacking the jungle. That's going to be the recovery and the acceleration here for the Batrider. If that gets stolen, though, that's a huge deal. Quinn's scouting it. So he knows these stacks are being created. Awkward situation for Thompson. Like, do you call in support help here? You're not level 6. Look at a courier, but it does deliver the items.
All because that Marcy passive, the courier has the extra HP to be able to survive delivering the items to Quinn in time.
Almost level 6 on this Pango with the rotation.
He goes through the gate, shows up here in the top lane, hits a disruption, trying to lead into the spear, but Celery interrupts it, grabs Ramses, hops away. Can he make it out? The cookie lands onto him, stunning up for a second. Pure keeps the chase down. They manage to get that kill, but TP's coming in from Quinn. Oh, nice spear. Ramses stops the Rolling Thunder. Quinn still pops it though, hoping to catch up to these heroes, but yeah, by the time he gets there, they're already back to the safety of the tier 1 tower. Quinn, even daring into the tower a little bit if they were just a little bit closer, maybe.
Yeah, that was very close to Whitemon finding the disruption. Then you can just throw all the nukes at him. He might die there. Ramsey's still getting rooted. I mean, this lane has been a struggle for him.
It is annoying. Pure is still around, though. Hit him with the cookie, but it put Pure close to the tower. Seller tries to punish him by tossing him into the tower range, but of course the win run deals with that pretty easily.
This is a 2v4 up here.
Yeah, what is going on up here?
And Tundra are not winning it. Just an empty lane bottom for Ace. 2-on-1 mid as...
Look at them, they're trying to head him off to prevent him from going through the gates. They're saying if you want to get back to the safe lane, you're going to have to use your TP.
And Quinn is still eyeing these stacks.
But they're going to go for Duraccio again, trying so aggressively to chase out these heroes. Celery tries to stop Pure from closing the distance, hits a 2-man stun, but none of it's good enough. Not against the overwhelming numbers they're bringing to this. 3 heroes. Pure just keeps sticking around. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Tofu, who was not going up to that top lane, said, you guys have the 2v4. We're going to take this 2v2 in mid as they take some of the stack away from that Batrider, trying to keep Thompson down.
Very interesting commitment from Tundra, just kind of getting stuck in that awkward situation. Top Pure.
Can the pin into the arrow land? Not quite. And Celery is unable to get a follow-up stun either. Pure waving goodbye to Gaming Gladiators as they fumble that gank.
Wisdom Rune gets claimed by Whitemon, but man, Saksa, this might be the lowest level I've seen him in a lot of these games. He's still level 3 on this snap after Wisdom Runes. He's gonna have to find some team fighting somewhere in this game.
Yeah.
And if you're gaming, I mean, you would love to take advantage of this right now.
Especially since you know Thompson, well, they may not know, but Thompson's just trying to max out his basic abilities here to increase his farm rate. No lasso, he's just gonna try and get to his first initial set of items, looking treads. This is gonna be our fast rush Blink Dagger kind of game?
Maybe. We'll see how much he wants to scale versus make stuff happen around the map. You can see an argument either way, especially with the start Pure has had on this Wind Ranger. He's still very farmed despite all these rotations top. Looking for Daracho again. Look at the ult, but...
Yeah, that was a nice poke from Tundra, right? Disruption, show a hero, Daracho immediately pops his ultimate. There really was no way they were gonna get that kill.
They've been really obnoxious in this top lane. I don't know how much damage it's done, but it's been annoying. Now you have this gate up on Ace, though.
Yeah,
so you have to worry about the dives.
And Darachu's also saying, like, all right, I'm tired of this nonsense. You keep on coming to my lane. I'm going to go to your lane. And I'm not going to try and get a hero kill. I'm just going to take your tower.
Double Demolish will get the job done. Might just go back through as well and defend, keep farming top.
Yeah.
Tundra lose the first tower here. Open up a lot more space for Ace. And ideally, you want to start using this Rolling Thunder. Get Quinn involved, look for the team fights. Tundra don't have great answers to the spell in this game. No real BKB piercing ability. Like, you're looking for the lasso on the Pango or letting Batrider start the fights on your terms. But if Quinn just gets to roll into you, it's going to be deadly. Daracho will make the rotation back top. He does not have True Form up for 30 seconds here. Getting hounded.
And Whitemon, he doesn't want to go into that pit for the danger of a bear popping out. This time they'll hit the pit arrow, chaining the stuns quite a bit, but it's good enough. A level 2 win run certainly isn't going to last long enough to get him out from 3 heroes. 4-4 now. Gaming Gladiators with 1K lead.
It's a big find for Gaming. They find the enemy carry, protect their own. Daracho's not getting ganked right now. As Thompson, he's been lingering up here for a while. They really want another kill on this Lone Druid in the laning phase. Have Arena, you have Lasso. Well, theoretically, you have Lasso, he's 4-0-4.
Support duo Gaming Gladiators continue to find victims in the Radiant jungle, it seems. As Tofu, oh no, he's not going to be able to get the vision on him. He misses the kill, and now one leap is only going to take you so far. Pure with the Whirlwind will get some vengeance for that death earlier. Still going to be able to get on top of those. Celery pulls him back into Ace. Pure wind run coming up in a second. Too late. Quinn, what a move from Ace, using the gate to pull in Quinn. Quinn thinking about going back through, but he sees that Saksa and Thompson are waiting on the other side.
Ramsey's stuck in no man land, did not respect the roll potential, and just gets caught out on that ward. 2 big core deaths for Tundra on this bottom lane with a nice gate from Ace. And again, Thompson, he's 0-0-0 at this 11-minute mark. Just can't find his point in this game to make his presence felt. Does have the lasso online now. He'll just take the tower. I mean, Arsonist going to work here.
Yeah, you take towers really quickly, especially if you go kind of a stat build on Batrider, and he is going that. No fast Blink Dagger to try and set the pace for the rest of his team. Instead, it looks like he wants to just farm up and get a Hurricane Pike.
He just wants to scale in this game. Yeah. This hero can do an absurd amount of single target damage later on, which is kind of the idea here, particularly if you can find the Lone Druid. This is a slower buildup, however. Ramsey's going to force the fight.
Ramsey's put up on the high ground. That's a little awkward for him. Struggles to get down there to put some more damage. Looks like they have caught Celery, though. No, Celery gets the hop away. No other stunts, it seems, from Tundra. Is everybody? Now Celery gets caught in the river still. And they look for even more. Tofu will get away from Thompson in time. Same goes to the Underlord, away from Pure.
Man, if you have support ults there on the side of Tundra, that is a way easier exchange with Kisses and Demonic Purge coming through. Another fight as well that Thompson doesn't get to be part of. His game flow has been a little awkward, but he will continue to find the farm. And both carries are just going to go back to their sides of the map, try and get into these Maelstroms. Blink is online for Quinn, so that's the first big kind of initiation item in this game.
An opposite approach by him, right? Like, he's trying to hit an early timing, picking up this early Blink Dagger. If he doesn't get anything done with it, he's going to feel pretty bad in comparison to what Thompson's pulling out of the jungle right now.
Yep, so they're going to instantly smoke him and instantly gets broken.
Oh, running into Soxa like that on the high ground too. No vision, they don't know if there's a real threat up there, so they can't even chase him. Meanwhile, Thompson, a hard camp and an ancient stack.
He's just farming. Getting the power runes, getting to his items. Deep ward does come out off that smoke, so they will find Soxa anyway.
Trying to get a cookie down, but he gets pulled away from the ledge, preventing him tumbling down below. 6-7 now.
This Pango's strong on the map with the 2 supports behind him. It's not a hero Tundra interact well with. They'll claim another tier 1 for their efforts. Both side lanes continuing to be farmed up between this Lone Druid and Underlord. And I mean, we have not talked about Ace a lot this game, but he is jacked on this Underlord, man. He's going to have a very fast aura of his choice on top of this mech. Looks like Pipe will be the decision here. Mitigate a lot of the teamfight presence from these 2 supports. By the way, Soxa still not level 6 on this Snapfire.
They are missing so much damage because of that. Just needs just a little bit more experience to get him there. And now they don't have the kisses to combo off this arena quite yet.
Just got
and as a result, they need more damage. Maybe Dyrachyo can live through this. Now the kisses come in still though. Ramps are gonna die for it, and so does Pure. So maybe they've killed the enemy carry, but they've lost their own and their off laner as a result. With Quinn hitting the back line as well, it's gonna be more. Disruption goes out, but he's surrounded. He comes back out. Too many heroes to survive. 4 dead. You got the enemy carry, but was it worth it, Tundra?
Not at all. That is a steep price to pay. And it's a fight again without the Batrider, who's supposed to be kind of your early team fight skirmisher, giving you the spell damage, giving you the extra kill ability. Gaming, they just have a lot of early sustain. This Underlord is incredibly strong gating into a fight like that. You're just going to be stuck in the pit Firestorm. You have Solar Flare running the whole time. The Pangolier Rolling Thunder's uncontested. There's a lot of turnaround potential in this game and lineup if you make a move like that and it doesn't work out cleanly or quickly.
Yeah, cleanly and quickly was a big problem there, right? With no kisses immediately on the arena. Couldn't get that fast kill on the Lone Druid. Now things are just very awkward for Tundra. And it looks like Gaming Gladiators, maybe a mirror of game 1 with better success, as they are just picking up pace and they have an aura hero behind them.
Looking for another big core pickoff. Ramsey's 200 gold off his Blink Dagger. Does not want to die right now.
Hit coming through. Quinn tries to chase after him. Doesn't hit the slow from the shield crash. Celery diving into a tier 2 like that. I guess it's tanky enough. Thanks to the Pavis, he'll be able to shrug off some of the damage from the tier 2. But no luck on
Quinn
finding a kill, but maybe Quinn can find it somewhere else. Thompson, he tried to put himself up on this trunk area and TP out, but Quinn landed right on top of him, stopping that TP. So the best Thompson can do, try and get this kill on Celery. They actually need the extra help as Thompson's kind of tanky, so they bring in Ace. Ace will help deliver the kill, and back he goes through the gate.
Did pick up the shard here. Just wants to output as much single target damage as he can on this bat, and that was his amp damage rune. Couldn't find anything with it as the gank comes to him first. Gaming controlling the side lanes, controlling the map right now. They still have ancient stacks as well. Dyrachyo is going to eat through, or they're eating through him.
Yeah, just a little bit.
And finally, that blink will arrive for Ramses. This has been a very different Mars game for him. Much more difficult one. He has not been the initiator we're used to seeing. And even with this blink, it's defensive positioning from Tundra here. They will smoke him out. So they want Dyrachyo right now. They would love to be able to jump in.
Dyrachyo's sitting on no HP, showing on the mid wave.
Oh, he's going for the shield. I mean, he's dead here,
Oh
right?
my God, he is so dead. Dyrachyo, he put way too much reliance on his ultimate to give him the HP he needs. Dies before it even comes into contact.
Maybe not aware this is the one part of the map where Tundra do have wards. They're both in that mid lane. The rest of the map controlled by the Dire Vision right now. Yeah, he's going to circle it out. He's like, they saw me, guys, but I mean...
Maybe it would have been better to just die to the Ancients.
It's true.
Instead, that kill goes to Tundra and really helps bring down that net worth lead that Gaming Gladiators was beginning to build up still, though. It does feel like Tundra... Are we going to be playing for like another triple BKB timing again, or is this a different tempo that's going to be set by Tundra?
I think you want triple BKB at some point. I think the Bats is going to be the latest here, but the other two are going to come out pretty fast. Wind Ranger already halfway there. Mars basically halfway there. Going to be an obnoxious item for Gaming. They don't have a lot that goes through it. It's kind of like the same problem Tundra have with Rolling Thunder. Gaming are going to have it with these BKBs. Just a question of how strong Ace is on this Underlord. Like, can he just be the bulwark in the fight that lets you push through those early timings? 9 seconds can be a long time, but if you have something like Pipe and Greaves to match that, you just sustain through it, and it doesn't matter. This Underlord is king of the map right now. However, you do have to worry a bit for Dyrachyo here. Like, that was his 3rd death on this Lone Druid. Generally, this is a hero you don't want to exceed, you know, 1 or 2 deaths in that early game. Really slows you down. He is falling behind a bit.
Yeah, I mean, considering the lead that Gaming Gladiators has had, the fact that he is 900 behind this Wind Ranger is very concerning.
I mean, Pure also has 3 deaths, but he found a bit more off the rotations, and he shut down the Bear in the laning phase.
Is there something to be said for the fact that, like, with this Whirlwind facet, right? Like, he is splitting damage between all of the units that are in these fights, all these heroes that are in this fight. And Lone Druid operates with 2 units. That actually is going to significantly reduce the damage, particularly if you're including some auras from this Underlord, right?
That's nice. You get some extra neutral items on top of it that give you some extra HP or armor or whatever. Yeah, it's a big damage soak. I mean, that's the biggest thing that we saw about Lone Druid yesterday when Pure was playing it.
Yeah.
Is it caused a lot of teams issues in terms of you pump all this damage into the Lone Druid. If he doesn't die, that just wins you the fight on itself. You win by sheer fact of you dealt 10,000 damage, and it all went into this hero, and he doesn't care.
Is there a danger of Tundra running out of damage with this lineup?
That's a big question mark that maybe falls on this guy right here. Like, how much does this Bat Rider do in the ultra late?
Yeah, right? Is this shard right-click build
exactly
actually going to do something for us, or?
I mean, what does it even look like? You know, there used to be like Mask of Madness Bat Rider builds and stuff like this. Like, are you going to get a Gleipnir of your own? Or are you just scaling into Hurricane Pike, BKB, you know, Moon Shard? I don't know. It's very weird territory. You might end up with an Ags at some point. You might want to go back for a Blink so you can try and find this Lone Druid at the start. Used to be like an Orchid or Witchblade build up on this hero that we could see him go into. There's a lot of single target damage options on the Bat Rider, but a lot of it's finding your big target in the fight and bringing him down first. And, you know, that's dependent on vision, dependent on initiation, where your wards are. A lot of factors Thompson has to consider here. And, of course, Solar Flare is on the other side. So Gaming are not going to lack the overall team fight damage.
True.
I mean, Marcy plus Mirana, you can't really ask for more damage buffs here.
That is true. I mean, both of these heroes have shown that, yeah, they're giving damage to their allies, but also, like, going later into the game, Mirana and Marcy are, I think, my #1 and #2 when it comes to supports turning into cores. Like, heroes that are just able to do damage and kill heroes by themselves. And we've seen, particularly from the Mirana in this tournament, maybe less so from the Marcy. Whitemon going to be jumped underneath the tier 2 as we get back into play. Gaming Gladiators wasting no time to find kills.
And Gaming are itemizing for this kind of right-click buildup, right? Drum on the Mirana, Solar Crest on Celery. You're going to have a Vlad's at some point in this lineup, probably guaranteed. You're going to have the auras on the
They're still going to go for him. Dyrachyo knows about this. He's baiting it out right now. He got off his ultimate. Can they catch anything for this one? Ramsey's going to go for the TP away. TP away. Close call, but he barely made it.
That is close. And Dyrachyo will be the one dewarding here. He's like, I'm sick of getting jumped around this mid lane. Still a ward for Tundra on the back, but it's going to expire soon. Quinn wants to catch Thompson again. Does have a shield rune here.
Do not let these heroes manage to cut waves. Quinn, make sure to get the punish on him. They did manage to get a rune, trying to prevent him from getting up the cliff and dodging some of this damage. Gaming Gladiators again, and back through. Ace needs some help, and he's going to get the full squad as reinforcements. Whitemon caught from behind.
These gates have been so efficient for Gaming, just finding action on both ends. And all Pure can do is try and push out the waves and farm to his BKB. Not ready to take this fight head on. And look at this 18-minute potential high ground push here.
We've seen this before. We've seen this before at a TI for Gaming Gladiators. A pre-20-minute high ground push.
This is their bread and butter.
They tried it last game, but they were pushing into an Aegis, and they kind of missed their window. This time around, it feels like there's a much larger timing for them to do this. And even if it fails, I don't feel like their lineup's going to fall off nearly as quickly.
Nope. They get Tundra back a bit, get an ult out of Soxa, get half of a tier 3. Glyph is down. Very happy with that exchange. They're going to get the power rune for Quinn. A lot of these power ones have been going to Thompson. Finally, this Pango will snag one. It's a good one in this Arcane. And now the pressure's on Tundra to try and reclaim some of the map or make a move. You're still looking towards these BKBs. You're closing in on Pures. In fact, it's done flying out on the Courier. Ramsey's, it's a far ways off here. Just gonna roll on him.
See if they can chain stun him in between the mid arches. They've got him dead to rights. Ramses is out, and now Quinn's just gonna look for a little bit more here, see if there's anybody else from Tundra lurking around. And it's Thompson, but he is quite fast.
Can run away. You can do that, but at some point you're gonna have to fight in this game because the push is coming. The Gleipnir's done for Dyrachyo. This Ags is flying out for the Pangolier. And you have Ace with the auras to back all this up. So another tier 2 will fall. That Arcane Rune Rolling Thunder also means it's going to be up again in less than 30 seconds here. Can easily make another play. Or just go straight into this tier 2 bottom. No glyph available.
Yeah, this bear, it's going to take this tier 3 so quickly. Here comes the gate on through. They tried to go for Dyrachyo, but he got up his ultimate. He has a way more HP. Do they have the damage to bring down this Lone Druid to hop in for the Pangolier? They've diced up Saksa, and it looks like this Lone Druid is dead. Can they do the damage from Gaming Gladiators anyway? What a beautiful spear back from Ramses. Managed to put somebody else isolated. It's the Marcy that goes down. Ace is on the run. He's low. Gaming Gladiators threaten the high ground, and they may pay the price for it. Though a Rolling Thunder catches Ramses, they try to push forward for the tanky offlaner. Now he's in some trouble. Poison after poison, though, is coming in. Quinn, he missed the swashbuckle, fails to get the kill on Ramses, and here comes Thompson. He's got damage. Quinn had TP'd away, denied by Ramses. He said, were you looking for me? I was on the high ground, and now I'm on the low ground, taking your life.
Huge team fight win for Tundra. Exactly what they needed in this game. A high ground hold that goes wrong for Gaimin as they didn't have an Aegis on that push, and it showed this Lone Druid. He's killable. He dies in the center of everything. Tundra are close to losing heroes of their own. But Thompson, he's able to skirt around the edge of this fight, come back in a second time, make his presence felt in this game. Now all of a sudden, you have the most farmed hero in this Wind Ranger. It's a big death for Dyrachyo. It's easily a fight that if Gaimin win, you're just taking racks, maybe multiple, maybe on your way to closing out this game.
They really trusted the fact that Dyrachyo was going to be tanky enough to be able to push through that, especially with Yoris behind it. But Dyrachyo is not able to make this Lone Druid look like Pure's Lone Druid did, where it gets jumped on and it managed to survive with a quarter HP time and time again. Maybe some of this is just the impact of the supports. I mean, that Shadow Demon did so much damage. Whitemon was able to do a lot there onto the Lone Druid, stacking up 5 stacks of poison easily in the early part of the team fight.
Plus super clutch disruption on Pure to save him at the end.
Yeah.
And then Ramsey's able to come in a second time. Just the kiting. Perfect there from Tundra. Exactly what you want to do with this kind of lineup. Go in, take some damage on one hero, get out, use a disruption, come back in a second time.
Tundra take the time to do the Tormentor. They get a shard for Saksa.
Downside here for Tundra is even though you won that fight, I don't think you're contesting this Roshan. This one just seems too tough to get to, and in that kind of area, these auras are still going to go to work. We saw how long Ace survived in that fight.
Yeah.
He's just giving you the auras the whole time. The Atrophy, the Greaves, the Pipe, going into this Crimson. You put an Aegis on Dyrachyo, pump a Crimson behind this. This is the big power spike for game in this game. This is going to be the hurdle to get over if you are Tundra right now. You need to farm as much as you can during this time period. Get those BKBs up and be ready for that exchange.
Yeah, speaking on that, it looks like a BKB is being built by this Lone Druid. Do you wait for that? Or is it too much of a threat, what Tundra have coming down the line?
I mean, they didn't give the Aegis to Dyrachyo. They gave it to Quinn.
I guess he's going to have to wait for the BKB then.
You don't go high ground without this Lone Druid BKB now. And I think you really want to fight and find the pickoffs before you do anyway. BKB done for Ramses. He was able to get there off that teamfight win.
What's the point of giving Quinn the Aegis over the Lone Druid? Does that say they're just not going to push at all?
I mean, he can go in hyper aggressive now. He can try and jump on the Bat Rider, not fear getting lassoed and burst down. We saw how fast he died when he got speared.
He spotted Pure, and Quinn is able to follow it up. That got a BKB out of Pure. Not the way he wanted to use his second duration.
You can't land the arrow. There's not a lot of follow-up.
No.
You also have Disruption that can bail Pure out of a chain stun situation, let him win run BKB out of that. So you do have to be careful on these committals if you're gaming. Another reason to give this Pango Aegis. He can go in, look for that chain stun. You get some spells or BKB out of the Wind Ranger, and all of a sudden your Pango's still safe. And BKB done for the lone Druid. So Duracho, he's online right now. Level 15 as well. Looking for that last tier 2. Tundra, I mean, you have two options, right? You can take the high ground defense fight. You can also try and smoke and wrap on Gaimin and try and find that backline with your Mars jump plus your Bat Rider going in. It's one way to play around this Aegis if Gaimin commit to the push.
Yeah, it feels like a hard decision to make just because of the fact you're playing high ground with a Bat Rider. Usually you want to take advantage of that high ground area with that lasso pullback, but
I mean, he doesn't have blink is the thing.
Yeah,
so
it's a very different Bat Rider than you know most we've seen through Dota history. This one's a damage Bat Rider.
He's very tanky as well.
Yeah.
If he finds his target, like Thompson will bring him down, especially with the support follow-up. You just have to get in there. And a lot is dependent on the arena to set that up. Gaimin will swarm the map with another smoke. Just cross the lanes here, looking for a straggler bottom. There is Ramses, but no BKB Pierce means he can always just BKB TP out.
Yeah.
And Tundra, they're poking into their own jungle, feeling like Gaimin are split on the map. They're right about that.
They certainly are. Celery, shackle shotted. Ace is going to come in as well as Quinn to try and bail him out. Celery's still in trouble though, being chased by the pure whirlwind. Got all these heroes inside of the arena. Ramsey's coming in from behind. Hits a really nice one. Trying to finish off Celery. Still got the other support instead. Ramsey's he's not going to get it right now. Celery's actually bodying them. And Pure, he can't chase after it either. In fact, he's in trouble right now. He needs to get out. Thompson though, he did the damage to bring down the Aegis Pangolier. Pure deep out on the map. He doesn't have a TP scroll. He's going to have to go through the gates. Gaming Gladiators do not seem to know where he's at, so it looks like Pure is away and clear.
A sick arena by Ramses, but the fight was super split, and the rest of Tundra could not get through that Pango Lone Druid front line. So he'll trade out some heroes, get an Aegis down, maybe stall out this push that could have come if Gaimin successfully cleared through that fight. And I cannot believe Celery lived through all of that. He was the first target. Shows the strength of the auras here, mitigating a lot of the Wind Ranger's damage. And, I mean, this Marcy has 3,000 HP. No joke right now.
That's a support for you in 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Thompson's damage is building up, though. He showed it by being able to kill that Pangolier. If you guys haven't seen this right-click Bat Rider, it does some big work, but it has a very high ceiling and a very low floor. So it's either going to be Flopson or Godson here in this game 2 of Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. And right now they're looking at a 7K net worth lead for Gaimin. They've lost that Aegis though, so maybe they feel like they can't push high ground. It already got rebuked the first time around. Maybe they're more comfortable just waiting for more items and more Aegises.
This is the part of the game where Gaimin, you either feel comfortable with your scale or you don't. And if you don't, you really need to be finding more on the map, increasing this net worth lead and going to that next Roshan. Or you're just confident in the Solar Flare Marcy going to boost this triple core lineup into that late game. Thompson would love a couple more fights where he can just find that Pangolier, drag him to his doom. He's kind of the ideal scenario. Very close to BKB as well, which will just kind of guarantee that play.
Yeah, he'll always just be able to run straight at the Pango, even if he's rolling Thundered, right? That's going to be his best target.
Cleared up. Poke here.
Whoa, Celery hopping way past there. I think he was looking for the Shadow Team, and instead they're going to have to try and kill Thompson as the disruption's down, but the lasso pull the bear back out. Now they're in trouble inside of this arena. The Bat Rider has been saved, and he can reset. Quinn, though, still looking for it. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder. Maybe Thompson didn't back out in time. Thought he could turn back around. Did not respect the push coming in from Gaming Gladiators.
Gaimin, they still have a lot of sustain here.
Nice tank there from Ramses, making sure that Pure is not going to be threatened by Erodivatos into Arrow. Now he's being threatened by a pit, has to use the BKB, chases after them with the Whirlwind, doesn't have the arena to keep heroes inside this time around. They're going for the bear, and they might just be able to get it. Wait, the spear comes out, stop the kisses. The spear chases after him, but Duracho's too fast. He gets ahead of him. Quinn's in the middle of this, trying to go after Pure with the wind run. No, it's going to run out. He gets taken out. Quinn finds his man. Buybacks being used by Tundra, but all of a sudden a 7,000 net worth lead has doubled to 15K, and the assault from Gaming Gladiators will be halted for now. But you have to feel like another round is coming in soon.
I mean, the first punch was landed. Triple buyback from Tundra here, just decimated their economy. They absolutely need to win this next team fight. This game might just end. And Gaimin are not gonna relent. They're not gonna give up the pressure right now. 20 seconds, no win ranger. You have to assume there's no buyback here anyway.
And they're looking the Underlord hit the tower because look at all that bonus damage he has right now.
Plus 200 atrophy aura. Winding down a bit. But of course, you have damage buffs coming up. 30 seconds for the Solar Flare. All the auras are back up for Ace.
Pure is just about to come back up. They need to try and punish Gaming Gladiators while he's coming back up. The arrow does land onto Batrider, trying to get him cooking away. Gaming Gladiators chase and chase and chase. A disruption still going after the Batrider while Quinn is disrupting all of these supports. Good hits all around from the Rolling Thunder while Salary and Durachi are doing some damage. Salary won't stop until he's dead, which now he is. Now the rest of the team without their big Marcy carry apparently are gonna make a run for it. Durachi has used BKB. Is it flee or fight? It looks like it's a fight, and Pure, a fight that he can't win apparently. A triple kill for Duraccio. Thompson's next one left. There's only 2 members of Tundra still alive, and now make it 1. Gaming Gladiators own the Tundra base.
Absolutely rolling over them in the second half of this fight. Pure did not even get his BKB off, just got roared into oblivion. And the buyback from Celery. This beast of a 5 is back. He wants
leapfrogging over another one. Celery goes for it. Hippity hoppity finds the last kill of Gaming Gladiators. Tundra. They've lost their heroes. They've lost their base. And perhaps saving the best for last, the final day of TI. We'll finally get to see a Game 3 on the main stage as Gaming Gladiators. This time around, their push works around a lone druid.
The timing's just worked out way better here. This Pangolier controlled a lot of the map, controlled the fight. Thompson just felt muted in that game. This bat did not come online fast enough. The early laning prowess from Quinn really shut him down in that one-on-one. And Gaimin are able to find their mark with, like you said, a lone druid that has just been absolutely unstoppable on this main stage. If you're not picking this hero or banning it away from your opponent, it feels like you're doing something wrong because nobody has had answers. That game, they even found Duraccio a couple times around that mid lane.
Yeah, you said this is a hero you don't want to have die a few times, and it did.
And it just doesn't matter. The hero soaks too much damage in the fight. He's too good at using the damage buffs, the auras, the Roshans, the early pushes. You're just not ready for the bear. And he comes, takes a base, and like you said, we're going to get a Game 3 for the first time in this event on the main stage.
We've had some great games here at TI, but these series, for whatever reason, just could not go to Game 3 until the lower bracket finals. See what the panel has to say as we finally get what we've all wanted.
It's been a long time coming, but a game number 3. We're finally treated to it. And let's break down everything that happened for that game number 2 to cause this. I mean, first of all, the laning phase. Quinn doing much better this time round. Of course, in game 1, he was on that up, but taking out the Enchantress, not having the same impact on Whitemon for that mid lane, gave them that advantage. Quinn Pango, I mean, it's come back around 2024.
Yeah, everything comes full circle, I guess, but I do believe that matchup isn't supposed to be that hard for the Pangolier, and Quinn really showed it as well. Like, you do have the Swashbuckle that can get you out of danger. Now that they changed the Shield Crash as well, you can do a lot of trading with the Batrider as well. Thompson, I think he misclicked his Firefly early on in that laning stage as well, which hurt him in his mana pool department. So all that really just adds up, and he looked really, really comfortable on the Pangolier. But I definitely have to go back to the elephant in the room here. You let Lone Druid through, and your answer was Shadow Demon Mars? Like, those heroes don't do anything to Lone Druid here. So I think Tundra, they're going back into the green room there, and they're really discussing the key problems of what happened in this game, and it's definitely the Lone Druid.
I do want to shout out the Gaming Gladiators Ace Underlord. I said it when we were watching the game. This guy is straight up the best Underlord on the planet. The next person is not even close, honestly. The way that he uses the portals allows Gaimin to play so incredibly fast in these games where they do have an advantage, especially when they do have a tower pushing hero and those auras. Like, at one point, he used the portal to bring Quinn to him for a gank, and then it turned out to be required. Like, they were not going to get that kill without Quinn. I feel like he's just very, very creative. Like, every single one of these fights that we're seeing, there's a portal spawning in the most obnoxious place, cutting off somebody's team from them, you know? It's truly something to behold. He makes a very boring hero not boring.
impactful, I guess, is one way to word that there. But there was just so much more going on. I mean, this lone druid, it was called out a couple times. The Marcy support as well, coming out on Celery. When you think of Marcy support, most of the time you think of Jinkyu, what he's been able to do in previous series and previous tournaments, and you farm and you build into more of a core role or a pseudo core winter. But here, Celery was doing so much on that Marcy for his team. Great repositions in pretty much every team fight.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is his lane with the Lone Druid. I think Marcy, you kind of need to be enabled in the lane, and Lone Druid is probably one of the better ones. You can jump out the bear, you can toss people back, so it's very easy for Lone Druid to kill heroes in the lane. We saw them kill off the Snapfire very early on in the lane, so I think these are the kind of things that kind of enable the hero, and after the early game, you need to farm and become a secondary or tertiary core in the game, and he did a really, really good job. He was really tanky. He was a very good frontline hero. He initiated and he buffed his teammates and he kept everyone alive.
Well, there we go, the scoreboard at the end of game number 2. And your eyes do not deceive you. It is a Gaming Gladiators victory, giving us a game number 3. We thought that the Snapfire might have been that little bit of extra damage for Tundra that could have helped them, because you really were head scratching around. Right now, it's just Wind Ranger that's going to be putting out the damage. And it's exactly how you guys predicted. It just wasn't enough. And then on top of that, even with the Snapfire ulti, it still wasn't enough Fear. Maybe a little bit in the middle part of the game, but late game, you could definitely see those issues.
That's pretty much what I expected. I didn't think that Snapfire would solve their issues. It is good damage, but you have to chew through way too much HP with this Lone Druid hero. Another reason why this hero is so popular right now is when you kill the bear, it doesn't really matter as much anymore because all the items are on the hero. They're more effective on the hero. You press your ultimate, you have to chew through a bunch of HP. He's life-stealing on top of it. This Marcy is also helping him life-steal through it. And you don't have a way. The Doom is really good, right? Maybe in AA, these heroes aren't what you really want to pick in this meta. So it's going to be a little more difficult going to this game 3. I think the Lone Druid was an experiment. They thought they could take it down. They couldn't. More than anything than Lone Druid and all these other heroes I'm talking about, I think it's priority. First pick seems to be winning almost every single game in the last few days here. It might just come down to like a coin flip here on this game number 3 here, but if you're that second pick, you really have to come up with something here because first pick seems almost unstoppable.
I do want to point out that kill participation from Celery was insane, by the way. 96% kill participation on Marcy, a hero that's not really that fast. It's not some Nature's Prophet or Zeus that's getting like that global impact, but he was there for every single fight. And this is a new hero for him. In this tournament, at the very least. Like, this guy, his hero pool is fantastic. That throw onto the high ground in the mid lane where he threw Ramses and he completely disrupted that fight, it looked like this is the only hero that he's been playing for the whole tournament.
Yeah, like that's something that he's been spamming, and maybe he has been, just not in competitive, maybe in scrims, maybe in his pubs as well. But with a kill participation like that, let's have a listen in and see exactly who's doing the shot calls and how Gaming Gladiators were able to win some of these team fights.
I kind of have to gate with Ace. Yeah. Careful top, Anton.
Getting into him.
I use ulti.
I can make you.
We hit really hard, guys.
Winners are not dead yet.
I got him.
I'm on the back line.
Yeah. Kill the back line.
SD's dead. Kill Snap.
Okay, that's good.
I TP bottom.
Open this tower, wisdom rune. Don't.
There were long moments of silence in that.
Very calm.
Every other team we've listened into, even if it is calm, there's still constant communication. There's still a lot of talking, but it feels like they don't need that in the same way for gaming.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes too much might not be good, Like,
that's true.
You just need to say what you need to say. Everything is clear, and it's very easy for people to follow up. If too many people is talking during the fight, then it can be a bit difficult for the players to follow.
Alrighty. We got some more information coming our way. Not only are we gifted with that listening, but we're also gifted with the knowledge of Purge.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, amazing game number 2. Very, very close one. And I liked what Tundra did to try to deal with the Lone Druid. They basically rotated their carry and their support to the safe lane at a mere 5 minutes. The downside is that killing these heroes is really difficult because Lone Druid is by far the tankiest hero on the map. And even after the first one didn't succeed, they tried again. Pierce stayed. landing more power shots, dealing more damage, again getting Dyrachyo low, but not quite killing him. And then he stayed another 20 seconds to, again, a third time go on this 1200 HP hero at the 6-minute mark. This time they actually were successful limiting Dyrachyo's farm a little bit, which is a good thing for them. And then they rotated back towards the safe lane because Pure has to finally catch up a little bit, even though his net worth is high. But crucially, this ward here ended up being a really big deal because what it did is it allowed Gaming Gladiators to dictate the next couple minutes of the game. And they used it basically to get multiple kills. Pure at nighttime, can't see much at all, ends up getting spotted as he runs through the jungle, and this gives them an easy kill setup. And watch this other crucial moment. Pure here is going to think that the ward's actually on this cliff instead, similar to when he died. So as a result of that, he fed his team bad information that kind of led to bad engagements. Check this out. Whitemon ends up going through the jungle, almost gets arrow killed, ends up getting ran under tower, doesn't quite die, but it starts this team fight chain of events. Pure does end up killing the Mirana, but he's going to end up getting punished for it. The nice Fiend's Gate is going to bring the Pango over, and as they're about to retreat, this ward is still here on the cliff, and as a result, now they get to go on Ramses. So they get this extra kill off of it. And then on top of that, what it just cascades into is an Underlord being extremely far ahead. He didn't get touched this entire period of time, so all the sacrificing that Tundra did to try to shut down Dyrachyo just gave Ace an incredible game. And unfortunately, the one other hero that wasn't in these team fights was Batrider until now. He spent a lot of time farming, and his impact was not enough despite being AFK on the map. So that is how Gladiators got ahead, and once they had that aura advantage on Ace, they ran with it.
Thank you so much, Purge. I mean, the crowd loves him there. I always admire the knowledge and the deep dive that he's able to give us there. Vision has always been a priority within Dota, and I feel like Tundra has been one of those teams that has been very on top of it. Gaming Gladiators as well, though, Winter, you've had some stats in the past of how, even though they have one of the shortest game averages, they still have one of the highest dewarding and observer ward plans.
Yeah, they're really good at finding their opponents' wards, and they're placing their wards in positions where it's very difficult for the opponents to figure out as well. You know, like playing fast definitely has a lot of to do with it, because when you're playing fast, you're attacking into your enemy territory, and it's very hard for them to come in and deward. Maybe they know the wards there, but they can't really afford to spend time to find it because they're on the defensive. And it's really important that when you're attacking, you need to have good vision.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they move into so many areas when they're like sweeping across the map with these auras that they kind of have to bring a ton of sentries and dewarder, because otherwise you're fighting into opposing vision. But I also think what they're very good at is holding an area once they do have vision down. We saw it there. There was the bait on the ward where it looked like Quinn was going to portal out, but then they just stayed and then baited on top of that ward. The good teams are very good at doing that, deciding to just linger around for 10, 15 more seconds and see if something presents itself on one of these wards. And Ramses, he did give it to him in that game.
Yeah. And I think in the second half of that presentation as well, which was interesting to see, was they brought 4 heroes to stop the Lone Druid. That was like their strategy. And Pure, he stayed up there for like 2 minutes, like trying to punish this Lone Druid. And if you have to do that, that is an overcommitment. Now all of a sudden this Underlord is just free farming for 2 minutes. He's catching up in the laning stage, and he becomes a problem in this game. So their idea was to try and shut down Lone Druid, but if you have to bring 4 heroes to shut down 1 hero, that's a problem. There's something wrong with that hero, and it needs to go.
The cost is too high to solve it.
Definitely.
Have people just forgotten how hard Ace has been able to carry games in the past? Like, what is going on? How can you be so tunnel vision to be like, Lone Druid, you got to focus him, and then Ace is just running around doing whatever he wants? I mean, this team has thrived on that so many times before, Jenkins.
Yeah, it is funny how, okay, that's a very good argument for banning out the Lone Druid, if this is how many people you need to solve it, because I do feel like in the past where we have seen Gaming Gladiators struggle is when people go on Ace, when they like 3 to 4 man this hero. But the thing is, this has also been something like we saw 33 get left alone the other day as well, and he 1v5'd the game on Sand King. So it just seems like it's kind of a trend right now to play in the safe lane, which gives the off laner some free farm, and then you see these off laners having some crazy performances.
I feel like this is all because of the pick order. If you're second pick, you kind of have very little control, less control compared to the team on the first pick, and you kind of need to pick which one you have to go against, right? And they have unfortunately chosen to go against Lone Druid. It didn't work out. I think that because they're already 1-0 ahead, I feel like it was worth the risk, you know, for them to try that. And right now they just need to figure out if they're going to have to ban it or they have to let something else through.
Do you feel it's also a bit of a double-edged sword where, you know, your opponent's getting that first pick, so they get to have their choice of whatever Imber hero is still left in the pool. And then on the other side of it is, even though you're getting overall last pick when you're second pick, the pool is just so small of what feels impactful at this moment that you do have to think outside of the box, and you're looking towards a Batrider mid overall last pick.
Yeah, because they didn't really have a lot of flexibility in their last couple of picks. And I also feel like drafting has overall changed a lot. I think in the past, you have a much easier time being on the second phase team, and you can find a really, really good solution for your 24th pick. But nowadays, I think teams are just really, really good at covering their bases. They're very good at using the second phase bans to ban out whatever is really good with their drafting setup. And even if you have the 24th pick, if you don't really have a very good gacha pick in the last phase, so what's the point of having the 24th pick?
May I propose a solution here?
Please, Spear, I would love to hear one.
Is it Grimstroke mid?
It's absolutely not anything to do with mid laners. So moving on from that, I think what you can do when first pick is always OP is you can do something called leaving heroes in the pool. So you can make a trade. And I feel like that's something that has not been happening. I feel like you ban all these OP heroes, you leave one through because you can't ban them all, but you're only leaving one through. What if you don't ban all the OP heroes and you leave like 2 or 3 in the pool? That way you can actually make a trade here. And I feel like second pick has really been struggling because, you know, the hero that we have eyes on is either Sand King, the Lone Druid. They're just winning every game. You're trying to adapt to these OP heroes, but you just can't. So maybe making a trade is something you can consider.
That is potentially something these players have thought about while they were backstage in their warm-up rooms preparing for our very first game number 3 on the main stage here at TI 13. I want to use a very slight example while we let the players sit down in their chairs and get ready in the lobby is in that previous series, Fear, you're almost saying maybe don't ban the Naga and the Sand King on the side of Tundra. So it's those plus the Lone Druid that's left in the pool. And now you're bound to get at least something that is going to give you...
Sniper though.
Sniper,
like,
okay.
We talked about briefly if you're going to leave Sniper, and it was Sniper and Lone Druid, right? Because Sniper will be good against Lone Druid. That's like one of the few things that you could do.
I see.
I think Sand King maybe not. I feel like Sand King is like too difficult to deal with. It's very similar to Lone Druid. You need too many things to deal with it, and it's not going to worth it in the draft. You know, you have to do. It's just too stressful. You know, you have to beat him in the lane. You have to steal his stacks, and in the team fight, he's just such a big problem.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to leave some Sand King, Lone Druid, Sniper trade, because I don't think you can ban them all. It just is not possible. You don't have enough bans, and those are not even like all the heroes you have to consider. We still have the Invokers that we saw. We saw these Enchantresses doing really well. Tusk looks unstoppable. So there's just a lot of heroes, and I didn't even mention Naga, right? So there's a lot of heroes right now that are good, but those seem like the meta 3 for how the tournament is progressing right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Sniper. I think that if you're Tundra, Sniper in general seems theoretically good against Lone Druid. It does enough damage to, you know, whittle away at his 4,000 HP, and you know, Lone Druid's gonna have to go for the what the hell's the item? The one you forgot last time.
Harpoon.
The Harpoon, of course. Nobody goes for
Everyone
that.
forgets that one.
They only go for it on Lone Druid against a Sniper. But if you're, you know, you have Thompson on your team, I feel like he's also going to make it work. Like, he is one of the few snipers that plays with the Aghanim Shard. He gets an early grenade, and he does cool stuff with the concussive grenade. So because you have Thompson, and because theoretically it should be good anyway, that's definitely enough to warrant potentially letting the Lone Druid through.
You don't see maybe a weak spot in the Sniper. Everyone says, like, this is why we looked at Sniper potentially pose 4 for so long in this tournament, is his early game damage is extremely high, right? We know he does very well in that laning, but coming out of it as a core, I feel you want to farm a little bit more. Not sure if you can be that active mid laner supports love to work with, and maybe that's something the opponents are able to capitalize on, and then all of a sudden, the Lone Druid isn't really being looked at.
Yeah, I don't really think you can deal with it very much, just because Tundra is a team that has Ramses as their active player. Okay. So typically Thompson doesn't have to be active at all on this team, so he can play that. And the same reason why Sniper looks good is the same reason why Lone Druid looks good. You can't beat this guy in lane. You can think as much as you want at what theoretically might counter these heroes in the laning stage, it just doesn't work. They're always going to have a good laning stage, and they're always going to propel to some item timing where they feel like they're very difficult to play against. And I'll still always remember that Aurora game where they triple countered the sniper,
It didn't
and
work.
it still didn't work. So like, I just don't believe in countering some of these heroes if they can get off to a good laning stage. And I have not been proven yet that you can counter these heroes on lane.
I want to put a small caveat to that sniper game. He did have a Pugna with him on the side of sniper that for so many fights was just this battery. Just gave him extra health to be able to stand there and not have to worry too much about what he's positioning.
Yeah,
on.
even the Decrepify was a lot because there was physical damage required to kill the sniper. There was a Lycan, there's a Spectre. Sure, there's a little bit of magic damage, but it's mostly physical, so it was enough.
Absolute cinema. That man loves his Twitch emotes. I don't even know how he knows that he's on camera, by the way. Or do you reckon he does that every time, hoping?
He's just doing that once every like 15 seconds.
He's actually doing it right now. It's
Pretty
just
sure
not on camera.
cameraman comes by and pans every shot.
Yeah,
And whether you're live or not, you don't really know, right? So just got to do it.
You just gotta
Best.
pull.
Yeah, YOLO, go for
He's
it.
in good spirits for sure, you know. Getting to play Pango on the main stage.
Yeah, not
gonna
only
be
that, but getting to win it, getting to be the first team to put an end, even if just for one game, towards Tundra's lower bracket run that has been so dominant so far. And on top of that, our first ever game number 3. I feel like we haven't talked about it so much, how these teams normally aren't able to have that stability in their emotions to be okay with being one game down. And on the side of Gaming Gladiators, it wasn't chaotic. They still had structure towards their team fights, and they were very aware of what all their timings were for, and it didn't feel like a team that was literally on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, I think they got everything they wanted in the draft, which definitely helps when you get into your comfort zone. Like when you're in an elimination situation, guess what? You get Ace on his Underlord, all of a sudden you feel
Quinn
at home
Pango.
there. Quinn Pango, they all went in their element, and I feel like it doesn't hurt rather, that they outdrafted them pretty heavily too in that game. So yeah, everything worked out, and now all of a sudden you're in this game 3 situation. Both teams are feeling it, and this is when the best Dota's played.
Yeah, I agree. I think this will be a very competitive game 3 because Tundra also, they let the lone druid through. They tried something, it didn't work. I think they can kind of go back to the drawing board on that one. They still had a decent performance. They picked Mars into lone druid, which is specifically what people bait. Like, you want the lone druid versus Mars lane. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game, and still Ramses look pretty good.
I mean, it also
on the
says
Mars.
that how much they really want the Mars, right? So it's just probably easier for them to just make sure that he doesn't have to deal with lone druid.
Yep. I think both sides, we're going to see a lot of comfort picks coming out.
I will say, yeah, that Mars, he kind of just did what he's been doing every other time he's gotten Mars. You get Blink Dagger and you just initiate for your team. That's all that matters, you know? He's able to get some good arenas off for himself. We'll see if he's able to do it for game number 3, if he's even going to get his hands on this Mars, because it brings me so much pleasure to tell everyone watching at home and in the arena, we got a game number 3 draft.
Gaming Gladiators versus Tundra Esports. Game 3.
What heroes are these teams gonna let through? Do you widen that hero pool? You allow as many different meta and OP heroes through as you possibly can. We'll see. What we do know is that Tundra has that first pick, and I have no doubt in my mind they want the lone druid for themselves. Which they're not gonna get. Gaming Gladiators deny that.
Sand King, though. Here we go again.
Yeah, you're right. Sand King's there.
They're going to take it for sure.
And with the flex that they've shown that they're more than capable of doing, it is even more likely that they're going to take this first pick.
What's the trade, though? Like, what are you going to trade for this Sand King? Is it the Inch? That hero's? Yeah, I suppose. But the thing is, Sand King's pretty good against the Inch.
I mean, I do feel like it's still like more about like the early game. I think if you can get a lot of value of the early game with the Edge pick, sure, later in the game you're definitely not so good against Sand King, but it would still be...
Oh, bringing out the big guns right away.
Right away.
They're answering offlaner with offlaner, This is a hero that will buy the pipe for you right away, which is nice against the Sand King. This is something that is absolutely comfort to gaming Gladiators. I don't actually mind this opening too much. Like, I think Ramses will pick this hero, but like, this is mine. We saw Thompson play it last game. They do have the flex potential, but this is 100% just going to be Ace's hero no matter what.
I think this makes sense as well. There is no way Tundra, after that last game, was going to let it through the second phase of bans.
But if you're Tundra, you're probably happier with this because it's still like a flexible hero for you with the Sand King. And you can now think of heroes that you can use to maybe abuse the Underlord in the lane. Like Monkey.
Do those exist anymore? Because I feel like people don't care anymore. Like these Monkey King, like Monkey King doesn't even really win these lanes anymore just because they nerfed the Jingo at level 1. It's really bad. So it takes a while for you to get level 3, and if you pair it with any ranged position 4 that can just do harassment damage, you can lose this lane very easily. Same with these Ursa type heroes, these Slarg heroes. Like, you just typically don't want these heroes in general. And I feel like Monkey King as a carry, it doesn't win. Like, you've seen it lose time and time again here. I'm going to die on the hill of the carry pool is very, very tiny right now.
Well, it wouldn't be a tournament if Fear wasn't willing to die on a hill about a certain hero.
There's always a hill to die on for Fear. Do you guys think that with the Underlord being first phase, that means Gaimin has to consider the Rubik or Thompson?
Yeah, for sure. Like, they have to think about banning the Rubik. I mean, even on a support position, Rubik is just too difficult for Underlord to play into.
Just pick it up yourself.
Yeah, they could do that. I mean, we talked about the counters to Underlord and lane, and the way to counter those counters.
Wait, that man's opening a Crimson. No, go back to him. Go back to the audience. I want to know what he got. Oh, now we'll never know.
Well, they got the Ench anyway. That's what we thought they would first pick. This hero's just looked really good throughout the tournament. The overprotective Wisp facet has looked very nice, very tanky. And then once you transition, basically the early game plays out like this. You just run in there, win lanes. You're very tanky in the early mid game. Then the late game hits. You're just a turret. Like, it just transitions from a tank into a backline damage dealer, and it does a lot of damage in lane.
Yeah. The nice thing for Gaimin's draft is they always like to have these 2 aura buyers, you know, the drums, the crimson, the pipe, and so forth. They have them already, so the rest of the draft can be simply responses to Tundra's heroes in terms of one-to-one counters, and then also heroes that just give them a better game in the mid game. Like right now, they lack a little bit of team fight. Is Tusk still in the pool?
Oh yeah, he's opening it. All right. What does he want?
Oh
What's he gonna get?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's too bad.
I feel more bad for his teammates because he's gonna be spamming Meepo now in his pubs just to show up that Crimson.
Miserable.
I'm glad we got to witness that.
Yeah,
any other Crimson witness openers in the crowd?
Well, we
Anyone
need
else?
Steam Deck users first.
I wonder why I'm getting so many emails from Jenkins, you know. I just wonder why.
You mean you don't have 12 Crimson witnesses?
I can send you some if you want. So they take the Tusk on Tundra. I think that makes sense. Anytime you see the Ench come out, the best pairing in Dota for it right now seems to be the Tusk. Like, these 2 heroes are just so incredible at diving towers, and I think they make up for the things that the other ones lack. Decent amount of wave push. Like I said, the tower dive, Ench can run in and heal, so they take this out. Tundra has 2 melee heroes. I'm expecting a ranged hero to probably come out here. Ranged support, maybe. SD?
Potentially. So far, this draft has been it's been blow for blow, I want to say. It's been very even, which I think is really good. The last 2 drafts, I looked at them, I was like, wow, this team is getting out-drafted already. So far, I do feel it's super even. But the Shadow Demon, that might sway me a little bit, because the last 2 games, this Shadow Demon has not looked good. I don't see the appeal against the Underlord whatsoever.
I'm going to need someone to get me back on the bandwagon of Shadow Demon, okay? I understand.
Fell off?
Yeah, a little bit, because for so long in the early phases of the road to the international, it was a first phase ban. Now it's sort of trickled through. It's not the same.
Okay, it's very good with Sand King, because I think Underlord, you kind of want the offlaner, like, to be able to clear the stack. Sorry, not Underlord, Shadow Demon. You want to be stacking early game.
Okay.
I'm not really that big of a fan of SD being on the 5, because it's more difficult to abuse that. Yeah, and now we are going to see an Elk. I think against Sand King, it's important to have a hero that can kind of outpace and maybe steal some of the
Yeah, you can run in and steal stacks. I mean, we saw
interrupt you real quick. Sorry, there's only one carry left in Luna. Carry on.
Fair enough. We saw Dyrachyo do the tech of disassembling his Radiance as well whenever he got imprisoned.
Yeah, we saw that. We definitely saw that.
So it's, you know, you think the SD is a counter because you get the Radiance, but not with this new tech that Dyrachyo has discovered.
He just purged the guy. Don't disrupt him.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, then they need a hero to actually kill the Alchemist. And that's the Doom.
Good one. So we're going to have to see something new from Pure, most likely, because I don't think the Luna's going to make it through. They made a choice, like, what's best for the game, and most definitely Doom versus Alchemist is a no-brainer. You're playing versus, like, the Greaves on the side of Gaiman, and then, of course, the Chemical Rage gives you regen as well. Doom shuts down all of that, even the Wisp as well from the IO, so it's a really, really, really good Doom pick. But they made a sacrifice to the point where this Alchemist, it's pretty contested between these two teams. The Lone Druid's out, the Wind Ranger's out. So what's left?
Okay.
Weaver?
I'm gonna make my 1 in 100 call here, which is gonna be wrong. What if this is a pure Doom carry, and then they just go for the Mars again? He plays Doom carry. Tanking mid.
10 years ago.
Do you have to respond to that, or is that you're just? I thought you were just throwing it out there, and we'll see.
I think he does want a response. I think he does want a response.
Just call me an idiot. Get it over with.
No, it could work. It definitely could work. I don't know if it's the best option. We'll see. Because like I mentioned before, the Luna's gone now, so your options for carry are going to be very low, and maybe it is better to pick a S-tier offlaner as your carry than pick a D-tier carry as your carry. You might be onto something there.
I mean, there's not those great carries that we've normally seen picked up that you're talking about, with the Luna being the last one banned out there, but there's still carries that Pure has done amazing on, and why aren't you really looking towards those? Like, he's had amazing performances on the Morphling before. Is there just something about the Gaiman lineup that really dissuades that?
Slow though, it's slow.
That's what I was thinking.
They need
you
like
think the pacing is just too
no
fat?
budget for Morphling, unfortunately.
No budget, I see. Now I understand.
They do have budget for Doom carry.
I mean, they might have to go over budget for this game because it doesn't look like there's many things left. Because you typically don't want to pick these DKs and those type of heroes against the Underlord, right? Gives them a free lane. Underlord is also good versus Morph in the lane, so that's a rough one too. I'm very curious as to what he's going to think about, because you don't last pick carry for a reason in this patch, because there's not many good carries in this patch, but he's on last pick situation. There's been like 5 to 6 carries banned out, and you're laning versus Underlord, who's pretty much an anti-carry for a lot of them as well. I would like to see an old hero like Watson was pulling out, like an Underlord that's really strong in the lane. Like some TA could be okay. I don't know, it's tough.
Luckily, we're not going to have to wait too long. Their reserve time is getting low, less than 10 seconds at the moment. They're going to just have to lock in whatever they're hovering.
They
1 in 100, Jenkins.
are not sure.
Well.
Oh, wow.
Talked about that hero from the very first pick of the Underlord. In theory, it's good. I like it. It should be okay in the lane just because Bat is a little bit of a weaker hero against Slark. You can right-click him down. I'm just not sure who's going to be pairing with the Slark. Is it going to be the ST or the Tusk? I kind of want to see the Tusk and just go for them all in action, just try to get him down.
The bigger question is does this fit the budget, Winter?
Yes, because he's going to run around the map after just one item, and he's going to be pressuring, and he's going to be looking at contesting the stacks from Elk. I think Slug against Elk is always a matchup where if you can survive the early stages, Slug is just going to be very good against Elk. Like all these tanky heroes, they can regen, and Slug likes to keep getting stacks out of the Elk. Very good against the Bat, decent in the lane against Underlord.
Yeah. I mean, hypothetically, he should be able to survive the early stages because he counters both the Underlord and the Bat in lane. This makes me think maybe Gaiman, that they just want to run Bat mid against
I thought about that. And I also thought about a Leshrac potentially for Quinn. Very good versus Slark.
Not so good against a Doom though.
But it kind of like forces you to like not doom the Alk, I guess. But yeah, they're going to go a different direction here in the community.
This hero is, I think, pretty good against the Slug. Slug is very vulnerable to burst in the early game. And I think Queen is an excellent hero to respond to the Slug's aggression when he's coming into the jungle, because I feel like at some point, they're going to need to defend their stacks or go to the Sand King stacks and try to steal it. I think Queen is one of the best heroes to be able to do that. This is a very good pick in my opinion.
I mean, anything that has like ground targeted AoE damage and burst is really good against Slark. You can just die in the ult. Also, when you purge the Queen of Pain dagger and she has Ags, you get immediately screamed. Like a lot of the time, that plus the ult plus another scream is enough to kill this hero when he's trying to do the thing where he baits and he gets low and then ults. Like this is a pretty good matchup for Queen.
Yeah. I mean, I love both these drafts. I feel like this is the most even draft we've seen almost all of the main stage here.
Okay.
And it's for game number 3, so I'm expecting an incredibly exciting series. It really is going to come down to who plays this one best, because both drafts look really good.
Okay, so it's going to be who woke up this morning eager to make it to the grand finals, who woke up and having that slight mechanical skill diff on their side. I do not normally like to ask you guys for predictions, but I'm going to have to do it. It's our first game 3, and the winner is going through to the grand finals to face up against Team Liquid. So starting down with you, Jenkins.
I refuse.
Nope, you have to.
I defer.
Go White Mon.
Gaming Gladiators is taking this all the way.
Game Gladiators all the way. Let's see how many people might be on your side in the arena. I mean, Winter, you've taken the side of SEA, Whitemon. You think Tundra are going to make it to the grand finals and win a game 3?
I mean, Sand King, you don't go up against Sand King.
That's true. We've only really seen Sand King fall in 2 games before Fear, but you're going to be the decider for the panel as to what we predict.
Okay, well, I'm a carry player myself, and I feel like Pure has really been showing up so far at this event. He picked a hero that isn't easy to play, but can have massive impact. So I think Tundra's going to take this on the back of Pure Slark.
Wow, okay, so you think it's going to be the Pure Slug. We've got a lot of people in the crowd also along the lines with you guys. I guess majority of rules, we do have to go here for Tundra, but we've also got to head down to one more person, and that's Slacks.
That's right, my friends. Finally, we have found 2 teams that will take us to a game 3. Finally, we've got 2 teams that will give us a show. That is what I'm talking about now. Gentlemen, words between both of you, 2 very incredible coaches who have had a very long journey. I want to give you a moment to have a final word between each other. Congratulations. It is up to you. What would you like to say to your opponent?
Thank you for giving me Sand King again.
Okay. Any response to that?
I think the game will speak for itself.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. I know you guys are good friends, so a handshake if you could, and before we get into the match, and any words out there for the fans watching?
Let's hope we gotta do this because when we lost the other day, Thompson's daughter was crying, so we gotta win this one so Thompson's daughter won't cry.
Any final words out there to the fans in the arena watching here today?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out and watching us go to the finals. Thank you so much.
Okay. Go to our shake your hands one more time. You guys are nasty. That's what I like to see. Let's get that show on the road, ladies and gentlemen, over to our casters.
And thank you to those 2 men and the teams that gave us a game 3 here in the lower bracket finals. Welcome everybody to Gaming Gladiators versus Tundra, game 3. And we're already gonna start off with a bit of action. Both the teams poking at each other as Gaming Gladiators had put their faith in one hero, Tundra another. For Tundra, it's the King. And for Gaming Gladiators, the Queen. Sand King versus Queen of Pain mid. With the side lanes, just action all over the place. Both these teams fighting for bounties, fighting for position on the lanes already.
Another explosive mid matchup, and not one I think Thompson's gonna get cheesed out of as much in that first game. And we saw him come back from that. So this is a terrifying hero to give away to Tundra on this player right now. He's absolutely feeling it, looking to repeat that game 1 performance. And of course, the Queen of Pain, an historic hero for the NA server, as I'm sure he has killed many an MMR. Can't even say that. On the flip side, this Slark making an appearance here in the clutch in a game 3, where you need to go to the grand finals. You go to Slark. Such a bold pick. A hero that in theory absolutely owns this game. But you have to be able to get there, and there's a lot of theory because there's a reason we don't see this hero often, right? Very volatile hero. He can crush a team fight, he can do nothing. It's all about building up
First
the stats.
Blood's available, self-disruption with Pure coming back in. Now Pure tries to get some stacks, but the damage coming out from Tofu and Ace is too much for him to handle, but I guess he does buy Whitemon way back out there. The first kill of game 3 still on the table.
Running low on regen already, though. Sometimes Slark can suffer in these early spell trades because unless you can just run a hero down and build the stacks up, he doesn't trade that well. You're kind of looking for that sort of exchange. Hero will continue to muscle his way through this laning phase. He wants as good a start as he can, so you get that first item as fast as possible. You can join the fights and start building your own momentum instead of relying on the team. Quinn, feeling the Sand King laning phase. Not that fun of a matchup for him right now.
Yeah, if he's got the mana, he's got a level up in every single one of his abilities. Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, and then a Stinger. That really adds up.
I do like the Queen pick, though. This is a hero we saw Liquid go to yesterday that can really bring you that later team fight scale. Dyrachyo barely dodging a
missing
shard.
out of the shards, but maybe he can still get the kill. No, he self-denies. He says, you're not getting the first blood. I'll take myself out. And it's Tofu. He gets it instead. So because Dyrachyo makes that move, his ally gets the heap of gold.
We've seen Dyrachyo do this a lot on this hero. He times it pretty well. He can play for it a lot of times. Makes the move there and gets Gaimin a big win in this early game. First blood once again going their way. Quinn starting to climb back on that CS board in the lanes. Looking solid for Gaimin so far. They also went back for this Enchantress, taking it away from Tundra, realizing the strength of this hero in that early game, particularly with what Whitemon was able to do on it. They're going to look to match that early game presence, and it's a hero Celery is super comfortable with here. So I expect if they have a strong lane on this bottom with the Alk Ench, that the Ench can potentially look for the gate rotations, especially if you can put some early pressure into the Slark. Not a hero that generally responds well to being outnumbered in the early fights.
Drinking Buddies to add the damage, going for the kill on Celery. Dyrachyo is racking up an unstable concoction, ready to throw it because Celery will survive. And now they're just trying to max out the damage they can push back onto Tundra. Boy, both these teams just getting full aggro here. Whether it was through the bounty runes and the little harassments there we've had there, also fighting for every single CS. Neither team wants to give any free ground in this laning phase, which feels all important. Another unstable concoction, another go. This time heading to Ramses. Ramses doesn't have the scorched earth, the extra movement speed required. Shard separates him, but the burnout of the acid is more than enough. With the help of the Pine Cone, they're going to be able to get that kill and trade out support for core to the favor of Gaming Gladiators.
Gaimin will take that every time, especially getting the extra experience on Celery here.
Is he going to get this as well? The Siege Shot is going to inbound the back to him. Oh, Zoxa, he has to pop the Fairy Fire. He's cornered, he's caught in a trap, and Celery gets 2.
Not expecting that one. This Enchantress is already level 4 almost. Having a very strong laning phase here, and I mean, giving Tundra a taste of their own medicine.
What
the
a hero.
Pine Cone looks on.
I mean, if anyone was going to be able to match the impact that Whitemon's Enchantress had in game 1, it certainly is going to be Celery, who's going to give him his run for his money. Top lane, Disruption goes out. Ace, the target here, the tanky hero. With the help of Whitemon, they might just get him, but there is a lot of damage coming out from this Bat Rider. Meanwhile, did a good amount to Zoxa here, but now he's on the run.
Doesn't want the courier, wants to try and live.
A flame of trails, but the Shadow Poison keeps on tagging him. A 5th one would probably do the damage, tries to pull him in, hits that 5th one. Whitemon gets a double.
Pure even using the courier just to scout up the hill a little bit, give his team a little boost. Flip side though, Ramsey's going down again. Celery snags another big kill in this laning phase. This Enchantress already proving her worth. 3-1 start for him, securing a free farm lane for Dyrachyo at this point. Feels like Tundra just given up on this Alk Ench lane. Trying to win their safe lane equally as hard to secure comparable farm for Pure here.
Who would you rather shut down when it comes to the offlaners? Would you rather have the Underlord have a bad game or the Doom?
Probably the Doom here, just because the utility out from Doom versus the Alk is pretty severe. Like, there's no real way you can play around in this game as Gaimin, and it's a hero that just recovers a bit better.
The Underlord, more reliance on winning the laning phase, and his laning phase is rough right now. A Sonic Wave comes out for Quinn. He does save Ace, but it can maybe get some kills. Epicenter being threatened, pushing Quinn away while the Slark tries to get out, but Tofu puts him down still though. Thompson, he finds Quinn. He gets that kill. Tofu still chasing after Soxa, will manage to get that one. So Tofu, the support is the one to clean up, but it's the cores who suffer for Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming, their cores miss a lot of experience in that fight, and the damage from the Queen of Pain just not enough there. It was a very clutch shard from Soxa going down, but he locks Quinn into the range of that epicenter going off from Thompson. Secured that kill at the end. Still have an Alk free farming on this bottom lane, but it does cost Gaming's cores some speed and tempo in this game, and boost Thompson back up the Sand King straight to the top here in terms of levels, CS, and almost net worth. He's comparing himself to the Alchemist right now. That is a good sign.
I do feel like Sand King has got to be the scariest hero at this tournament. What so many players have managed to do with this hero, whether through a good laning phase or not, just because the recovery found in the jungle seems to be so efficient for this hero. 6-5 now, 7-minute Wisdom Rune spawn. No early contests here from either Gaming Gladiators or Tundra. They're too focused on keeping their presence in the lanes for now, especially Gaming Gladiators, who still have 3 at this top.
Pure made the rotation mid, got a D-ward. Now we'll run back top to try and defend this tower as Gaming looking for the dive.
Whitemon's in trouble, but he does have some support coming in. Pure is going to show up here. Can he do anything at all? I mean, these level 3 heroes, it's just too much for him. Especially, yeah, as you said, level 5, without an escape mechanism in his ultimate, he really cannot step up to any of these heroes. And Thompson's too busy farming neutrals to help.
Look about going back in. Epicenter in 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, with Ramsey's now here, they want to try and use this Doom nice and early. Ace, he'll be left behind. They didn't even have to use Doom for that one. Sonic Wave goes out, but the snowball past him. He whiffs a big one there, and Tundra, blood in the water now. The little Slark is gonna pick up a kill in Celery and get 1 stack for himself.
4 permanent Agi for Pure already. Not the worst start for a level 5 Slark. Still looking for the levels. He'll get a courier as well. What is Doracio's courier even doing there? I don't know.
Well, he went through the gate and tried to get himself his items there, but he instead finds that because of the missed Sonic Wave, that fight, it was already done for Gaming Gladiators.
That really hurt Gaming there. You want every one of these early game Sonic Waves to at least land 1 core kill or win you a team fight there. It just gets nothing in the snowball dodge. And now Tundra get to pressure the map a bit more with that cooldown. Thompson continuing to hunt here. Half HP, doesn't care, wants the Alk.
Yeah, Thompson's just not leaving him alone. The disruption set up into the epicenter. Burrow Strike, it's close. A snowball needs a little bit more. Nah, the AoE damage of the epicenter is enough. Thompson don't get burned out. Gets a little screen there from Quinn to finish him off. Soxa, a wise TP out, allows him to be able to bail. They got their kill on the Alchemist, but the Gaming Gladiators did get a lot in return for him. Shutting down this Sand King's momentum has got to feel good.
And Quinn getting the kill pickup. Boosts his Queen of Pain back up the charts. He needed a big influx of gold like that. Gaming supports are doing a lot of work in the early game. They're currently out leveling Tundra. Level 6 is online for the Bat and the Edge compared to the level 5s here. But I will say these snowball saves, the whole series, man. Soxa just putting on an absolute clinic. Just dodges so much every fight. This is going to be a spell that Gaming have to play around a bit better than in that game 1.
They have a lot of heroes that, if they survive a few more seconds, they can output a ton more damage, right? Epicenter, Sandstorm, the Slark is a big part of that as well.
And this is going to be the MO in the fights. Like, Gaming have to play through a lot of saves and a lot of disruption on the side of Tundra. You have Slark with Depth Shroud, Disruption, and Snowball save that can all go on this Thompson Sand King on the front line. And while you're waiting for him to come out of all those saves, he's dealing the damage to you. He's wearing you down. Finding the backline in this game would be delicious for Gaming.
The backdoor hits on these towers do not seem to stop. Whether it's the Enchantress or with some of these other games with like Lycans in the game and stuff, it's just constant. You may have had the waves pushed in, but all of a sudden these random neutrals or wolves or what have you come out of the woodwork and start chipping away at your towers. And that's what's happening to Tundra here is Celery. He's trying to do what he can on this Enchantress to take objectives. He's now prancing his way up to the top lane where Pure is going to get some good D-warding going on. That'll help him.
Yeah, he's been active, helping out with the wards. So we'll be a smoke bottom with the Queen of Pain here. Sonic Wave back up. looking for the Dagon build-up, just more burst damage, but you're far away for now. Arcane Rune, however, is what makes this gank extra juicy if you can land it. Tundra playing safe down here, but both supports are here, so they might feel confident pushing forward. Still don't know Quinn lurking in the trees.
He almost walking in melee range there of Tofu.
And look at Celery mid. He's just pushing this tier 1, trying to get somebody to show on the map, get some sort of pressure in response if this gank fails bottom. He's getting some serious tower damage. No one's responding to this. Tundra taking a defensive stance right now. They want the Mage Slayer on Pure. That's going to be his first item on this Slark. Allow him to go in the fight, be tanky.
And finally, he does get his response, but is he going to regret pushing this one? It looks like his heal is just too much. The damage over time from Tundra cannot seem to contest the heal over time that the Enchantress brings. Zoxa needs to get a snowball on out of here, and he does have one. That'll get him to the edge of the pit, and he'll walk away.
Everybody walks it off. Blink reveal for Thompson, Epicenter on cooldown. Did put the Sonic Wave on cooldown, but that's an Arcane Rune.
He still jumps the Queen of Pain, though there wasn't any immediate follow-up. They immediately smoke after that. It seems like it's a poke into getting a reaction out of Gaming Gladiators, and then a fast move. Where's this move going to go to, though?
I mean, Celery saw them take the rune bottom, so Thompson's just going to show. But the second half of this move might catch Darachu off guard. I mean, these are juicy camps to leave.
Oh,
he's
so close. The courier is leading right to them, but he's going to get through the gate before the smoke can arrive.
That's a very clutch play from Darachu. I mean, you would love to stay there for those mini golems and all the Grievel's Grief bonus.
Oh, yeah.
But just makes the read that smoke was coming into him, and he is closing in on this Sacred Relic. If he doesn't die right now, he's going to have it in the next minute and a half here. Smoke continues on through the gate.
Love that play. Using the courier to see if there's anybody else coming through the gate after him. And he sees, okay, it's a Shadow Demon, he loses Courier for it. Who cares? He got info out of it, enough info that he feels comfortable staying in this lane. It's not just a Shadow Demon, that's not enough to threaten this Alchemist.
Will cost his Courier, but can always head over to the shop himself to finish up that Radiance.
True.
Big decisions for Gaiman are when do you fight with this Alchemist, though? Are you confident for him to join fights with only the Radiance? Do you want to wait later on for a BKB timing, something of this nature? And where's your defense against the Sand King going to come from? Ace is building a first item pipe. It's going to be a little slow here, though.
Mid tower is going to die here. Celery just trying to make sure that there's no chance of Zoxa getting a deny. Good use of the enchant to give him the extra damage, quickly taking it. 30 seconds left till another round of Wisdom Runes. We've seen a lot of action around these. We'll see if Gaming Gladiators or Tundra want to try and make a move.
There's a lot of Blink Daggers coming out and on the map right now. Ramses also went for first item Blink on this Doombringer. So you have double Blink up for Tundra and a Blink coming out for Tofu on this Bat Rider. A lot of initiation power on the map right now. Both teams want to use it.
Every single time a smoke comes up from one team or the other, though, it seems like their opponent plays defensive enough that the smokes just don't give them any opportunity. Even with the Blink Daggers, you're looking especially on Tundra's side, this mid lane doesn't feel the best because that mid tower is still up.
And Celery's just defending the entire river. He is permanently scouting for smokes in this area.
Yeah, it looks like he's just patrolling back and forth up and down the river.
I mean, we saw the fight earlier. There's no way you can go on this Enchantress with a lineup that's predominantly magical nukes early.
Yeah.
So it's another smoke that doesn't yield too much for Tundra. Continue to farm up the map here. But I don't know if this Blink Dagger is feeling too good for Ramses right now. Like, you're probably going back for Midas on this Doom regardless. Could have had it running this whole time, right? These missed jumps for him. Going to cost him some time. And the flip side, Gaiman, they're going to try and use this blink on the Bat Rider to find a big core target. Would love to find Pure straggling somewhere. But again, they get scanned out. Another defensive play from Tundra will dodge this smoke.
Yeah, it was right as the Dagon was picked up, so they really did have a chance be able to blow up the Slark.
And Nighttime also hits here.
Yeah, that makes things a lot harder.
Gets his vision advantage, will push into game inside of the map. Tundra swarming around this tier 1 top. They would love to find Alchemist. And in fact, Invis rune for Thompson. He's going to sneak his way in here. Scout Ace.
If you're going to go for this big boy, you're going to need more than just the Sand King. And he's going to try point blank Epicenter Purge Strike. Need more damage. Whitemod's here with a Demonic Purge and a jump forward from the toss, a Walrus Punch. All three of them combined can put enough damage to bring down the offlane Underlord. And straight to it, so many heroes around. Let's try and chip away at some objectives as well. The off-lane tower is up next.
Delays that pipe buildup, which is really nice for Thompson here. Going to give him more windows in the fight to deal the early spell damage. Level 2 epicenter going to work. Teams continuing to dodge each other on this map. We'll secure a power rune for Quinn. You'll at least get something out of this space, and it's a good one. Amp damage rune on this Queen.
Oh, they are so deadly right now. Blink, lasso, amp damage, Dagon, with Sonic Wave ready to go.
It's a lot of burst. Someone will get melted, but you have to be able to find them.
And he got Thompson. Whitebot trying to close the distance to get disruption. A Burrow Strike puts him in range. Now they hit it, but it's not like Quinn used many spells. He saved the Sonic Wave for the second part of the fight. Hit Thompson, the amp damage, almost getting a snowball, pulling him out. Oh no, did Thompson manage to get away? What a save from Saksa.
Every time these snowball saves have ruined Gaiman's team fight. Now it's ruining their Kangs. Another Sonic Wave down the drain. Sure, you picked up Whitemon, but that is not the target you were looking for. They brought everybody to that. Brought the Alk, used the gate. Sonic Wave back on cooldown. Thompson limps back to base. He survives to fight another day and push towards this Bloodstone.
As a result, Game of Gladiators, it's even on kills. They're up by 4K. Would you say that with an Alchemist, because he produces that extra amount of gold, it's a lineup that's supposed to be ahead? Do you think Game of Gladiators is actually in a good spot? Do you think it's an even game? Where are we at?
I mean, they're in a good spot just because their two supports have found a lot more in this game. And they can continue to scale, continue to farm up here. This Batrider and Enchantress can push the waves, cut waves, play deep on Tundra's side of the map. They're really hard to kill, and they're really annoying. So currently they're finding more net worth, and it's adding up. You did finish the pipe on Ace, which is your big aura this game. Combine that with the Manta on Dyrachyo, and suddenly you can just take 5-on-5s, translate them into objectives.
And that's going to be tough for this hero right here, the Slark, to be able to deal with that kind of team fight. Thompson, caught by the lasso as he tries to jump on a Quinn, pushed back by the flame break straight into the unstable concoction. No Burrow Strike save this time, no disruption either, as Whitemon's going to be caught up in the push forward from Gaming Gladiators.
Thompson just wanted to poke the Queen's resources, ends up paying a big price. And that is a very important spell for Gaiman as well as this game progresses. The flame break here, if Tofu can push the saves away from the target they go on like we saw there, that's a huge deal. Could stop a clutch disruption coming out, could stop the snowball from the Tusk. Depth Shroud later on a factor as well. This is kind of your one spell to break up that positioning, push the backline farther away.
You're getting the Ags on Pure. He is going to be so much harder to catch on the map.
And I think we're going to see him start to become more aggressive as well.
And they're going to start off using the nighttime vision to get the leap on to Tofu.
Ags delivered, instant kill, another permanent Agi. This Slark's going to have some buffs to play with, like the drinking buddies. And this is still a nighttime interval for a minute here. And you want to roam around the map, deward a lot of the obs, get extra kills. You're closing in on the Sand King Bloodstone as well, so some big items aligning here for Tundra. And that Roshan is still up, so they're going to smoke and try and get active. Again, they're going through the gate looking for the Alchemist. On the part of the map they feel Dyrachyo's farming.
They know he's there, but Dyrachyo has already cleaned up the camp with that Radiance, is moving on to the safety of his own high ground, which Tundra will surely try to invade. It's going to be hard to kill. Chemical Rage, is he going to pop it? Will it even matter though because of the Doom that's coming in? Ramses, popping the Sonic Wave. They did get immediately. Finally it goes up. He's trying to make his run away, but the Pounce is holding him in place now. The Shards keep him in spot, but who cares? He is anchored to a team fight that he's winning, and Tundra will be the ones to drop 3. Pure with a Pounce away. Desperate TP out. Unstable Concoction will not arrive in time.
It was a trap all along. Gaiman were more than ready to turn that play around. Now is your one last bit of nighttime to get the Slark active like that. Pure will feel the stun still land and the sting of a lost team fight off a botched gank.
And that is scary. 10,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Tundra, I mean, they've had it 3 different times now. You know the big team fight push is going to be coming from Gaming Gladiators soon. It's just when they feel like the Alchemist is strong enough to hit that high ground. And it really does seem like he's approaching that territory. Radiant, Manta, soon to be BKB. I have to imagine that and an Aegis Gaming Gladiators are gonna threaten your high ground, and Tundra need to be ready for it. They start off once again trying to hit Dyrachyo here. This time it's off of a Bloodstone Sand King who's trying to hit his epicenter with a disruption. He's gonna be healing up a lot off of this one. Maybe not enough though. Pulled out, drinking save. They have the snowball, and it hits. Burrow strike on it too. Thompson goes in to try and win the team fight. But will that stun be enough? Tundra feel like it's not. On the retreat, making a run for it. Quinn chasing after him. Managed to hit the pit onto Soxa. Looking at it a little bit more. It's going to be Whitemon, the support. Lasso immediately. No, he hit the Dark Pack. Pure is able to take that one off, but it's still loss after loss here. They got the Alchemist, losing 3 for it. Avery, how does that break down?
It's just not a worthy trade. You needed more in this fight, but it's a fight you're playing without Doom. It just takes so long to bring Dyrachyo down. You had the Bloodstone active on the Sand King. When he's disrupted, he's not healing up. Just an awkward situation for Tundra. They don't have that big ult online. It's not nighttime for Pure. Doesn't get to play a super long fight that he wants to and build up the stacks. You end up losing your tier 2, losing 3 heroes. And the story of this game has just been the supports for Game, and they're continuing to find so much net worth here. Celery rolled the Grove Bow as well, so this Enchantress is a huge damage threat, and he is absolutely massive, level 13, going straight into his own Dragonlance here.
Even scarier, Tundra ever get caught in a lasso, so much burst damage, whether it's the Queen of Pain or this Enchantress. They could do a lot, but Tundra, they still have some answers to the Alchemist, and I think that's the thing that really intrigues me the most. They've got Doom versus Alch. Like, surely that has to be one of the best answers you could ask for against this carry hero, right?
It is 100%. Like, you go in, you Doom this Alch, the Slark starts hitting him, you throw down Depth Shroud, Disruption, Snowball. That's the type of fight you're looking for, and then all of a sudden you get a 5v4 where all your heroes are still full HP. That's why these supports for Gaming are the real X factor in this game, because if you can make some more cores out of them, you end up in situations like that where even if you kill the Alchemist, Gaming can still win the fight.
Yeah, too many threats, right?
Yep. And that's the type of lineup Doom does not enjoy playing against. So while his target's clear here, it's not a guaranteed teamfight win. And Quinn, he was able to find a lot during these last few skirmishes. 4-1 and 8 now on this Queen of Pain. Shiva's done. It's a big item here, a very obnoxious item for the Slark.
There's the BKB timing and straight to the Roche pit for Dyrachyo.
Lines up perfectly. Daytime Radiant Roche, hard for Pure to contest. Dyrachyo with a nice BKB timing here. He is very fat. Gaming feel like there's no contest available for Tundra.
Do you agree with that?
I mean, it's doable. Like, you have your Blink Pipe on Ramses. He resold the Midas for it. You have your Blink on Sand King.
Oh, it's such a hard decision to make. They could have gone for the pit, but they're opting not to, playing defensively for now and maybe waiting for Gaming Gladiators to push into them. And you can see, I mean, they're really well set up for it right now if the push does come. But as it stands, they're going to be playing a 6 versus 5. Do you try and stop this momentum of Gaming Gladiators are building up now, or do you try and stall out the game like they did successfully in Game 1?
I don't think you fight them head on unless they go high ground. I think you try and rat the map, look for pickoffs, wait for this clock to roll over into another nighttime interval where Pure can give you more map control. I think Gaming are just going to push the lane, though. Like, this is what this team always does with this type of advantage. And they just picked up an Ags on Ace. This was one of the faster Ags I've seen on him. Kind of an unconventional item on Underlord before you have some of the other auras. But a second pit off this gate could really debilitate the backline for Tundra and just make Quinn's life easy. If everybody's rooted for the entire duration of the fight, this Queen's just going to do an insane amount of damage.
It also makes like these high ground engagements easier, right? If you're sitting in a fixed area and that fixed area has double pits around, maybe even a triple, depending on how close he is to the fight, could be really annoying for Tundra.
And for Pure, like jumping and fighting into these pits. Yeah, you can dispel some of it, but eventually they snag you.
Dark Pack's only going to do so much. You really need a BKB. Something he's not going to be rocking for quite some time. 18-11, a 16,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Can we hit the nighttime interval?
It's the big question in this game. Can Tundra hold on? Can they find a way to win a team fight? Get themselves back in this game. Blink daggers are online.
They spot Thompson thanks to a high ground ward and pull him back into his doom. It's a lasso, chain stun combination. Thompson still managed to get off his bloodstone. Oh, a disruption, dodges the sonic wave. He's gonna come back out. Can he survive though? Not a chance. Dyrachyo just doing too much damage. Your saves are not enough. It's just a momentary respite until the sleep comes for you. The death 4 down for Tundra, straight back to that tier 2. And you can feel the ball is rolling for Gaming Gladiators. Tundra gotta feel the pit in their stomach. This overwhelming advantage that Gaming Gladiators is building up may be too much for them to surmount.
Pure just can't find his point in these fights. Like, there's no stacks to build up. The fight's over too fast. Someone's getting jumped. You're expending all your saves. But it's just saving a Sand King who comes straight back into death. Not enough sustain, not enough firepower. This Alk BKB is king of the fight right now. Even with Doom online, like, there's just no Doom to get thrown out there. It was a nice jump from Tofu off that high ground ward. Tundra know it's there, but the damage has been done. He'll push out of the base. Nighttime hits. Pure can lead the charge. They're TPing bottom. They want Dyrachyo on bottom lane. He's isolated. Ramses knows it.
It also means that Dyrachyo doesn't have much health. Oh, he missed the stomp! He still managed to get the Doom off, but it's after the Manta. Thompson's coming in with some extra damage, though. The Doom just means all this regen is just not working for this Alchemist. Maybe, though, they can still get some exchanges. Maybe they can still keep him alive. Even the pipeline. No, he ticks out of the last
what can
one.
Pure do?
Pure comes in. Can he do this? Because Thompson, he needs a little bit of heal. Fortunately, he got the shard from Pure, helping him out. Pure needs to use his own ultimate now, and he's going to stick around trying to still finish off this Bat Rider. They've got him. Soxa, he snowball saved. Yes, he gets him inside of it. But back inside of the pit, you're just stuck in the same old muck and mire that you were in prior to the disruption, prior to the snowball. Again, they kill the Alchemist, but the trade-off is just against Tundra.
Pure still alive down here, trying to get something else out of this exchange.
I mean, if he gets just one more kill out of this, it's worth it for Tundra.
Some decent stacks at the worst. He might be able to bring him down over the long run, though. Gate's gonna bring reinforcements.
He's calling reinforcements. Somebody help! Somebody help! I need the reinforcements. Celery is the one to show up, and he actually gets him a push away with the extra help of the pit. Ace is making a run for it, but Pure hot on his tail, spots him. Body blocking, Celery, body blocking in front of him. Now Quinn's gonna slow him down. Pure is being kited, and remember, he doesn't have his ultimate. He used it earlier. 1 pound's all he has. He slips past Quinn, but Quinn gets right back in front of him and pushed back into the team of disruption. Buys him a little bit of time, but there's nothing left. He tries to go into the trees, but Celery will hit him down with the impetus.
The gate always signaling Tundra's doom as the reinforcements come, shut down that Slark despite building up 40 Agi stacks. Pure cannot fight through everything. They do lose a Queen of Pain Ags on a courier. It's a big courier snipe. Removes a lot of the net worth from this push, but there's just so much. And these pits are absolutely ruining the Tusk in the fight. Soxa cannot blink. He can't get in deep in the fight, doesn't have the blink yet. Can't snowball save anybody.
That is the snowball save that just might work. But once again, the pit is going to catch him, but he got his target out of there. Ramses making a run for it. Meanwhile, Aegis about to expire for Quinn, but he's going to dive into this tier 3 area to pick up that pesky support that has been such a nuisance in this series. Soxa's Tusk. Still, though, the buyback immediately uses. Looks like Ramses made the call. He wanted to jump in. He immediately got silenced, though. Once again, his jump just does not grab Gaming Gladiators fully. Still going to try for it, though. Off of the pounds. Whitemon gets grabbed, managed to force out down to the low ground. Both a disruption and a save from Pure. Whitemon, he is backing away, so is Soxa. Tundra just on the edge of a knife. It feels like they lose one more fight, and that Gaming Gladiators push is coming, but they don't die yet. And Pure looking to push his advantage, knowing the Gaming Gladiators have run out of certain resources. Again, the silence comes in. Uh-oh. Anything here? No, they managed to stop him from getting through that bait with the Burrow Strike. Is it good, though? Dyrachyo with the Shivas out. They have an unstable concussion. Managed to hit him with the Doom, though. Ramsey's got the carry in the Doom. Where is the follow-up, though? Pure's trying, but it's just hitting Ace's Underlord. He is a big, tanky man, but he will be whittled away by this Slark bit by bit. They managed to get him out. These constant retreats from Gaming Gladiators not giving Tundra what they want out of it. They're just so close to winning a fight, but they can't have it.
Another 30 stacks built up on this Slark, but can't convert it into anything as Gateman just walk it off. They walk off the Doom. This Ace Underlord, he's giving up a lot of stats, but ultimately he's too big to bring down. And these pits just keep slowing down everything. So difficult to push through here for this Tundra lineup. They need their next set of items. They need more sustain in the fight. The Shiva's guards for the Doom and the Sand King, they're thinking about 2 of them here. And BKB for Pure, that would make a huge difference. That would allow him to commit in once he builds up the stacks to actually stick on a target and bring them down. Do you have time to get there? That's the biggest question against Gaimin. Do you have the time? This next Roshan's going to be coming up shortly. And of course, a lot of that was without a huge item on Quinn. He lost that Ags on the Courier. It's only respawning now. So he's effectively got, you know, almost 5 or 6K net worth between that and the gold he has that was out of this game.
Yeah.
That's going to be coming back now, and that is a scary thing to think about.
That Orchid really paid off for Dyrachyo in multiple instances, and now it's even more dangerous. A Bloodthorn. That is something that Pure's going to have to keep his eye on always. Smoke up from Gaming Gladiators.
It's a scary item for the Slark, and it's been obnoxious for Ramses, who he's been caught a couple times on the blink and just getting silenced before the Doom comes out. Yeah, Gaming will smoke. Look for somebody farming the triangle here.
So close to evening out the Ward advantage. The Shiva's on, the Queen of Pain don't have it on the Sand King. They find a pick. This Shadow Demon is a great target, and even if it's a support, man, he is just these constant disruption saves. They have to be able to address the backline first in order to break Tundra, and they found one, but are they going to get anything off of it?
Currently a Mud Golem sitting in the Roche pit, so Gaming are opting to stay on this side of the map, try and angle for that Radiant Roshan. See when it spawns and go straight for it. Amp Damage Rune for Quinn, hits level 20 as well. Huge power spikes for this Queen of Pain. And he's going to continue to scale into a beast here. Disperser finish for Pure. That's going to be the biggest damage upgrade for Tundra. And the Shivas is done for Thompson. So this next fight, I mean, that's as good as it gets for them for a while. They're going to have to make something happen with what they have.
How do you set up this team fight for Roshan?
I mean, you got to get a Doom on the Alk. Maybe the Queen of Pain is good enough, one of those two. And Thompson just needs to stay alive. Like, you have to commit saves either on the Slark or the Sand King to keep them going in the fight. And you have to build up the stacks. You have to get in a position where Pure can start hitting the Underlord or hitting the Alchemist for a good, 10, 15 seconds.
I'm beginning to wonder if the Queen of Pain is the better target, just because we've seen multiple Dooms on this Alchemist, and every single time, maybe he dies, but he's so tanky that his impact is still felt for a while.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you might want to Doom this Queen at this point. It takes a lot of the damage and network out of the fight if you can burst Quinn down. And you don't have the best control to lock him in an area unless the Slark's on top of him, which just hasn't been the case. AC finished for Ace here. That is a massive armor upgrade for the team. And the fact that Dyrachyo doesn't have to build it here means he can go into a butterfly. Roshan falling fast. Are you even going to contest this as Tundra?
It doesn't seem like it. I thought surely this was the Roshan they were going to play for, but they're coming out too late to be able to do so. The Bloodthorn makes Roshan so much quicker to take. The Roshan Roar goes out, and Tundra, they're like, okay, can't do it, boys. We're going to have to play back Dark Pact. It is going out, and Pure, he's making a scramble for it, but a gate on the other side. Managed to get the grab. Ramses hits his Doom mark. They're trying to blow up this Alchemist, and they managed to get him. Quinn is also low HP. Managed to flick back, though. Hits a good dagger with that Aghanim Scepter. This damage is going to start building up. Tundra need to start backing away, but Gaming Gladiators not going to build a look at Quinn. A sliver of HP finally goes down. He loses his Aegis. Ramses and Thompson play to the trees, out of sight, out of mind. Gaming Gladiators
Pure
without their Alchemists are going to try to be the ones to retreat now, but Pure full HP. He wants more off of this one. He knows this is an opportunity to get as much net worth out of Gaming Gladiators. Just one more core kill would put so much into Tundra's pocket. But no, a Yule Scepter and a blink away gets Quinn out of there. And same goes to the Batrider. Pure does what he can, but it's not enough to get more.
What an insane fight from Tundra, though. They had so much go right for them. They got the Doom initially on the Alk. That's a beautiful find from Ramses. They got a two-man core burrow strike out from Thompson. Epicenter on everybody. And then they had like a three-man Death Shroud in the middle of all that. Everyone's just healing through the damage. They're able to get everybody out alive.
And right as we say, maybe we consider the Doom on the Queen of Pain. The quad picking up the Aegis made the targeting perfect for Tundra. They say, okay, we have to go the Alk, and they got the burst on it this time around. There was no lingering Alchemist doing his Radiance and doing some right clicks in. This time around, they killed him fast.
This is a big turn in this game. Tundra, the breath of life breathed back in as it felt like this game was spiraling out of control. They find big targets here, very clutch spell casting on these two cores. And then this Depth Shroud just going in. It does so much to sustain everybody here. This is the kind of fight you're looking for. At the same time, man, these pits, they have just absolutely debilitated Tundra in these fights. They don't have good answers for them yet. Still able to get everybody out of here, reset, and then you can think about going back in. If you weren't so low on a lot of these heroes, I think Moore would have committed with Pure, as he knows, you know, once that initial exchange happens, they are favored over the long haul. You just have to push through it.
Thompson, he was a nuisance this time around. Oh, another disruption. It's stopped the lasso initiation. Now Ramses comes in with his BKB, still hit with a Sonic Wave onto 2. The Depth Shroud once again will help him out. They managed to get the Doom onto the Queen of Pain. A great target, and there's a full HP Pure. And Thompson is going nowhere. Epicenter slamming the ground, slamming Gaming Gladiators. 2 cores down. One of them's going to buy back the Quinn. He's back into play thanks to the gate, and will swing this team fight back to the favor of Gaming Gladiators. At least the end of it, but it is costly.
That is a very expensive buyback, not just economy-wise, but your idea in this game about how you're winning fights, it feels like it's shifting the other way right now. The Depth Shroud value in the middle of these team fights is absurd for these melee heroes that Tundra are just jamming into the center of that. And of course, all of that is an extremely fast disruption from Whitemon in exactly the right place at the right time with the perfect spell casting. Ruins all of that initiation for Gaimin. And at that point, you're just dragging Sand King into the middle of everybody. Free Blink Dagger trip for Thompson. Ramses jumps in to bail his buddy out. He now has BKB to make that jump. And that is a large shift in the win probability here. Gaimin were looking to close this game out with that last Roshan. It might be going to another one here. And that's going to be contestable on the side of Tundra. If you get to this Scotty on Pure, he's the strongest hero in the game. It's not a question anymore. He is. It's just a matter of what he can do in the fight.
Do you think Scotty was the right choice, though? Because we talked about the option of maybe BKB against a lot of this AoE magic damage that's thrown around from the Queen of Pain. Do you think this greedier, stat-focused build is better for the Slark?
I mean, it's going to pay off way more in a long fight. It's going to help him deal with the Alchemist and the Underlord a lot more. He can chase them down solo. He can reduce more of the healing. It's a very impactful item for this game, and I don't blame him for skipping the BKB here because they have a lot of saves. He has ult, he has Depth Shroud, he has Dark Pact. There's nothing that really threatens all-inning the Slark in this game, right? Unless you land some insane lasso on him that would just be ungodly. He's not worried about getting burst down. Maybe fighting through the pits is a bit annoying, but so far, Tundra have pushed through it. They've evened out a lot of this net worth deficit. Now all of a sudden they have 2 of the top 3 net worth cores and a BKB done for Thompson. This Sand King is starting to heat up. Ascetics cap on top of it for some extra HP regen, and the debuff that gives you the status resistance. If you lasso the Sand King, he might live with even without a disruption or something of that nature.
Yeah, if he lives, he's guaranteed to get off the Epicenter Sandstorm. That is just an entirely different story. The heal that he's going to be able to get off of that. A lot of these fights, though, have been about the Doom, and Gaming Gladiators are going to address that. They still have this giant net worth lead, thanks in part to having an Alchemist, but the Queen of Pain is also not too underfarmed either, not that far behind the Sand King, and is trying to get a Linken's.
I think Dyrachyo has switched up his idea as well. He was originally eyeing something with this Talisman of Evasion, but now he's just going to forsake it, go for his own Linken Sphere. Gaimin agree they need to deal with the Doom in these fights on their cores. Still, the one upside for them as this game goes later is like the farm on these supports, man. I mean, Celery is above Ramses with an Enchantress versus a Doom. Supposed to be a hero that can create extra gold, and he's falling behind this 5. Hurricane Pike, Mage Slayer, Quiver in the backpack. This Enchantress is level 20. He's massive. This could be the saving grace for Gaimin if the fight goes long. The amount of damage Celery can output with 2,000 mana. Or do you just run out of mana?
It's game 3. It is going some distance here as we cross over the 40-minute threshold. 31-16, and it feels dead even. It feels like Tundra were just one bad fight away from losing the game, but they have won multiple team fights in a row, or at least kept them close enough. A Gaming Gladiators haven't managed to continue the snowball that they're so infamous for. Now, managed to get a Burrow Strike onto 2. They bait out the Power Rune to go for Quinn. Quinn's gonna be able to get away before the pounce lands from Pure. Missing that one, the Epicenter finds purchase on nothing, and as a result, Tundra quick to retreat after using multiple spells and items. Cooldowns are paramount for them to be able to win these fights. They have to give way to Gaming Gladiators now to make the move.
At least Tundra gets some information off that, which is these 2 Lincoln Spheres on the 2 cores.
True.
There's a chance Ramses would have doomed straight into it. Now he has more to play around with. Epicenter is on cooldown. Gaimin want to try and make something of this, but they are missing Chemical Rage for 25.
And it's a much easier target to be able to get. They got him away. Disruption is still there, but he has a Bloodstone, but he doesn't have the BKB. They're still going to try and burst him down. The Depth Shroud helps him out. He got a Burrow Strike out.
Thompson tanky enough to survive the Aesthetics cap, coming in clutch.
Oh yeah, that Aesthetics cap went a long ways to protecting him there. Just the extra bit of HP he needed. Gaming Gladiators were really hoping a pickoff would finally let them take advantage of all this net worth they've heaped up.
I mean, Whitemon is just owning their initiations.
Yeah.
Like, he gets disruptions on the last ones, but then he throws out this Disseminate, and all of a sudden that Sand King, who has 3,000 HP, has almost 4,000 with the extra buff up. He's really been playing well defensively with his kit here, keeping these cores alive. And they're getting to the point where these heroes are starting to become really tanky for Gaimin's burst damage. I mean, once more Soxa, he went this triple bracer build on the Tusk. He got a Havoc Hammer. This is a 4,000 HP Tusk. You get hit by Sonic Wave, you walk it off.
Burst damage of the Queen of Pain just does not look nearly as effective.
No, you need to put this Axe to use. You need to get some of these dagger procs to go through the fight. Maybe take a hero down with this lasso and again go back to the impetus damage from Celery to pick up the slack, because these are the type of late games where Alk can start to suffer. This is the point of the Slark pick and all these saves Tundra have. Draw the fight out, make it as long as possible. Maybe that Chemical Rage goes down. Maybe you're doomed on one of these big cores.
I was going to say, you were talking about the Queen of Pain making use of this Axe, but you're proposing trying to draw a team fight out against a Slark. Is that even possible to win?
It's tough. I mean, what did it in that mid fight was the buyback on the Queen of Pain. You don't have that. You don't have it right now. You're missing a lot of them on the side of Gaimin. You can abuse this gate to bring people back in the fight, but you need the second life to do it. Right now, Ace is the only core with that buyback on the Gaimin side.
And for the first time this game, we're going to see a clash in the Roshan pit for contest of the Aegis, as Roshan is about to spawn. Tundra are the ones in position first, and Gaming Gladiators will have to be the invaders here.
And Ags on Durancho, he wants to pool it to somebody, but it's not gonna, is it gonna be here for this fight?
They're gonna need to wait a bit more. Celery showing himself, just having a poke at Thompson, showing off some of his damage.
Gives it to Quinn, and Quinn immediately buys BKB. So they want this Queen to be as strong as possible for this next engagement. They might have to wait for this Courier to bring the BKB now. It's a little awkward, but you're not losing any ground here, and Tundra aren't doing Roche. I think a lot of this fight, can you find the Shadow Demon? That's what feels like the piece of the puzzle here for Gaimin. Can you find Whitemon, take that save
Thompson,
out?
they still got him despite the Burrow Strike. What a lasso! Pulled him out of the saves. Still though, Thompson, no! BKB Bloodstone is not going to be enough. Media buy back though. Can he get to this fight in time? He has to go through the gate. They're going to hold this high ground around it to make sure that they will have all 5 members if Gaming Gladiators push the issue, which they don't for now. But Celery, who is a big part of the damage component for Gaming Gladiators, gets spotted, but he couldn't get grabbed. The pit came out. Brew a little bit of distance here. Tundra going to go for a different mark, and Quinn has to use his BKB. Throws out some daggers. Sonic Wave onto 2. Pure pops his ultimate early here. While Ramsey still needs to find a Doom mark. They still back away, smoke even, to try and get a better angle on the initiation. The first time didn't work for them. Maybe a second time will.
That's a win for Gaimin though. They took down the Sand King. Their cooldowns are resetting here. Lasso up at 9.
Gaming Gladiators confident they'll be able to handle this one, but is it going to be too much? Ace, he's so tanky, but made so squishy by the damage. Still though, Thompson's in trouble. Depth Shroud disruption as well. Healings are coming in. Ace is taking his stats, Pure is going for him. Thompson not gonna make it out just yet, but Whitemon's in trouble. Sox is in trouble as well. The supports are going down. Gaming Gladiators are winning this fight. How far can they take it though? Do they dare to chase down Ramses and Pure as well, or would they back up for the Roshan? They want everything. They want as much as they can, but maybe that's a mistake. They're stumbling into buybacks now. Teeping onto tier 2's Quinn. He has no mana left, and Pure sees that opportunity. Some heals coming in. It's not enough. A bounce is enough. Pure trying to get out. Has his ultimate. It's up just in time, and a refresher. He managed to get himself a refresher. Another ultimate. Another swing. 70 stats. Durancho Alchemist, and he's gone. Pure, the most dominant force in this team fight. Hungry, not quite enough. The shots for the impetus get him. He's dead. A death, 100 seconds on the clock. Gaming Gladiators
wounded, but not dead. Will take as much as they can from Tundra. They'll force another BKB out of Ramses. They'll go in deep. Lasso pulling him back. How many spells do they have?
Dieback from
Oh
Ramses.
my God, a dieback for Ramses. How many heroes did they kill in that team fight game? And Gladiators just kept it going.
So much damage done from Quinn here. The second life is what wins game in that entire route. The refresher on the Slark was so timely from Pure. But he's just running out of resources. He runs out of mana himself, and the impetus shots are what bring him down. Celery dealt the most damage in that fight of anybody in the game. This Enchantress expends his entire mana pool to secure a teamfight victory right when Gaimin need it. And they will claim their teamfight victory in the form of Barracks this year. But despite all the diebacks for Tundra, they're not out of this game. And Whitemon, he's killing some waves on the map. They will still have a chance to turn this game around. A lot of buybacks on cooldown here as we go into this next team fight. And Roshan, he is still on the map. Switch to that dire side, switch to the upper half.
Gaming Gladiators may have used some big buybacks, but they are going to get so much for it. 2 lanes of Barracks, and they still have a chance to back up and take Roshan if they won, or they could go for the throw. Quinn has made the call. He wants Megas.
7 seconds.
5 more seconds. Can he get here in time? Dyrachyo and Quinn have to wait out a glyph.
This is a risky push.
Seconds are crucial.
If you die
Can Thompson get his initiation? The Alchemist illusion right now is stopping his blinking, so it's up to Pure to make the jump instead. He hits the Queen of Pain, but to look at Dyrachyo, he's focused on the objectives. You realize this isn't going to be good enough. Their damage isn't good enough. Now they have to try and get a retreat, but Alchemist is in trouble. Dyrachyo has to pop his BKB. There goes the epicenter. Thompson slowing down these heroes, trying to stick on top of anybody he can. It's going to be the Celery Enchantress. No, he gets 4-staff defensively. Gate comes out from this Underlord. That is not a force they want to contend with when they're not sure if they damage anymore.
That is such a risky push by Gaimin. If you get caught on the retreat there and lose heroes, that could just be the game. You have to remember this Queen of Pain has no buyback for 5 minutes. Ace has no buyback for 4. Dyrachyo can farm his up right now, and I think that's what he's trying to do. But Tundra, they have one more shot. It'll be an Ags for the Sand King.
Oh man, that is a huge pickup.
You believe in the Stinger procs. The extra damage. He's not 25 yet, still missing that big talent. Trying to use the
Thompson gonna be able to find this opportunity to bring this game back into play for Tundra, or Gaming Gladiators take them out in this 3rd place spot. A little bit of a poke there, but not enough to commit. Neither side feels good about the fight. They retreat to their own corners. Pure.
You want to fight while it's nighttime, and your other lanes are going to push in right now if you're Tundra. Like, you could end up in a situation where your tier 4s are being threatened. Dyrachyo can bots to your base as well. There's some strategic options at play for game, and they are the ones who can wait this out.
Tofu's pulling in a smoke and wards for the next fight. They know that the initiation is so important here. The right jump wins them this game and gets them to the finals.
Look at this Centaur dragging a wave top right now from Celery. It's going to hit the racks. It's going to force a Slark TP back.
No way. A single Centaur has forced Pure to come back and deal with other lanes.
There's too many creeps in the base. Gaimin knew this, why they backed up. Gave up that high ground position and should claim Roshan off the racks pressure.
Yeah, that Tundra just gonna have to give up entirely. So what a win for Gaming Gladiators. Unless Tundra can get back here in time, it is gonna be tough for them to move across the map this quickly, and so much damage from Gaming Gladiators.
Does Pure actually want to contest this? His supports are so far away on the map. They're brown boots
He's playing entirely solo, trying to go for a seal on an Aegis. He will find nothing. And now he's in the pit. Now he has to make a retreat. He has no more pounces left, and he wants to wait out this one and then pop a refresher. He's got 3. He waits for a scene. Thompson finds the He goes for the bat right on Sonic Wave, puts them all away from the bat, and he ults. He might just be able to get off the lasso. Drink for the doom. Managed no, he got blocked by the Lincolns. Ramses doesn't find it still, though. The Sand King is in the midst. Dyrachyo with his BKB. Pure is going for it and hits the back line. Managed to finish off the Underlord. No comeback from him. 2 dead. They've got the numbers advantage. Do they have the damage? They've got him. Dyrachyo's dead. Celery's up next. No way.
They find a way with their base being sieged. The sustain, the save, the refresher on the Slark. Pure just pushes through it all. And these stacks are going to last a long time. He has the level 25 talent. These Essence shifts stay up forever now. Tundra found Tofu at the start of that fight, and it made a huge difference. None of them were getting lasso jumped. Their supports have a free-for-all. And even though the Queen is doing a huge amount of AoE damage, the sustain from the Slark is able to keep his other heroes alive. Thompson just running into everybody with this Bloodstone. And the impetus has come out, but they're just not enough here. There's too much HP to get through.
It seems like Tundra were the ones to be able to kite back and forth, making it so Gaming Gladiators aren't able to focus one target down, and as a result, they cream Gaming Gladiators in this fight. Despite the Aegis advantage, despite everything they got out of the Roshan pit, they cleanly won that one and pull back this game perhaps into their grasp.
They were down over 25K going into that. It looked like nothing as Pure slices them up. They will claim a tier 1 mid at 51 minutes in this game.
Goes to show how much Tundra has scrounged around the map, trying to find whatever they can, whatever gold they can, whatever experience they can, and just draw the game late and later and later. And now, 51 minutes in, the Gaming Gladiators that we're looking at 20, 30-minute high ground pushes are getting stalled.
That time is long gone. You are now stuck in the late game. This is where Tundra thrived, the late game mechanical ability of their team fighters. Level 25 has now arrived for Thompson as well. He's rewarded for his presence in that team fight with a big talent for this hero. Huge damage upgrade. What can Gaimin do to find a way to start winning these fights again? They still have Aegis on Quinn.
Shiva's trying to find the hero that broke the smoke.
Ooh.
And a brief pause as some sort of issue will allow both of these teams to be able to discuss what is happening here. And Celery says, "We are coming."
He is not lying. So much of this fight rests on the Batrider initiation and what Quinn can do with 2 lives here for Gaimin. You have to find a good target in this lasso, and the Queen has to start getting these daggers up on everybody. The back line, that's the name of the game here for Tundra. Can you protect your supports? There's an Ags on this Shadow Demon. He has double purge, double cleanse, by the way. Something to think about. Another reason these long fights are just so favorable. Your cores start getting demonic purged in the middle of it. It's so much damage for Dyrachyo to deal with.
These teams are going to be frantically talking about what needs to happen in this next engagement. Gaming Gladiators so confident, despite losing the fight around the Roshan pit. They say run it back, and they think they're going to be able to change what happened in that last engagement. Somewhere between the Lincolns and the single target spells, there is going to be a difference in the last team fight, but will it be better for Tundra or better for Gaming?
I feel like so much of their damage is coming out from this Enchantress. Full MKB done for Celery. He's almost level 25. Like, he has to be able to find his mark in this fight. Quinn has to be able to find his mark. This Alk is almost becoming a second thought.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's just a punching bag for Tundra to distract from the real damage dealers in Quinn and Celery.
And what did Pure just get delivered? He delivered a full BKB. 50 minutes in this game, he finally opted to go for it. So he has 9 seconds of debuff immunity.
I mean, double ultimates and a BKB.
He's God in this game right now. Absolutely untouchable. It's not a question of can you bring this Slark down, it's how much is he gonna do in the meantime while you're trying to kill anybody else.
Hopefully, Whitemon will be able to figure out his mouse problems soon, and we can get this Game 3 on the road. But in the meantime, Copenhagen, how we feeling about this Game 3 right now? I'm so glad that we finally got a series that is worth all of you guys here. I know all of you guys have spent your money and time to be able to be here, whether you bus or you flew or you drove or however you got here to the Royal Arena. Thank you. Thank you for coming out and supporting Dota. Thank you for watching the best esports in the world.
This is what everybody watches Dota to see. Find 2 teams in a Game 3 with so much on the line, trying to push into this grand finals. I mean, think about what this would mean for both of these squads to get there. It's a redemption arc for Gaimin. They were so close last year, only to find themselves so far to fall just short again. Can you live with that?
And yet it feels like fate, right? The fact that they have so many times met Team Liquid in the finals, it felt like it was the fated path that they would do it again, and we'd either see Liquid be able to have their big moment, triumph over Gaming Gladiators, or Gaming Gladiators would be able to fix past mistakes. But Tundra are standing in the way of that fate.
Yeah. This team, I mean, this is just a team that will not go away.
No.
And you knew it coming into this series today. This is not a team that was going to go down easy, even if you pushed them, even if you tried to use your cheesy aura, death ball, tempo lineups that Moon Meander hates so much and has probably been shaking his head after the last 50 minutes. It did not end this game. It did not push them past the limit of what they were able to play through, and they have clawed their way back. They're still sitting down like 16K in this game. That is the ridiculous part. It feels like they have won 2 team fights down 20K that they had no business winning, and they are still trying to climb that hill to push themselves into that grand finals to face up against another behemoth later today. That is the terrifying part. If you win here, you still got another BO5 to play.
True.
To claim that Aegis, and that is why it is an Aegis of champions. Because you're going to have to prove yourself today in every aspect of this game right now.
Prove that you deserve that immortality, to have your name put on the Aegis.
For a first, second, or potentially third time.
Yep.
That is still alive, as ridiculous as that is.
Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they've had so much success throughout year after year with this roster, but the one thing they have not laid claim to is this tournament. This is why this tournament is so special. The pressure is sky high, and teams will break and crumble, or they will either stand tall in spite of all that and persevere and come out champions, come out with immortality. Gaming Gladiators, they gonna be able to do it? Will it be Tundra, or will it be a fight that just keeps on going? We begin. Quinn spotting Thompson, slows him down with the dagger and then backs away. He says, this is not the fight I want, not into their high ground position. Instead, I want an extra advantage. I want to cheat. I want an arcane rune to be able to play with. I want to be able to throw as many spells as possible. Will that give them the edge they require to be able to hit this high ground? It feels like Quinn, maybe he's thinking about it.
Look
Still
at the
has 2 minutes left on the Aegis, and yeah, they are threatening the base once again. They got Pure to be able to come back. All of Tundra have to TP with him.
Pure left his courier behind. He's been using this thing to scout, kind of secure vision for the team fight. Will go down here for a bit, so that micro unavailable. This will be the level 25 for Celery. Normally, I don't know how impactful this talent is, but extra impetus damage in this type of game with how much they need him is a big deal. This is an 11-3 and 23 Enchantress right now, approaching 6-slot territory. Absolutely one of the biggest factors. And still, we have to go back to the fact that Quinn, he has an Aegis right now on this Queen of Pain for another minute. Level 25 for Ace, also a big talent with the extra root duration, especially with that Ags. Can you use this Aegis?
Yeah, are you okay with pushing high ground with that Aegis with only a minute left into one of the scariest unknowns of unknowns, right? We have this new Aghanim Scepter for Sand King. We talked about it, it's been theory crafted, it's been tested. This thing is insane. If you can get to level 25 with the extra epicenter pulses, if you get the RNG, Thompson believes. And he's got what it takes. These stingers are so much damage, and they're going to be popping up everywhere if he gets that epicenter off.
I mean, if you are caught in the Sand King spells without a BKB, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's that simple, I think. You're going to have to play for buybacks here, maybe 60-minute items. How much more scale does Gaiman have in the tank, though? That's the big question. This is a lineup from Tundra designed to win this point in the game. Designed to win the Ultra Late when the Slark is 6-slotted with a buyback. Refresher now online for the Doom. Ramsey still looking for his 25. Would be a big talent to get in this game as well. Probably the last of the big core talents.
Oh, yeah.
So Tundra still have a lot of room to grow here. You're still looking for like a blink on Soxa, who went for Vlad's and BKB just to play through the pits and buff up his Slark as much as possible.
I mean, Avery, you've been in these situations before on the main stage at TI. You're looking at this situation where you can't figure out how to end the game. What are you telling your team right now if you're Gaming Gladiators? Because you know that they're still growing. You know that they're still getting more talents, more items. What are you saying to Gaming Gladiators? What do we need to do to be able to finally break them?
I mean, that's where you say, hey guys, we have better late game, and you go back to that set quote. We have better late game because we're better, and you have to believe it. If you don't believe you're going to win at this point in the game with any lineup, you do not deserve to be in that grand final.
Taking it on faith, perhaps we're just going to wait all the way for another Roshan, all the way to tier 5 items.
And more importantly, 10 buybacks. We are currently at 8 out of the 10 right now.
Right.
Thompson dips a little bit below, but he will have his up in this game.
Yeah, Ace doesn't have his simply because he had so much gold. He actually bought himself a BKB and still almost has it. Just needs to farm a few camps to be able to pick it up. Sand King actually bought out an overwhelming Bleak. I thought he was looking at Refresher before that. Seems like he's going to deviate from that path a bit.
Still a very powerful item, but it will not give him the 2 of everything, which sometimes in these late games makes the difference, especially around that Roshan pit.
Yeah, especially the way the team fights have been started and then retreat and kite back and start again.
And especially when people have buybacks, right?
Yeah.
That second round of spells and items counts for a lot when you have to play 5 into 10 potentially to win the game and close it out here.
And that's a great point, because we are going to be talking about buybacks in any of these late game fights, but especially around a Roshan pit that is going to be on the dire side unless things stall considerably. It is a later Roshan. We still have 1:20 to go, but it will be firmly on the nighttime side where the Dire have control of that outpost, something that they could play with their buybacks a lot easier.
We're also seeing more of these Ag Scepters start to get pulled. Duracio, he's pulled 2 of them. Can start to add these up. Like Tofu, he got his own Ags now. This is a double lasso territory.
Yeah, what happens if Saxo or Whitemon are too close to the target they're trying to save and they get caught in that initiation?
Could be huge. These lassos have meant a lot in these team fights as we go down the stretch. We're approaching the 60-minute mark as well. You have to start thinking about these neutral items. Go back for the Midas once more on the Doom just to secure him instantly. Ramses, he's smoked. He's looking.
Yeah, they're beating out Thompson right now.
And look, even the
Celery just won't stop, man.
He knows that every little bit of pressure could matter.
And he's also going to be breaking the smoke. He realizes, managed to get the 4th staff away. Tundra too scared to take that high ground fight. They don't know what lies above, and they will call it quits for now. But Celery just continues to remind you, hey, don't forget that we were leading control of this game. Don't forget your 2 lanes of barracks down and just win 1 building away from Megas.
I mean, that could be a route Game can consider. Like, if they don't feel like they can win the straight up 5v5 anymore, you have an Underlord. You can gate to the enemy base in a clutch situation and try and just all in it. Biggest factor for Tundra is maintaining that glyph. But this game really could come down to some weird base situation like that. Especially if Tundra commit buybacks to a fight, they can't get back to defend the throne.
Look at Thompson.
Situation you have to think about.
He knows it's not going to just be a 5 versus 5. It's going to be a 10 versus 10 when this fight breaks out. So wherever the fight does happen, they need to be able to have boots of travels. They need to be able to have bots too, specifically to be able to get to the fight instantly.
It's the biggest factor here, and not a lot of heroes are going to have a bots 2 slot that they want to free up. We're looking at Pure right here. I mean, he's approaching that true 7-slot territory if he eats an Ags and fills it in. He went for his own nullifier here. He is absolutely deadly. He's going to stick on a target. There's not much you can do to prevent that damage coming out other than your BKB durations on game, and you have to pop them at the right time. Secure yourself that life.
I mean, eating an Ags, he could still eat a Moon Shard. There's still more room to grow, and also level 30. We talked about level 25 talent, what they picked up, but we may see the full talent tree being grabbed for some of these carries. And Slark is particularly scary when he is full up on that. Once again, they push out, trying to take control of this top left part of the map where Roshan is going to spawn, and it's going to come up in 5 seconds. There's only going to be a minute of nighttime here, where Tundra feel really good about the fight and really good about their position to take Roshan. If not, it will go to the other side of the map and will go under Gaming Gladiators' control. And they are not immediately taking that Roshan.
So we should see how Tundra are playing this map right now. There's creeps pushing in the waves. It's going to be Thompson on creep wave duty with that bots 2 Sand King. He has buyback available. In fact, all 10 buybacks are now available in this game.
At this point in time, it seems like the teams, I mean, we've seen Aegis fights that actually do not go the way of the Aegis holder. Maybe it's tier 5 items that are more important. 20 seconds till we get picked up. So in that discussion, what are the biggest items you can see on what heroes?
Start praying to Gabe, right? That you get the good drops that you want. I think in general in these late game scenarios, you want an Arcanist armor on somebody, but some of these big support items can make an impact. The cores, I mean, Giants rings are always nice.
It's got to be mirror shields if you're gaming Gladiators,
are
right?
A super value.
I mean, how do you play Doom against just mirror shield after mirror shield with Lincoln's on top?
Is this an unwavering condition game? Probably not. I think we'll rule that one out.
First mirror shield gets picked up. Celery takes his.
I could see Searstone for some of these backline supports like the Shadow Demon. Stygian Desolator could be a big one, but yeah, you're looking at mirror shields here.
There's an Arcanist armor for you on the Sand King.
I like seeing
cool
at least
choice
one of
for
those.
him. Duracchio's trying to min-max his, he takes away his boot slot. He needs some extra movement speed. He takes force boots.
That's a big one for him. The slot's really valuable, the extra move speed in the fight.
Ace, is it going to be an Arcanist armor on his side? Will it be a Giant's ring? Another mirror shield, this time for the Queen of Pain. Oh man, how does Ramses do this? Force boots
don't know.
instead.
Ace also got his own force boot, so you have 2 mirror shields to get through between the Queen and the Enchantress. Tofu still waiting for his. See what he opts for here on this Bat Rider. The flip side, mirror shield for Pure, you're gonna have to cut through that. I don't know how he's dying anyway, but you have that plus the Arcanist armor Sand King to fight through. So much resistance.
Bat Rider's opting, I think, to hold on to his Timeless Relic because he feels like,
Searstone.
He takes Searstone. Is he actually swap it in? He does. Okay.
That's big. That is a lot of cast range on this hero.
God.
You look at this lasso now. This is an Ag's lasso as well. Tofu's initiations just got way easier. And this Searstone active is no joke in the late game. You throw it down on a random spot after a scan or something, or the Roshan pit. You see a hero, you jump in, you get that lasso. That can decide everything right now as Game and smoke into the pit. They're missing Celery a little bit, but these waves are still going to go into Tundra, so Thompson always has to show in the base. Still Tundra. They're just going to man up for Roshan here.
Yeah, look at Quinn. He is getting close to the pit, and Shivas reveals them inside the Roshan pit. Pure, getting a couple of stacks here, throws out that nullifier, got a BKB out of him. They're in a deep corner here. Does Game and Gladiators like where this fight is being positioned at? They go for Celery, mirror shield blocks of it. Nice Sonic Wave, hitting on a 3. But still, Celery's in trouble. He's broken and he's dead. Ramses refresh, looking for another Doom target here, but they're fighting into buyback with the outpost territory. There it is, buyback on the Celery. He's going to be coming in soon. They got Quinn locked down. Another one dead. 1 into 2. Tundra. Can they get more? Duracchio sees his opportunity with the buyback coming in for Quinn. Can they push through? Ramses low. Disruption. Managed to buy in some time. Pure is getting a lot of stacks though. Pure is getting bigger and bigger. Last slam from Thompson. There goes out the lasso. Managed to get 1. Thompson's still fine. Game of Gladiators are running out of damage it seems. These buybacks are not doing enough. Wait, no. Another Sonic Wave. They got Thompson. A pull forward from Soxa. Couldn't actually do that much. Now he's in danger as Duracchio looks to be able to run him down. Nah, you're not getting out of here. None of that. He goes down. Game and Gladiators throw buyback after buyback, but they hold the Roshan pit.
So much damage from Quinn. 14,000 out of this Queen of Pain. He goes down once, but he gets the job done. Triple buyback from Gaiman. Does cost him a lot, but that Radiant Roshan advantage was huge. And you got to be looking at Tundra's base while all this is happening. They lost to tier 4. There was a decent amount of wave pressure. Can't afford to take too many of these fights outside your base when creeps are just hitting your throne. Double buyback expended from them on the Shadow Demon and the Doom. They're going to try and hold the other 2 here. Will Gaiman try and push the base to force Thompson's buyback on this Sand King? Do they feel confident enough to do it with the second life on Quinn, but no Queen of Pain buyback?
Yeah, 1 more buyback used, but 1 more life added to Game of Gladiators with the Aegis. Does that make us even? They get a buyback out of the Tusk now.
Might just want the Megas here. Look for another lasso. They got Refresher Shard on Ace, so double Hex and double hit potential is online. We also saw the target prioritization from Ramses. He tried to Doom the Enchantress, hit a Mirror Shield. Very tough position for him into all this spell block.
The Roshan Spanner will let them go for high ground here. With the creeps protected, they can take Megas unless Pure gets in front of this one.
So that's 40 stacks.
Yeah, he is stacking up big time, and that is a bit of a problem for Game and Gladiators to consider. Do you really want to push this right now while he has those stacks? Oh, Tojo, he went fishing, doesn't find anything. Instead, he's going to be knocked out. Sonic Wave trying to protect this Bat Rider, but no, he dies. And now the Burrow Strike, trying to get through the Lincoln, trying to get through the Mirror Shield. Quinn committing, gets the base. He gets the megas. Ace is out of here through the portal. Durachio's on out of here too, but they are going to be able to catch Celery here. Quinn, he's back into play through that gate. Thompson, he had retreats to the high ground with these impetus landing onto him while the Tusk is left behind. That is a dive back. A Scythe onto Thompson. He won't die from this. He gets back, but look at the throne. It's totally exposed and megas are coming.
You need to hold on to the glyph here if you are Tundra. That is the last thing you want to click in this game. It might be the last thing you click in this game. Gaimin, they get another buyback and a dieback onto Saksa here. 5v4 situation. You don't have an Aegis anymore. They're going to pass the Refresher Shard over to Quinn. Ramsey is still struggling to find these Dooms. There's just so much spell block. He threw out one on Ace. I think it got blocked by a Lincoln's proc.
You can wait for time. Thompson to get the Doom onto Ace. A big kill with an nullifier. They shred him, but so does Thompson. Almost dying. Disruption. Buys some time. A second Sonic Wave. They miss. Thompson's okay. Thanks for now. Bloodstone pulled back in Depth Shard. Wait a minute. He still has a little bit more time as the Disruption buys him life after life. So many second lives for Tundra. Whether it's buybacks, whether it's the snowballs or the disruptions. And Thompson strikes again, trying anyway. Stuck in this slow. Another disruption going out. Gaming Gladiators not overcommitting. They know the Slark is coming back into play soon. Managed to get a Scythe onto him. Managed to get the Hex on him. Can they punch it down? They've got him. One more buyback. Tundra, they have a buyback left on Thompson, and that's all that's left. Do Gaming Gladiators keep this going? They are just slowly smothering.
Trying to get out.
A reset through the gate was a bold move, and now, Ramses has to use his BKB, otherwise, the lasso! Tofu gets the lasso to pull him back into his death. That is a dieback. Thompson, he's gonna have to use his buyback perhaps. He wants a kill out of it though. First he gets bit. Tofu, wait a minute, refresh BKB. No way, no fucking way. He pops his BKB, hits the epicenter, and he is living. He doesn't use his second life. Not quite yet, not quite now.
The sand got
He has to use it.
Look at the throne, it's just dying to
Oh my God, the epicenter was still going on his life, and it helps clear out the creeps that almost took down the Ancient.
Illusion sent in catapult, sent in Whitemon on throne duty, but Tundra, they hold, and you're now in a situation where all 10 buybacks are on cooldown. We went from having all of them to none of them. This game has evened back out somehow. Some way Tundra hold on to this game. They did use their glyph though. This throne is on 1,000 HP with no glyph. The all-in potential from Gaimin is there.
A Divine Rapier picked up Durachio.
They're gonna all in it, man.
At this point in time, it's not about whether or not they can beat Tundra in a fight. It's about whether or not you can kill the Ancient.
Tundra, you need to find heroes right now. You let Gaimin get into your base with BKBs up, they might just throw you through everything.
Tundra refusing to say die. They have to push outside of the pit in order to stop Gaming Gladiators for going straight for the throne.
He's on the side. How bold are you right now? A man known for the risky plays. Pure continuing to scout outside the base, knows that if Gaimin commit to that throne, you need as much time as you can get to bring these heroes down before they get the win. Will you go for it here on the side of Gaimin? Will you wait for buyback cooldowns? Some of yours are coming up first. That Queen of Pain and Alchemist buybacks up again in 2 minutes here. And you know the longest one in the game right now is the Sand King at 6. I would not fault them trying to wait out this little condition and then go when they have the numbers advantage.
Oh yeah.
You'd feel a lot safer doing it at least.
Tundra, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place of you want to be able to hold your high ground, but you know that Gaming Gladiators are looking at the win condition here. You have to keep them away from the throne. They're strategizing right now. They've decided to go for a smoke, and let's see where they let it lie. Are they going to go up to top lane? They're going to go through the gate. They're going to go straight for the throne. All in on this one. They pop their BKBs. They go straight for the throne, and it is all over. Gaming Gladiators take it to the very brink, and they just shove Tundra down into the pit. They will make their move one more time. Like fate, they will move up to the TI Finals to face their old nemesis in Team Liquid.
The Ace Underlord, gating them to where they were a year ago, and a chance for redemption against a different foe, but one they are equally familiar with as they look towards that BO5 later today against Liquid. But man, Tundra, this is a team with a stand-in. Soxa went from couch to top 3 in a week. Thompson so close to a 3-peat. Whitemon with one of the farthest pushes for a C player in TI history. Ramsey switching his role to get one of his deepest performances on land and his best TI performance ever. And of course, Pure, perhaps the carry of the tournament in many ways, but cannot close this one out against the inevitable that is a Game in Liquid final. It just is fate.
You cannot stop these grand finals from occurring. As much as Tundra tried, they pushed, I mean, a run through TI that was full of the improbable, but ultimately you couldn't stop it. It was impossible to stop Game and Gladiators in Liquid.
Some things are just meant to be, Austin. They will go on until the cycle is broken or someone breaks the wheel. And so far, no one has been strong enough to do it.
Well, I am hoping that we are going to have a fantastic grand finals ahead. Tundra certainly gave us one hell of a performance, though. They are going to exit out of third place. Game and Gladiators, though, I mean, the grit on these guys, how have they managed to do it year after year like this? They have a grand final appearance ahead of them, and we can talk to what that means to them up on the main stage.
Game in Gladiators will be your back-to-back TI Grand Finalists. And playing in front of his home crowd, we have Ace. I mean, the nerves, the tension, how was that playing one of the best games in TI history in front of the home crowd here?
Yeah, I'm a little bit bamboozled right now.
A little bit bamboozled. All right, well, let's break it down a little bit. I mean, what's the communication like? You know, you're trying to go for the base. You keep on trying. They keep defending. They keep on fighting. Who's keeping the calm in the team?
I mean, it was definitely more intense than usual, but I'm like kind of proud of my team because I feel like it's not like super screamy or like full panic. Like we're still like keeping it together and making like good decisions.
Absolutely, good decisions were made for sure. I mean, you played against this team 2 days ago. How did this series compare to that one?
I think they adapted well to our first series. Like they put up a fight like numerous times here. I felt like we're out in this game. You know, like you get the fault sometimes. And like this series was just crazy. One of the biggest, most crazy series in my career, probably.
Absolutely, I mean, we loved it though. We absolutely loved it. What a game from you and both of them. Obviously, Tundra now eliminated. Do you have anything to say to them now you've taken them out of the tournament after such an incredible game together?
Wait, do I have anything to say to who?
Tundra.
Oh, to Tundra. You guys played really well. Like, I think you guys are just amazing team. Like, you almost got us like it could have gone either way. Like, yeah, sorry boys, but well played.
Well played indeed. A round of applause for Tundra, of course. Now, I do want to ask you about something in that game. Throughout the tournament, in fact, you've been spamming a certain voice line, school. What does it mean?
School! I think people know what it means.
All right, well, find a day in an Arsenal, I guess. Finally, now you move into the grand finals versus Team Liquid. What do you think is going to happen?
History always repeats itself.
The 3-0 prediction then?
3-0, we'll see. Let's make it a bit more entertaining.
I don't know. I'm not sure it can get more entertaining than that. Ace, final word for the crowd here before you go and take a break and head to the grand finals.
Thank you guys so much. Like, it's fucking amazing. Like, also all my friends and family here. Like, this is like a one-time thing. First for me. Like, it's just different. It's like, thank you all.
Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Ace and Gaming Gladiators as we'll send it back to the panel.
Some great words from Ace there. He talked about how maybe for the grand finals, they want to make it entertaining for the crowd. Well, this game number 3, our first game number 3 on the main stage was so entertaining. It felt like it was all over at one point, Jenkins, and it was just going to be Gaming Gladiators. And then all of a sudden, Tundra, they're back in it.
I think Ace is the perfect guy to do that interview. He represents his entire team. He was always there for them. He's always saving them. He's got the auras. He's got the Underlord portals in. This guy looks like the best Underlord on the entire planet. The way that the team plays around him, they have so much trust that he will always be there in the perfect position, and he is. And until the very end of that game, 70 minutes in, he was still there.
Yeah. Look, we can't overlook the efforts that Tundra put into this series, into their run here in the tournament, but also that game number 3. Unfortunately, they will be exiting out of TI13 here, but third place, a phenomenal feat, and we're going to head on down to Purian with one of their players.
Thanks, Nat. I am here with Whitemon. First of all, I think it's safe to say that was, without doubt, the best series of the tournament so far. I know you guys didn't come out on top, but you must be proud of how you played.
Yeah, I think we kind of proud of ourselves because we have a staff for stand-in also. We're not like full roster, and we make it to top 3. But I'm just feel sorry that we cannot make top 3 times TI champion. Sorry, guys.
Well, you guys definitely tried your best. Talking about Saxon as a stand-in, how good is this guy that he's come in as a stand-in, as you said, and you guys have managed to make top 3? That's incredible.
Yeah, I think he's a really good player. We only have like 1 week practice before TI, and we make it like top 3. I think he's really good.
Absolutely. Speaking of really good, a lot of the other players I spoke to here said that Pure on your team was the best player in the tournament. How good is this kid?
Yeah, I think for me, even we have like top 3, but I think Pure is the best carry because, you know, he's carrying all the games. He make all the shot calls. He make, like, I don't know, he's just incredible.
So what are you guys hoping to do when you come back next season? You're going to win TI next year?
Hopefully.
Fair enough. All right, now you've entertained us all, and I'd love it if you could just finish by having a few words for the fans who supported you throughout this season, but especially at this TI.
What, sorry?
Some words for the fans.
Some what?
Like say some nice things to the fans, like thank you and stuff.
Okay. Thank you for the fans and for friends and family, anything, like, thank you for supporting us and cheering us. Sorry to make you disappointed, but we'll try our best.
Well, you guys were phenomenal. Big round of applause for Tundra. Whitemon, thank you so much. Back to the panel.
Let me tell you, that applause is not for disappointment at all. Whitemon should definitely be proud of not only his team and their placement here, but also for himself being the first ever Indonesian player to be able to podium at an international. It only took 13 of them, but he was up there. He was making space for his team. He was crucial in all 3 games as well. And it's a phenomenal feat and a phenomenal way to go out. It's just so entertaining, Sind. I don't think I can say it enough.
No, that was a crazy game for multiple reasons. I kind of thought that game was going to finish around 35 minutes, but a couple of things went back and forth. And honestly, for the side of Tundra, I think the most impressive thing about this game was you could tell how crisp the communication was at all stages of all fights. Like just good understanding of who's going in when. They were playing multiple saves. You're going to see that in basically every single highlight that we're going to be showing is that there's a Slark Depth Shroud, there's the Shadow Demon Disruption, and there's the Tusk Snowball, which makes it difficult for Gaming to approach these fights consistently because there's going to be so much variance in every single fight that they have to play around. But ultimately, they finally did manage to break through and win their first game past 40 minutes of the entire tournament. I believe you pointed that out when we were talking about it, Fear, that Gaming just don't win late.
Well, they haven't won past 40 minutes, but they're 1-0 past 60 minutes, so there is that. I do think Tundra, they played a really good game. I think the supports were a pivotal part for this. There was tons of saves back and forth. The only downside is, like, it did feel like Ramses was a little not comfortable on this Doombringer. He didn't have the best net worth in this game. The initiations weren't as good as when he plays the Mars or the Sand King, but it was still good enough to get to this stage of the game. They played their hearts out. This Slark was a hero that we haven't really seen much in this tournament, if at all, but it still in the late game looked pretty good. So hats off to Tundra. They tried their best, and this was a hell of a game 3.
Yeah, Pure played really well, but honestly, to me, the MVPs of that final game were Celery and Tofu. There were some fights where Celery was just an absolute turret, dishing out damage, also using the Hurricane Pike to save people from the Slark. It was amazing gameplay, extremely crisp, high mechanical skill. Tofu was jumping on the Slark to keep vision of him so he can't heal, so that way Celery can kill him with his impetus. Like, the amount of mechanical skill that was in that game, you could study this thing for a week straight and still not pick up on all the little intricacies of what Gaiman did, and Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, the net worth of Celery to his offlaner in Ace there on the Underlord was only about 1,000, but at some points during the game sin, he was actually above both offlaners in net worth. Like, when we say this Enchantress carried, she really didn't. It reflected in the items and the damage in the net worth.
Yeah, I think there was one point where she actually eclipsed the combined enemy supports, which I think is very rare in this tournament that a support gets that rich, so that's one thing. But it's also, I think it's extremely important for Gaiman's ability to win this game that I would say this was a game where Dyrachyo made a couple of really crucial mistakes that made this game a lot harder for them than it perhaps could have been. So it was very important for them that they had multiple heroes that could get in there and dish out that damage and kind of, you know, play off each other to clutch it out.
Yeah, they're going to have a break, and maybe there are things that they look at, maybe it's not really, but something that we get to look back on is who made the final call for that final push to win a game number 3 on Gaming Gladiators.
Go from here. Yeah,
Go
the
gate,
Goose
go
is
gate,
gonna...
go gate. They are not
Okay,
ready.
I'm
Go
going
gate
right
right
now.
now.
Go, go, go.
Right click, BKB and hit it.
Hit it, hit it.
Yes!
Wow.
Let's go!
Yeah, bro.
Just BKB and hit it. That's it, Fear. That's how you're going to close out a game that goes almost 70 minutes there.
I like how he had to remind his team to just press your BKB.
Press
just
the
hit it.
abilities, please. Press it.
That was for Dyrachyo, I'm sure.
Just make sure you press your BKB. That's the only thing that would stop us from winning this if you don't get that button off. They all got it off. They hit the throne. There was no cliff. It was a good shot call.
There was also a really funny contrast in the clip of that, with Quinn just popping off and Celery was just total stonefish. He's like, thank God we won this. I think he was very relieved more than anything on his edge there. He was stone-focused the whole game and paid off.
Yeah, he did as much as he could. I think he was ready to wash his hands of that game.
Well, that's the thing. They thought that they were going to be able to close out, what, 20, 30 minutes before that, if not earlier. So I do think that you're really going to have one of two reactions. You're going to be at the highest you've ever felt, and now you're going to bring down your emotions, or your Celery, and you realize that the job's only a little bit done. You still have the grand finals. They were there last year. They only got second place. I say only. Obviously, out of 18 teams last year and then 16 this year, that's a massive accomplishment for themselves, but they don't want to turn this into a potential curse for themselves, Jenkins. They don't want second place over and over and over again.
No, they don't. That would be a pretty miserable curse, I would say. But, you know, on the flip side, it kind of feels like it would be deserved because they've done it to Liquid. But I think that Gaiman needs to spend some time studying those replays. I think they got dismantled by Liquid. They were able to match Gaiman's pace, but then they also picked the Visage and the Doom and these, like, gold-generating heroes.
Yep.
So the fights were kind of going 50-50, but then Liquid was getting a little bit more of an advantage. Also, there was the Revenant's Brute Windrunner. There was some new tech that Liquid was doing. There was some picks on Gaiman's side. There's a lot that they can definitely improve on for that grand finals, and I think it will be very competitive.
Yeah, look, that's still down the track. We've got a lot of time between now and then. And to help fill us in with a little bit of that time is we have so much content for you guys. Trust me, if you're in the arena or if you're watching on stream, you don't want to go anywhere. We're going to start off with a very enjoyable, maybe, content piece from Jenkins.
Well, heading back to the base now, a little bit of a lull in the action as we get set to go in this one.
And Falcons have just used their glyph. It's going to be a while before they have that again.
Huh. Why would they do that?
Oh, what are you doing?
Just watching replays.
Mm-hmm.
But I did notice something. Okay, so glyph. Makes your towers invincible. Okay? Dota is all about taking towers. A bad glyph is just about the most game-losing thing that you can do.
Thank you. I know what a glyph does, Jenkins.
Sorry, okay, my bad. Anyway, super important, okay? Game defining. Somebody glyphed this tower. This tier 1 was glyphed. What? Who can defend here? So, who glyphed?
I mean, I'm sure they had a good reason. Like, just check who did it.
That's the thing. Who activated glyph is like the only thing that you can't see in the replay.
I mean, you could just go ask them.
Okay, maybe I will.
No. Who? Did you waste Glyph?
No.
Oh, God. Oh, God, they're in the pubs. They're in the pubs!
Oh, glorious Glyph God! Over 200 souls have been sacrificed to you today alone. Soon, you will be real, and you will fuse yourself in all of your followers with your fortification glory. We will be invincible, except for Moran Arrow, and that weird Clink spell, and Night Stalker Shard, and Midas and Devour. Seize him! Woo!
One man will find the truth.
You're getting close to solving the glyph. Check the combat log.
I need to know. The world needs to know.
Who pressed Glyph? Coming to a post-game chat near you.
Coming to a post-game near you. Did you enjoy making that one, Jenkins?
How could you have kept that a secret from... I was losing my mind.
Well, look, I know we worked 11 days pretty much straight together, but sometimes you need your own secrets.
Why would you waste Glyph? Why? We lost that pub. I doubled down.
That's why. That is exactly why. We've always talked about this inflated MMR going around, and Jenkins, it's just not deserved. Traumatized.
I'm good. I'm fine.
Look, it was a very beautiful content piece, though. I know a lot of you guys were working hard in the back ends. I mean, maybe a fun little mini game everyone can do is count how many special appearances were in that one content piece alone. We had a lot of the talent lineup getting in on this, and I know Slacks and Tsunami worked really hard behind the scenes as well for it. Did you enjoy it, Fia? As like maybe the only person who wasn't in it?
You don't know that.
Oh, that's true. I don't know that, actually.
Don't make assumptions there. I was in the darkness.
Yeah, you were the
Glyph.
He was the Glyph.
He tried to lose TI5. He was glyphing all the time.
Yeah.
He's president on cool.
Was it TI5 you won? I can't remember.
I don't remember
That was so long
It was
ago.
like at least 15 years ago.
At least, minimum.
That was really great, though. I enjoyed that. That was really fun.
Yeah. Something that I haven't yet mentioned, and maybe people at home are looking at, is why exactly you're on the panel right now, Sin, because we've had...
I was wondering the same.
Oh, whoa, okay. Apparently my panel members are also wondering. Well, I mean, it's a TI for you in your home country. I mean, how special does that feel to have so many of your countrymen in the crowd right now?
That's awesome. I didn't, how to say, this is something that I didn't think would ever happen. I think it was the same thing that Crit was saying in an interview some days ago, that it just, you know, I remember we were at a different event, and we were out having dinner, and I just checked my phone randomly, and there's like, TI's in Copenhagen. Like, okay. You know,
whoa.
Just out of nowhere, there was no clues or anything. It just came as a complete surprise, and I was just blown away, and I was super excited, of course.
Yeah.
And I feel like the arena and the fans have been awesome. I feel like the set design has been great. So I've been really happy with it.
Oh, well, that's good. And you've seen a lot of TIs for yourself.
yeah.
You've seen many. In fact, Synderen is someone that's been around for a very long time. So we've got another special content piece for you guys right now.
The legacy of the International spans the course of nearly 15 years. But some would say, as much as it is a legacy of Dota, it is a legacy of the Danes. And now, at the International 2024, in the heart of Copenhagen, we will tell the tale of the greatest of them all. The most decorated and celebrated Danish Dota player of all time, and the only person to have attended every single international, Synderen.
I've been playing Dota
I knew I could always count on my family. My mother, she was my biggest supporter and my biggest fan through all of it.
Troels var altid den svageste af mine 7 sønner. De andre børn tilsagde afgrøderne i marken og hjalp med at slagte kvæg. Vi spurgte os selv, hvor er svæklæggen? Hvor er han, når det er tid til at så kornet? Men han var der aldrig. Han gav altid nogle åndssvage undskyldninger, såsom, men mor, jeg er allerede god til at farme. Jeg har lige fundet ud af, hvordan man kan få 200 GPM på Alchemist. Så sagde vi, at han skulle stoppe med det vrøvl, og at alkemisten ikke er i byen under høstsæsonen. På et tidspunkt blev han så sur, at han løb væk hjemmefra. Vi troede, vi havde mistet ham for evigt, men nogle måneder senere, så var han der pludselig. Han havde åbenbart spillet et eller andet computerspil dernede i månedsvis. Han kom ud af kælderen som en lille trold, kravlede ud af sin hule, når det er tid til at gå på jagt. Så besluttede vi os endelig for at give ham sit navn. Troels. Også fordi han lugter en lort. Shit.
My dad was a farmer, so he didn't really approve of me playing video games very much, but once I started making money with it, then he came around.
What money? He never made any money.
There's always kæft!
He could have done something good with his life. He could have saved the planet. Oh, for helvede. The ice is melting at the poles.
20 years, it's been a long time. I remember TI1 going with friends. It didn't go so well. We got 16th, but then came TI2. I went with a new team, and we also got 16th there, so that didn't really work out either. But then finally, TI3 really had the team that I was hoping for, and we got 16th. And then there was TI6.
These are our family goats. That one is Sumail. That one is Miracle. And that one is Arteezy. You can tell by the big balls.
Those two were huge, my parents. But I didn't only have that family. I also had a second family in Dota, my teammates.
Teammates. This farm could use some teammates.
Some of my close friends from those teams back then would go on to do great things. I took them under my wing, I taught them everything I knew, and now they're here still playing at this TI. And you know, it's a real source of pride for me.
Who? Synderen, you were on a team with him.
Doesn't really ring any bells.
Eventually, my time as a pro, it came to an end, but I still absolutely love Dota, so I wanted to continue working with it. So I got into talent work, and honestly, I've never looked back.
Is Synderen over being a pro player? Man, I mean, he's a good friend of mine. We cast a lot together, but definitely not over. I mean, anytime we would cast a former teammate of his, whether it's like Yapsor or Seb, he would just cry his eyes out. I feel like you do need to get over this stuff eventually, though. I mean, myself being a former Counter-Strike pro player.
For most of my life, I have dedicated myself to Dota, and now this year, we get to have TI in my home country, which is super special to me. So I can't put into words how much that means. It's been an honor to be a part of this community for all these years, and yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for watching and letting me be a part of it for all this time.
Oh, a massive round of applause, not only for a spectacular content piece, but the acting, Synderen. I didn't know you were secretly taking acting classes between being talent as well.
It's easy to act out your parents, you know?
Is it, yeah?
You've
Your
seen
whole
it your
life?
entire life. It was very accurate. Is actually also what my mom looks like.
Oh, really? I could see the genetics are strong in the Danes then. Did you enjoy that one as well, Jenkins?
Yeah, that was good. I thought that was your parents.
Oh.
Your mom has a hairy chest. I gotta say, I don't know what that's about. That was quite something.
to know someone had a worse setup than me growing up, so impressed by that.
You didn't think it was possible, but it really was out there. Sin, look, it's been an absolute pleasure for you, I'm sure, to be in front of your crowd here, but also for all of us getting to work with you. And so we have something a little bit extra when it comes to content just for you.
Hello, Sent. All jokes aside, I'm very happy you're still sticking around and helping our Dota community, and hopefully having a good time.
I remember watching the Wild Honey Badgers at DreamHack 2011, DreamHack Winter, and I remember seeing your Night Stalker there, and that's part of the reason what made me fall in love with esports as a whole.
From the first moment I saw you play, I knew you'd make an excellent caster. It's been a pleasure to work so many TIs alongside you, and I'm looking forward to hopefully many more years at the International, getting to spend time and enjoy your witty and humorous and very intelligent casting.
Big fan, Tundra. I always tell you this, but I mean it unironically. Before I worked as a talent, you were my favorite caster by far.
Known you for over 10 years. We've played together, we've worked together. We have probably like a 10% win rate in competitive games together, which is pretty sad, but you know what? Working with you has always been a pleasure, and I look forward to being able to do that always, man. Love you.
Congratulations, Cinder, on an amazing career so far. I wouldn't be here without you. I am glad and very privileged to call you one of my best friends, so thanks, buddy.
Aww. A nice little trip down memory. I can't look at Sin, I'm so emotional right now, but you get to add a TI in your home country to memories too. I'm actually tearing up. Yeah, someone else is gonna have to take hosting duties now.
Take it from here.
Yeah, super.
Oh, sure. I mean, I have memories of Cinder and Tundra. I remember all your dream hacks.
I will say, I also have a 10% win rate with you. It's not good. I enjoy every moment of it, though.
I think I have a 100% win rate against you.
Oh, I thought you were going to say with. I was excited for a moment. Oh, no.
Well, I have 100% enjoyment in listening to you cast it.
Yes!
So, yeah, let's go. And I'm sure everyone
one.
out there in the arena has also really enjoyed it as well. But look, I'll give you guys some final words because we do have to keep this show going. There's still a lot more content between now and the grand finals, but it is going to be The Last of Us for a very short time. So starting down the line, Jenkins, if you want to give some thoughts going into maybe the grand final or even just about the content we got to watch.
Sure. Well, I'm excited to see Game and Liquid, unironically, as Mira said. Love this game, love this community, love the crowd. It's been amazing. The energy has been fucking phenomenal. I'm glad we got to see 3 games, and I hope we get to see 5 more.
Yeah, you might have dropped the F-bomb a little early, because I actually just heard Slacks has got a little extra content for us. So, yeah, we're going to have to go down there and then come back.
Yes, thank you very much. We are outside right now. It's my first time being outside in months. It's horrible out here. Can't wait to go back inside with some also outside friends. What are you doing out here?
Stretching my legs. We're sitting in the front, so we're dying.
Oh, yeah. You guys get the full experience. Can you hear anything?
I can hear everything.
Okay, great, fantastic. Well, great. So, favorite part of the event so far?
Favorite part? The games, obviously, and the Crimson Treasures are very good.
Sure, the Crimsons? Those at home, so sorry. How many Crimsons we got so far?
3.
3? We have 0, you son of...
No.
Why not?
I don't know, they're on hold.
Okay, don't tell about your economic policies here, all right? Just open them, right? That's the best thing you can do. How you doing? Who do you think's gonna win?
Oh, I want Liquid to win.
Liquid?
I want Liquid.
Oh, okay.
Liquid Tundra.
Liquid Tundra, that's quite a dream here. GG, you don't want to see the how about you, GG Liquid Finals?
Liquid Tundra.
Okay, come on, all right. Is it all about the Thompson? Is that what we're after?
We're getting Thompson. The
3 times?
3 times Thompson, yeah.
Oh my God, what are you excited about?
I'm excited about all the game.
Oh, yes. You think Thompson's going to do the 3-0?
I hope Liquid wins.
Liquid, there we go. Fine. Different opinion. These guys are just, bat-chesting over here. We got a real Dota fan here. Who's your favorite hero?
Lone Druids.
Lone Druid. Can you tell me why? I'll just give you the mic. You're too tall for me to put my hand around.
I mean, I like Lone Druid because he has a strong bond to the companion, like I have to my companion. So I'm going to show you my true form now, and I want to ask you to marry me.
Gotta get that happy audio. Oh my goodness, well, you guys have a wonderful moment. congratulations. Oh, kissing. Take it easy. There's a family product here. But congratulations. Hope you enjoy. Oh, okay, sure. Oh, sweetie. You guys are going to have the best life together. You guys have your moment. We love you. We'll come back to you. Congratulations. Thank you. Woo! Give it up one more time. Woo!
Dota players stay winning is what I will say there. There's going to be one team walking away with an Aegis, but that one couple right there walking away having a fantastic memory here of her saying yes at TI 13 in Copenhagen.
They'll be having a podium finish too.
They will be having a That is such a fear one-liner right there. All right, now I'm not getting ahead of myself, Jake, because you've already said your final words for this. I'll go to Fear, then I'll go to Sin, and then we've got some more things coming up. So Fear, some of the final words for you before we do get some more content.
Yeah, I mean, this international has been absolutely amazing. The crowd, as usual, has been on fire. So I've been really blessed to be able to be part of every single international so far in one way or another. As a player, as a coach, as a spectator, I've pretty much done it all. So like every single time it gets more and more special for me, and I absolutely love this event.
Yeah. And then of course yourself, Sin.
I just want to say, be as loud as you guys possibly can for the entirety of the grand finals. Let's make this an incredible atmosphere for the players. It's a huge moment for them. It's a huge moment for you guys. So bring everything you can to the final hours that are coming up soon.
Yes, I love it. They're already cheering down there. You guys are going to have to keep cheering. Maybe try and save a little bit of your voice for that grand finals, but I know there's going to be a lot of round of applause as we head on down to the stage and begin our cosplay competition.
That's right, it's time for another time-honored tradition here at the International. Welcome everyone to the International 2024 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by SteelSeries, because we have got a lot of contestants and a lot of amazing art to show. And it was art that I thankfully got some feedback from thanks to our judges. Could we start out with you, Snapfire? I love the look. Could you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Maragito. I'm a Swedish cosplayer. I've been cosplaying for 18 years, hence the grimy look today. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here and have this event finally in Scandinavia.
Right on. With age comes a wisdom then. And Marcy, how about you? You mind introducing yourself?
Hello everyone, I am Maruna. I've been cosplaying from Dota for 10 years. However, this is only my second TI, so I am super excited to be here.
Amazing stuff. And last but not least, Ember Spirit, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Reeps. As a cosplayer, I go as Reapchi Naked, but Reeps is fine for now. I don't really have a lot to add to my fellow judges, so let's just get the show going.
Without further ado, let's do it then. Shall we start going through each of our contestants? We had many submissions, but we narrowed it down to just 10. So, starting off the thing, let's take it off with Scouse and Spouse, not as Crystal Maiden, but as Crystal Mate.
All right, exactly. All right, exactly. As you can see, this is the Crystal Mate. He's from Down Under, and as you can see, he's sporting a great utility belt with all the important items that he needs to keep the team going.
That's a second persona if I've ever seen one. Next up, let's get Mozart in Tidehunter.
So the thing that's special about this cosplay, you all know it, you've all seen it all weekend. Give it up for him. He made this together with his mom, who knows nothing about Dota, who knows nothing about cosplay. I hope she's watching. Hi, Mom. Great job.
She knows about art, though, clearly. And after that, we've got catastrophic cosplays with the Monkey King.
An important skill in cosplay is to figure out what materials to use and what works for what. And in this case, the case of the Monkey King of Catastrophic, well, her tail, can you guess it? It's a pool noodle.
Look at that flexibility on that, the creativity. That's what's needed when playing Monkey King and when cosplaying Monkey King. Next up, we got Pei on Marcy.
All right, so this is actually the cosplayer's favorite hero, and she actually does boxing for in real life.
Yeah, those animations come from her, not from the game. Following that, we've got Tanacht on a Juggernaut.
This cosplayer made his own muscle suit for this. Making a muscle suit is a difficult process. It starts by wrapping yourself in tape entirely and ends by covering things in latex.
I love the Arcana there. After that, we've got Chiyu Neko as Dawnbreaker.
We have something special here. That is an NA representative. And bringing that costume all the way over here is not easy. So that hammer can actually fall apart in several pieces. However, that's where the convenience ends. It's damned heavy. I tried.
That's the kind of strength you need. Next up, Braun Baron as Dark Willow.
This is the cosplayer's favorite hero as well, and she's been playing 1,700 games as this hero. And just look at those beautiful wings and the light that comes through them.
You need that kind of experience to pull off a cosplay like that. Next up, PGX Bell as Enchantress.
This Enchantress's rear end is made from PVC pipes and insulation foam, and the back legs move as well, which is done by a smart construction with fishing line.
Look at the elaborate nature of it. The legs are hanging on. It looks amazing. Next up, Marzaus as Invoker.
Good things sometimes take time. Have your moment. Give it up.
He's invoking right now.
I really hope these lights show up on camera in the stage lights. But good things take a while, so he's been on this for 5 years, because finally finishing it took a TI that actually happened in Europe.
This is the Magnus Apex right there. And last, but certainly not least, we've got Vicky Kujikawa as a Vengeful Spirit.
This cosplayer has fully articulated wings, and as you can see, she has the bird claws that stands to create the bird-like features of the character. And also look at all the different iridescent colors of the costume. She had so many different colors to get it all together.
And this Arcana just came out and she put this together. What an incredible showcase that we have. But now we've shown you the contestants. It's time to hand out some awards. So let's take it from the top. Our first award out of 4 is Judge's Choice. You mind explaining what Judge's Choice means?
So the Judge's Choice Award is given to a cosplayer who nails both the presence of the hero they're portraying, but also has awesome craftsmanship.
Well, then do you mind telling me who won the Judge's Choice?
Can we get a little drum roll from the audience?
Royal Arena.
The Judge's Choice goes to Tanak as Juggernaut.
A well-deserved victory and the choice of many carries as well. Next up, we've got Biggest Transformation. What is that involved?
Well, it might surprise some of you, but cosplayers are actual, real, living, breathing people.
What?
Yeah, it's quite different from video game. So to translate the one thing into another is not always easy. We deal with different challenges than, game designers. And yeah, doing that is a real skill, and it gets an award here.
Turning 3D into a cosplay. Royal Arena, could we get another drum roll for Biggest Transformation?
The winner is PGX Bell Enchantress.
Amazing work. I thought for sure she had 4 legs. Next up, Best Technique.
Okay, so for this award, we have really looked at the craftsmanship of the costume. We had the pre-judging on Thursday. That means that we have looked at all the costumes individually and looked at all the seams and all the props and their foam work and everything. So basically, it's how they tackle the costume and the quality of their work.
The precision, I love to see it. Royal Arena, you know the drill.
All right, so Best Techniques goes to Vicky Kujikawa as Vengeful Spirit.
A well-deserved victory, and I can't imagine the time frame needed to put this together in time for TI. And now it's time for the best in show. This is the champion of the cosplay contest. I don't think it needs any further explanation, but Royal Arena, I want drum roll, I want woos, I want cheers, I want claps.
The winner of the International Cosplay Contest sponsored by SteelSeries is the one, the only, Marsaus as Invoker!
The refresher, the Aegis, this is a Miracles Invoker in the flesh right here in Royal Arena. What a well-deserved victory. But all of the competitors deserve a round of applause. Royal Arena, please show some love to the incredible craftsmanship. Love to see it. And judges, thank you so much for joining me and giving your expertise. But we're not done yet. I know you guys are waiting for grand finals, but there have been other community-oriented things going on. So I'm gonna pass it over to Slacks with the short film contest.
That is right, Tsunami. Indeed, indeed. The International is a celebration of the greatest Dota in the world and the best esports players out there. But it's also a celebration of us, the creative noobs out there that are doing some fun things in the community. Your passion, your love for this game, and here is where we celebrate it. So that is why I am so honored to go through our short film contest winners this year. But before we go to those top three, I did want to say thank you for everyone who's put in time, effort, and energy, passion, and love into this game and into this contest. Please, a round of applause for them. Quite a long one indeed, because they deserve it. All right, everybody out there, it's about time that we get down to it. So, in third place this year of our short film contest, I know if you're like me, you have no idea how Invoker works. So, luckily for us, we have a little bit of a video that will show you how it feels to play Invoker with the Sphere Master. Absolutely violent and disgusting. I love it. Thank you very much. Well, if you are anything like me, of course, you do know what it's like to play support, my friends. Always helping those carries, those offlaners, those pause fours that are also pretending that they're supports. What can you do? But this video will help you realize what it's like to be a support and how it feels to finally get your hands on that hoodwink. This one is called Support. wonderful indeed. But the time now has come for us to find out who won first place at this year's short film contest. Let's take a peek. Our first place winner. Yeah, makes sense. You ever wonder what it's like to be Tinker? Hey, you guys ever got bloodlust and you just keep chasing someone and you just want to take them out at any cost? Well, this video is just about that. To the best of us. Thank you so much and congratulations to our winners out there. Incredible submissions here this year. But you know, on the topic of videos, it wouldn't really feel like a TI unless we had a little video that we wanted to share with you ourselves. That's right, my friends. So don't go anywhere and let's take a look.
Long have we waited, and Bird Samurai is finally activated. Kaz is coming with Crownfall Act 4 after TI, but I need a quick recap. So I found a Crownfall expert, would you say, or no?
Just a casual player.
Okay. Give me a quick recap. How have we ended up here? Who is this dude?
He's the revolution that is gonna help the queen, the righteous queen.
Well, it sounds like you're taking sides now.
I don't know. Killing your sister is pretty bad.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. Okay, the quick recap. So basically, Skyrat tried to make Vengeful Spirit to live again.
Okay.
Then they found the goddess Skriak, which gave them their powers. So they are trying to move around different places to find allies in order to fight a war.
And that's where she comes in, right? Crystal Maiden. Tell me, I'm assuming your favorite hero is Crystal Maiden.
Well, you're right.
Okay. And when's the last time that you dipped your ideas out of going Crystal Maiden? Would you be down to explore, I don't know, maybe he's a hero, maybe he's a carry, maybe he's an offlane, who knows? What are you hoping for?
Oh, definitely. I would be open to try out something new. Definitely Cass.
Would you cosplay it ever?
Oh, I think that would be a very interesting cosplay, to be honest. But definitely better than my sister, Lena.
See, there we go. I see a lot of sister tensions are a common theme in Crown Fall. And I am very, very curious. It'll be coming out after TI, Crown Fall Act 4. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting. I know Bird Samurai has been rumored for ages. It's finally happening. I can't wait for it. And I was wondering, maybe even people raising their hands. Slacks, what are you doing here?
Hi, I'm also here to talk about the lore. I'm very excited about the hero. Hello. You been playing Crown Fall?
No.
You been playing Dota?
Yes, of course.
Would you play a hero that is a samurai as skilled as Juggernaut?
It depends. I only play support.
You are the worst interview. Are you at least excited about the new hero?
Of course!
There
That's
we
what
go.
I like to hear!
He
most
volunteered
of all,
today. He wanted to do that. Go.
Most of all, Royal Arena, are you excited for Grand Finals? Then let's get into it.
Aegis of Champions. It challenges the expectations of greatness, daring the finest Dota teams in the world to rise always higher and earn a place beyond the very best. It reveals new arenas for artistry, demanding the skills, the sacrifice, the imagination to transcend mere excellence. It grants a life everlasting, promising a page in the chronicles of history that time cannot erase. 16 teams began this quest in Copenhagen. Now, only 2 contenders remain. They meet at the precipice, with the fate of the Aegis at last in play. One team must fall, their dreams of triumph broken, to watch the other rise into a hallowed pantheon of honor and fame. This is the final proving ground. This is the Grand Colosseum, where legends forge undying names. 2 teams compete here for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Welcome to the grand finals of the International 2024, and we have got 2 top-tier teams that are going to battle it out in a best-of-5. So much to talk about, so much history with these 2 players as well. Although I do know it might get a little sidetracked potentially if people want to mention Kiss. That's okay. Hopefully, though, we'll get to play him soon enough, so all the speculations, we'll save them maybe for a little bit. There's so much to talk about. TGov, Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, back at it again.
I mean, the entire, couple of days that we've had teams, chanting for Team Liquid. We've seen gaming as well. I think we've had maybe the loudest teams have got to the grand finals. So I'm hoping the arena also is very loud during the grand finals. But I know this is everything we wait for. Every year, this is the tournament, the aura, everything. Like, you cannot match what TI brings. So come on, please, 5 games. All I ask for, please, 5 games.
I say this every day, Shiver. I say every game will go all the way, but I really do believe at this time, we've been here time and time again with these 2 teams, that we've never had the stakes be this high for the International. We've had them play in 5 grand finals total. This time around, TI, they haven't played a TI grand finals yet, so this is the culmination of their rivalry. You can throw all the other wins down the drain if Liquid managed to beat Game in here.
I did not know this TI was going to be so emotional. First, we see the Synderen's content piece. I start crying, he starts crying. Everybody in the green room starts crying. Then we see a proposal again. Then we see a new hero. I came here to watch some good Dota, and we've seen some really good Dota so far.
We have seen some fantastic Dota, and we're gonna break everything down for you so you know what to expect, and maybe you don't normally watch too much Dota 2. We got you covered as well, and we'll tell you exactly why this Grand Finals is as important and as high stakes as it is. We're gonna focus our attention first on Team Liquid. They are the team coming in through the upper bracket, and they did so by beating Gaming Gladiators just yesterday, and that was a 2-0. So if we look at this bracket, Team Liquid, they made a strong run, Lacoste, through this upper bracket.
Didn't drop a single game in the upper bracket. Also, Boxy in an interview yesterday talked about them starting the Grand Finals coming from the upper bracket, which means that Team Liquid doesn't necessarily need to play 8 games potentially, so they're going to be fresh, they're going to be rested. Gaming Gladiators, they showed what they're capable of in the bottom part of the bracket, played 3 games, and this time around, Team Liquid, they could chill and they could watch and they could prep for it.
They could, and they are no strangers to playing on the final day of an international TGov. For Team Liquid, their best performance at an international so far, 2022, for all 5 of them.
Yeah, no, they've had an incredible run, and it's like after that, it's been multiple Grand Finals where they're trying to get there, and you know, like I feel like at this point, this team should have won something by now. That's like the hardships for this team. Like they've had incredible journeys. Of course, 33 winning that with Tundra Esports, Liquid getting 3rd with that beautiful story with Matuma Man, and now this time, you know, fast forward a couple years, they're now in the Grand Finals with the chance to lift the Aegis. It's like the perfect story for them.
The perfect story for them. Will this be a perfect storm of an upper bracket run and a Grand Finals against their ultimate nemesis? We'll have to wait and see. I think the story for Team Liquid, if we just look at those 5 players, is amazing. But Lacoste, if we look at 3 of their players in particular, maybe it's even more amazing. With Mickey, Insania, and Boxy, the trio that has withstood everything.
Yeah, these guys have been playing together for so long. They've been playing a different game as well. They go back to Han, rest in peace. But some of these stats are pretty insane. The total number of games, almost 1,400 games. Their win percentage, 56%. Total games for Mind Control, Kuroki, and GH. So they beat some of these big fellas, some of the big names in Dota scene.
Yeah, and the fact that between 1st and 2nd place here, like Insania, Boxing, and Mickey have like over 200 games over the likes of Mind Control, Kuroki, and GH. Like, there is no one even getting close to them. Because when you look down the order, it's a lot of, you know, history and legacy between, you know, the Liquid Enigma era, and then on top of that, it's like before then, it's like Bulldog, Loader as well. Like the fact that there is not a group of 3 players in modern Dota even close to these guys is just incredible.
And you have to commend them on staying together for that long, because when you're playing in a competitive space for that amount of time, you will often hear a lot of criticism internally and externally. And it's very easy to point fingers when things go wrong and try to fix the problem through maybe switching in somebody. To be able to withstand in Dota for this long, almost unheard of. And it really shows in the way that they play together, the trust that they have, the way the friendship kind of shines through in their interviews and the content that they make.
Very true. We do have to mention also on the side of Gaming Gladiator, Effie, we got, of course, Tofu and Ace.
We do. Tofu and Ace have played together for a very long time. They used to always duo queue together as well. They haven't been doing that much lately, but they also partake in traveling together. They're also friends, the way that Liquid are friends. But actually, I know that you, T, coached them on the first team ever that assembled the Tofu and Ace duo.
Shout out to Misery, yeah, so basically Misery captaining me, coach. You know, we had to look through the pubs, we had to find some players, and when we found Tofu, and then there was Ace, and then boom, 2021, Hellburst Smashers formed. We got DPC Division 2, promoted Division 1. But like, as soon as we saw these 2 players playing together, of course, Ace has an incredible history. It was like, they were meant to be together. And just the way that they communicated, they were always playing together. It's like, you knew they were destined to be here at the main stage. And what, again, 3 years since Hellburst Smashers, they're here at the main stage. So an incredible story between the 2 of them.
And on the topic of main stage destiny, this TI is in Copenhagen, Denmark. And we have to talk about Ace. He is the Danish hometown hero. He is here representing the crowd in Copenhagen. So it's going to be very high pressure for him, but it's going to be something he's going to remember for his entire life.
It definitely will be. Ace has had a tremendous road here to get to this point. He is, I believe, the oldest offlaners at 30. He has also a lot of TI appearances already, Lacoste. This is a veteran, and he could crown it here with a TI in his hometown.
Yeah, he was a little bit bamboozled, as he said, after that series against Tundra, but this is the guy that specializes in quite a lot of these heroes. We've seen meta changing quite a lot. His Underlord always going to be a fearsome when you play against it. All these zoo heroes pretty much, but he also has some of the other heroes that he's going to bang out. This lone druid that is becoming like the carry of the tournament, but also he can play it from the offlane. He also brought in some new heroes when it comes down to Visage. He's playing Doom. He's playing Centaur for the team. This guy overall, one of the best offlaners. And one thing I want to add, during the last year, he was by far the best offlaner, and he was studied. He was nerfed to the ground and still was able, to reach the highs.
He has been second place last international. That is no small feat for the entire team of Gaming Gladiators, of course. And on the topic of finals, and on the topic of a lot of players staying together for a very long time and having great times together, these 10 players are having great times together as well in grand finals, although Gaming has had a little bit more luck in the grand finals that they have faced each other in TGov, but a very vast history. As far as two teams going in grand finals, it is a new El Clasico for sure.
Yeah, when you think back, it's been 2 years of competitive Dota. These two teams have been on top. Yeah, Liquid hasn't just... It's like 5 grand finals. GG has won all of them, pretty much. And yeah, Liquid, they wish to get it. I hope they can't hear me right now, because it's kind of awkward whilst they're doing their team huddle. We're reminding them, but it's okay. But yeah, we see the graphic here. 7 grand finals in the last 2 years Liquid have been part of. They have faced Gaming 5 times. They lost it. They faced Falcons. They lost it. They've faced Spirit. They've lost it. They have yet to get the tier 1 victory. But the fact that they've been part of 7 of the last 18 grand finals in 2 years is still kind of like a dynasty in itself. But they just haven't got the trophy. They haven't got the Aegis. It's like every time it's so close.
Some copium here. TI 2022. You had the team going through the upper bracket, winning 3-0. TI 2023. Also 3-0 coming from the upper bracket. This year, they are coming from the upper bracket. So are we going to have a 3-0 for Team Liquid?
For the fans, I hope it's at least 3-1 to Liquid. Because, not a 3-0. Please, 3-1, 3-2, then we're cooking.
Even if it's 3-0, at least hopefully FE competitive close games, like, for example, that game 3 we just saw.
I think it will be competitive and close, because although Liquid did roll through Gaming yesterday, Gaming are a team that learn very quickly, adapt very quickly, and they're very familiar with their opponents in Team Liquid. So getting stomped by them will just give them even more fuel to perform today. Whereas Liquid are a different kind of beast than we've been used to seeing them all year. It feels like they've peaked at this TI, because although they were incredibly dominant last year, it took them a while to get to the form they're in this year, because they brought in 33 earlier on in the year. It took a while to gel together, but they've reached that point where every player is finally on the same page.
They are on the same page, and will be on the same stage soon as well. And I do still want to touch upon the attempts at the Aegis that both of these two teams have had so far. The appearances of the international. Oh my gosh, maybe we need to hold that thought. We all know that horn. We all recognize that horn. That means that those players, those 10 players, will be taking the stage. So let's welcome in our first team. A dominant run through this upper bracket, 2-0ing everybody that stood in their way, including the opponent that they are so familiar with by now. Let's welcome on stage, Gaming Gladiators.
pcgaming Gladiators.
When both of these teams faced each other. This is a fresh start for both Lacoste. Both teams fresh in the booth. One best of 5, that's all.
That's all it takes. You got here, I'm not gonna say you're gonna forget about how you got here because there's a lot to learn. If we go back to 2023, the way Gaming played, when they got out of the grooves, they were not playing as fast. Suddenly, they are stepping it up. They're turning these games into 20, 25-minute games. It's all about the speed. These two teams are super effective at dominating the early stage, turning that early advantage into Roche, into a high ground push.
And that's going to be the question I'm looking at in the grand finals. Both teams have been the quickest so far at the International, the way that they break down their opponents, close out victories, or even build leads where they know they can't come back. Well, either team, if you pivot coming into grand finals, go a little bit more defensive, play for a late game, kind of bait their opponent in. Because at the moment, it really is a clash of equal play styles.
So last year, it felt like GG always had Team Liquid's number because they played very similar playstyles, but a lot of Team Liquid's tempo snowballing started from the lanes and depended on the lanes, whereas GG did something similar, but they crushed lanes too hard, and Liquid were never able to get the upper hand in that sense. This time around, it feels like Team Liquid, while still crushing the lanes, have focused a lot more on their early game map movement, their twin gate rotations, their smokes to mid. They've been looking so sharp and clean, and that's where they've been getting majority of their dominance from, not just their laning stage.
Yeah, we'll see who comes out ahead of laning stages in this upcoming game. I think it's also time to talk about one lane in particular with that in mind. It's a lane that always draws attention. Of course, I'm talking about Quinn versus Nisha in the mid lane. I think Lacoste, this tournament, Nisha has been on fire, one of his best tournaments, if not the best tournament he's ever played.
I think we say that pretty much every single tournament where Nisha participates. If we go back to earlier at the start of the year, he did win that 1v1 tournament at BB Dacha. This guy is just a beast. He has been, I would say, the most stable Dota performer of all time. I don't remember last time Nisha had a bad performance in a game where it really matters. And heroes that he does play, he has a pretty large hero pool, and he's always super active. If you look at the KDA stats, he's always going to be pretty much in top 5. This guy is just a beast.
He really is, and he's incredibly talented because I think out of all of the top performing players at TI, he has the highest performance to pub ratio. He does not need to be pubbing 24/7 to play at the level that he does, and that really is just pure talent. On that topic too, usually at TI, we have a handful of rampages per year. This year, there's only been one rampage, and it's been by Nisha's Puck versus Extreme Gaming 7 days ago. So he has definitely made his mark here already.
Not only that, just like the way in which he's conducting himself in the playoffs. It's like he's got 2 deaths in one game, 3 in another. We are going to see the rampage here. Like it's the clutch, disengage to then find the opportunities, and that is where Liquid is looking so exceptional. They're enabling each other to pop off, and Nisha on the puck. That is a hero that I'm looking for in the grand final. So far, he's 4 for 4 with it, but in the draft, can you really get that ban in play? Can you really ban a puck and feel good about your integrity? And there is a rampage, a rare occurrence at the International, like Effie was mentioning. But yeah, Nisha, he is, insanely good right now.
And in top form, it needs to be said. To be fair, though, both of these teams have been in top form. Otherwise, you do not make it to the International Grand Finals. Another matchup that draws attention from us is that off lane. We have to compare the 2 off lanes. First of all, we already mentioned Ace, hometown hero, but also one of the players, Tigov, that has the most experience possible in competitive games.
Yeah, so Ace is about to potentially, if this goes to 5 games, he'll hit 2,000 career pro games played. And that's an elite club. There's only like, what, 20, 25 players in the world that have got 2,000 pro games. So to think about, like, Ace, he's had such a long career, you know, in and out of the limelight, but right now, like, on the grand stage, he's like, yeah, just to think, 2,000 games, so many.
That is a lot of pro games. 33 still has a little bit of a ways to go, but both offlaners having a strong mark, Effie, on the way that these two teams operate.
They really do, and 33 is such a niche style of offlaner in that he has a specific hero pool that he hones to perfection. He is so farm intensive, he hits his timing so fast, and typically any team that plays with 33 plays around his timing, his snowball, his calls. And that's why Team Liquid at the start of the year looked a little bit shaky, because when you're adapting to such a niche offlaner, it does take time to get there, but they finally did. We saw them at the last Riyadh Masters. Some of their games, you know, they were a little bit disjointed. You'd see 33 like boots of traveling to a bot lane while the other 4 took a fight on the other side of the map. But as that tournament progressed, they got to the point where they finally connected and they made it to the grand finals there too.
33 is what we call the biggest nerd in Dota in a good way. This guy pretty much experiments with everything. He is the guy who innovates the most. When it comes down to his hero pool, it's not as big, but he also tries to break the game with some extra gold. He's playing the Visage, he's playing this Doom. If you remember a couple of weeks ago, he was testing out this Doom and bought Hand of Midas 5 or 6 times with his facet, so that allows him to get more gold, buy an item, sell an item, go back for an item. This guy always finds something in the game, something that looks game-breaking, and it looks really good. And we're gonna see, you know, the new couple, the lane for life, 2 partners.
Yep. That's awesome. But just on the topic of 33 as well, he is such an asset to a team, not just as a player in terms of his skill level, but in terms of his ideas, what he brings to the table in terms of the draft and the meta. When a new patch comes out, you need players like him on your team that can break the meta, find out what is good fast, and you can see that his ideas have already leaked into the team as well too.
I just hope that gaming coming into this, you know, how one-sided it was in the upper bracket where Liquid put them, you know, game into lower bracket. We've identified 33. He is the timing type player. In 15, 20 minutes, he always hit his stride. He always has a hero that can progress the map or progress a key fight. If they shut him down, we'll finally see Liquid have to play in a different style than pretty much their entire player front. Like, we're yet to see it. So maybe gaming, if they can focus on their safe lane, try and punish 33, that's when, you know, the real games will begin.
Yeah, I think there's one matchup that we haven't highlighted, I feel like, at all maybe in the last 2 weeks that we've been here. And that is the matchup of the 2 coaches. Because just over 2 years ago, CY joined Gaming Gladiators, and at that point, because nobody knew who he was.
No, he was pretty much not known to the scene, but now we can see why they decided to pick him up, because this guy is way too good. He's bringing so many fresh ideas. And on the other side, you had Blitz, you know, 2019, he's sending out a tweet that Team Liquid, they need a coach. At the time, they were called Alliance. So he's building up a squad. He ends up coaching that squad because the rest of the team wants him to coach it. This guy, too good. And also, Jabs, as an analyst, joins at the end of 2020. Now they have a KP as well. Dota player that has, you know, great achievements throughout his career during the Elite League. They also had Jerex at one time during the coach. So the vibes that I'm getting from Team Liquid is one big, happy family that has pretty much everything in their place. Every single time you see those guys on camera, they're pretty much vibing.
I think both teams just share the same philosophy, right? Like, Dota's about not only competing, but also, you know, being friends out of the game, ensuring that, you know, you're able to, you know, work on your problems. If there is a problem, you know, back in the day it was, if there's a problem, kick them, get a new guy. Nowadays it's like, you know, how can we work it out? Maybe is it a point of pressure that is being applied to you? How can we sort it out? And I feel like when you look at, like, you know, Celery, Tofu, CY, kind of that kind of gang compared to Blitz, like, they are identical copies of themselves, just 2 different jerseys.
Yeah, and on the topic of coaches, it should be noted that CY, the coach of Gaming Gladiators, is also Danish. So this tournament does mean a lot to him. And that's actually how he got to coaching GG. He was friends with Ace for a long time. Ace vouched for him. He was brought to the team, and it clicked. He focused on leading by example. We would often see him in the lobby, you know, telling his players to go to sleep early, to go to the gym, and he, similarly to Blitz, just wants them to all be able to be friends with each other. If there is a difference between these 2 coaches, though, I would say that CY is a lot more stat-oriented, whereas in Liquid, there are people assigned to do that. CY also kind of takes the brunt of the research and the analysis.
Yeah, leading by example and growing as a team. I think for both of these squads, that has been the theme over the last years, I should say. This is the last years. That's why we see these 10 players, maybe 12 if you want to call it, or if you want to count all of Team Liquid's entourage as well. It is two big families on that stage up against each other in a best-of-5 grand finals. We also have to mention that we have the chance for one of these 12. One of these 12 has a chance to be a repeat champion in 33 TGov.
Yeah, and that's the experience where I think he's going to have to maybe even lead some of the team talks, depending on how game one goes. Like when they go backstage after game one, you're going to lean on 33. Okay, how do we deal with this? How do we react to the pressure of the grand finals? Because for these players to not lift an Aegis already, like then no one's going to know what this feeling feels like. There's not many players or teams that get to this stage, so I think Liquid might have the slight advantage there. Also, a little bit of a crowd advantage. All these camera shots that we keep showing. I'm seeing a lot of Liquid, banners, but yeah, TI appearances. They have been on their pursuit for the Aegis for multiple years. Interestingly, though, of course, Tofu, Celery, and Doraccio only ever played with gaming. Hence, again, the camaraderie sticking together. It helps so much.
And to think about that, Quinn, he attended 6 TIs. This guy almost quit, and we would not witness his greatness, because before joining Gaming Gladiators, he was, talking to him in an interview about it, that, because the results were not there, so he needed something else, some kind of a buff, and that's where the rest of the Gaming Gladiators kicked in.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn had such a long journey in his competitive career where he was so perseverant. He tried and he tried and he tried for those TIs, right? All the way, you go all the way back to FDL, Team Freedom, Quincy Crew, finally Sonics. It felt like as much effort and as much grinding as he was doing, it didn't amount to anything. And he was ready to retire up until he got that offer from Gaming Gladiators. And imagine if that hadn't happened. Everything would have been so different last year. The whole competitive scene would have been different. So Quinn really should be commended on his perseverance within the scene.
100%, 100%. And we should also highlight two people that we don't really talk too much about, because let's be fair, Nisha and Quinn, they take a lot of the spotlight, that happens with the mid lane. There is one person that for Gaming Gladiators, when they're winning, it's Quinn doing great. When they're losing, Doraccio is the scapegoat every single time, T.
Yeah, but that's because Doraccio, he likes to be aggressive. He likes to go for the twin gate. He wants to be finding opportunities, taking the fight. And when we look at the overall structure of the team, Ace is a little bit more of a focal point for late game scaling. And Doraccio, he has to open up the game somehow, sometimes. And so it can hurt them a lot, or it can get them to the grand finals of TI.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a perfect meta for that kind of carry style. First of all, the carry hero pool in these Wind Rangers and these Maranas and these Lunas and these Blink Dagger first DKs, this carry pool is made for hyper-aggressive early game players and not for the typical late game carry. And throughout this TI, we've seen that the teams who are unwilling to sacrifice their carries did not make it very far. Teams like BB Team, teams like XG, teams that refused to put their carry in a situation where they would die in the early game and they needed to enable them to have a perfect game, they just couldn't cut it. We've seen from Falcons, from Liquid, from GG, you have to be willing to throw your carry in a bad position early game if it's for the good of the team.
My only hope for that in this series, that we don't see Doraccio kind of move into the Clinkses and the Muertes that we've seen him trying to pick up in earlier stages of the tournament. I want to see him on like the Alchemist, the Razor, Lone Druid, DK, the heroes that can throw himself into the fight and have that turnaround potential. When he's on these types of heroes, it is a scary game for gaming every single time.
And some of the top 3 safe lane combos that we've seen throughout the tournament, Marana, Twin Protector, win rate is not there. I don't think we're going to be seeing Marana played from a carry role anymore. The hero shines from position 4. The big one for me is Luna and Tusk. These are the heroes that kind of are dominating, especially Tusk being the first pick material, having overall pretty much every spell in the game that you need. You have double save, you have roach taking potential, you have extra damage, you also have BKB piercing abilities, block, whatever you need, you have it in Tusk.
You really do?
If we could walk down memory lane a bit, so we should touch upon the history of these two teams in a grand finals, because something happens to Team Liquid. Something happens to Team Liquid when they play that best of 5, because their history against Gaimin in best of 3s is actually really good. They've beat them multiple times in regular series, but once they get to these 5-game series, it feels like something goes wrong, Shiver.
Something goes wrong, but that is when they come from the lower bracket. Potentially, this time will be different. As we mentioned earlier, this is a fresh series, a fresh best of 5, and how it will play out, nobody knows. But it is time to get started with our grand finals.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals. Game 1.
It has begun game 1 of our best of 5 here in Royal Arena in Copenhagen, Denmark. And for that first game, we got Team Liquid coming from the upper bracket to the dire side with first pick. They already got their hands on Nature's Prophet. Gaming Gladiators will play this first game. From the Radiant side, they will also get that strategic overall last pick. And Lacoste, I think we are seeing an opening here from both teams that is basically throwing out the playbook.
Pretty much. Team Liquid, they did not lose with Nature's Prophet yet. They played 2 games on 2 different roles, won both of them, and now we're seeing Underlord, something that worked out amazingly in their previous series that they played. They did open up earlier today, literally 2 hours ago when they played against Tundra. We kind of expected this hero to come out when Gaming is going to be pushed against the wall, when they're going to be backs against the wall. So Underlord back in action. We saw what they can do in game 3, going for that Hail Mary play behind the enemy throne and kill it.
Also, Nature's Prophet is a hero that is typically counterpicked, or was typically counterpicked throughout the last few months by Dragon Knight. Often teams have reacted to NP with this hero, but yesterday Team Liquid put Gaming Gladiators in a position where they picked Dragon Knight twice and lost twice. So they're kind of just throwing them the gauntlet here. I dare you to pick Dragon Knight. I dare you to counterpick our Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and the thing here with Nature's Prophet, I like how Gaming have already made a statement. Nature's Prophet cannot play Dota if in the first 15 minutes you don't take towers. You can fall off and your entire game is built on momentum. So you pick an Underlord in the off lane, Quinn gets an anti-Prophet hero from the mid, and have a really strong safe lane. Now this Nature's Prophet will be a little bit lost in the early moves, looking on other heroes for Liquid to step up and fill that void. But luckily for Liquid, they're so aggressive that the weaknesses of a bad counter pick for the Natures, it will be fixed by other heroes, but something to consider.
Yeah, and betting out Enchantress, this hero, we said it a lot of times, but I would say position 5 as well of the tournament, besides Tusk, when it comes down to damage dealing. Win rate, I would say it doesn't do her justice. This hero has been pretty much a turret with the pure damage, and also because you're playing off the Greater Treant, she can easily steal that, use it against you, so very good ban from Liquid.
And as we have the Grand Finals mini-meta already clear in Game 1, Gaming having to ban the Rubik in the second phase because of the Underlord. You give a Rubik to Liquid, that's a free Pit of Mana's, free Firestorm, he just becomes the better version of Underlord, but you'd never see that ban really if the Underlord wasn't picked.
Tusk is still available. This is the hero that kind of struggles against root mechanics, against leashes, but we've seen in the previous series what he can do, even though playing in a bad matchup. This is just overall one of the best heroes that gives you everything, so I want to see this hero being contested in the second pick phase.
Mirana and Omni Knight are also available heroes
Yes.
that haven't gone ignored that much this TI. Mirana is a really great hero that you can build your draft around. Both teams have a good track record playing it, and it amplifies a lot of damage coming out from ranged cores like Furion. I would imagine picking Chen as well kind of increases that hero's value because of the arrow as a counter to his creeps. There is still the Tusk too, which is, again, hard to ignore. They've been playing it mostly on Boxy, where other teams have been running it on position 5 instead.
Chen is, in the hands of Celery, one of the best heroes that he can play. You got the Divine Favor for the armor as well in the games and the fights. Like those, so many clutch moments. It's the aura from the Chen that he buys, the aura he provides from his spells, the bonus healing. With then any jungle creep he wants to try and influence. It's so hard to deal with. Auras from Underlord, auras from Chen.
And it's all about the speed. If you have Underlord plus Chen, that also means that you will have 2 heroes who are going to be buying into auras, so you will hit an earlier timing, but I like this. This is Team Liquid's bread and butter. Tusk that we did mention, plus the Visage, super strong lane. You get that extra gold whenever you get the kill with Visage, up to 210 gold with the Facet. Super speedy draft.
It also gives you an overwhelming amount of tower pressure, because now you're looking at Visage plus the auras with his familiars at level 6. You're looking at the Nature's Prophet TP in with the Greater Treant, and I would imagine that Liquid want a hero that can go through the twin gate early, get that bottom lane tower with 33's Visage, kick the enemy carry out, and make Gamon's map smaller. This is where Chen does come into play a little bit, because Chen is also considered a counter pick to Furion, because he can enchant his Greater Treant and take that away.
Again, with Chen, the jungle, if you get the Frost Mage, get the Ice Armor from the jungle creep, you're throwing even more armor into a Tusk and a Nature's Prophet that like to utilize the right-click damage, but still, CK, strong lane. They're fitting the formula that I mentioned, right? Strong safe lane to try and apply punishment, off lane that doesn't care about profit. They're taking the fight to Liquid in that laning stage.
CK was also one of GG's favorite pairings with Chen at the last tournament, the Riyadh Masters, where they would just throw in CK's body with all of Chen's healing and auras and try to out-pressure the enemies. This hero did fall out of they're so cute. This hero did fall out of meta though because of the meta shifting to the semi-carry range players, but I think within this draft still does a great job.
Yeah, and they've not played CK so far at the International, but again, we know that they play it throughout the year, so it shouldn't be a shock to Liquid.
I want to see which facet he's going to go for. Phantasmagoria, it does give you damage reduction on CK illusions, but Irrationality, that's the one that has been buffed. You can apply Break, Disarm, or Silence for a 50% of the base debuff duration. So it could be really nice against Visage.
This Batrider also very nice against Visage, especially in that early game. You want to kill Visage where he's most susceptible, which is the laning stage. If he has heroes that can go on him, that can reposition him, then that's where you can threaten him the most before he gets his familiars up early, before he starts taking your towers early. So I would hope that this Batrider is being played on Tofu, that he's going to go through the gates and try to get 1 or 2 kills at least on Visage.
Now you see the mid lane, the undefeated Puck from Nisha coming in to punish the lack of lockdown. The Batrider and the Chen, if this is your support duo, it's really difficult for them to ever kill off the Puck. Same thing, like Underlord with a Root, it's nice, but it's not enough. You always need that +1.
Remove Monkey on side of Liquid. This hero is still a bit... Oh, never mind. He's banned. He's banned. This is one of the worst matchups for Pucks. We've seen Gaming Gladiators kind of own the map 7-8 minutes in. Yeah, I think Quinn in one of those games was godlike.
I would like to see Quinn get maybe Earthshaker.
I was about to say.
I want like a little bit of instant stun. Again, DK, it is available, but that was like the old school. The new school is going for Earthshaker. Instant stun, there's going to be, again, not a lot of treants because it's the only single tree, but with the birds, the tree, the grouping, the natural objective pressure Liquid applies, you're going to have opportunities because Underlord will soak the initiation to get good jumps.
The Omni Knight ban would have been such a great hero for Liquid, especially with this Batrider coming out. The need to counter the lasso to make sure your carry Nature's Prophet isn't getting jumped on early on. It gets taken out. Another potential save support that Liquid could run versus the Batrider is Oracle. It is a hero that they enjoy.
This is going to be sustained. These fights, nobody's going to die instantly. So many saves coming out from, you know, just Underlord with his auras, buying Chen with his ulti. Everybody has some kind of a lifesteal as well. I don't see any Shiva's buyer or Scotty buyers yet on side of Liquid.
Interesting. Gaming opt to ban the Clockwork instead of the Treant Protector. I think Liquid, Treant Protector, living armor against the CK, the overgrowth to kind of secure some additional team fight to ensure your lane goes well for the Nature's Prophet. Could have been pretty cool, but again, Clockwork, a little bit more aggressive for the mid game at least potentially, but yeah, I'm expecting Treant from Liquid here.
Gaming at the moment maybe realizing that Team Liquid can't really commit that hard. They don't really have a strong initiator like Clockwork would be if they got their hands on it. And Liquid ban out the sniper, and they got the double saving support with Shadow Demon. Still last pick for them.
They do. Shadow Demon also functions as an excellent save versus both the Batrider Lasso and the CK Stun. You just disrupt the target he goes on, you just build those stacks up for your Visage in that triangle so that he could hit his timings faster, and it gives you the ability to set up on the map for the Nature's Prophet TP, which is very important. That is what Furion wants to play with, aggressive side lanes, so that he can take advantage of his global presence early on.
I also, the one thing to add, Shadow Demon against CK, against his innate ability, whenever CK creates an illusion, there's a 50% chance, and their chance also applies to Shadow Demon. So if he uses Disruption, he could create more illusions out of CK.
It just helps against the aura as well. When Liquid want to push early on, one cheap aura from the Underlord is now mitigated. When you go on a hero, Shadow Demon can get rid of any of the buffs. So yeah, it helps Liquid secure their first Roshan, get that Aegis, and push forward in 20 minutes. That's what the SD is going to secure. But they had a minute of reserve time for gaming on this last pick. They now pick up the hero, and they go for a Riki.
Ooh,
finally.
Spicy.
Everybody,
that one coming.
Yep, everybody was playing this hero coming into TI, road to TI. Every single mid player had 7+ games on Ricky. What makes this hero super strong is now with his facet, you get 4.5 extra agi, so you're kind of one-shotting the creep wave, and also with your shard, you don't allow Shadow Demon nor Tusk to be able to get their saves off.
And not just that, the facet makes it so you're not just one-shotting creep waves, but the jungle, you clear that so fast because Ricky's abilities are low cooldown. But the biggest factor for Ricky here is his silence, his smoke. He's going to use this to try to kill the Puck early game with the defusal plus smoke cloud plus 1 rotation from his team. Puck should always be dead. Also, when you've got 2 save supports, T, like Tusk and Shadow Demon, you need backline control like Ricky provides.
And you can't target when you're in the smoke screen if you get a shard. And on top of that, you're going to force Nisha to have to think about a 4-staff or a BKB on the Puck. That just sounds awful, because every Puck player, they want to go for all the damage, the Witch Blades, the Blink, the Kaya, everything other than save. And now he has to think about it. So yeah, Ricky pick, pretty niche. I like it. A lot of cool options. And yeah, nice, refreshing draft. Gaming bringing out, what, 2 heroes that we didn't see so far at TI in game 1 of the grand finals.
I love it. I am very curious to see how this first game is going to play out. I am also very curious to hear some words from Coach Blitz, who's on the stage.
Thank you very much, Blitz. Welcome to Grand Finals with Team Liquid, where it seems like Gaimin, they still have tricks up their sleeve. Quinn, last pick Ricky mid. What do you think about it?
I mean, he's a rat. He only plays these cheese heroes that require 0 skill. He's afraid of playing Nisha straight up 1v1, so he's gonna do some stuff like this all the time. I understand it, it's all good. I'd do the same if I was playing Nisha.
I see. So it's a cowardice strategy, perhaps. And also, I was hoping to get some questions about your fashion choices. I see all the other coaches, they go into their jerseys, they have their specific uniforms, but you come out looking nice. I like it. What's the reasoning?
I think it's important to look your best before you bury somebody.
Well, I guess the funeral dirge shall begin in game number 1 to our casters. Good luck, Blitz.
Copenhagen, are you ready? Incredible atmosphere here, ladies and gentlemen. As we're about to get ready to get stuck into the action of this grand finals. Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. Folks, we've seen this many times before. We know how it tends to go, supposed to go. Could it be different today?
I think we all hope so. I think we're all hoping for 5 games, but the best thing is we're definitely going to get 3 games.
But that's true. That's true. We've already been spoiled with quite some fantastic Dota already earlier in the day today, and let's hope that continues here into this best of 5. So as we heard, exciting talks around the Ricky coming in from Quinn to end the draft from Gaming. Do you think this is something that did go under Liquid's radar?
I mean, we've seen people talking about it. The pubs have been riddled with it. Thompson was playing it a ton, Quinn, and tons of these pubs as well, too. There's just a lot of heroes that you have to think about, and it is grand final, so this becomes its own mini meta. So things are gonna come out that you maybe didn't expect fully, but we'll see if it ends up working, because you can tell why they wanted it. Panel talked about it, the anti-saves, the silence versus the Puck and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see what ends up going down and how these matchups end up going. I haven't seen a Ricky versus Puck matchup in a long, long time, if not ever.
It's going to be exciting to see what Quinn can pull off, especially as we saw in some of the replays earlier being shown from Nisha this tournament on his Puck. He has had some insane showings. Let's see if he's going to be on the way to get some more of those rampages that we know he's able to pull out on this hero. Overall, though, do you have a preference with the style that either of the teams have decided to pull out here in this first game of the best of 5?
Liquid's gone more for just a standard at this tournament, right? I feel like Gaming, they've clearly gone a little bit different. Yes, 3 of the heroes look very, very normal, but the CK and the Ricky are a bit of that oddball out, at least currently in this meta. So we'll see what Duracio in particular wants to do with this, because what I'm looking at with this lane is that they're just trying to sustain versus this damage that comes out from this Visage and this Tusk that can be very, very oppressive. They've got tons of sustain with Divine Favor, they'll be able to mana burn, and of course CK just has built-in sustain from that Chaos Strike.
I mean, how much does that sort of mess with Liquid's game plan if Liquid's duo lane down here isn't necessarily able to find early kills?
I probably messes with it a decent amount because that's the way they've played with 33, just looking for constant kills, but Liquid is not afraid to break 33 out of this lane. I've seen him roaming at like the 6-minute mark as this Visage, and it ends up working out a lot of times. So it's all gonna come down if they can get those type of trade kills or not. It feels like it could be difficult for them to pressure this lane down bottom, but they are taking care of that Satyr. So that's the second time now Celery has put that, the Satyr, the one that burns the mana, the Mind Steal, I believe it's called, and it killed it twice. So that's actually huge because it reduces that mana. Also, it gives that extra mana to Dyrachyo too. So it's good that they're able to clear that one out to at least try to apply some pressure onto this CK.
Yeah,
Mid lane,
Quinn
is giving it to Nisha.
He certainly is getting a fair few denies in, of course, already in this Riki versus Puck matchup. Now in with the trick of the trade, he's going to find the first blood. Well, I said, I don't know if Liquid expected this Riki to come out, and I don't know if Nisha was prepared to play this matchup, or at least, you know, expected something like that to come out from him. Quinn just jumps in and kills him off first.
After already decimating in the laning phase, too. The first 2-3 waves, 10 and 4 on this Riki. You heard it from Blitz. Quinn likes to play these little bit of cheesy heroes in a way, but this one, at least in the first few waves, it's going to be great. And you can see, you know, we talked about the reasons why they want it later on. So if he's off to a good start, can be a very dangerous hero.
Absolutely. He's going to be just such a nuisance for every single one of Liquid's heroes if Quinn does start to ball out of control.
Honestly, all of them. A lot of them do really suffer.
What do you do?
Riki. Yeah,
what do you do? There's Riki sneaking around, jumping on top of you, slamming down a smoke screen and killing you off with this incredible amount of damage with the tricks of trade. Yeah, Quinn gets his first item at a quick timing. Liquid, they've got some serious problems they're going to have to start answering.
Absolutely, but they do have strong lane up top in particular. Mickey, they do have great ways to rotate around the map and pressure everywhere too, so should be able to react. It's just, yeah, if he's able to sneak into these back lines, it's going to disrupt a lot of these potential saves that come out either from Boxy and from Insania.
Now looking at the top lane so far, Mickey's farm, perfectly fine. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators getting the Ace Underlord in. We saw how incredible Ace is on this hero and just how much this hero offers, right? In that crazy game we had earlier, this can absolutely be the hero that it's that crucial part to just get you the win, get on top of the Ancient, end the game. There's so much you can do with it, and Ace, he knows how to do everything with it.
Yeah, it matches mobility as well too, which is really, really nice versus something like Nature's Prophet when the game starts getting to these type of moves that are happening all over the map. So yeah, it's definitely obviously their bread and butter, and they've moved up that priority so much, just first picking it now.
And they're not afraid to do so whatsoever. On the other side of the map, Dyrachyo still continuing to have very little pressure applied to him because of the nature of the setup that Gaming Gladiators went with this duo lane is definitely playing out, as you'd imagine, just consistently staying at full HP and finding opportunities to get a little bit aggressive themselves. They're in on the 33. Gonna try and hide in the trees.
Another nuke.
Gonna be the block off there from Boxy. He's able to present himself, make sure the Celery and Dyrachyo cannot continue to chase. Maybe if they can turn and try and take down Celery in return, another Solar Subject comes in. It's enough burst. Liquid.
Done. Boxy giving it to Dyrachyo too.
Able to bait Gaming Gladiators in there deep enough and turn around. You can never underestimate the damage coming out when these few fully charged Soul Assumptions come flying back at you.
Or how much Drinking Buddies just does in general, right? Boxy just giving them that mobility, being able to turn that fight beautifully. And they killed the creep. That's the important thing too. We saw it again. I think they've killed 4 of them or something like that. And that one was the Harpy Stormcrafter that they were able to bring down while the chase was coming out as well. So very good identification of making sure those creeps just don't bully them out. But mid continues to be a big problem. Quinn, 23 and 10 to the 16 and 2.
It really does. It's going to be one of those sort of situations where I feel like Niche is going to really be keeping his eyes open for big opportunities on the side lanes once he hits the 6. To see if there's heroes who can team up and help him out, or maybe even some sort of early potential from Mickey to come in with a teleport, maybe a support rotation. Probably looking around that 6-minute power ring timing to try and catch Quinn out.
No, absolutely. And I would imagine like the combos that they can do with the coil plus the Wrath of Nature, they might want to give Mickey just extra levels up here. So I want to see Insania maybe play just further on the side, just get that 6 very early on so that Nisha can make that first move with that extra big bonus damage. And Mickey's actually making a potential move. He's canceling a few times.
Bottom lane.
Getting gun on top. Mickey.
They're going in with a dive on towards Dyrachyo. The Solar Subject burst come in, they take him out.
Celery's got to get a trade.
Same time indeed on that top lane, losing Mickey. So whilst the aggression came out from Liquid first down bottom, overall they're the ones to lose 2 heroes, top and bottom lanes.
Mickey started TPing right in front of them, so they just put the pin on him and committed onto him. So it's a little bit of an overzealous move that he tried to join down bottom and will get punished immediately from Ace and from Tofu.
Yeah, rare mistake from Mickey on his Prophet. Something that can happen, I guess, when you're watching the minimap, looking elsewhere, and not being too careful with the position that you're actually leaving your actual unit in. Mickey, it's got to be more careful against these 2 top.
And overall, I would say for Mickey, it is the first pick hero of this game, and it does feel like it does have a lot of counters in particular. We saw it struggle a couple of times on this main stage as well. So we'll see how Mickey can endure. Just these heroes getting on top of him early.
Boxy trying to bring Nisha over to help them close the gap on towards Quinn. They come in with a TP from Mickey. This is the move you expect to see here at the 6-minute. Trying to punish the Riki. Quinn, he'll jump over to the creep wave. The Soul Central will be dodged with that movement, but the snowball connects. They bring Quinn down. It takes a lot.
It takes, what, 2 sentries, a dust, and a commitment from the Nature's Prophet. That is a lot to get this Riki down, but a move that maybe was necessary to slow him down.
On top lane, Nisha coming in with a rotation, see if they can pick something more out of this early action. Liquid face down on towards Tofu, but to deal with the orb missing, Tofu's going to opt for the TP out. There's nothing to stop it. So Liquid, they won't find anything more.
Just trying to get involved, though, as much as possible. Get these early moves to just slow down the Riki, who's having that amazing start. But yeah, a lot committed. Literally 2 sentries plus a dust plus an extra rotation. And now Celery, he's felt the option to be able to actually move top and potentially play around Ace here.
And Ace, pretty terrifying already, of course, as the Underlord. We've seen so many times when he's on this hero, once he gets the ball rolling, it definitely becomes this lane, this area that the opponents just don't really want to go to. And if they do, it just takes so much to try and slow down an Underlord when he's really hit his stride.
Yeah, and it's a standard gaming Gladiators kind of draft, right? These auras are going to come, and they're going to come quick. So if you start losing these towers too early, those auras will come even faster, especially that pipe in particular for Ace that will come out, which is going to be pretty crucial, honestly. Like, the damage from Liquid in the early game is pretty much all magical, besides that Visage plus the drinking buddies.
Heavy pressure being applied that at the moment isn't being matched quite yet by Liquid, yet to do that much damage at all to the safe lane tier 1 of gaming Gladiators.
The nice thing though is that 33's actually just been able to sit bottom. He's top net worth on this Visage. We've seen a couple times this hero can't get ganked and pushed out of lane a little.
Celery, nice grab there, takes over the Hellbear Smasher, gets a clapping on towards Insania. Tofu's in on top of him. Gaming Gladiators completely taking over Liquid's jungle. This top half of the map, not a safe place for Liquid to be. Over in the river, they've got the Dream Core. Mickey comes in with the TP. Quinn did get the smoke screen down in time, and it's definitely helping him out, but is it enough to allow him to jump away? Tricks of the trade there. Blink Strike out to the side. He's able to get out, and he's able to get a regen rune as well. Liquid, they're desperately trying to find Quinn in the mid. Last time they succeeded. This time, they don't get him fogged.
Oh, and he gets a regen too. They committed 4 heroes plus another dust, just trying to bring him down. They're really just trying to get rid of this rat. But Quinn, yeah, surviving, just staying under that smoke screen.
I mean, they're bringing in the action. Duraccio's collapsing in on mid. Ace is ready to come over with the ultimate. They want to try and take this fight. Gaming Gladiators, they jump forward. Duraccio's going to get caught with the immediate stun, but now he's ready to turn. Has the control in on towards the tusk. Boxy to fall. Gaming Gladiators, they're feeling strong with the group up.
They lost the birds, the familiars. Both just get taken out immediately from the group up.
And they're ready to split back up straight away. Go back to farming. Ace will stick around in the mid. Putting this pressure on. I mean, they're just showing themselves, you know, Liquid, they can try and make these moves, but now, Gaming Gladiators, they will be ready to respond. And under the tower, Quinn's in with the tricks of the trade. Insania has already used the disruption. He's trying to juke around the tree line, but Quinn will find him. Another one for the Riki. Celery, in return, does get caught out. Nisha Boxy and 33 pick him off to the side.
They're trying to match this tempo. Just, I mean, how many heroes are we seeing brought to the mid lane? But immediately, as that mid lane whole pressure happened, Duraccio just bailed out. He's like, I don't want to stay around here. We're not going to get the tower. I know they're going to match us. So he goes back to farm.
Tofu is a little bit deep here.
Another soul assumption.
Oh, uphill miss, uphill miss. Okay, well, that's going to cause some issues. Soul assumption will solve the issues, though. Gets the hit in. 33 able to finish up another and continue to just have this incredible amount of farm. Top net worth right now here on the Visage.
Yeah, he's having a great time. And we'll have always drinking buddies plus his familiars when it does come back up. Now the cooldown is back, so we'll have that one at the ready. The wards right now placed from gaming, it's very oppressive. So you can tell the type of game that they're liking to play, which they usually do, is apply pressure, take these early towers, and kind of snowball off of that. So Liquid responding nicely, and will be able to respond again. They've got Coil ready, and they've got Wrath of Nature. Every time they have these 2 ultis, it feels like they can try to match that tempo of gaming.
Nisha. Ooh, easy deny.
Got him.
Just in time. I wonder if that was going to be ones where they get the pickup and then deny at the same time, but not quite. Nisha able to take it out before Quinn gets the refuel. And Quinn, of course, working well on the way towards that diffusal blade first. Wants to get completely stuck in on the action. He's got the setup here with the silence. Good knockback with a flame break, keeping him in the silence a little bit longer, but they don't have any further lockdown beyond that. So Nisha still able to escape.
But every time he shows his face, Nisha's getting put below 50% HP, so the extra kill threat could come through that next jump. Nisha does have to be very cautious.
I mean, we might see that jump come in, maybe not towards him, but maybe towards the bottom instead. And as soon as they show their hand mid, make that play, Quinn and Tofu fall back.
They've got the Fiend's Gate ready.
Has been scanned out, though.
Liquid has to be ready with the numbers, because the extra number can be brought from gaming from that Fiend's Gate. So Mickey has to be at ready.
And with the scan hitting, looks like Liquid should not get caught off guard by this. Quinn's looking back towards the mid.
Sure.
They do have the Fiend's Gate, as you say, if you want to make this play over towards him. Silence to set things up. Good angle with the flame break. Keeps him in range of the stun as well for Duraccio. Tofu knowing perfectly how to hit these angles and get the most out of Quinn's smoke screens.
It's not your most traditional kind of way to lock down a puck. It's not a stun, but
it's a tricky one.
Into a knockback. It's beautiful. 3K lead off that. Now potentially be able to pressure this tower here, and they still have Fiend's Gate at the ready. So Liquid, difficult to be able to contest this one until Nisha does respawn.
And with this tower gold, if they're able to take it in a bit more, Quinn's pretty much going to have the defusal coming out. A very quick time.
A devastating one for these supports, the Shadow Demon in particular, but Nisha is going to need some help, and I'm looking at his itemization right now. He is just queuing up the normal Witchblade and stuff. Will need some type of answer to protect himself versus this Riki early on.
I mean, with this Riki getting this sort of a good start, do you imagine we'll see adaptation from the supports item builds on Liquid to try and respond to this?
Probably. I mean, you're going to need to just all queue 4 steps in particular. You know, you're playing versus Riki. The shard's going to be devastating at some point.
Behind the tower,
Duracho.
It's pretty deep here, but he's got backup from Ace. Comes in with the Fiend's Gate. Gaming Gladiators, they've got the numbers, but so has Liquid as well. 33 looking to push back Celery here with the Soul Assumptions. Duracho turns, gets the stun, but the disruption save will be there. For Nisha buying him some time, but the smoke screen persists. He'll get the orb off, jump out of the side, holds them back with the Dream Core, but the Flame Break hits. The final right clicks come through. Tofu able to take Nisha down. Gaming Gladiators considering pushing in for more. Jump forward with the tricks of the trade. Snowball buys some safety for Boxy. He rolls over towards Tofu. Tofu, he has the lasso up and ready. The lockdown's there. They bring in Boxy. Boxy to fall. Gaming Gladiators, they get 2. They're even considering pushing it for more up to the tier 2. Finally, they'll hold back. Liquid, they'll be pushed right back away from this all, and each and every one of these fights, we're seeing both teams turn up in their numbers, but Gaming Gladiators, they've just got that extra little bit of power that is required to make sure they come out on top each and every time.
I mean, it's these auras. You can see that the damage, which was actually even pretty much across the board inside of this fight. 5,000 from both sides, but that little bit of extra sustain that you see that Gaming has. They've got the heal coming out from the Chen. He's got 4 of these auras blocking magic damage, giving extra HP regen, giving extra armor too. That's the difference maker. And now Quinn, the defusal is done. We'll see how much he wants to move up the priority of that shard, since it can be great versus these saves. But right now, Gaming, they're starting to get that ball rolling that we've seen them really take over games with. And it doesn't feel like they're really going to slow down at all.
Not at all, especially if Quinn gets away with this, going straight for the Ags after the defusal. Yeah. His farm, his sort of net worth advantage, it's not going to stop unless Liquid can find ways to take him out. As we're seeing so far, it's proven to be incredibly difficult. And yeah, with the addition of Ace now having the Crimson Guard, things are really coming together for Gaming Gladiators in the way you can only imagine they plan for when they look to try and strike hard at Liquid in this game 1 with this first draft.
And especially with like a Riki pick, you know, their idea, and I think a good idea versus Liquid would be shut down Nisha in a lot of these games. So that is exactly what they've done so far. And difficult to see how Nisha can be protected unless they fully play around him, but he needs this protection. He cannot go down at the start of the fight. They need multiple different orbs, multiple different silences to come in. If he goes in like he did last time and just gets killed after 1 full set of spells, it's just not going to be enough for them to push Gaming away. I mean, now getting more auras. The Crimson now online.
It just feels whatever happens now at this stage, these next few minutes of play, I don't know if Liquid can look to fight, because the damage, it's just not going to be there.
No, and Mickey, he is spotted. They're going to look to react up here, but the damage is quick. Can Boxy bail him out?
He's going to try, but there's only so much he can do. The Drinking Buddy play will come in. It's not going to save him, though. Mickey still to fall. Ace comes over with the Fiend's Gate. They're ready to punish Boxy as well. As Boxy, nobody here to help him out. As Gaming Gladiators, they're making it look pretty easy now, picking up kills, picking up objectives.
They're playing too fast, and Liquid, they're not prepared for it, Owen. They're TPing to react, but then by the time that they TP and react, it feels like it's too late. They have to be there at least with one of those extra heroes to bail someone out first. Gaming now gets a tier 2 at the 15-minute mark.
This is crazy.
And those auras, they're going to, as we said, start accelerating very fast. Celery, I believe the Solar Crest is done. They've got Crimson, and Pipe is soon going to be on the horizon for Ace. Liquid, they only really have that Boots of the Bearing at the moment on 33, so not really that much damage mitigation coming out for them versus what is heavy damage from Gaming and heavy damage mitigation.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Even if Liquid land their spells, what sort of combo is there that they have right now that gets even close to threatening Gaming Gladiators in a 5v5?
It's just got to catch heroes isolated, really, for the most part. But yeah, they're starting to get very tanky. Even Quinn, without having auras, he's sitting at close to 1,500 HP on a Riki when he's on those strength treads. And he is going to win. So he's just going to go down the normal, like, just scaling build rather than going for his axe or his shard. He doesn't feel like he needs it, probably. Because of how good this early game has gone, he probably can go for this type of play that allows him to scale and then go back for the shard when he feels necessary. And so far, they haven't been able to save the puck anyway. Liquid.
See if they can find some of these pickoffs that they desperately need. Tofu, he'll get caught out. One quick one here for Liquid. Maybe see if they can get something else with the Dream Coil setup. Quinn's been found. The follow-up silence, they've got him completely locked down. Liquid, they find the chance here to strike at Gaming Gladiators one by one. And they get one of the big ones. Quinn, he's out.
Best way to be able to play versus gaming, split them up, catch them when they aren't moving away. When they're grouped, very strong, but if you catch some of these individual heroes, that's the power of the lineup.
Absolutely, yeah. Team fight's not an option right now for Liquid. No. They're finding their opportunities here to take something away from Gaming Gladiators in terms of this one by one.
They will start to get these items that will allow them to start getting more team fights, though. More damage in particular for Mickey. I believe the Gleipnir is now going to be finished, so smaller tools to be able to enable them to take actual head-on 5v5s rather than just needing pickoffs.
Bottom lane, they've got their eyes on Nisha.
They're going to go for him right away.
Quinn, he's ready to lead in. Boxy is standing by his side, but how much can the Tusk do to save the pugs? No screens there. Fiendsgate comes in, drinking buddies will drag him out to the side. The pit catches onto the three of them. Dracho gets the pull back onto Insania. The shards will actually get some space there for Insania, but Quinn's able to jump over. The stun comes out though. Insania's able to target the ult top on towards Quinn. Incredible save there by Boxy with the shards, keeping Insania alive, allowing him to play his hand, and that now enables Liquid to potentially turn the fight around. They'll look towards Ace. Boxy charging forward. Nisha, he's been caught again. This time he'll fall. Boxy caught by the lasso. Dracho beating into it. Boxy turns. They've taken down a second. Double kill for Mickey. Celery got in his brow. Triple kill for Mickey. Liquid. What a way to turn around the fight that Gaming Gladiators absolutely put everything into. And it was the little things, as I said, Boxy. A fantastic angle with the shards, giving Insania just that little bit of movement, little bit of space to get out, to be able to turn, survive, get the demonic purge off.
They were prepared for that fight. That's the important thing. They didn't have to TP every single hero. They had Boxy in position for the initial go. I can't believe Quinn lives, by the way. He actually dodged demonic purge with his tricks of the trade there. So that's the only reason he actually survives in it instead of losing 4 heroes. Liquid, the numbers were there. They were super prepared.
Crazy stuff. I mean, now the goal difference is flickering between the two of them. The exact fight that Liquid needed to find to take away that lead. Gaming Gladiators was starting to build.
It's so much gold that they can get if they're able to just get Mickey getting to this turret kind of position, and 33 able to just shoot, what, 5, 6 soul assumptions? So he got a ton of bonus gold as well. And they brought it down to even. And now starting to accrue these items, these auras, and these items to protect the supports.
Now they're ready to go. They're not scared of a team fight no more, Liquid, after that.
Quinn is scouting them to dust.
No, straight into the high ground.
A little awkward here now.
Gaming Gladiators is looking back at them.
He's got a lasso in 2 seconds here.
Tofu's tempted to go, see if we can get any sort of catch. Off to the side of the Fiendsgate. It's coming in. Duracho. He's just completely caught alone there. It looks like some sort of attempt there for Gaming Gladiators to try and pincer in Liquid, but Liquid just ends up catching Duracho alone. There's nobody by his side. Fiendsgate was laid down, but they weren't going to be able to get to him in time to help out.
They're still looking for the fight. Ace actually goes through this portal. Ace?
All right, he's pretty tanky. I mean, but they might find the setup here if Boxy can get the angle. See how much they want to try and chase for this Liquid. Ace into the trees. Shards will find him. I mean, slowly but surely, Liquid, they're surrounding him. Gaming Gladiators are coming in from the side, and maybe it's a bit of a bait. Ace, is it a successful bait or is it a mistake? He's going to try and push him forward, but Liquid, they can turn, bring in the damage to bring down Ace. The coil is there. Liquid, they're tearing them apart here. Quinn trying to run just back in off to the side. The orb comes out for Nisha, takes him out. Sprout catches Celery. Liquid.
They're just winning all these fights now.
They've really
got these items. They've got the entire group up, and now this tower, it's in trouble. They've got a glyph. Beautiful fights coming out. Boxy in particular tanking up, being able to get these beautiful shards to start it off. And honestly, Ace, he kind of just delivered himself a little bit there.
I mean, that's why I felt that maybe this was going to be like a calculated bait by him. But you're going through the gate, Liquid, they just turn, chase him down. And at the end of the day, he only ends up baiting his own team into a fight that goes horrifically.
And look at another aura, full Shivas for 33. Massive to be able to counteract a lot of this healing, but also just be able to stop these heroes from kind of bursting him down at all. He's 7-0-7 on this Visage now.
I see it again, as you say, now Boxy knowing exactly where to find Ace in the tree line. Gaming Gladiators, they really try and rally around their Underlord at this point, but at that stage, he's too low.
The coil catches literally everybody all clumped up. Nisha, he's made the full recovery from that early game. It's a distant memory now. and he does have his defensive Force Staff. They have the Ghost Scepter on the Shadow Demons. They've got the answers now to be able to protect themselves versus this Ricky, who now has just died a couple times in a row.
A smile's coming out there from Nisha. It's got to feel pretty good having the impact that he's having now in these fights after such a tough start off the back of the laning stage. Needs to calm down a bit again. Gaming Gladiators, the claim their Tormentor.
They're playing to their strength though, and it is daytime, so that Roche potentially an option here for Liquid if they want to group up and go for it now that they have this great way to team fight, great way to keep these lanes in an aggressive position too. Gaimin has to be careful about these next few moments. They cannot make another mistake like that versus Liquid, or it's going to be difficult to recover.
Absolutely.
They literally hand-delivered Dyrachyo in that fight and also aped afterwards. Now, they're going to go for this Roche, and it's tough to contest this one. Not going to make it in time.
Smoke coming out from Gaming Gladiators. They're going to look to try and swing across towards the mid, but indeed with the movements from Nisha over towards Roshan and the rest of his team, unlikely that they actually get a catch here. They could look to continue to swing down and maybe try and fight post Aegis, but that would be a risky call to make.
Yeah, especially at this point now that Dyrachyo is not nearly as farmed as this Nature's Prophet, and Mickey is massive.
He is.
4,000 difference between him and that CK.
That's sort of the cleanup that he's been enabled to have in the last few fights has massively propelled him ahead.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, Quinn, he does have his Aghanims finished, but that shard has been delayed a lot. We saw a couple of saves come out that he maybe could have gone down the route of going for it, so could maybe have been an error that he wanted to go for this type of scaling rather than just being able to match the pressure of Liquid, not having that shard to stop these saves. And Liquid now, with this momentum, they're onto high ground. These towers drop very fast. There's no cliff.
Well, let's see how much they can push it. They've got the Aegis ready, of course, and Mickey's ready to frontline. Gladiators, they have got lasso potential to try and punish overextensions. Tier 3's gone.
I mean, oh, and who used the cliff there? Oh. That tower's just gone. They don't have it for these racks.
There's the Dream Coil from Nisha. I'd say you've got to only imagine the Liquid want to try and go for more. Mickey is actually going to back off and start dealing with the top, but of course teleportation will be at the ready if they want to go for round 2 here on the bottom lane.
They can always look to re-go. Gaimin has to be careful how far they step out here. The Orchid is ready on Dyrachyo for that extra catch for Nisha. They should have identified that one. They should see it. But they do have multiple ways to bail Nisha out if he does get caught even from one of these extra silences. Yeah, Gaimin trapped in their base with 5 for a second there. You see that gold start to quickly swing even more. Mickey is just going to keep growing, and the CK's not be able to get outside the map in a similar fashion.
Yeah, Mickey about halfway towards the BKB and still having what, the 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Very likely he's going to have that window where he'll have both BKB and Aegis to try and push forward and look to take a set of racks away from Gaming Gladiators.
And Liquid playing it very smart. They're just sweeping across toward the map, not giving them an opportunity to look for this Nature's Prophet to find some type of kill. Quinn now will have that shard finished, so that extra minus armor, the prevention of any of these saves that can come out on that smokescreen target, maybe Gaming's gonna look to make a move off of that. If they can lasso somebody, catch them inside of that one, they could get some type of these kills if they find Liquid a bit split up here.
It depends how sort of far Quinn wants to delve into Liquid's half of the map.
It is scary.
It's very spooky right now. They have limited, if any, vision on Liquid's side.
And look at how they're playing as well, too. The two supports on the side of Liquid. You see Boxy is playing near the puck, and you see the Shadow Demon is playing near the Nature's Prophet. So they have a guaranteed way to kind of bail out. Even though there is this shard, of course, on this Ricky, they're preparing for this next move that could come out from Gaimin.
I mean, with the D-Ward occurring, Liquid definitely going to expect that there could be a high chance that Gaming Gladiators are looking for something around this area. And they're playing incredibly defensive, Liquid. Just waiting, sensing if Gaming Gladiators do try and lead the charge here with Quinn.
They're just playing smart. They're sitting on top of a sentry. So if Quinn does walk up too far, could just get burst down instantly if he gets caught from a coil.
Looks like Quinn knows, playing to the edge of the map.
Sneaky, sneaky. Will clear the wave, does show himself for a second, the dust, not quite in range.
They're not going to quite clip him. Quinn playing perfectly sneaky. The damage output stepping up here. That's a full Parasma now on Nisha.
Just steps up the aggression, feels like he doesn't need to have that defense anymore. He is very tanky with the Pupil's Gift. It is a 2,500 HP puck.
I mean, Liquid's ready to go. So if he can get the catch here, Quinn turns to the smoke screen, force forward for Nisha, able to jump forward, get the Dream Coil up onto the two of them. A beautiful setup there comes in from Nisha. The Fiendscape will come in and attempt to turn things around, but Quinn's already gone. Celery's going to get left behind. Gaming Gladiators cannot fight Liquid right now. And now beyond the tier 2, they may just find Ace on top of it all. They get the silence, the shard trap from Boxy. They'll find a third Liquid.
They can go high ground again. There's still not that glyph available. They can start threatening this. I mean, they can start threatening Rax and maybe even threatening the close-up of this game. Gaming, they cannot contest this group up.
This is going to be such a strong push. A minute left on the Aegis. A full BKB birds coming out from Mickey.
And these Rax are dead. The birds plus this tree, it just dies in a heartbeat.
And they can look for more. They'll take the top set. They're ready to swing across over towards the mid here, Liquid.
It feels like they've probably done it here. I mean, still 20 seconds for the Underlord, the one who can de-push. The glyph is popped, but they're sending treants even down toward bottom.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, Liquid.
They're like, oh, Gaben, you like to play with your 25-minute timings? Well, so do we. 26 minutes. They're looking to potentially close this out here.
They've really sort of turned the game on its head if you consider what we were seeing in the first 10 minutes of this one. Liquid hitting back harder than ever here. Duracio's going to try and start some action, but the BKB comes down for 33. Illusions will remain on 33, and they have the lasso as well, dragging in the Visage. 33, is there going to be any sort of save for him? There is not. 33 will fall.
Can they chase for more?
They need more Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, nice shards trapping Duraccio.
See what they can find, but Ace is caught in the Sprout, trying to get out of this. The bottom Persian's down upon him. Boxy comes in with a punch-up. The Dream Call catching them all. Ace, he's out. Has the buyback available if he wants to consider it. Gaming Gladiators trying to find Boxy in return. Jump forward from Quinn, but he's caught by the silence. He's trying to get away from Mickey, but the right clicks from Mickey. And Nisha too much. Quinn goes down.
They tried to chase to get some kills, but Duraccio was stuck in shards for the entire duration for it. While Ace was going down, he couldn't help his buddy. Liquid continue to play strong.
Duraccio with the silence, but Nisha's trusting in Insania. Insania, he'll have the save or the offensive disruption when needed. Gives Nisha the chance to continue to play and live. York comes in. In fact, Nisha, he jumps in. He's got no fear right now. Mickey steps forward, gets the drag back here. Duraccio, he turns towards Mickey, going to catch on to Mickey. Mickey's getting torn apart by the illusion. Mickey's dead. Duraccio will fall in return.
Nisha.
The buyback's going to come out from Quinn. Gaming Gladiators and Quinn, he knows he's got to look for whatever chance he can to punish back on the Liquid. Tries to make the jump over towards this, but Mickey also in with the buyback. The smoke screen's down. Quinn, he fought back for this. He's out for 75 seconds.
They're looking to end it, Owen. The buyback from Mickey. Quinn's gone. This is likely Megas. Can Ace hold on to it? They've got a buyback from Duraccio. Liquid, will they respect that?
I mean, that's the question. How confident do Liquid play? Yes, they know there's no Quinn for a minute.
It's 5v4.
How much can they take? Liquid.
Tofu, waiting in the wings, looking for a lasso target.
Still being very careful, indeed, respecting the catch from Bat.
It's just tough because the double saves. Mickey, he's at the ready. His BKB's up in 4 seconds.
So the mid-rack's gone. Liquid.
The final set.
They'll tick off another objective, and they're ready to keep it going. 30 seconds, they know there's no Quinn.
It dies so fast. They gotta look to go on the side of game, and they can't just watch these racks go to Megas.
Tofu is gonna try with the grab, but the disruption comes in immediately. They try desperately. Gaming Gladiators here to fight for this fight. The hand of gold comes down, but it won't save Ace. Ace, he's out. He has buyback available. Duraccio tries to sneak back to the safety of the fountain. He'll get back. But the racks are gone. Liquid, they've claimed the Mega Creeps.
29 minutes, Megas. Good luck coming back from that one versus this type of lineup, and I don't think Liquid's going to look to get out of the base. They still got 30 seconds to keep the push going.
They know that they can get so much done here.
They call it.
Oh, they do. GG is called. Liquid. I mean, what a phenomenal game one. Considering what happened in the opening moments and in some of those lanes, when they started to turn it, Liquid, there was no looking back, Fog.
I think they really started to identify quite quickly, I mean, it was pretty much all around that bottom fight, that they needed to just have the numbers at the ready. When they started TP reacting with multiple heroes, that's when it was a bit of a problem, because Gaiman was getting these number advantages. But that time, they had Boxy. You see the man on your screen right there.
I gotta say, yeah.
The Drinking Buddies pulls, resets the fight, and then the dive. You can see Gaming trying to push forward for it, but multiple different saves coming out from him with the snowballs, Drinking Buddies, shards, etc. That was beautiful for Liquid.
Hey, incredible stuff across the board. Boxy and Insania with the saves. In a game against a Ricky that was getting kind of out of control those opening minutes, it didn't matter. They still found the chance to get these incredible saves occurring. The damage out from 33 and Mickey and Nisha making quite the comeback story that game on his puck. What a game one. Liquid, they'll take the first of this best of 5.
Woo! Game one of this best of 5 goes the way of Team Liquid. A lot to break down with this one. And I want to start with the double support duo coming out from Team Liquid, T-Gov. It was a stellar performance.
No, just the moves that are making the saves. Again, Shadow Demon, he is one of the supports of the tournaments, right? If you have the positioning, you keep finding the save, you push them forward. But Liquid in this game, it was incredible. They're under so much pressure, a couple key fights to turn around, and they just, obliterated gaming so quickly. It feels like it was like one tier 1 fight into there is no map for gaming to play.
I mean, Gaimin played a really incredible early game. I love to see the hyper-aggression coming out of both teams. They really took advantage of their defusal, Ricky timing, hunting for Furion deep in the jungle, killing Puck a few times over and over again. But this fight here is where this game was entirely different. And we saw the power of Tusk here. He actually tag team pulled out Nisha's Puck from that smoke cloud, making it so that he was alive for long enough to cast the coil later on here, which is where they got the turnaround fight. And then we just saw all of the damage coming out through Visage's Soul Assumption, through Mickey on his Nature's Prophet, who was joining every single fight as early as he could. It was just beautifully played.
They needed all the auras early on so they can take the fights. Visage, he's getting all the money in the world. If you look at the network chart, he's always top 3, top 2 here already. Some really nicely placed shards from Boxy. He's playing out of his mind. This Drinking Buddy is pretty much acting as a force staff, and you can also use it on birds, so the birds go brrr pretty much every single fight. And the coil has been something that they didn't have any tools to deal with, because Ricky, yeah, he's annoying, but the problem always was with the hero that how do you get to your BKB timing? Like, sure, you're having a good time, you did solo kill him in the mid lane, but after that, you can feel him suffer. And itemization-wise, they were really on point for Team Liquid. This force tap on Puck, forces out of the cloud, and knowing that he needs to itemize for himself, Ricky had the shard at that moment, so others can't really use any of the abilities, and after that, the game was pretty much done so.
Yeah, and Liquid identified that after that fight, the game was theirs. They made a beautiful play where they cut off Duraccio trying to join his team in the triangle, killed him first. They snowballed off of that, and they realized that this was their game at that point. All they had to do was bring their heroes together, place some sentries, and there's nothing Gaimin could do. That is the issue with Ricky. While he is very snowbally, he's also very reverse snowbally, because once you've itemized against him and his net worth is low, there's really not that much he can do. And we also saw the power of Tusk not just as the pseudo save, as the pseudo force staff, but the tag team, the Drinking Buddies damage on the Prophet. He was out DPSing the Crimson Guard on Underlord. Underlord looked so squishy in this game.
And it was a slippery slope for gaming, right? When you have Ricky and CK as your position 1 and 2, if you're not finding pickoffs on the map, if you're not dictating the pace of the game, your enemy balls up, you can't find pickoffs because they're always going to be 5. And I think that's where Liquid, they identified that very quickly as it hit kind of like the 20-minute mark. And then, sure, Quinn might have some laning advantage, Duraccio might have an early Orchid, but that's all they've got. They're hoping for a pick. It felt like the last 10 minutes of the game was just Liquid sweeping through the map, finding whoever they want, and Gaming was never really in position to utilize like the blink from the bat, the jump of a CK, and again, it's testament to Liquid. They itemize, they identify a window, and when they want to break their opponent, and they did it so swiftly.
Yeah, and we knew that Gaming was ahead at like minute 15. But Lacoste, was their plan to be even further ahead? Where did they fall with their plan?
I saw Tofu diving tier 4 towers 8 minutes in, so they wanted to play this hyper-aggressive, which I don't really mind. I think this is how you need to strike back against Team Liquid. But the problem was, I'm going to go back to Ricky. This is super strong hero, but that's why everybody practiced it. But it has some of the flaws still where you're unable, like if you get focused down. And I also want to highlight the Shiva's Guard, the Bongo boots, the boots of Varying from Visage. I think this is the key moment as well for the game. You're playing against CK, so you want to slow down his illusions. You really never felt those illusions dealing damage, fighting into all of that. And I said during the draft, they don't have the Shiva's hero. You know what Visage does? Buys Shiva's as the second item, buying all these small items to be on top of the network pretty much. Bracer, Null Talisman, Boots of Varying, so they can strike back. He understands that they need any kind of item they can have early on to punch back, because they're playing so fast on Gaming first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and you see the items that 33 has. I think, strategically, I think Gaming coming into this game 1, they put such a large target on Nisha's back. They wanted to shut him down. They wanted to kill him very early, try and prevent him from having a game, that they kind of forgot about applying the pressure to Mickey or to 33, right? Like Nisha, he doesn't die too often in series, right? Like when you think about like the previous run in playoffs, like he's been like the unkillable mid laner because people focus other, the strategies of 33 in the early game, but coming into this one, Nisha, in the last 6 playoff games, totaling, he only has 10 deaths. The fact that he's died 4 times in a single game shows that Gaming wanted to shut him down. But maybe going into game 2, they're thinking, wait a second, we're wasting too many resources killing the mid lane. 33's hit, like Lacoste was mentioning, the Boots of Bearing, the Shivas, Mickey's got the Gleipnir, the BKB. I think Gaming maybe have a misread on who they need to shut down, because it doesn't matter if Nisha dies 4 times, nearly 50% of an entire playoffs run, you need to stop 33 from just breaking open the game on these tempo heroes from the offlane.
Yeah, there was a lot of freedom coming out for the other 2 cores of Team Liquid there, Effie.
There was, but there was pressure on them, because once Ricky got that defusal, we saw them scouting for Nature's Prophet in the jungle. We saw him getting lassoed a few times. We saw Quinn on that Ricky hunting anyone he could see, no longer focusing on just the puck. The issue with Gaimin is that Ricky kind of tied their entire draft together in the sense that you have this Bat Rider, you have this jump target, this jump hero in CK. If the Shadow Demon on the enemy team or the Tusk are able to cast their spells to save them, your initiation is broken. You have no means to fight back. And once Ricky got to the point where his game was too difficult, there was nobody stopping the 2 saves from the supports. If Ricky kept his dominance, kept jumping the supports, we would have seen a different game.
Ricky has pretty much the same issues as we've seen with the Storm Spirit. Once they group up as 5, you don't really have kind of a play in the game. Cloud is super strong. It's a 6-second silence duration at every single level. It gets even better. It got a buff, so you can stand inside of the Cloud, even if the allies, even if the enemies ranged are attacking you from the inside, you're still gonna get the miss chance. So really good spell. The experiment for Ricky probably failed. I don't think we're gonna see it again, but it looked really good for the first like 12, 13 minutes of the game.
It did, and then it fell off a cliff. That happens sometimes, it's fine. It's just game 1 of a best-of-5 grand finals. Now, during that game, once Team Liquid got off a couple of good team fights, you could sense that emotions were high and everybody was in great spirits. And I wonder if the comms reflect that.
Here. I can TP, I'll TP, go, go, go. It's a good fight, it's a good fight, guys. Just watch me. Watch me.
Is Carl on
Can we save Nicky? Yeah, I'm fine, guys. Take the fight. What the fuck, they're all dying.
I have big flower.
Kill Ricky. Any silence? Okay,
I'm chasing Ricky.
I think we get the Ricky. I'm killing Chen with Nish.
Woo! Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Can we go there too?
Oh, you gotta love it if your carry is popping up like that. I think that's very healthy when your carry is making those calls, T, and just basically pops up and keeps the team.
I gotta say, his name is Mickey Woo. Woo! Gotta hype it up.
It's the balance between like the core and the support. You can hear like this, like maybe I don't have anything. It doesn't matter if you have nothing. I'm the core. Go and then
go.
Yeah, exactly. I just love hearing the team comms every single time, and a little bit of energy as well. Hearing the emotion, the woo, like of course it means so much to them. And that's game 1 down. Just 2 more to go.
2 more to go for Team Liquid. I love hearing the emotions coming out there as well. I also always love hearing from Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, I want to look over how the Ricky did in this game. It's very effective against the puck in the mid lane. Quinn started things off. He's got high damage. Puck has low armor. Any trades that he takes are just going to be advantageous here. So he basically just secures a lot of easy harassment against Nisha as that laning stage continues. And then does a little blink strike. This clip might freeze on me because it's been freezing before, but does a little tricks of the trade. Does work. Thank you. That's how he gets the first blood. 1 minute and 54 seconds into the game, super early. And Liquid did a really good job trying to limit what this Ricky can do because the silence against Puck and the high physical damage is so much. They were bringing tons of heroes to almost every single rune fight, but he has really high base armor, and there isn't that much magic nuke on the Liquid squad at this stage in the game, so he ends up dodging a lot of these. Here's another gank on Nisha to show just how much pressure was on him. A little salvation outside of the smoke cloud, but he gets pushed back in with the flame break to secure yet another kill. And then they went across the map. This is that other kill that you guys probably saw. Nature's Prophet getting jumped on by just 2 heroes. A relatively clean kill, and once again, Underlord crossing the map. So this is the basic facet of what Gladiators wanted to do this game to end up securing victory, but this team fight was the real big one. There's only 6 times in a row that you can gank Nisha before you react to it really well, and that's what Liquid did here. I love this ice shards here. Ends up creating a zone that pushes the Shadow Demon to the right, and as a result, the Ricky dives going for the kill, and they're able to turn this one really effectively. So that was a really good moment for Liquid, but ultimately, it was that team fight around the top lane They tried to engage in this area of the map to look for kills. They couldn't find it. This ward spots Dyrachyo. He gets cleaned up absolutely for free. That was really nice. And then for some reason, I'm not sure why, Ace decides to take the portal here to go to the top side of the map. Felt he wanted to be there, but he gets spotted. Now here's the Liquid vision. They actually don't know exactly where he is, but they're chasing. And he gets scared. He uses his second skill, and that reveals where he is. They end up catching him. They force a team fight. For some reason, Quinn goes in here, he gets coiled. This was the beginning of the end for Gladiators losing their advantage. So a crucial mistake there, uncharacteristically as well. So that's how they get behind.
Thank you, Purge. Very tiny bit of nerves coming out there from Gaming Gladiators, the way that those plays were described. I think there's one important thing that this game had that I don't think other games will have. It's time to go back to the drawing board and talk about the draft, because I want to talk about the one point where I thought, in my humble opinion, where things went a little bit awry, and I would love to have an explanation. Lacoste, Rubik. We saw the Rubik ban. Why didn't they ban Tusk?
Because they wanted to pick Underlord. It's one of the worst matchups when it comes down to heroes. You can solo win the game. You steal Pit of Malice, you steal Firestorm. These are going to be your two best spells. You have better cast range, you have spell amplification on top of that. So very difficult one, but looking for the adjustments in game number 2, this Tusk, too powerful of a hero, especially for Boxy. I know I'm going to sound slightly biased, but Boxy for me has been the best position 4 player in the world for quite some time. He's doing some insane things every single time with the shards. He's always up to something. Never underestimate this guy.
He was the hero of that fight at minute 17 where Liquid turned the game around. That was all Tusk and his plays. So I do agree with you, Shiver, that Tusk should be banned out and not given to Team Liquid. Boxy just plays that hero too well, and the flex is still there, even though we mainly see it being played here. I think that if you're putting yourself in a position where you're first picking Underlord, not allowing yourself to not give away Tusk to Liquid, you have to rethink your opener. Don't open with this Underlord if you are still allowing heroes like Shadow Demon and Tusk through, because you also drafted a Batrider. Batrider is completely countered by saves from the enemy supports.
I think it also goes down to the CK pick, right? Like, sure, you want to get your CK to kill Visage, but then you're bringing the CK to the mid lane to, you know, contain the puck inside the smoke screen, using the flame break from the Batrider as well. Like, you're doing everything to kill puck, but you didn't ever really kill Visage. He died one time in the game. The fact that 22 minutes, 33 has Boots of Bearing and Shivas, your entire plan of win lanes, tempo pickoff falls apart. So for Gaming to even have a fight in this best of 5, they need to make sure their safe lane can kill off 33. And don't just run to mid lane and kill off Nisha. That is a recipe to lose, and Gaming need to identify that and hopefully fix that for the upcoming game.
Yeah, so we feel like Gaming potentially drafted a little bit too one-dimensional, that if indeed the tempo could not continue, which it didn't because Team Liquid put a stop to that, they didn't have anything Lacoste to fall back on in their draft.
They were super strong first like 15-ish minutes of the game. If they continued the domination, the lineup would look really good, but they also needed some extra items. They needed, you know, Ricky to have a BKB, which never came down to that. And we see a lot of these lineups that go pretty much all in, where you're strong for like 20 minutes, then you're vulnerable between 25 and 35, maybe 40, that they do fell short. But I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with Gaming Gladiators lineup. They tried something. It's a BO5. That's a different beast. You want to experiment a little bit more, try to put them in a position where they don't feel too comfortable, especially with this last pick, Ricky. And I think we're going to see more of these picks. Maybe not Ricky, but they've been cooking.
They have been cooking. Yes. We should also take a look at how the teams have done against the meta thus far, on why we see these two teams going a little bit beyond what you might have seen over the last 2 weeks. Effie, if we focus on Team Liquid, they have had tremendous success against the heroes that a lot of teams would consider to be the meta heroes.
They really have. They've been dominating so much throughout this tournament, so I thought it would be cool if we took a look at the meta heroes that they've beat the most. Murana, which is the darling from the support role because of the carry flex, they've beat her. She's only beat them 1 time out of 6 games. Dragon Knight, 2 of which were games against Gaming yesterday. They have beat Dragon Knight 4 times. They beat Timbersaw 4 times. The heroes they've lost to, Kunkka. Kunkka's probably the only hero, when I was looking at all of their stats, that Liquid have struggled against.
Yeah, what you're showing here with the graphic is basically Liquid has lost 2 moments where teams survive the Liquid aggression. If Liquid want to go and try and break the map at 20 minutes, if they're running into a brick wall and they mis-execute, that's when the game can get difficult. But the thing here in this matchup, Gaming likes to play quick. And unless Gaming want to change their playstyle in a grand finals, we are just going to see 2 teams clashing into each other to see who breaks the map first to then close out the game. Because if you swap the drafts around, Gaming will do the same thing. They'll win that 1-tier-1 fight, then they'll just break the map and win the game. So I think, at least for Gaming, if they can just slot in a couple counter-aggression heroes, it might allow them just a bit more, ease of fight. Because, yeah, with this type of draft, it is so volatile. One mis-execution and see ya.
Yeah, this is also a best of 5, which is a whole different beast from what the players have played so far, as they are ready to take the stage again. Game number 2 soon being shown on your screens. For sure, emotions are high, and all the energy that this Royal Arena has to give, both teams will soak up because they need it to go head-to-head against each other. And when we're focusing on this second game, we are focusing on the learning curve, which in a best of 5 is a little bit different than in a best of 3 Lacoste. Do you feel like both of these teams, sometimes you have teams like testing the waters, letting a hero through to see if they can play against it?
Absolutely, because you want to have that advantage. You pick something very cheesy in game 1. If it works, they need to make all the adaptation, but you have also other strategies prepared. I would say Team Liquid is in a good hands right now, considering that they only played 5 different heroes from their offlane role and 5 different heroes from their position 4 role. So that means that they have a lot of stuff prepared. They've been winning most of their games. They played every single series in the upper bracket was a 2-0, so they didn't show, they were never had their backs against the wall. That means that they have a lot of different heroes they can still play, but they're not going to change anything because for now it is working.
But that also means that 10 unique heroes from their offlane in Boxy and 33 should make it so that they are easier to focus within a draft. And that really does go back to the supports that Gaimin went through. I think that if you can limit the hero pool of 1 out of the 2 in that offlane duo, you're making the draft and the game much easier on yourself.
So, yeah, who are you going to focus on? If you had to choose, pick your poison, T.
There's what, 5 types of poison you have to take, but I'd argue maybe because they have such a small pool, you know what's coming every single time, so find safe lane combinations that can at least play into it, right? Like Dyrachyo, he's played, of course, Alchemist, but it's getting banned out. I think like Razor's going to be pretty good for Dyrachyo if you could pressure in lane. If you push back 33, I just want Celery and Dyrachyo to have kill threat. If kill threat independently is available, that's when the twin gate gets opened up. You then make moves, and I think that's what maybe Gaming was missing a little bit in that previous game.
It could be that they were missing that. We're talking about adaptations being made, and of course it is Gaming Gladiators that lost that first game, so they will be focused most on making adaptations. And even though Team Liquid won, I do want to focus a little bit on those first 10 minutes, because Team Liquid winning, great, but I'm sure they did not like feeling like they did in those first 10 to 15 minutes, Lacoste. I'm sure they're going to try to avoid that.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, they were, what, 7K goal down in the first 11, 12 minutes. So they will try to punch back. A little bit of a misplay. Sometimes it does happen. Nisha solo dying to Ricky, underestimating. I'm not sure if he played as many times this matchup. Casters also talked about it. They didn't see it in a really long time. So sometimes these forgotten heroes, you tend to be surprised by what they can do, especially with the small buffs throughout the last couple of months that did happen.
I think that's a hero that they will think about for sure, especially if they get Nisha that puck in this game too. I would not be surprised at all to see Ricky banned out in that final phase, because even though Gaimin did lose, they showed their hand there. Like, that was an incredibly dominant first 15 minutes. In 4 Liquid, they just did a great job at bouncing back. The 2 heroes they had on their side lanes, Nature's Prophet and Visage, are just very good money printers. Visage, with a couple of kills, any comeback fight is just topping the net worth. Nature's Prophet, when he gets kicked out of lane, he has that ability to just be anywhere he needs to be. The enemy jungle, his jungle, he can find the farm. So I think that Liquid at the moment are feeling very good about themselves looking into that game too, and they're not going to make any gameplay adjustments, just draft adjustments.
Yeah, I could see a world where Gaimin respect the Nature's Prophet a little bit more, put that into the ban phase. Maybe even we see the Naga Siren that's been banned pretty much in every single game of TI. That might slip through in one game, just to put a little bit more respect on 33.
And you think it will slip through in favor of who?
Probably Liquid will be picking it up.
They will be picking it up.
Potentially.
Okay, we'll see. I don't know if Naga Siren will make an appearance, as this is the most dominant hero that we've seen over the last 2 weeks. But we're going to find out what is coming our way for game number 2.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators Grand Finals Game 2.
What is coming our way for game number 2, Effie?
I got a little too excited there, Shooter, but for a Gaming, I think that they really do need to give Duraccio a hero with a better timing. The reason why these semi-carry ranged heroes like Wind Ranger, like Lina, have been so popular is they get that Gleipnir timing and then they have kill threat around the map. If all of this damage is happening in the first 15 minutes, you want to carry that within that time can take advantage of it economically and be able to join the fight explosively.
If they want to go for a carry, I would not mind to see Wind Ranger for Duraccio. If they want to go for a support, Mirana is still available, so they do have a ban into a pick. Either that or take Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon, played by Tofu, always a 3 to watch. This guy making some insane plays, hunting people down.
Well, there is a Naga
he was still
Siren, and it
available.
will be on Gaming Gladiators side, T-Gov.
Fair play. So the logic of this one was, I feel like this is where, when you get to a grand finals, the heroes that always get banned, they have to appear at some point, because there is like the respect of the game. And here, Gaming, they have first pick, they ban the Village to the Doom, the Naga Siren's available. I was wondering maybe they could give it to Liquid, pick a hero themselves, but instead, they take it, and Liquid instant response with the Nature's Prophet.
Naga Siren is so hard to play against, though. I mean, she's been banned almost every game for a reason. She has such high armor on lane where she doesn't lose trades. She provides map play with her illusions, where as a position 5, she can push out whichever lane that she chooses. And then she has the ultimate reset tool in the game. That Song of the Siren with the Shard it just flips teamfights over their head. And like T was mentioning, we saw that the Kunkka win rate against Liquid is good for that reason. If they can prolong these fights, find that reset, stop that timing of their aggression, kite out the fights, should be good for gaming. So I'm surprised this Naga was given away.
I mean, of course, the facet as well, very strong. With Deluge, you reduce status resistance, you know, push waves, like we said, with the damage. Like, it is really obnoxious to play into. But there is a world where, like, if the game is too quick, then sure, Naga, she likes a little bit more of a, let me use my song for that one big fight. Let me, you know, get the vision from multiple opportunities to skirmish. If the game's too quick, it's like you're not always gonna have song every single fight. That's why I think Liquid insta-pick their Prophet, because the speed in which they can play with this hero, they can eat through, you know, one ultimate from a Naga Siren. Like, it's not gonna be the worst. That's why I think gaming need to respect that inevitable pressure and have more heroes to protect Naga, not having to be the only hero to survive the fight, or at least, you know, disengage from the fight.
Naga is also a hero that can stop some of these pushes while creep cutting, creating those illusions. You cut one creep wave, maybe 2 of them. One of the reasons why the hero is so popular is you get quite a lot of farm. This is one of the most farm-heavy position 5s in the game right now, I would say. And also one of the reasons why this hero is the most contested hero of the International.
And another strength of Naga is Ensnare is such a high value disable at level 1. Like, this hero's kill threat comes online very early on lane. So I'd like for Gaming to take advantage of this setup with the Ensnare. Like, with one of those Duraccio turret heroes, even Alina could be really cool here. Just any kind of follow-up damage to make it so that Naga isn't just a song.
Shadow Demon being picked up. Team Liquid got one of the saving supports again, as we do have to note that once again, Tusk is left in the pool. Gaming Gladiators have the chance to pick it up themselves if they want to at this point.
Yeah, that's the key thing here. Liquid, they had the option to go for Tusk or Shadow Demon. They have put Shadow Demon a higher priority because of what we've seen it do in the last couple of games. And if Gaming are to pick Tusk, then they've got double melee supports. Naga can't really find, you know, too much pressure on the map. Tusk, it could get a little bit clunky. Hence why I think Liquid hedged their bets, went for the Shadow Demon. If Gaming don't pick it up, they'll take it themselves.
And also, Shadow Demon is the anti-Ace hero. If you're playing against Ace, he's going to have 1 trillion auras. With the Shadow Demon Purge, you can just remove that on a single target and take them out early.
Yeah, but not in this one. Centaur, he has, with the Stampede, this is the statement. this is not anti-carry. Shadow Demon ulti, we don't care too much about it. Once you pop it, we're going to be able to reset. You also have Naga Siren. So Gaming Gladiators looking forward to see some of these more prolonged team fights.
And once again, they're respecting what Naga Siren can suffer with, because they're picking heroes who, in theory, should be independent, not requiring heroes to help them out. Like Centaur plus ranged hero, when you get Centaur to his first cheap item, you can leave him on an island. He can play by himself, and that's when you make other moves. And Enchantress, how many times have we seen Enchantress just free cast the spells? You know, Impetus constantly, Dragonlance, Moon Shards. I feel like Snaking, Celery, every plus 5 at some point has just had an insane game on this hero.
Now, I will say that Naga Siren has been incredibly popular, but mostly as a position 5. And you are also right, it is normally Celery that plays the Enchantress. So which one would you like to see bumped up in priority? As, once again, the Tusk in the hands of Team Liquid. So they got the double saving support, and they follow that up with the 33 Bristleback, or Mickey Bristleback.
Yeah, but with this draft that Liquid have crafted, it's skirmish, 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 run at you, run at you, run at you, and there are no stuns on the side of Liquid. So I want to see Gaimin, with this 18 pick, exploit the lack of stuns and go for a Storm or a Puck themselves, something that can have free reign at later parts of this game.
Slight concern potentially for gaming. Competitively, Tofu, the last time he played Enchantress was in 2023. Before that was only a game, 2019. He's only got 4 pro games on Enchantress. So it's not as if it's like a specialty for Tofu. And I feel like Naga Siren is always going to be the 5 position. Unless Tofu wants to bump it up in priority. Again, I feel like Naga needs to be the 5, Ench needs to be the 4. But yeah, Tofu's going to be pulling out a hero that he's not too, at least competitively seasoned on.
In that case, you can always just have a support swap. Like, you can have Celery lane bottom. He doesn't necessarily have to go top if you are committing to playing this Naga Siren on Tofu.
Sure. And now the counter-aggression pick with the Puck. You want to try and prevent that movement from Liquid. My concern here, where is the damage? When Liquid gets to like Bloodstone, Axe on Bristle, and Prophet has his BKB, what stops them from just walking down the lane, hitting the tower with a tree, Tusk and SD saving? There's no real kill threat coming out from gaming.
Get that Luna for Duraccio. I mean, you need bonus damage. She provides that damage to the entirety of your team. She's going to be a strong on lane versus Bristleback, and it'll give them that early tempo to play on. Also, like I mentioned earlier, no stuns for the Puck, so I do think that Team Liquid need to draft a failsafe, a means to stop Quinn if his game starts to get out of hand.
I feel like I'd prefer to see like a Monkey King type option for gaming to take a little bit more fight. I'm worried like a Luna is a bit too slow, where after lane you play to the jungle and there's no real map play to be had. Invading stacks, contesting is a key theme for gaming, at least in this one.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing some stunners from the mid lane for Team Liquid. Earthshaker definitely comes to mind. You're playing against Naga. There's going to be a lot more illusions. Instant stun against Puck. This is something that they did play once or twice against the same matchup. The other one is Tiny. I think this hero also works because you want to have some extra burst damage when it comes down to the Enchantress. Avalanche, great tool against the Centaur. And also you can toss somebody into the team. Bristleback is not answered yet.
I just realized, yeah, Monkey's banned, so... Ah, well. But that type of hero, and along that line of that type of hero, Ursa banned out as well. We haven't really seen too much Ursa, but they are respecting the thought of, what if this core just blows up our Bristle? If we don't actually end the game in 25 minutes, does it not get pretty scary? And yeah, they're banning out these heroes that have that X factor, that comeback potential. And that is true. Boxy on Tusk is pretty free win.
I like the Earthshaker idea you mentioned, low cost, or DK for Team Liquid. Just that stun, that ability to play off of an initiation that doesn't come from your Tusk will simplify the game for Liquid. It will really go a long way.
Well, let's see. They have got still also half a minute left in their bonus time, where they can decide not just what to play, but what their game plan will be. And what Duraccio is going to play. That is the main question. I just want to get this out. Naga Siren, there's no chance it's going to play it as a core, right?
No, she's not. This is going to be.
I just wanted to get it out there.
It's been a long time since Naga has been played as a core.
Another option for Duraccio could be the Alchemist. That way they can play the Eng 5 and then just experiment. Okay, the DK does come out. They stole it. They took it away. I think this is excellent. And now they have a carry on Dyrachyo where he just buys Blink Dagger first, which is the item timing we talked about around that minute 15, runs in with his team, has the ability to take the towers, has the ability later on in the game to outscale the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, this was a good game where there's two types of Dragon Knight, right? You've got the Falcons type Dragon Knight, which is the high-speed Blink Orchid, or you have the scaling Dragon Knight with the Armlet into SMY, and then you're like Daedalus Satanic, and you become the unkillable Red Facet DK. Potentially this time around, I'd like to see him go greedier to become the true core of the game. But if they do go active, they still have damage issues early on. So I'm hoping, for at least gaming's sake, it does feel like a flip on the script. They aren't going to be the aggressors on the map. It's about how quickly can you scale whilst dealing with Liquid.
What you're describing is some K1.
Yeah, I want K1 level DK. Exactly.
Yeah, because he was staying 5K ahead, and Tiny comes out, good solution, as we mentioned, great against Puck in the lane. You'll always have some kind of a stun, cheap as well. Blink Dagger, this is something that they have been lacking. I see a lot of speed on side of Team Liquid again, and I think they're going to be hitting an earlier timing. Mickey on his Nature's Prophet, double save again. You can make quite a lot of stacks with these heroes, and Team Liquid, so far in this tournament, has been top 2 teams when it comes down to stacking. You have Tiny who can clear the stacks, and most importantly, Bristleback. I think 33 in this one takes priority, because once he gets down to his item timings, you did mention the Aghanim Scepter, the Bloodstone, SNY, that's going to follow up later. I think this Bristle has a pretty free entry to the game.
I think we've got Celery on Enchantress. We've seen him excel on that hero. We have Quinn playing versus the one threat of the Avalanche Toss Tiny. This should be a really great puck game if he gets a few support rotations to mid. He's got a bone to pick with Team Liquid. I think Quinn will take this game too.
Dyrachyo has to ignore his team in this game. Stop playing the active carry that you've done in the past. I need you to focus up, just hit the creeps, become the K1 of Western Europe, and make sure that when the game gets tough, you've got 3-4 big items to bring to the fight. If you're not, then yeah, Liquid are scary as ever.
I can't wait. I feel like this game, both teams will bring that aggression inside the game. Before we head to that game number 2 of this grand finals, though, we're first going to head over to the stage where Sir Action Slacks is with Coach CY.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, we are here yet again with CY. CY, thank you so much for taking time with us. Now, we've been in this situation before, but a little different now. It seems like potentially a new Liquid. Were you guys kind of taken by surprise in that last one?
Not really, I think. I actually think we did a lot of good stuff. I think we messed up some stuff as well. And I kind of brought them back in the game. Like, Visage gets a lot of gold, obviously, with the Facet against, like, when he starts getting a lot of kills. So, in the end, it gets pretty hard eventually. But I actually think it was our game now.
Absolutely. Now, in a situation like that, where you believe that you got the game and then it kind of got away from you, what was it like in the booth? What did you tell these guys to get their heads back in the game? Because this isn't your first time in a grand finals, and you got to get their heads on right.
No, I mean, like, I told them that we actually did the right thing, and, like, I think we comms well as well. I can hear the communications behind the scenes. So I think everything is, like, good. I think we just tried to run it back and, like, stay focused and calm and logical, and I think it will be fine.
Absolutely. You know, they say loss is the best educator. You guys seem to learn a lot on that one. You stole the puck, you banned the Doom, you denied the Dragon Knight. These guys have learned a lot from you as well. Anything left to learn about this team since we've seen you so many times before against each other?
I don't know, honestly. Well, we'll have to see.
All right, fantastic. Well, congratulations so far. We'll see how you do. Bump it up, my man. And we'll get right in to game number 2. Let's throw it to our wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, it's time to get into the action of Game 2. Folks, some crazy stuff going on in the draft this time round. We're seeing for Liquid. They get that support duo again, the Tusk, the Shadow Demon. But over on the side of Gaming Gladiators, the Naga Siren gets through, a hero that's been banned over 100 times this tournament.
It's crazy how so many adaptations happened in this game, right? It's 0 common heroes that Gaimin was playing from the last draft. Liquid, they get 3 that they played last time. And those 3, they did look super strong. Boxion and Tusk in particular was kind of running the show, made them just come back in that game after that 7K deficit that they had, just with some clutch saves and aggression. And yep, I mean, we'll have to see if this type of gaming strategy ends up working, because it is a bit different from the style that we've seen them run in some of these games in this tournament.
Already seeing here setting up around the early action. No one going to find any fights off the back of the first bounty runes. But yeah, what do you sort of make of gaming's overall direction this time around then, in comparison to what they went for in game 1?
More scaling. they're going to be able to just play the game to the later stages and stuff like that. I feel like that last one is a very standard. They want to snowball out of control with this Underlord and Chen and just completely dictate the pace of that early first 20 minutes. But yeah, Liquid, they fought back formidably. This one feels like they can look to stall the game out, play more about that economy game and stuff like that with the DK. Just, is it going to work is a bit of a question. Because Liquid, they did switch things up as well. Even though they have 3 common heroes, they bring in this Bristleback that's not been played too much throughout this tournament. But I was looking actually just before this game started, 33 has been kind of playing it in quite a bit of pubs.
And is there anything specific about the Bristle right now that you could imagine 33, is the reason why 33 feels good about this hero in this meta?
Yeah, I mean, you're able to fight super fast. You thrive off of stacks, and he's playing with 2 of the better stackers in the game, the Shadow Demon in particular. And he's just able to park himself in front of towers and defend maybe some of these early aggressive moves.
Well, level 1, though, could be a little bit vulnerable. The snowball save's going to come out for now, but 33 still getting brought incredibly low here. I mean, they're trying to bait one another in. Maybe Duracio's the one getting baited in. Have up to, what, the 3 stacks of the Quill Sprays there, so Duracio had to be careful. Both cores getting harassed very low by one another's team's supports.
They make the call, though. Boxy's like, all right, maybe there's a little bit of a hard lane to just play straight up. He's going to try to at least pull this wave on the side here, and it should be successful. Mid, Quinn, we'll see how he handles versus Tiny, another hero that's not been played the most throughout this tournament, but a standard counter versus the puck.
Yeah, one that historically we've seen Nisha have some explosive performances on. See how well he's able to I imagine potentially get a lead in this mid matchup. How does this work? We saw obviously switched around last time, Nisha being on the puck, and well, Quinn playing like the melee hero with a hard-hitting right click. Is it also a similar case where Tiny can have a little bit of an edge early on, or is it not quite the same?
Yeah, slight edge in the denies, but it's a very skill matchup, right? I think I've seen either of these players kind of win, depending on, just a couple of these few early CS and stuff like that. Because Puck overall, the beauty about this hero now is you just get so much extra healing when you're playing in the lane just from this Puckish, this innate ability. You're able to just walk in, tank tower hits, dodge spells as well too. So every phase shift actually heals you pretty massively.
Looking down at the safe lane this time around from Liquid. They're going to try with a bit of setup. I mean, Ace has got a lot of poison stacks upon him. Shouldn't quite kill him, but at least it's going to force him right back. And Sania having to be careful as Tofu tries to push forward in return.
Oh, and this matchup actually in the mid lane, something really interesting is, of course, you can dodge normal spells, and also the tree grab. I think Nisha has to be careful every time he throws the tree at the puck, because if you dodge that one, you actually get 4 times the amount, because it's a spell projectile. Is what it looked like, at least. I believe he healed for like 100 or something when he threw the tree and dodged it. I'll keep eyes on see if that mechanic actually works like that, but...
So far in the CS in the mid, it's proven to be pretty even.
Yep.
In performance, 16-1 on Quinn, 14-3 for Nisha.
Yeah, and pretty solid stuff. And also, one thing that we do get to see, which I think has not really gotten through in too many of these games, it's this Naga Siren. And it's not a 5-position Naga Siren either, which is very interesting to see. They do want Celery playing this Enchantress, but
top lane.
Interesting change.
Quite a few Quill Spray stacks onto Duracio. He's got to back off. The heals for Celery coming in. I mean, you feel both teams here, Liquid and Gaming, really trying to push one another's cores to the edge, to the limits here in this laning stage top. Just the question is going to be who's the first to fall off the back of these back-and-forth fights between Duracio and 33.
You just have to be careful because it's such explosive damage that can come from a Bristleback out of nowhere. And they do have a Healing Lotus on the Tusk as well. So if you do get over-aggressive, overzealous, they could just pop that Lotus, get an extra Quill or 2 out. So you do have to be a bit careful on the side of game and how aggressive you want to get onto 33. But Duracio, he's farming good. That's the important thing. So 21-4, and he is pretty much full HP.
And overall, do you see Gaming Gladiators maybe having a bit of a better plan for dealing with mid-K if the fight started to get out of control? Because we saw last game, despite that early lead that Gaming Gladiators had, when they started to sort of slip behind, there were so many fights that mid-K was just able to find prime position to sit in place, turret out that damage, and get just this incredible net worth lead. This time, do they have better answers to the safe lane Prophet?
I feel like they actually had... They had some really good heroes versus the Prophet in the last game, to be honest with you. So I'm not 100% sure, but they do have good ways to get on top of him and burst him down to more control, I would say, than that last one. But there's still these saves, so it's tough to really say, because the Shadow Demon and his Tusk, we saw what they were able to do to just stop any of this aggression if they were in the good position, which after the first 12 minutes, they were always in that right spot.
For sure, and if anything, we saw how well Liquid supports were able to get the saves off in a game against a smoke screen, where Ricky was involved. This time that's not there, so it may even be that little bit easier for Liquid to pull off these clutch saves when Gaming Gladiators start making moves for the cause of Liquid.
This mid matchup is hype. I mean, it's very, very even. Just 100 gold difference between the two of them.
They're going to hit sort of levels at a pretty similar pace here in the mid.
But the puck can stay sustained a little bit easier, I would say, at this point, just because of that constant healing that's coming out. So Nisha actually does get pushed away from the lane.
They're going to go for Duracio. straight away. They see that he's alone. The TP comes in from Mickey. Duraccio's gone. It's first blood for 33.
Heads up stuff, and immediately we can just TP back to bottom. Love it. Mickey tried to do this that last game, too. Early TP around that 4 or 5 minute mark. This time it works out just a bit better. And 33 now, top of that net worth. DK Enchantress lane, usually a lane that it's pretty difficult to bully, but if you're going to be able to bring the numbers like that, it is beautiful.
And in terms of the Naga Siren, right, one of the edges, right, with this hero is the presence in the lane. I mean, the question is, has Tofu been able to do enough in this laning stage? Because looking at the farm, not really caused any slowdown for Mickey.
No, and most of the times when I've seen this hero played so dominantly, it's because you're playing with that ranged core in the safe lane. You're able to abuse either this ensnare plus reel-in combo with the deluge, and you get some early kills. So, yeah, definitely going to be a different kind of approach from Tofu and see what he's able to do. Right now, it's just him using mirror images to kind of block camps and manipulate waves like that, but it's not really having the effect that maybe they wanted to in this bottom lane. Yes, Ace is farming, but you're not really putting pressure onto Mickey.
So Duraccio looks like he might want to go for an early move down towards the bottom.
Oh, this is cool. They're actually bringing 4 heroes. So I guess this is the way they want to pressure because they don't have the best dual pressure. They want to do this, but Boxy's reading the movement.
Liquid seem to be relatively prepared for this potential play, or maybe they're just going to look to go aggressive first themselves. They do. They go straight over towards
Just
Tofu.
centaur creep.
You're going to get the follow-up stun as well from Ace. This could give Gaming Gladiators the chance to fight back. Celery and Ace, do they have enough damage to threaten Mickey? A bit of body blocking here from Tofu with the Naga Siren illusion, but Mickey's still able to get around, get back to safety. So yeah, Duraccio didn't want to be a part of this. Resumes farm up top. So Gaming Gladiators, as soon as they lose Tofu there, they decide against trying to make that sort of wraparound play.
The Wisdom Rune, it's going to get stolen. He's able to just take down away Tofu. He's already limited
He's got no way out, though. He's got no way out.
Does he see him? He's sneaking.
He's actually been able to juke perfectly outside of vision. I don't think Tofu's seen him at all.
Celery, they see this with the scan. Celery's trying to catch him up, and Mickey's just waltzing past them.
They see him, of course, now with the micro. I mean, surely he doesn't get away with this, Mickey.
Surely not. Ace is looking to go get him now.
Yeah, they're going to put an end to him here, Ace.
Either.
I don't know if he can do some crazy sort of sprout play. He tries, but the Quelling Blade's there. Ace will be able to slowly but surely catch him out and cut him down. So he gets the Wisdom, does cost him his life.
Always painful to lose these Wisdom runes. They're not really the most, I would say, the most level-dependent supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators, though, right? The level 6s aren't really that impactful from either one of them. Yes, the Naga Song later on will be, but early on, them actually missing out on that XP might not be the most atrocious thing. Because sometimes it's like a Snapfire that doesn't get a 6 super early, but these two, yeah, we'll see what type of result it ends up happening. Of course, the supports on Liquid, they're going to be super happy, and they're going to be very high level. So Boxy, he's already level 5.
And in terms of some of the individual farm we're seeing, 33, he's getting quite a scary bit of space up top.
Sure is. They're going for the surround play bottom. Duraccio's got involved. Mickey
is trying to TP out top, and Duraccio's found him. In on top with the Dragon Tail. Gaming Gladiators, have they got any further cancel for the TP of Mickey? They don't, so they'll have to turn and sell for Boxy. Liquid, they get Mickey out.
Heavy commitment, though. It is a Stampede plus a DK form to at least try to pressure tower and get a kill. They just get a support. And yeah, like you said, in the meantime, 33, he's just doing maximizing mechanics.
Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah, he's just pulling creeps into jungle creeps, stacking them up as much as possible. This is going to be an absurdly fast Ags timing for him.
And we see the progress between the two mid laners, Nisha and Quinn, continues to be incredibly close.
Dead even. Literally 8 gold between the two of them or something, or 9. My math was bad.
But yeah, looking at 33, you got to sort of ask the question, Gaming Gladiators, what's the plan with regards to this Bristle? Because at the moment, 33 is on track to get one of the faster Ags timings you'll see on a Bristleback this patch.
I imagine it's just to get a really, really farm DK. Maybe at some point the Silver Edge later down the lines can be something they look for an answer, but I would imagine it's Duraccio getting this armlet, getting this type of crazy type of farm to deal with him, because besides that, their damage is definitely quite limited versus a very farmed Bristle in the early game. And speaking of very farmed Bristle, he does still have those stacks to go back to as well, which I believe is like a double stack and a triple on the Ancients.
Yeah, that's insane. Actually, if things continue like this is going to be a completely insane Aghadim's timing. This game for 33. He's already half the way there. As you say, with stacks of the plenty, he'll be in a very, very solid time. And across the board, though, the 3 cores of Gladiators do have the tools to make plays. Definitely on heroes outside of the Bristle. So we'll see what Gaming Gladiators look to make their moves. And just in general, look to see if they try and check out this area and get some information regarding the stacks of Team Liquid. Celery, been caught in.
Big Wrath of Nature.
And with the burst coming in as well from the Snowball, Stampede is not going to get Celery out in time. Same time up top, Duraccio's going to try and set him on a 33. He really is, and backup is in for it. And Sania. Holds back Duracho. With these two heroes, there's just not a chance. Even with Quinn being present, he knows that using a Dream Coil there is just not going to do a whole lot at all. This Bristleback is very unlikely to die unless they bring all 5, and even at that, it might not still be an easy job.
No, absolutely. It's going to be till later on when they have the answers, especially, like we were saying, the DK, or if they can get him actually facing the right target, because they do have stuns, at the least, to be able to stop and hold that Bristleback in place. Nisha?
Gonna try and get the catch. Nisha opting to immediately break the Dream Coil. TP's were going to come in, but they've actually backed off on that Gaming Gladiators. They know they're not getting a kill quick and easy. Nisha's going to be fine.
Quinn's in trouble.
He's ended up under the tower, jumping over towards the orb in an attempt to get away from Nisha and Insania. He's got another orb to try and break away. Have they got anything to stop it? They have not. So Quinn able to dance safely back to the side of Celery's Enchantress.
Almost had the vision there from Nisha. If he was able to get that toss, the phase shift and everything was actually down, could have almost maybe gotten that pocket. But they're going to smoke instantly, even without the coil at the ready. This is a very unexpected move that could catch Liquid off guard here. They're going to throw the scan.
Let's see what they can find. Mickey would be the ideal catch.
I mean, they have this deep ward. It's about to expire as well, too. Mickey might not see this coming. That ward was literally right outside the sentry range.
Yeah, this is a solid play here from Gaming Gladiators, but it will get shown now. So TPs do start to come through. Maybe these two can't get the burst off in time to kill him off. Mickey's going to come in with the snow.
They got Quinn
from Boxy, and indeed they just turn and kill Quinn off.
Boxy was that was the fastest TP I've ever seen. It was literally before they even showed on the smoke. It felt like that was crazy. He's on point with this Tusk.
It looked like they were going to get away with it as well, if it weren't to be for this pesky Tusk. Boxy, save after save.
Mickey's doing some really cool little stuff here too. Just planting this tree for extra damage. That's actually kind of neat. Just this GG branch with his innate. Actually very cool. I don't think I've seen many people do that. I was wondering why he was just randomly dropping the GG branch, and I'm like, oh, very cool.
The farm continues, and indeed this Bristleback, 33. He's completely out of control. The Aghanims, ridiculous timing here, pre-12 minutes, I believe.
That's insane. And he's got the Voodoo Mask.
Yeah, the spell life steal's already out on top of it.
Overall, looking at the lineup of Gaming Gladiators too, nobody really wants to build a Vessel. I mean, Vessel's kind of a dead item right now, but no one wants to build Vessel, and Shiva's is not going to come down for ages, even if it does come out for something like Puck. So definitely going to be some problems that they have with this Bristle.
I mean, for Gaming Gladiators, what sort of item timing or strength do you think they're looking towards to make their move this game?
I think it's going to be pretty farm heavy, actually, on this side gaming. I feel like it's a very different strategy that they've gone for this game around. Usually they're around like 25-minute aura timings. There's a lineup where we may not even see too many auras come out from either side, let's be honest with you. So definitely a bit of a different kind of style game that it could lead up to these like late games, which I think we're all looking forward to, because we've had quite a bit of these games around like the 20 to 35-minute mark that kind of end. This one could get pretty late game if they end up playing just for this farm game, which for gaming, it looks like they want to. So Liquid definitely have a way to set tempo, though. They have this Bristleback who's massive. They can force objectives very early on, and that's what it feels like they're going to start doing, playing around 33.
Yeah, we'll have to see how much they can force, because indeed, if the game gets to a point where we're sort of 25 minutes in and the Bristol's at the high ground of Gaming Gladiators are going to have to come in with some sort of answer.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely the ideal play the Liquid wants to do, is pressure the map early.
Strong lead in from Quinn. Do they have the damage for evading the Stampede and the Who Stomp? They certainly will. Mickey, there's no saving him this time. Gaming Gladiators think it's the kill, but can they get out? Nisha is in with the combo. Avalanche to follow up onto both Nisha, onto Quinn and Celery. Snowball over towards Quinn. They've got the stun to punch up. They're taking Quinn out. Celery, he's been caught in by the shards. 33 and Insane are ready to chase down Ace. Celery's going to TP out as Liquid. They'll look for the bigger target instead, getting Ace as well.
They'll get the trades. And the more advantageous ones, they do have to swing 4 heroes down here, so it's quite a bit expended. Duracho will be happy to be able to farm off of that timing. But Liquid, it's such quick reactions that they've been able to do here. And Nisha now at this point has a very large separation between him and Quinn. The amp damage rune already finished up onto him, or amp damage is on in for him, and he's gonna have a phylactery pretty early on. So the scaling is also gonna come from Nisha.
It's just taking that little bit more time and just been that bit more hard for Quinn to find successful kills off the back of his Dream Coil plays.
He has to just be so careful, because there is this type of explosive damage. The Tiny is always going to be a bit of a problem for him. And Boxy so far, no matter what lineup he's against, it feels like if he gets his Tusk is a problem.
It's a nice play there of Celery with the Wild Wing Ripper trying to tear himself away from Nisha. Nisha for now is going to continue to chase.
They've got the TP coming in.
Indeed, Nisha. Slowly playing around with Celery. They've got the numbers here. Insania, Boxy, Mikke, the whole team pretty much turning up to get another kill on the board here, Liquid.
And the crazy thing in the meantime, look where 33 is. He's just occupying the enemy triangle, kind of challenging them, telling them to come at him because he knows he's pretty much invulnerable unless they bring all 5. Buys an early shard as well too, so he's got the hairball even stronger. He is a big problem. Dyrachyo is farming, but he needs a couple bit more items before he wants to be able to join versus this Bristle. Armlet, S and Y, and then yeah, we see that Silver Edge is going to eventually, of course, be queued up onto Dyrachyo. But that's going to take time, and Liquid, they can thrive off just occupying the map with this 3K advantage. With this early Blink Dagger, with this aggression, they can play with the Tusk.
Looking for the setup around the mid, Liquid.
Big
Gonna get the jump in Nisha. He's able to get the setup straight away. They want to try and burst through the Enchantress. The heals are up for Celery. There's too much damage though, Liquid. They can get pretty much any kill that they jump for right now. Mikke's ready to lead in for more. Looks towards Quinn, but the orb is back up.
He's slowed down.
They've got his Stampede. They absolutely have to, but Nisha's able to still get him with the toss. The Stampede doesn't matter. Nisha still able to close the gap and take Quinn out.
Liquid's playing too fast for this gaming strategy at the moment. Yes, Dyrachyo is farming, but everybody else is starting to fall further and further behind. They haven't been able to really involve Tofu either. I know he's just sitting back, kind of trying to get some farm going, but they can't even reset and avoid the fights that Liquid's bringing to them. The timings are accelerating fast. And they're losing access to so much. At 33, he just keeps taking away these Ancients. I believe they've been stacking some Ancients on their side, cleaning them up too. So they're farming, it feels like, 70% of the map. Gaming under a lot of pressure here.
That Silver Edge, as you say, cannot come any sooner for Dyrachyo. He needs it yesterday, really, against this Bristle. I mean, once it's there, that'll be the big test of whether Gaming Gladiators can bring together a fight to slow Liquid down.
Yeah, but it's not just the Bristle, right? It's Nisha scaling. Mikke is starting to get some scaling too, even though he's died twice. He is getting closer and closer to having his big item. He actually has it, sorry. So Gladiator's already done, so Liquid can just keep looking to pressure. And Gaming could really struggle in the damage department to kind of dissuade and push them off these towers, or if that early Roche, because Liquid feels like they have options right now how they want to pressure the map.
Oh yeah, they're ready to get in under the tier 2 tower. If Nisha sees a chance to jump, he's going to be straight in for it. He's got an arcane rune in the bowl as well.
He's got that phylactery, so that burst damage, it's there. They're going to start to hit this tower here. Tofu wants to try to slow it down, but you can see the way that Gaming's postured on the map. They don't want to go for a full-out fight around here.
I mean, Liquid's going to have a pretty good idea that Gaming Gladiators is playing from this tree line. Indeed, Quinn and Tofu, they've just got to back right away up to the high ground, up to the base. There's going to be no defense outside of a fortification here. They'll push them back temporarily.
This tower's going down. Oh, they actually lose the Treant there. Whoopsie, Mikke. Bit of miss micro.
Quinn, again, sort of having eyes on this area of the map, but he can't really start anything right now. All he can sort of do is just sit back and watch whilst Liquid takes these towers.
It's so dangerous for him to step up. Just this tiny pick, it's honestly working wonders to just not allow this puck to have any type of opportunities in the map to split things up, going to get any type of that extra farm. Quinn is very poor right now, bottom of the course.
Really looking to be all on Dyrachyo.
Yeah, it definitely is right now. And look at the positioning, like Celery, he's trying to find desperate places to farm, but there's a ward, and they will find him again.
You just can't hide on the map right now from Liquid. They will find you.
Firm control. Roche soon on the menu. Maybe they'll wait for it to shift down to bottom, but yeah, they really feels like they can kind of go anywhere right now. And of course, 33, he gets the Vampire Fangs. I know Sand Kings have been the ones kind of thriving off of this one, but this is definitely one of those other heroes that can become pretty much unkillable on top of already being unkillable. This just adds an extra layer.
Yeah, they've just not been able to slow him down one bit this game. It's just been completely free for 33. It's 19 minutes so far.
And Quinn, he got spotted for a second there, his orb. We'll just be able to split it up.
They just have to keep so much distance between themselves and Liquid. And even at that, as we're seeing, Liquid, for good setup of Mikke TPing in and getting the catch with the Gleipnir, they can still find kill opportunities. So Gaming Gladiators, they're having to play so cautious right now.
They're just, this is probably one of the, I think this might be one of the first times I've seen this tournament that Gaming is just full-out split farming. They don't really want a full-out fight, but Nisha now shows.
See if they can punish Nisha here on his own.
He's got a regen rune.
Backup is coming over. I don't think they're killing this Tiny. Nisha's ready to turn things around. Gaming Gladiators have got to run. Quinn will be able to jump down to the low ground in time. Tofu comes in with the song, and that may just be enough to save Ace. Indeed, Ace will get out. Tofu able to make sure there'll be no casualties this time for Gaming Gladiators.
Look how much they just expended, though. They're trying to get Nisha, and he had the regen rune. He's full HP. This tier 2, it's gonna fall.
And it seemed like even if he didn't, I don't know if they were getting him there.
Oh, okay. They used I mean, this is their high ground glyph.
Oh.
This is a dangerous one to use at times when you are behind like this.
Let's see how much Liquid want to push it. Tower's gone. They're going to be tempted to maybe take the Tormentor first. Should be able to get that pretty easily here with 33 on the Bristle.
Yeah.
There's going to be no struggle taking this one away from Gaming Gladiators. So Tormentor for Liquid, just a shard there for Boxy.
They used the glyph. They're forcing because this glyph is on cooldown.
And I mean, we talked about what do they do when 33 on this Bristle is approaching your high ground at 25 minutes. I mean, it's happening at 20 minutes.
I'm sure Jenkins is losing it. These glyphs that people use sometimes, they're very, very dangerous.
I've got the blink now on Quinn, but
they
that's
need more
going
damage.
in for action. It just does not seem appealing.
No, they need the next item, really, on Duracho, but the items are just flirting it too fast from Liquid. Roche, it's up if they want to go for it, but they're still looking to apply pressure around here, at least deny away this Wisdom Rune.
And at the same time, just making sure that they keep the efficiency up Liquid.
Absolutely.
Nisha continues to clean up stacks in the jungle that are being made, and Mickey just finding completely free space on the other side of the map, far, far away from any chance of Gaming Gladiators getting out and finding him.
And Liquid's Tricore is looking beautiful. And overall for Gaming Gladiators, they kind of are in this 4 Protect 1 a bit for this DK because of how hard the Pucks game has gone. Yes, Pucks can scale, but right now Quinn is in a very dangerous position versus this Tiny.
Duracho tries to get out with this early play, but sentries are already laid down. They're already prepared for it. And of course, at this stage, still just the Shadow Blade alone. He's quite a bit more until he's got the fully fledged Silver Edge. So for now, the farm just has to continue for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn?
Liquid just wants to force it. The glyph, it's still on cooldown for some time.
I mean, it may be at a point, maybe Gaming Gladiators just have to let this set of racks go.
It might feel like it, yeah.
It's a tough call to make, but in reality, what do you have right now?
You can't
to stop this push?
Bristle. You cannot touch this Bristleback.
And Quinn's here, but outside of an illusory orb, that's about it really when it comes to the defense. Tofu just nearly getting cleaned up by the Nature's Wrath.
Boy. Hey, their axes are just gone.
They just don't have the defense right now. They don't have the answer. They have to let Liquid take that full set.
Dangerous times here for the side of Gaming. It's pretty much all on Duracho at this point now, if the Silver Edge is even gonna matter now. Because like you said, it's a tri-scaling core lineup here for Liquid. They can go back for Roche and look to probably continue this pressure here.
And they just have so many saves as well. If Duracho is able to kind of get in and start off the action on a core, it's incredibly likely Boxer and Insania, they're gonna get the saves off. Sure, Gaming Gladiators, they've got some ways to get to the back lines between the blink of Ace and the blink of Quinn. But finding both of Liquid's supports, it's not going to be easy.
No, and the thing is, too, is that these heroes are not squishy by any means, too. I'm just still looking at damage. Yeah, they'll have break, let's say, right, for the DK on this DK for this Bristle. But Tiny has 3,000 HP. Bristle also has like 2,600. The Nature's Prophet is also incredibly tanky, too. They may be able to focus fire one target, but it feels very difficult for them to bring down all of these heroes. And Liquid is also, they've been gathering Lotus's own. So on top of having this tankiness, they have a greater healing Lotus as well in the Shadow Demon to limit even more of that damage that Gaming Gladiators is lacking. They're going to keep this pressure going. Celery.
To pop the Stampede. And Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to lose even the supports at this point. Just try and stop the bleeding.
Glyph is back up to Duracho in a dangerous position up here.
It's going to be another objective that Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to want to do anything about.
There's 4 minutes still left on this Aegis too. Liquid can look to continue pressure. They do have to address the lanes a little bit here, but Mickey, he can always just back up and join his team. 33's forcing it. The strategy right now is working beautifully from Liquid. Ace has bought it. I mean, they need this type of healing reduction, right? So a Shiva's on a Centaur. They need to try to fight and push this back. They cannot lose another set.
These are the two big item timings. Ace with the Shivas, and now Duracho with the Silver Edge. They're going to try and start off the action very quickly. They'll be able to take the Aegis out of 33's hands.
That's the one.
Boxy and Mikhail turn attention over towards Ace. He's able to put the blade melt. So for using the song, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to consider if they want to do something aggressive or if they want to hold back. They'll step off to the side of the fight for now.
Nisha.
Oh, he's going to get caught by the opening stun. We'll get dragged to the side here by the Drinking, but he's Dream Core down on the three of them. Duracho and Celery trying to bring the damage. They're doing a lot here. Bring the load down. Save Nisha out. They're going to be able to take down Boxy. 33's going to get pumped up by the heel of the Lotus Devil from Insania passing it over. 33 will be able to back away, but Gaming Gladiators, they'll continue the chase. Orb comes in from Quinn. They're in onto Insania. 33 and Mickey, they're looking to bail out of the fight. Duracho, can he get us off in time? He can't. The two cores will get out, but Gaming Gladiators, a successful defense. The big items come in just in time. Between the Shivas and the Silver Edge, it gives them that extra bit of power to push Liquid back.
It was exactly when they needed it. If they didn't get these items pretty much at that exact moment, these Raxes are going down. And it does seem to catch Liquid off guard there. Nisha, a very overzealous blink forward, gets himself caught in no man's land.
We'll see again here.
Like, watch this jump from Nisha. This was very, very dangerous. Because it just puts his team in position where they can just get gone on afterwards, and they have to kind of react to try to save him, and it ends up setting up Quinn with, I think, a 3-man Dream Coil.
Yeah, immediately what Dyrachyo finding him with that Dragon Tail stun as he gets caught in the front. I mean, just that whole sort of start where Tofu uses the song to allow them to back off. You know, they were ready to hold back and not do anything, but at the same time, they were also ready if Liquid were to go that little bit too deep and make that sort of aggressive play, and that indeed was what ended up happening. They get punished, Liquid. Gaming Gladiators, taking away some of that lead.
It's big. That's what their lineup was about. It's not the standard Gaming Gladiators lineup that they usually go for. It's a much more scaling one. They do need to be able to protect themselves for these next... I mean, the pushes are going to continue coming, so they just have to be prepared and make sure that Dyrachyo stays at this top net worth.
Because, yeah, I guess that's the question. After that sort of defense, you know, if you're Liquid and you get pushed back like that, you don't have the Aegis anymore. You're going to have to wait a long time until Roshan's back up. What's the game plan? Can you afford to sit back, or do you have to keep your foot on the pedal and go again?
I think you want to keep your foot on the pedal. It's probably just playing around like one of these extra BKB timings, though. When you see that type of pressure play come happen, you're like, okay, our Tiny will go BKB probably, and then also the Bristleback just to be able to force the issue or force the next Roche fight. And they do have at least the one on the Bristle. I see Nisha, he still went a little bit greedy. He did go Echo Saber instead of the BKB just yet. But they do have a triple BKB timing, so I'd imagine, yeah, they still want to look to pressure. Gaming, they just want to keep looking to scale, but they can fight if it comes to their high ground.
Dyrachyo feeling more confident now to farm in some riskier positions on the map.
I'm wondering if he does want to go down this Satanic route, or if he does feel like he wants even more damage. Both feel good.
A smoke play from Liquid. They're ready to try and see if they can get a catch outside of the base that could lead them into the possibility of pushing for the high ground once more.
So it's 2 BKBs. They have lanes in good position too. This bottom lane is always going to keep pushing in because of that early rack that they got. So looking to swing and catch somebody, but Gaming, they're ready for this. Prepared inside the base, just using the illusions to split push.
I guess the question is if they themselves want to go for a play in return. They do have smokes available on Celery.
They've got a nice little semi-push going up top with this Dark Troll Summoner. They will use the Glyph on the side of Liquid to stop it. Looks like they do want to at least deny around this Wisdom Rune again. They want to fight on the side of Liquid, but Gaming, they are smoked.
They want to go as well. They're going to have to wait a little bit of time for the Elder Dragon form to come back up for Dyrachyo. 30 seconds, so have it kind of comboing in with the ending of that smoke.
And look at the neutral item that Dyrachyo chose too. I mean, he's just jacked up on the armor. He gets the Craggy Coat. Not usually the most ideal for the damage potential, but he's sitting at 45 armor or more.
That's fair. It's a whole lot of physical coming out from Team Liquid.
For sure.
So start to tentatively head out to the base, Gaming Gladiators, but for now, Liquid very much elsewhere. As the minutes close in towards the next Roshan respawn. And by the looks of it, I think, yeah, Liquid, maybe they do just wait for this to come in return, as they know after that last attempt to push high ground that didn't go too hot for them. They've got to be very careful about how they go for it again. They're regaining that lead. We're starting to see that net worth grow once more, back up to a 5K lead for Liquid with these more passive moments.
Always inside the base, though. It's more dangerous than those like outside fights when you're diving, committing forward. So around that Roche fight in 2 minutes or so, that's probably what Liquid is looking for, like you were saying. The BKB still will be stalled out from Nisha, but Nisha did find himself a Nemesis curse. So
Dyrachyo
looking at some of these
the Silver Edge touching onto 33. He can. The Dragon Tail stun to follow things up. Who's up with the saves there? Snowball's in and Boxy's ready to help turn things around. TP comes in from MK. They're going to look straight over towards Tofu, try and get the squishy kills first, and with the BKB pop out MK, he can continue to punch into Tofu. Tofu's surviving for this damage. Mickey's not got quite enough to kill Tofu off, and Tofu, he's able to get away. Liquid the turn towards Ace instead, but the Stampede's out. The Sprout there to try and stop him. He cuts his way out, but Boxy's got the punch up. Ace, he'll get one more Who-Stop off, but he'll fall. Now they'll turn over towards Dyrachyo. Liquid trying to surround him. Quinn looks to jump the backline for the toss-ups there. They have the burst to bring Dyrachyo Duracho down. The Dream Core comes out, but it's a little too late. Gaming Gladiators, they're running out of damage. They have to run. They have to escape. And Liquid, they're going to try and do their best not to let them. Nisha back in with another toss combo onto Celery. Liquid take the team fight.
Gaming thought they could re-go. They had the break potential. We saw Duracho, he turns and gets that second hit, but it's an instant disruption from Insania, and they just turn and get right on top of him. He is still semi-fragile on this DK if they have those numbers. And now a 10,000 gold lead, they can look to barrel it down. They can look for another lane here.
They certainly can. No need to necessarily wait now for the Roshan respawn. 33 at level 20. Storming down the mid here, and Tofu's trying to cut sort of the waves with the illusions, but Liquid can quickly clean through those.
Bloodstone's about to be finished for him too, so I mean, you didn't kill him yet. You killed him the once on the Aegis with the Silver Edge. The Bloodstone's gonna make it a lot harder. Quinn trying to stall things out. Backdoor kicks in for a second here.
Now they really don't want to have to use Duracho's buyback. 20 seconds until he's back, and they've got the fortification, so they should be able to push Liquid back without the presence of the DK.
But another flurry of items going to come out, and I believe they also lost their gem in that last engagement. Celery, he had it for, what, 5-6 minutes or something. Now they have it on Insania, so overall all these wards that Gaming did place with that type of outside movement, they're all gone. So the vision is completely gone from them. The map is dark. And that Roche, it's going to be potential soon. Let's see how quick the spawn is. Gaming have to be prepared.
McKay's got his next time done, the full Silver Edge. So in a situation where we saw, that last team fight, a bit of a messy start in where they were trying to focus Tofu, but they didn't quite have the damage to bring him down. With that extra bit of damage the Silver Edge brings, it should be a little easier to dispatch at the supports during the Song of the Siren if Mickey gets his BKB off first.
And now they can, to be honest with you, they might be able to do initiations onto a DK. If Duracho shows himself aggressively, there could be a tossback, a break, and this DK will look very fragile. So big damage increase coming out from Mickey. Gaming have to be positioned down here. They have to be ready for the Roche spawn. Trying to get ward control.
They absolutely want to contest this. Liquid.
They're sneaking in. They've got the vision.
And
they see the
the opening. The Avalanche toss combo straight away, bringing him down to about 10% HP almost on the puck. Quinn, he's got to get out. It pops the over. Boxy's in with a punch up. Quinn's out of the fight. Celery, he'll try for the TP out. They got anywhere to stop it. They don't. So Celery will live, but that's Quinn out for a full minute.
It's no hesitation. The second they put the ward down, it's an instant jump. They got dropped, what? It was like 10% HP just from the combo from Nisha. There's no way that Gaming can react in time. That Roche, 15 seconds, but they'll have more than enough time to get it.
And we're seeing multiple times as well, Boxy, with the blink, he's now
so quick.
More than ready to catch Quinn after he's tried to jaunt out with the Illusory Orb. It's always there with a follow-up, Boxy.
And even though Quinn, he does have like Defiant Shell and all this little bit of extra armor and stuff, he is still just very burstable from all this damage that Liquid has at this point.
Yeah, massive amounts being done by that Nature's Wrath from Mickey. As the farm continues, as he's ready to now swing over towards that Roche pit. I'll pick up another Aegis here.
Just realized Mickey's just 0, 2, and 12. He's just the assist king this game with those Wrath of Natures.
Yeah, the highest kills they have right now. It's all on Boxy.
It's all on Boxy.
He's got 7 kills right now, 7, 2, and 6 on his tusk.
Him and Nisha have really just putting a hurt onto Quinn. This game in particular, it's every single time Quinn showed, they double jump him and he's either dead or put in a position where he just can't really fight afterwards. The fact that Nisha got Nemesis Curse also does make it a lot harder for Quinn to survive that huge burst damage that comes out. They do have Duracho with this data list, but it's no defensive items really for him whatsoever.
I like it though. It's all in on the damage.
He has to go all in.
All in on the damage here for Duracho.
It is really a 4 protect 1 in the utmost, so he needs to just go all in on this. And this next fight, it's probably the most important one for them.
Yeah, if he gets to freely attack, you cannot underestimate how much this dragon's gonna hit hard.
And they have the buff ups, right? I believe Tofu did finish a Flads as well. They had the Solar Crest from the last fight too, so just throw everything onto him and hope for the best.
See what they can get. This is gonna be into 33's Aegis.
And 33 with that Bloodstone that was finished up on top of the other items that he's got now. He is even tankier, and there's a double save as well too, so they need to find the back line. They need to do some crazy type of simultaneous initiation.
Let's see how prepared Liquid's for this, because Liquid's going to know that their creeps are pushing all the way up to Gaming Gladiators base, and Gaming Gladiators, they're not doing anything about it, so Liquid, they'll know that they're out on the map.
They got the scan. Oh, puts him on the cliff.
Indeed, okay. He's going to get dragged back down, though, Boxy, having to make sure that 33 doesn't get stuck in any awkward spots there on the cliff.
Nick is taking the base.
He's just got to put the Stampede. They've got to try and get out of this, because Quinn, he's been caught by the initial combo. Tofu does have the potential of the Song, if required, to get Quinn out of this.
He's caught by the stun.
I mean, the Snowball's going to catch onto him. The Song comes out. It's going to be enough to allow time for Quinn to get away from this. Yeah, he's out with the blink. Tofu coming in clutch with the save, but indeed at the same time in the base, what happened, Fog?
He took the racks. I mean, he got caught because of the Invis DK sneaking around, but he got the objective, so well worth it for him to be able to get that racks.
Dracho in the mid. He wants to try and finish this job off. Quinn, it's a big coil. Nisha has to put the BKB and run. He's too low to want to stick around for this one.
Liquid gonna look to reset for those 60 seconds. Gaimin can't quite take advantage after getting this kill on the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, losing another set of racks when you're at this deficit is painful.
Yeah, the rack potential as strong as ever.
Always.
With this Nature's Prophet, especially with the amount of farm that Mickey has. They'll certainly be looking for that sort of play again, and respect. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to be prepared for it. And
there's only one more.
It can be something that works to their favor. If they can set up a successful trap for the Nature's Prophet, it could be the beginning of Mickey's demise.
I don't think Mickey's going to go for some type of play. I think now it's like he's going to join his team and look to go for the press, because there's only one lane remaining. He doesn't need to take that type of crazy risk. That one was just, he tried to seize an opportunity because he saw a couple people. It was just a nice move from Dyrachyo to catch him off guard there. But Liquid, I imagine when he respawns, they're just going to look to group. And we'll see how Gaming can fight back for it. Dyrachyo's damage is definitely there if he's able to get these attacks off. New neutral items soon, too, would be quite nice for him. I know the Craggy gives him some defensive capability, but we all want just full-out aggression for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, going to go straight for that Ags after the Silver Edge, and now over towards the Tormentor. They'll be able to take this one. The smoke comes out from Liquid. They want to make the most out of these final couple of minutes of 33's Aegis.
2 minutes remaining on it. Quinn has to be careful of his positioning. So much burst damage if they see him.
See how quick his reactions are if they do get the chance to jump him. And Quinn, he's not going to play to take any chances. He's back to base.
Okay, joining the squad. They're smoked up.
Creeps are being cut at the moment in the mid lane, but the top lane pushing in. Nisha or Boxy both ready for potential initiation. It's just going to be the illusion for now, baiting some of the action.
Smoke didn't break.
Could look to go again around the mid, but Gaming Gladiators likely to sit a safe space away from Liquid here. Nobody wants to get caught by the jump of Nisha.
33's gone for Greaves of his own. I mean, that's very interesting. This extra little aura. Drinking buddies.
Quinn's going to try and jump in with the waning wrist onto the three, and the Mace tries to come with the follow-up, but the Avalanche trips him up. The Dream Core's down, but the BKB's popped by Mickey. Now back off for now here, Liquid.
33, standing his ground.
They continue just to be this sort of impenetrable brick wall between Liquid and Gaming Gladiators.
And they did get the tower, did get whittled down from these constant hits from the tree and from those tosses. Does eventually die. DK form was used as well too, so there will perhaps be a little bit of a window if Liquid wants to siege once that DK form goes down.
And we'll see how strong they feel with the last seconds or so of this Aegis.
Dyrachyo.
He's going to try and start the action in Turai and see if they can take down 33 quickly. 33's dragged out to the side. Disruption comes out. They're going to be able to keep 33's first life alive a little bit longer as 33's able to back away. In fact, now he's ready to aggressively move and he pops the Bloodstone. He heals incredibly up. As Celery's been burst down, has to buy back here on the Enchantress.
And Boxy's still alive.
And they've still got 20 seconds on 33's Aegis. They get another stun connection on towards 33. Can they even finish him off the once? The snowball comes in from Boxy. Punch him as well. The song comes in from Tofu. Tries to get Gaming Gladiators back to a safe spot. Quinn's able to jump away here. Tofu bailing the team out.
Drinking buddies.
It's about to get taken away from him. So 33 will get tossed back to safety. Liquid, they'll pull back with the Aegis expiring.
How is Boxy living all these moves? He kept himself at, what, 10% HP, it felt like, for 30 seconds. That was a lot used there from Gaimin. 10 seconds till DK form, 33.
In with the opening. They don't quite have the damage though, and again, the disruption save there from Insania. Ace is caught on the front, they're bursting through the Centaur incredibly quickly. Ace is gone, and he doesn't have buyback.
The saves every single time. One final racks remaining. Ace down for 60, Gaimin. Can they continue holding on? Liquid, they'll back up and reset off of that.
They will. I think a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Gaming Gladiators in a situation where they don't have their Centaur Ace for 50 seconds. Liquid are going to actually pull back away from them and not try and continue the push quite now.
So many of these fights, Gaming's just getting caught from what I think it was a 3-man Ava toss there, and then a Wrath of Nature comes through, and multiple heroes are just at sub 50% HP. It's scary for them to commit afterwards. And these two supports on Liquid, they have to be addressed. Somehow they have to start getting like extra silences or something, because the saves, they're perfect. The disruptions are coming out almost instantly. The drinking buddy snowballs, etc. It's there just too fast. Gaming have to try to stop this.
I mean, on paper, you've got to imagine it's Quinn on the puck that's got to find the position to disrupt the disruptions effectively, put a stop to these sort of plays coming in from the back lines.
Dyrachyo has found another damage item, so Mindbreaker from that neutral item, of course, and he has the Aghanims finished up, so a bit stronger and almost 25. Quinn as well has kicked up the pressure. Parasma is finished with a Mindbreaker of his own, so maybe like even these little silences or something that he can do with these extra attacks could be a little bit of an X-factor difference maker. Still very difficult for Gaimin. They can't get through these tanky cores with these double saves.
And Liquid, really, with how long they were able to get the action going throughout the end of that Aegis, it's getting close to the time where we will see Roshan pop up once more. And Liquid, with this sort of a lead, maybe not too much of a reason to take too many risks. So
I think they'll wait for that, Rosh.
I think so too.
Duracho trying to do some sneaky plays here, but he's
they've
caught.
got eyes on him. He's going to get the jump. 33's coming in with the damage. Backup is there for Duracho. Duracho's able to bail up to the high ground. Gaming Gladiators do split Liquid relatively apart. They fully commit over towards Insania, but he's able to get the self-disruption off. Nisha, eyes over towards Tofu. They've been able to burst through the two supports. This is the sort of fight the Gaming Gladiators needed in terms of the start of it. Can they get the cause? They'll look towards Nisha. Nisha with the BKB TP out. They've got nothing to stop it. He'll get away, but the song's up to put a stop to the escape of Mickey as Gaming Gladiators surround the Nature's Prophet. There's no save left for Mickey as Gladiators hit back hard.
Duracho with the sneaky play, just playing around. He looks like he's, I mean, it's like a typical Duracho. Hey guys, we got him.
That was a good bait.
He's got the whole team with him.
And now they could try for a bit of a push themselves. I mean, with this, it is 80 seconds, no Mickey.
That is very true. He does not have that buyback. Not yet, 500 gold away. He probably doesn't want to use it anyway. They've got the glyph. We'll be able to stall things out a bit here.
It is okay, still 1 minute and 45 seconds for the Roshan. So when he's back in, Liquid will have the full lineup back in force.
That could have been a pretty crucial moment. If it was one of those instant spawns, Gaming could have potentially snuck
Check this out again. I mean, you're absolutely right. Duracho, he just kind of going for the bait play here, and Liquid, they kind of take the bait.
And they took the fight too. I was watching Mickey attempting for some split push potentially. It seemed like sending his tree in, but he made the call to join. So they thought that they could probably take this fight, but overall, positioning from Gaming was a bit too superior with that song that isolates Mickey afterwards. And the damage from Duracho, it's getting pretty scary.
And Mickey, and that BKB just not lasting quite long enough to allow him the safety to escape. Comes to an end, and Tofu's got the answer.
1 minute till the Roche, they're gonna check it out. They wish it was up immediately. 20 seconds, Mickey. Liquid still gotta make the smoke out. They don't have the same information, so they've gotta at least get something. They've gotta poke their face there to see. AC was finished for Nisha.
They may have the net worth lead, but Gaming Gladiators certainly have the position advantage here.
Duracho.
He's going to fight 33 to start things off. He's going to try and open the play. There'll be an avalanche that trips up Quinn straight away. Quinn, he's got to be careful. Burst down about a third of the HP. Backup comes in from AC straight over towards Insania. The coil's there. Quinn, he's been able to isolate the two supports on the back line. The Duracho, he's bringing in the damage. They're taking down Insania. Boxy getting low. He'll get another snowball off though, Boxy. They've finished off Tofu. Buyback comes in from Quinn. Snowball over towards Celery, but Boxy had to blink out. Still alive somehow on this task. 33 pots the BKB, tries to perform, but Mickey's actually blocked 33 off it inadvertently there with the Sprout. Goes for Duracho, but Duracho's able to get over this sort of area of the map that Liquid, they can't traverse quite as easily.
He's in trouble.
Breaking away from them, but they've got the chase down. They've got another set of catch with the Sprout, and Mickey bringing in the damage. Liquid, they push for the fight. They get the combo onto Quinn. He's run out of orbs to jump to. He's got it back up in a second, but the crit comes in there hard from Nisha. Quinn, it's a dieback on him. Liquid, they push for the fight. They take it, and they're straight into the Roche pit.
Nobody else is doing damage but Duracho. At some point, he just can't do it on his own. These three tanky cores, they sustain through all of it. With that buyback coming in, Quinn actually buys back, TPs to the top outpost, and goes through the twin gate to try to get involved because he got picked off very early on there. This avalanche from Nisha was absolutely absurd. It kind of read the play and broke that initial go that Gaming wanted to get to try to pop Duracho. And there you see Quinn, he does get punched up and brought down, so they have that number advantage for a good amount of time in this fight.
Times in this game, we're seeing Boxy just living on a slither of health.
Unbelievable
and getting to play out another multiple sets of his abilities. And this gives them the chance for Liquid to re-engage. And at this part of the fight, you know, Quinn, as you say, buying back, it's just not enough to shift the tides of the team fight.
No, it takes him too long to get there because it's not like it's his outpost bottom. He had to TP top, go through a twin gate. Took him an extra 15 seconds or so to re-get inside that fight. And now Mega's been claimed. Liquid, they have 45 seconds.
They're pushing on. The fortification comes out. 40 seconds in which Gaming Gladiators are going to have to try and defend without Quinn. Ace looking for the lead, but he gets caught immediately by the avalanche. Bounces away with the Ogre Seal turn. The Stampede's there to get back, but the tier 4s are falling. Liquid, they're onto the edge. Gaming Gladiators have got anything to stop this. They do not. GG's going to be called. Liquid take game 2.
They are playing so aggressive from the early game to the mid game. They're just very confident in the way they're playing and have to give tons of commands. I mean, the Boxy Tusk is just unbelievable. How many times is he living on slivers of HP? But at the end there, these avalanches from Nisha, he's reading the moments that they want to capitalize on getting these type of chain stuns to bring down this Bristleback, but he has that coverage kind of perfectly, especially in that last crucial fight.
And doing it in sort of two incredible fashions so far as well, this best of 5. The first game coming in with quite the turnaround. This game, getting that lead and holding it and making sure that they don't make mistakes, don't let it slip away from them. A couple of times, Gaming Gladiators, they did come back with a pretty decent pushback, but it was never enough to slow Liquid down. And as you say, that kind of drawing to some of these heroes that you're getting through, like the support picks. I can't imagine we're going to see the Shadow Demon Tusk duo get through
There's
again.
no way you can give them both, and probably at least not that Tusk, because Boxy out of control.
Well, there we go. So far, ladies and gentlemen, crazy stuff from Team Liquid here in this best of 5. They are 2 games up, 1 game away from claiming the championship title against Gaming Gladiators. Can Gaming Gladiators turn this one around? It's going to be tough. 2-0 at the moment for Team Liquid.
Oh, how the tables have turned. It was just about a month ago in this grand finals duo. These 2 teams were up against each other in a best of 5, and it was Gaming Gladiators that was up 2 games in a grand finals, and they made it look easy. I will say this is a very competitive final so far because Gaming Gladiators is putting up one heck of a fight. But Team Liquid doing it here again in game 2, now on match point in this best of 5. Before we get to game 3, there's so much to talk about, and I think there's one thing I just like to highlight. I think sometimes when we see patch notes, Lacoste, and we see a hero having +1 armor, and everybody's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I think Boxy just proved how important just one different in stat can make. How did he live so frequently in such sliver of HP?
Yeah, Boxy definitely a professional e-gamer that reads patch notes. This guy is playing out of his freaking mind. I did praise him before this game. I've been praising him throughout the whole year. Definitely deserves a praise. And with drinking buddies, or should we call it skull buddies, because he's pulling them out of so many troubles. I gotta point out the support duo, Insania and Boxy, playing the same heroes twice in a row, having Shadow Demon, having Tusk as well. You have this break mechanic, but it's gonna be nullified by both Disruption and the Snowball, so you're not gonna get the full value. One of the reasons why 33 was playing so aggressive into them.
Yeah, and those 2 supports, they went for Blink Dagger so early on. You had these double blinks in a game where Gaimin were already on the back foot, making it so that any move that they tried to make, the Liquid supports were there to counteract them. And in games where you're losing so hard, you just need any kill that you can get to get you back. But no, Boxy and Insania, amazing job. But I also want to talk about 33 on this Bristleback. He hit his item timing so early, from a free lane to being uncontested in the triangle to showing up bottom at minute 14 with an Aghanims, a Voodoo Mask, and completely popping off.
Liquid, they just have such a formidable triple threat, right? You've got the Tusk, the SD, and the Tiny. At any minute, if you don't execute on your jump, like you said, the saves are going to come into play, Nisha's going to hit a clutch avalanche. BKBs weren't really a thing for gaming too much in this game. So the avalanche, the toss, it was such high value for Liquid to utilize, and you've got to go to gaming. They're drafting themselves into a position of such high pressure moments. You're in the grand finals of TI, you want to get your first Aegis, and they're making themselves, like they're making the fight so difficult. And that's where Liquid is such a strong team. They exploit their opponent's inability to hit the perfect combination. For Gaming to get a kill, it's a stomp into a Silver Edge break, and then you murder. But Liquid, they have the supports, the Tiny, to completely break that apart. So even when there's a comeback on the cards for Gaming, they have to hit the perfect spells in high pressure situations. And if they don't, then they just lose the game. Like Liquid, there is no way you give them SD and Tusk in the next game. Like, it feels like it's illegal. Like, in this fight as well, it's like the DK goes in, they don't get the break for long enough onto the Bristle because they have no follow-up damage, and then it's fully disjointed. Liquid keep kiting back, allowing for the fight to extend further. Puck goes down, has to buy back, but where's the damage? The DK, no BKB, no Satanic available. Like, it's just, he doesn't even have Satanic. He went for the Aghanims. Yeah, Gaming, it's such a struggle for them. Liquid are just out of this world at the moment.
They have to split this up, this duo, because it's doing way too much. They try to counter it with Ricky in game 1. They had something prepared where you are going to pick up that shard. That cloud for Ricky is going to be something very good against both of these spells, especially once you pick up the shard, of course. But second game, they try to counter it with the silence. Puck to jump the back lines, it was not enough. Ace also picked up the Blink Dagger relatively early on, Blade Mail into Blink Dagger. This is like top 3 Blink Dagger purchases when it comes down to timing. And also Void Spirit. I think this is the key hero that has been banned in both of these games. They do not want to give Quinn a matchup where he's going to be able to jump the backline and kill the 2 supports.
And also, Boxy on the Tusk, he goes for a Halberd. We've only seen 4 other games of Halberd being picked up. The item is non-existent in the meta, due to the fact that when you BKB, the disarm just gets removed. But Boxy, he identifies the fact that against the Ratio, he is everything. He goes for the Armlet build, the Daedalus. Like, if he doesn't have a game, then there is no damage to come out. So he goes for an item that no other player cares about, and it comes in clutch. The Solar Crest, the Halberd, again, Boxy, the Tusk. Please ban it or counterpick it. Don't let him have it.
And on the topic of the Dragon Knight, all that net worth was on Dyrachyo this game. Often Gaimin would try to make these moves with Quinn and both of his supports, but it just wasn't enough numbers. They didn't do the damage. And typically when you think about Gaimin and they snowball from the lanes into the mid game and just pop off on the map, it's with Quinn +2, right? They play as a ball themselves. This time around, that wasn't happening. Naga Siren was level 3 at minute 7, and Mickey TPs in, steals the Wisdom Rune. And that's one of the hardest games I've seen Tofu play. And Quinn, without the turrets that are his supports usually, without that duo that he's able to play with, couldn't find as many moves in that early game.
So why was Naga having such a hard time? Because I've been told this is supposed to be the most contested hero and banned all the time, T.
Because of the lane. You know, Gaimin, they don't really want to put Enchantress on Tofu, therefore they force the Naga into the 4 role. They've done this before on Tofu, where he sometimes plays Bane in the 4 position, so he plays the 5 in a more greedy style. But I think Gaimin are in their own heads. The TI meta dictates, if Naga available, must pick. I personally think that they didn't need to pick Naga in this game. They could have allowed Liquid to take it, forced the SD to not get picked up because Naga's in play, and you cannot put it in the 4 role. It needs to be the 5 position, opening up the fights with Song, and your 4 has to be damaging and threatening in lane. Your Naga Centaur lane is a passive, non-pressuring lane, and I think fundamentally Gaimin kind of overcooked their draft here. They kind of stumbled into it, and yeah, I think this is probably one of the weakest drafts we've seen from Gaming so far at TI.
Well, lots to learn from that game, and we saw a lot of high fives coming out from Team Liquid. We saw in the previous game, they already had some good comms, some happy moments. I'm sure there's more of the same in game 2.
On me. I'm tipping. I'm alive.
Can we go fight them?
Focus.
I'm coming from the left, Nara.
Naga will sleep. Naga sleeping. Naga can die.
Killing Naga.
I'm going center.
Naga dying. Okay. They fucked up the sleep, guys. This is really bad.
Center.
Yeah, center. Sprouting him.
DK.
I clipped him. You're purged. I clipped the DK, guys. DK. Everyone on DK right now. Fuck, Henge.
Get back.
I'm sprouting the Henge. He cannot be built.
I wanna kill back after.
Yeah, but he has gem on the gem on the Henge.
Okay, kill him. No shot on him.
That's fucking good.
The focus, 1 by 1, Team Liquid is taking out Gaming Gladiators in that game. And now you hear it again, same as game number 1. Mickey is the one leading the charge, saying, I'm going on that guy, and everybody is following. Now, I know we talk a lot about the Tusk and the Shadow Demon, and wow, we saw 33 Bristle at free game, but come on, that was twice in a row where Team Liquid got the Nature's Prophet as their first pick, Effie. Is he not the problem, the Nature's Prophet?
I think the Nature's Prophet is putting Gaimin in a position where they feel the need to respond to it with either Chen or Enchantress. In that game 1, they picked Chen. In that game 2, they picked Enchantress, because to them, they want a hero that can steal the creep and counteract potential tower pressure. But by doing this, in game 2, they put the Naga Siren on 4, instead of maybe even rotating the heroes around, let Celery go bottom with Ace, let Tofu play it on the 5. No, they overcooked because of this Nature's Prophet. So maybe just, take a breather, take a step back. You can still play those heroes if you want to. You can still let the Nature's Prophet through, but not at the sake of putting Naga Siren in an unfavorable position.
This is the big one. This is the big boy. Didn't die a single time in the previous game. Loved his itemization of picking up this early Aghanim Scepter, because they've been stacking a lot for him, knowing that the safe lane is not going to be as pressuring as it should be. So his itemization, Aghanim Scepter, picks it up relatively early on. Voodoo Mask, just to have a little bit of that spell lifesteal, and then gets SNY, becomes super tanky.
But this is Bristle's minute 14 inventory. Minute 14, double bracer, arcane, voodoo mask, aghanim scepter. And he went bottom. They were smoked bottom, and this is when Gaimin made their first big play to kind of have a comeback in that early game. They smoked with Ace's Blink Dagger on the Centaur, got 1 kill, but then here comes 33 with that ridiculous net worth, just comes in with his Ags and just melts Centaur at that point, and it changed a lot too.
Yeah, it's why the game was so difficult. You've got a DK pick into a Bristle that you can never push the Bristle out of lane. You don't really want to contest stacks too early. Then you've already conceded the off lane, like I mentioned, so you're always playing for the comeback, sorry. So again, Gaimin, please, in this next game, bring a little bit more oomph to the laning phase. Otherwise, we could just see a repeat. Liquid 2 games in a row, by 20 minutes, they just control everything.
I'm sure that they'll come back swinging in that third game. Before we get there, though, we're first going to check in what Tsunami and Slacks are up to.
That is right, Shiver. I am here in the crowd. Hello, Copenhagen.
I love the energy right now.
What the?
I feel, yeah, I'm there too. I'm hiding on the
This
side
is
of
a
you.
split screen.
We're
What are you
split screening.
Well
We're doing
done.
PvP right now, Slacks.
Listen up, man. I went and found some gaming gladiator homies in the crowd. Everyone over here is a gaming. What is this? Liquid. Get the hell out of here. Get out. Get out. This is all gaming gladiator fans right here, and they could use some energy. Is anybody out there a gaming gladiator fan? All right. Who are you cheering for? Who are you calling out?
Duraccio, let's go!
Duraccio! Okay. How you feeling? Any advice for the boys that are listening to you in the back?
We know that you can do it. We trust you. Tofu, please. We can do it. 3 matches. Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go! All right.
That's...
You promised me full energy.
I will give you full energy.
I'm going to do something I never do. I'm going to let you hold the mic. Do not make me regret this, okay? You've got this.
Okay, guys.
Are we standing up?
In Norway, we have a word that's called forsvinn, and it rhymes with quinn. So it basically means quinn or disappear. So can I get a quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? You got this, guys. 3 games now, baby!
Yeah, baby! All right, good luck, Tsunami. Good luck following that up.
That's very cute, Slacks. I like that you found fans. But let me just ask the whole arena.
Oh.
Royal Arena in Copenhagen. Are you rooting for Liquid right now? What more do I need to say, Slacks? I think they did the talking for me.
Boo. That is bull! All right, Gaming Gladiator fans, one more time. He thinks he's already won. This team thinks they've already won, but we are still here. GG, one more time. Are you ready?
All right, forget the partisanship. Royal Arena, are you ready for some more Dota? I guarantee you it'll be a game 3 no matter what, so let's get into it.
Thank you very much, and I know that we've got a lot of fans for both teams in this arena. I think more than anything, though, they are fans of Dota 2, so whether you are rooting for Gaming Gladiators or for Team Liquid, seeing more Dota is never a bad thing. I will say it has happened. Grand Finals where there's a reverse sweep. It's not unheard of. The last time it happened, actually, unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Effie, they were on the receiving end of that one in Kuala Lumpur just almost a year ago.
That was so fun. That was one of my favorite grand finals ever. This was versus Azure Ray, who pulled out this great comeback versus their lone druid strategy. And Gaimin, they often are put in positions where they're so dominant, they start to lose a few games, and they kind of crumble. I feel like in positions in these grand finals where we've seen them put under pressure slightly, it starts to snowball, because at last TI as well, 2023, they just got 3-0'd by Team Spirit. I refuse to believe, though, Shiver, that it's going to happen again. I refuse to believe we're going to see another 3-0 grand finals.
I refuse as well, but we're going to find out Game 3 what has it got in store for us. We'll have to wait and see a little bit longer, though, but first we're going to check in with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. I want to look back at that game one more time right before the next game starts. And the key hero was the Bristleback, in my opinion. Watch how 3-3 plays this level 1 where he's vulnerable here. He just presses Quill Spray. Nice snowball from Tusk is going to buy him a couple seconds to press Quill Spray some more. And that basically gets him past the dangerous part of the laning stage, which gets him to the 5-minute mark where he's pretty much by himself against Dyrachyo. There was a nice rotation from Boxy. Mickey TP's in as well, and that's going to get him first blood. That's the last time he sees a hero for a long time because he's basically just Quill Spraying out these lanes. And then, and then what he does afterwards is he starts pulling the creep waves into the jungle to clear stacks. So he's absolutely maximizing farm. This is the fastest way that you can farm in the early game, and he's getting completely uncontested. And then afterwards, he's going to clear these ancient stacks. He did get blocked by Gaming Gladiators earlier, but they are eventually dewarded. He gets 500 gold from the ancients, 400 from this large camp stack. It was a huge amount of net worth, which led to a 12-minute Ags and his ultimate rotation bottom. Now, this part of the game is really crucial for what it gives to Gaming Gladiators. By him playing this area, this is a really dangerous part of the map for the Radiant team. Most heroes just don't even touch this area. So really, the normal safe area that they take is like this. But they got a whole extra this on the map. Look how much less map space that there is on the Gaming Gladiators side of the map. They just have less resources to collect as the game goes on. And that's solely because he was so stupidly far ahead and he was playing an incredibly tanky hero. And this ultimately culminates with them collecting more gold slowly over time, and that makes their high grounds even easier, especially when they have those saves to back him up when he does get gone on. So Bloodstone on top of that, Aegis to heal up, he's able to do damage. It just makes their game and their sieging a lot easier. It's really hard to get a net worth advantage against Gaming Gladiators, but Liquid found a way in game number 2.
Thanks, Purge. They did. And there's one thing that we talked about before game number 2. One thing that we said Gaming Gladiators should address, one or the other. They should either try to ban out Boxy or ban out 33. And they chose to do the latter, T-Gov. They chose to try to ban out 33. A lot of bans. We got Doom, Visage, Beastmaster, all removed from the pool. And so he got a Bristleback. And I thought he had a hero pool that was relatively small. Like, they did what we said.
Yeah,
It kind of backfired.
They banned out 33, but then also kind of strategically banned themselves out of even playing the game. So I hope they find kind of some middle ground as they walk onto the stage and they can hear me, so I'll be polite and say, good luck guys, you got this.
I think we want to wish all 10 players the best of luck in this third game of a best of 5 for Team Liquid. They are on match point. 2-0 up against their nemesis team, against a team that has beaten them so many times in grand finals, time and time again. Was it all just a plot to learn and grow to finally, at the grandest of stages, be able to eliminate them and to take that crown, Lacoste?
Patience is the key. They've been very patient, waiting for ages, waiting forever pretty much. Because last year at TI, they also got eliminated by them. So I think this team is hungry for revenge, and seems like the time has come for Team Liquid. I want to see if Quinn is ready. I want to see if he has a chewing gum in his mouth. Every single time he does, he's fully focused. Didn't notice it on the camera, so would like to see what he's doing right now.
I'm sure we'll get him on your screen in just a little bit. For now, we're seeing the man that has a chance of being a repeat TI champion, Effie.
He is a problem. I mean, Liquid came in full form today. They came to play. They are increasing their tempo that we've already seen dominate so many teams. They've increased it by 5 notches today, where they're making Gaming Gladiators, a team famous for their tempo, look like they can't play into it. And it's all at the core of 33 and his hero pool and the timings that he plays on. In game 1, his Visage just created such a problem after one team fight. The net worth is reversed. In this game 2, his Bristleback just completely free farms and becomes this body that blocks off Gaimin from the rest of his team. They have to do something about him, T.
Again, the cool thing with 33 is, like, when we think about our 2-time TI winners, right? It's like the core of OG doing it, this core of Spirit doing it, right? But to be an individual player, to go from one team of Tundra to move to a brand new team, and then to use the systems that you've maybe learned at Tundra, adopt it to Liquid, to then push them to a grand final a single game away. Like, that is testament to who 33 is as a player, as a person, because normally you need, multiple layers of experience to get to this position. So yeah, again, a single game and 33 will book himself into a very elite club.
Really does. And I wonder, what is the biggest difference that we see from the previous grand finals that these two teams played, where the result was so vastly different, to this grand finals, Lacoste? Because it does feel like we see an entirely different Team Liquid on the stage here.
They learned a lot. They also have a new perspective. We said that KP joined the team, so having some new, fresh ideas, because they were always so close, but had this like mental thing, I would say, when it comes down to playing against gaming gladiators. And also meta does favor them. Some of the heroes that are super strong right now, 33, he is popping off. And that's why I said coming into the series that his hero pool looks small, but they also have a lot of heroes that they haven't showed yet, knowing that they had all the 2-0s in the upper bracket, so they didn't play as many matches as other teams.
Also, I feel like in the history of Liquid and Gaming, Gaming often was the team that presented their strategies, and Liquid kept adapting. It's like, oh, we need to beat the ace here, we need to beat the Quinn aggression. But this is like the first time I've seen Liquid make a statement as, this is our Dota. You draft against us. They're confident. They're not coming into the series thinking, oh my god, our nemesis, we have to beat them. Like, they've made a statement in game 1 in the entire playoff bracket, and Gaming are the ones second-guessing themselves. They're picking a CK Ricky in game 1. They're going for like a game 2 Naga Siren when they don't really want to play it with a puck, and like everything's just a bit discombobulated. I said that, yeah, that's cool. For Gaming. And Liquid, they're not. They're just continuing to do the same thing game and game again.
And they are making the statements that T is talking about, because they're first phasing Nature's Prophet. They're letting Celery's signature Zoo heroes go through, heroes that typically counter that hero. They're letting DK go through in games that it looks really good. They beat DK 5 times now, 100% win rate Liquid has against that hero. They just eliminated Gaimin's confidence yesterday in that hero, and they're throwing out picks. They don't care if those picks get countered. They're challenging Gaimin to play the counter picks, and Gaimin are doing that and losing.
Yeah, I wonder, this game that we just watched, game number 2, had that Naga Siren in it, the one that we've seen banned for the majority of this event. Being able to beat it, T, surely gives a gigantic strategic advantage for Team Liquid.
I mean, we're looking at the Aegis, it feels like they're minutes away from potentially lifting it. And that's where, strategically, I agree. Naga Siren is going to be a key piece of the puzzle here. Will Gaming ban it? Are they scared to pick it again? Honestly, if I'm Gaming, maybe give it to Liquid. Try and show us how, we just saw Naga lose. Try and beat it yourself.
Let's see if they will allow Team Liquid to have that. Let's see if they can 3-0 this grand finals, or if Gaming Gladiator will push it to a next game. We're going to head into this third game.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators Grand Finals Game 3.
It is match point for Team Liquid. 2 games up here, and they will start this game 3 on the Dire side. They will have their first pick. It means Gaming Gladiators is Radiant side, and they will have their overall last pick. And it also means that we already know what the Naga Siren will do. And we've seen the learning curve for the Tusk as well, as both Naga and Tusk, together with the Doom and the Sand King, are banned in this third game. Team Liquid, they have so far banned that Broodmother as well as the Lone Druid, and we'll follow that up with Diracho's Alchemist as well. But once again, for the 3rd time in a row, Nature's Prophet, first pick by Team Liquid. Lacoste.
This is confidence. This to me says the ball is in your court. Like, you gotta address this. Like, you gotta do something about this Nature's Prophet. We've shown it 2 times already. You were unable to beat it. There's not gonna be Tusk this time around, so he's not gonna have that extra save, extra damage that could come out. Gaming Gladiators, they know what's up. They need to shift things around, and I like the switch up already. I think Windranger has shown, and we've also seen from Mekke yesterday, when it's a good game for Windranger, you should pick it. And also the itemization that he did go for the Revenant's Brooch. There are still a lot of things in Dota to be explored.
And it's going to give Diracho an earlier timing to play on. It's going to give him the ability to go through the gate and help his team when the side lanes are going poorly. He couldn't do that in either game. We've seen Diracho just hit the jungle, come out with a minute 15 Maelstrom into BKB, collapse with his team and take a lot of objectives. I want to see that kind of playstyle out of Diracho. We don't want to see him sitting back and farming on a DK for 50 minutes.
Yeah, and in the previous game, we saw elements of the strategy coming to life for Gaming. Like, when Liquid came to the high ground, there was points of pressure. Liquid had to second guess how often they could be aggressive. It was just Diracho versus the world. So this time around, with the Windrunner, have some elements of, Tofu being able to make a statement. And then when Liquid comes for that inevitable death ball, be ready, have the tools to try and withstand it. Because So far, not the case.
And also just hero to hero, Wind Ranger has a very comfortable matchup against Nature's Prophet with the Wind Run, with the power shot to cut through his Sprout. With the Whirlwind later on, she's always going to be able to output damage even if she's Gleipnir'd.
Yeah, we got a Monkey King and a Shadow Demon ban. It is Team Liquid themselves that ban out the Shadow Demon there. So 2 saving supports that we've seen so far in both games are removed. I wanted to point out that in terms of offlaners, we now do see the Bristleback removed from the pool by Gaming themselves, but that Visage is still in. The one that we saw coming out for Team Liquid in game number 1, Visage is still in, and T-Gov, that's a Marcy.
I would love to see Liquid go for a Treant Protector now, but I'll cover that in a second. Gaming though, with the Marcy, we used to see it a lot when it was about maybe half a year ago, because against ranged cores, you get that phase boost BKB, you get a basher, you lock onto a ranged hero, and they don't get to play Dota. They get, you know, half HP, 100 to 0 by the support. It also amps up the Windrunner, and it does take a bit of time though, but it's the aggression that Gaming expect. Liquid though, like I said, the Treant Protector, I'd love this here. The Overgrowth against Windrunner, you get Maelstrom BKB, Overgrowth, you're now nullified in the fight. Wow. The speed in which Liquid want to play.
It's the same for every single game. Visage gives them that extra gold. We've seen game 1, that Visage, even though they were 7k gold down, all it takes is one good fight. Suddenly your net worth is going to skyrocket because of your facet. I want to see what the pairing is going to be if they want to go for another melee hero. So far, Boxy, the only melee hero he has played in the tournament has been Tusk, but Boxy also has different heroes that he can bring. I think Dark Willow is going to be probably contested as well when it comes down to Boxy, because what Wind Ranger wants to do, she wants to run in, and it's going to be hard to maneuver. That's why Clockwork is also going to be a strong pickup against her.
You're also comfortable putting this Clockwork on Boxy if another good support presents itself, and it creates a good lane with Visage. On the topic of Marcy, we could... I know Mirana hasn't been doing that great, but this idea of picking Mirana with Marcy and a ranged core, like amplifying her damage to the max and taking fights based off of that, could be a strategy that reemerges in this grand finals.
We did see Gaming Gladiator go for the Mirana-Marcy combo, but they did it on the 2 support positions rather than going for that Mirana as a core. Can still be a flex. The same way that Gaming Gladiators have played Wind Ranger as both a carry and a mid lane this event so far.
Gaming just need to respect that their heroes do not provide damage without items. And right now, Liquid are... It's reminding Gaming, if you do not win your lanes to enable yourself to farm, we are going to break your map. For the next 2 picks, I'd like to see them at least be able to push out the lanes or provide purpose, because I don't think going for pick-off play on Gaming is going to help you. Even if you get pick-off on 2, you are going to miss out.
Let's see what they get. The Underlord.
I mean, Underlord is the hero that you kind of default to when you're playing against push lineups. So things like Nature's Prophet and Visage that are going to run at your buildings, you can offset that with your Firestorm, with your early auras, and group up early on in the game. So it is an A specialty hero. It did lose in game 1, but it feels quite protected in this game too. There's no Bristleback in the pool. Monkey King was taken out by Team Liquid. Alchemist was taken out by Team Liquid. And the only heroes that are good against Underlord that are left in the pool aren't good in this meta. You know, heroes like Ursa and Slark.
You did mention, Effie, that this Clockwork can be played as a position 4. You know who's a really good position 5 player? That's Insania with his Rubik, potentially. If he wants to steal some of the spells, mostly against the Underlord, now it might be the time to bang it out.
They'll first go back for that Nisha puck. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out in that final phase, as Mirana will be the hero picked up by Gaming Gladiators. Again, the flex potential still there. We have seen them run this earlier. It was actually the same lane as Mirana Underlord in their second game against Tundra today.
It's a much better game style for Tofu to play a hero that's not going to be level 3, unit 7, something that can play with Quinn early on. And like I mentioned earlier, the Solar Flare as a means to buff up damage on Wind Ranger, with that also Solar Crust that's going to be bought by one of the 2 supports placed on her with the sidekick, it's going to be ridiculous.
Quinn has to find a hero that can punish Puck in the lane. If Quinn can shut out the Puck, then there's life to Gaming's draft. The Underlord will buy the auras, you'll get to the BKB timing Windrunner, and there's a game on your hand. So I'm really looking at Quinn finding the hero that can stop Puck from just blowing up this game. And of course, Sniper, Extreme Gaming, they utilize this multiple times to prevent Puck from playing the game. Quinn just needs to go. He's got the last pick. A lot of pressure on him. He has to find the hero to stop Nisha from continuing his streak of being undefeated on Puck.
Yeah, Void Spirit's still available, so I think they will still remove it, because it's a good matchup. It's also a physical damage. They want something that's going to scale, something that's going to utilize this Morana ulti, maybe even this sidekick. Most of the damage is going to be on the Wind Ranger, but we've seen 4 Protect 1 strategies not working most of the time, because you are lacking damage in this mid and late game fights.
This is where it's funny what's been going on with DK, because it's another great DK pick for a game in Gladiators, but every time they've run it against Liquid, they have lost. So, I mean, this DK would fit the bill of the Instant Stun versus the Puck, a hero that takes advantage of Solar Flare, like you mentioned, but I think their confidence in this hero is broken at the moment.
So much damage with the last pick as well. Dark Willow plus Vision Lane, super high damage, Clock and Nature's Prophet. They both like to play onto the map as well. It is so scary how quick Liquid can ball up and try and take the fight. Will Quinn answer this with a counter-aggressive hero? Will he have the hero that shuts down Puck in lane? Or just bring the team fight? There's so many questions that Gaming need to answer with this last pick, but you can't answer them all with a single hero. They're going to have to choose one of the poisons and then try and cure it.
Give me Shaker or give me that Ricky again. It looks like a god-tier Ricky game one more time. They tried it, it didn't work, but this time around, they don't have the double save.
You believe in it?
I do believe in the hero. I thought that hero is going to be picked up so much more, but seems like there were other heroes available on the menu throughout the tournament. Dark Willow is the one that I did mention, where they're going to be troublous maneuvering, and you can also control the fight. So you have Cogs, you have Puck Coil, you have Dark Willow with the Terrorize, with the Bramble. So Wind Ranger needs to get it into a fight somehow pre-BKB. When it's time.
Oh. Why not? Why not, T?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, maybe they go for a Timber for another body, but the Quinn Pangolier wreaked havoc in 2023. You know, it fell off a little bit in 2024, but it is a Quinn specialty. It is a hero that can buy time, that can open up the game. And that's all Gaming really need to do. You go to a high ground or an objective defense. If the Pango and Underlord can keep the fights going, eventually the double buff up of Marcy and Morano will give Winner access to the fight. But it's all about buying time. Gaming need to choose the correct fights. If they take 1 or 2 bad fights, that's it. The map's lost. You're gonna struggle so much. So a lot of pressure, again, on Gaming.
The thing is, Puck is very happy to play against Pango with that Dream Coil. If you're picking this Pango, you're defaulting for comfort in this potential elimination, this potential loss at the Grand Finals. Give your players their best heroes, their most comfortable picks. And what this Pango will do is control the backlines in a way that he wasn't able to comfortably in the last few games. And as this backline control is happening, hopefully Duraccio just comes in as a beast with all of this damage and takes his team to a Game 4.
Let's find out if we're going to have that Game 4 or if we will be ready to crown a champion here at the International 2024. But before we head into that game number 3, though, we're heading over to the stage where we're hearing from Coach Blitz.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the coach of a team that is currently up 2-0. Now, this is unprecedented. Out of all of your matchups over time, you have never been up 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. How do you feel right now?
I mean, it hasn't really hit home yet because you still need to win the entire series. I mean, I've seen them get reverse swept by Azure, so it's just as possible. I'm trying to keep my guys as calm as possible and just tell them, like, job's not done yet.
Which is what I'm curious about, because not only is it unprecedented in terms of the history, but like for a lot of these players, being this deep in Grand Finals, even making it to Grand Finals in the first place is a new feeling for 3 out of the players on your team. How are they handling the nerves?
They're handling it great because they know that we have the best players in the world. We have Nisha. Like, they have no counter to that. I've been waiting for this guy to pop off against Quinn for so long and just rub it in the dirt, and it feels so good.
But talk up more of them. I mean, the rest of your team's contributing. Tell me about Boxy.
He's kind of a bot. We'll look to replace him. If Zai wants to play again wherever you are, we will take you as our 4 next year.
Thoughts on Insania, maybe?
Again, if anybody under the age of 35 wants to play 5 for our team, it's all good. You can just play clock every game. If you can do it, just DM me on Twitter. It's all good.
Mickey?
Oh, Mickey's irreplaceable, straight up.
Hey, all right. And then 33, the only man in that booth to have his name on the Aegis.
Twice.
It's gonna happen twice, and it might just happen in this game. Let's send it on to game number 3.
Well, there we have it there, Blitz. Coming with some jokes about his support. So the funny thing is, I guess this draft, so from Liquid, we are seeing indeed a bit of a change. It's not the tough Shadow Demon again this time. The cause that he was talking up there, Blitz, on his team Liquid. They're getting to play stuff that we've already seen so far this series, and it's looked pretty good, Fog.
Yeah, this time I would say their draft it's much more aggression. Last time we saw multiple different saves and stuff like that. This time, it's all out, just go, go, go time. But gaming, they've got a very formidable draft. They've got Quinn on his signature Pango that he's been waiting to bust out here. They've got this Wind Ranger with tons of amplification from the Solar Flare, from the Marcy. We should be in for a treat for this one.
We
Let's
absolutely
hope so.
should. Hopefully, indeed. 2-0 at the moment, Liquid. Just this one game that stands between them and claiming that championship title here at the International 2024. Can Gaming Gladiators turn these things around? And as you say, yeah, the Quinn Pango coming in last. I mean, as talked about by the panel, obviously a comfort pick for Quinn, but also on paper, looking at the matchups, a good game for the Pango in general, or what do you sort of see the future being for Quinn this game?
Just has to really watch out for the puck coils for the most part inside this early game. Besides that, there's no real BKB piercing disable. Once he gets rolling in most of these fights, he's gonna just be able to kind of commit forward there. So just has to watch out for those early initiations that come out from the puck, the silence in particular. But yeah, it can look like a very, very good Pango game if he's able to get through that type of stage of these silences. Dyrachyo, let's see how he's able to sustain. Because Boxy at 33, they've been menaces with this Visage combo.
Yeah, look how low Dyrachyo is. He's got to be careful sneaking around the trees here. Boxy is hunting for him.
He's got power. I mean, Boxy might just be able to find him.
If he could get 2 more hits in, he'll pretty much have. And the Tango regen starting to kick in for Dyrachyo. I mean, either way, this is pretty painful, being forced right back from the lane.
All right, Celery, you're farming under the tower now.
All right, Celery moving up to the carry. I mean, in the past, we have had Wind Ranger support. I mean, we'll see how much of a hit that sort of takes to him at this early first wave or so that Dyrachyo just gets completely forced away from.
He got every last hit, Owen. Celery got 8 of them.
He's ready.
He literally got every single one of those last hits. So even though the Wind Ranger got 0, he did ensure to get those. And he is level 2. Dyrachyo is only level 1, but they do have that power spike of the 2 now on the Marcy. Very well done there from Celery.
And this bottom lane, they've got to be so careful again. This Boxy 33 Dark Willow Visage duo. We've seen 33's Visage. If he starts to get these kills, get that gold advantage, this hero, especially in 33's hands, gets completely out of control.
Does get that Shadow Realm off. They've got the level 2s. Dyrachyo has to be super careful. If that was level 2 Boxy, that's probably a kill on Dyrachyo there because they would have had those brambles.
Yeah, he has to be so careful here, Dyrachyo. Whilst Liquid have this XP advantage against him in the lane.
It's tough to look away from here. We are able to glance toward the mid right now. We see Quinn doing very good in that matchup versus Nisha. Brambles come out bottom, doesn't catch the Dyrachyo, but Celery put low. A second Soul Assumption.
That's a lot of damage. The hit from the Shadow Realm and the Soul Assumption. It's enough. First blood for 33. As I say, you've got to keep an eye on how much money this lad's going to be able to make from this lane. Getting a first blood, getting actions with the Soul Assumptions. This could be tough for Gaming Gladiators down here.
It could definitely be tough to Dyrachyo in particular. When you mess up your first wave like this, and you have to just bring so much extra regen, it is tough to kind of recover when Visage just gets so much extra gold. You can bring all this extra mana regen to keep getting this spam going. And overall for Wind Ranger in this game, now that we can look at a little bit of hesitation for a moment that he's not dying, there's a insane amount of magical burst for this hero. Not the tankiest if you get off to a little bit of a tough start. If they just throw constant nukes onto her early, could be difficult for Dyrachyo.
Quite the recovery required. 3 minutes in, just 4 last hits here so far that Dyrachyo's been able to find in the safe lane.
I can't even look elsewhere. I keep trying to look to a different lane to see how they're doing, but yeah, they just keep getting put so low, and the wave's gonna push out again.
I think so far on the other side of the map, Mickey 15 for 4 against the 7 for 3. Another lane in which Gaming Gladiators having a bit of a slower start when it comes to the farm in their core matchup.
This is the power of this Nature's Prophet with this Treant. The Mirana in general can't really apply too much pressure up here. You can try to like arrow this Treant and stuff like that, being able to slow down the farm of Mickey. It's gonna take quite a bit longer. Maybe when level 3 comes out onto Ace, they can look to start putting a little more aggression, but it's very good lanes kind of across the board from Liquid. It's just Quinn having that advantage in mid.
He's got to do a lot on his Pango. Well, we have seen him in the past really pop off when he gets a good start on the Pango there. He's going to have to do something crazy this game because, yeah, the openings on the side lanes, pretty much the rougher ones that Gaming Gladiators have had so far this series.
It's wild to see how much last hits the supports have. Of course, we mentioned Celery with the 10 that he had from those first 2 or 3 waves, but also Tofu's just been arrowing creeps and also getting some himself, so. The CS looks pretty bad on the cores, but at the least they do have a couple extra on those supports that almost, not fully even things out, but kind of do.
Try to make the jump hits. A good amount of burst thrown down over towards Dark Willow, but Boxy is able to fight back with the Shadow Realm. He's going to try and do so, but another dispose comes in. Boxy's going to go down. Gaming Gladiators sort of baiting him into trying to take that fight back towards them. They'll come out on top of him, find a very important kill between the two of them to strike back at Liquid on this bottom lane.
The raindrops have started to come out for bottom lane. Most important thing you can pretty much buy when you're playing versus Visage, so you don't just get constantly chunked down. The damage is still incredibly high, but now you'll be able to at least survive the first 2 of those soul assumptions. Bottom, they also get another throwback onto 33. I don't believe they have enough damage, though.
It's pretty beefy now with the 2 braces and the wand on top of it. So a lot of burst is going to have to be thrown his way to try and take him down during this early stage of the lane.
Sania getting chased out here a little bit by Tofu. Does have the Lotus, should be fine.
As the mid matchup goes,
getting a bit more even.
It is indeed. A little bit of a catch up for Nisha. I mean, his puck play been pretty phenomenal. I believe yet to lose a game here.
He's really been pushing the limits on some of these
top lane.
Heroes is Mickey.
Talking about pushing the limits here, Mickey's going to get run down. Ace and Tofu chasing him off into the trees, and Insania not quite in position or having the tools to hold them back this time.
I like that's like the kind of the result of what happened when Tofu was just clicking and poking Insania on the side there. They see that opportunity to go from it. Swashbuckle, big damage on Tanisha, keeping him low.
And Quinn has hit the 6. Hard for him to make a play on his own against the puck.
Can't look to play for the power rune. It's the biggest power tends to be there for the Pango, is playing around that power rune early on with the Rolling Thunder, just kind of chain CCing somebody. Heavy rotations coming in. The coil catches, though.
He's going to come out immediately. The silence follow up as well as the TP, and they've got the burst to take Quinn out before he gets the chance for a shield crash.
Tofu will be at least able to take away that rune, so Nisha doesn't get that refill. But yeah, Nisha, no hesitation. The second he hits 6, gets that Dream Coil because Quinn was still low.
Bottom lane, starting to see, Dyrachyo
getting better.
Indeed, he's recovering slowly but surely after what was a very rough opening few minutes to this third game.
He is isolated, though. We are seeing the Marcy making the moves around Celery, looking to get involved elsewhere. Insania.
It's going to be off the mark there with the rebound.
Catching.
Still got the pit. I mean, Insania's going to kind of bring them back over towards him there with a little bit of unfortunate cogs. The arrow angle from Tofu, it's perfect. Comes in, Starstorm also just at the limits of the range. It's enough damage to catch Insania out.
And look at this move, the old school Dyrachyo move. Quick movement, Mickey. Might not expect this.
I don't think he expects this whatsoever. See if Dyrachyo's got enough setup to buy time for the rest of the team to move over. Tofu's trying to head in, and he's got the arrow back up in a second, leaps in for the burst damage. Mickey, he's got no one to help out. Gaming Gladiators. The Sprout comes out from Mickey, it won't save him. Aggressive moves here that are really helping them just kind of alleviate the pressure that was being applied on them from the rough start to the lanes. Getting Dyrachyo involved like this, it's these sort of moves that will start to get them the actual overall gold lead in this early game.
I love seeing that move. Celery just ditching bottom a bit, and then you see that Dyrachyo's like, yeah, well, I can just go through this gate. I don't have anybody behind me, but I can just join in to shut down this Nature's Prophet, who dies now back-to-back. Mickey is getting caught out early here. That level 6 is going to come out quite a bit later than they had in those last 2 games. That Wrath of Nature pressure is not going to be there as early as I think Liquid initially anticipated to have. They will have the 6 on 33, so bottom tower, they do have to have someone here to occupy. Dyrachyo has to be careful.
He's going to get caught in the bramble. Immediate TP's coming in to try and help it out. They've got the Fiend's Gate as well, bringing in the numbers, Gaming Gladiators, and 33 is going to go straight away, or at least try to for the Twin Gate, but the pit's there. Into the roll from Quinn. They're going to be able to catch 33 on his attempted escape. He's bumped down to the low ground. They're still able to reach him with the damage of the Firestorm to take him out. Gaming Gladiators making some excellent early game moves here, up and down the map, catching Liquid out time and time again.
This time they're on point with these early rotations, just like we saw in the first game in particular. Those first 10 minutes of the first game also, they did have, what, a 7,000 gold lead or so. This one, playing around this Underlord, this map mobility, it's fast.
I know that Mickey's around here somewhere, Quinn. See if he's going to be able to bully Mickey. Mickey into the trees, pops up the Nature's Wrath, the rebounds in. Mickey, he's got no teleportation, no TP scroll. They're both on cooldown. He'll sprout himself in, but they'll still be able to reach over, take him out again. The moves continue from Gaming Gladiators. In the mid, the jump's made. Nisha's able to burst through Tofu. Did have to use the Dream Coil for that in return.
3 kills now onto Mickey, though. He still is 900 ahead of Dyrachyo, at least on the gold, but those kills are definitely going to inflate the other cores there of Gaming Gladiators. Quinn, it's just constant moves around. They are not looking to slow down. Even if they don't have Rolling Thunder, they want to occupy these lanes. They don't want to lose these towers early on versus this Nature's Prophet Visage lane. More rotations.
Trying to lead in a burst through the Familiars. He's actually able to get one of them there. Easy gold for Quinn.
And he's got Rolling Thunder up in 5 seconds, so he feels safe to do so.
Difficult for Liquid to fight into this area of the map. They have to hold back. They have got the creeps pushing in on them, so 33 will manage to keep farming safely underneath his own tower.
Bit difficult for Liquid to make that first move without coil or without the hook shot. A little difficult for them to at least get a jump onto some of these squishier heroes. I mean, again, look at Quinn. It's immediate aggression. They just keep wanting to look at this top side, keep wanting to slow down Mickey.
I mean, eventually, Mickey, we'll see if they catch him this time. This time he's at the deepest camp possible.
He doesn't see too much on the map either, so is he going to see this coming?
See what he wants to do after he clears up the camp. Quinn's actually bailed out. Lucky enough for Mickey that Quinn made that call to pick up the farm in the mid, because if Quinn stuck around, they could have had a shot at taking Mickey down again.
Levels on the supports for Gaming Gladiators both have hit 6 at a good margin ahead of those supports on the side of Liquid. Big damage that can come between the two of them. The Solar Flare amping up the Marcy. This Marcy definitely has potential to even solo kill some of these cores early on because of how good of a start that Celery's had. Even though it's a 5 position, throw a Solar Flare on there, Mickey could definitely be in trouble.
Yeah, Tofu on top of that. You know, both of the supports on Gaming Gladiators having, you know, maybe not to plan, but that stronger start because of the stronger the cores out in the mid. The burst comes through. Quinn, not a chance to get out of this one, but maybe a chance for Gaming Gladiators as a team to find something in return. As the numbers turn up, they get the pick control onto Nisha, but no further burst as Liquid turn up the full 5-man here to put some pressure in on the mid lane.
They get that initial catch, the coil. It's the one thing that Quinn has to watch out for this game. If they can get burst down during that coil silence. Boxy was there for the follow-up. Nisha applying big pressure onto this mid tower here. I believe he has his Witchblade nearly finished already.
33 will swing back down towards the bottom lane. Try and make sure that Dyrachyo doesn't end up getting too much space.
Where did that extra catapult come from? Did that come from like top lane? 2 catapults from Dire were just hitting the mid tower. It's 11 minutes in. Wait, what? That was weird. I didn't see where it actually came from. But Mickey, he dies, but it's the thing about the Nature's Prophet is you just get back onto the map really fast and you farm super quick. So still having that disparity between him and this Wind Ranger, it's 1,100 difference between the two of them. Still pretty big. Dyrachyo is, of course, going to have these amp ups. He's going to have this amp from the Marcy and from the Solar Flare very early. Yeah, Mickey just keeping that difference at the least.
And Quinn wants to keep bringing the action. Down towards the bottom, him and Tofu. They want to try and find 33 ideally. I mean, they'll settle for any core.
Oh, and look at the build 33 is going for. Just straight Crimson Guard. Knows how much physical damage they have from the Pango. Very cool approach.
I know Nisha's stepping up pretty far in the mid. But finding the opening onto the puck's pretty difficult for these heroes.
That's always going to be a problem for them, is shutting down this puck. Quinn has to be careful every single time the Nisha does step up. Dyrachyo can't go for that one. Dyrachyo now could be in trouble himself.
And he's got the hook shot. They're ready to get him with the catch. They drop down the cogs. They manage to trap Dyrachyo. He's gone. Quinn jumps in with the Rolling Thunder, looking for kills in return here. If the opening bounce onto Insania, Ace comes over with the Fiend's Gate.
Liquid's got the numbers.
He'll get caught in the backlines, but Mickey TPing over. The Fear catches onto both, and then 33 bringing in the Familiar, having the chain stun to control Gaming Gladiators, take down Celery, and now turn the damage towards Ace. As Liquid, they take out 4.
Big mistake from Dyrachyo, trying to get involved early on. He's still so fragile. There's so much magic damage and control. Nisha just throws the coil out onto him and they bring him down. Quinn can't actually do anything with his Rolling Thunder versus this many heroes. Liquid, they've got all 5 there so fast, even versus that Fiend's Gate.
And they push so hard off the back of taking a fight like that. The tier 1 in the mid lane wiped out of the game.
Gaming can't really make too many of these mistakes early on when they're playing versus this fast of a lineup. Dyrachyo has to look to get involved later on. He can't be the first one to get caught like this.
I see her again.
It's way too aggressive from him. There's no way you're going to catch Nisha like this with this type of shackle shot. And even then, there's not really much follow-up.
And whilst Gaming Gladiators supports, they've got a lot of scaling. They just don't have the methods to sort of bail a core out of that sort of position. They can't save it.
No, and these, to be honest, those Brambles, Boxy just completely split the fight. Both of those supports can't really jump in through these Brambles or through these cogs very effectively. It's a perfect fight from Liquid.
It really is, and as we've seen so many times with 33's Visage, he's always there for the cleanup.
Oh yeah, that extra gold. I mean, you can just roam around as this Visage, it feels like, because of this facet, you just get way too much. And now cleaning up these Ancients on top of having that fight win. Big things going for Liquid. And Crimson Guard, it's very soon finished up for 33. So in that next fight, Gaming does have to be a bit more careful. And yeah, Dyrachyo just has to get involved way later on. Quinn is very close to Blink Dagger, so that's probably how they want to look to take that next fight. But there's definitely a Nisha problem. This puck 3-0-4 so far, having a pretty much, a flawless game. The lane was a little bit difficult, but overall, all of his moves have worked, and every coil has caught a perfect target.
And we saw earlier this series what he could do on the puck when he was just completely crushed in the early game. This time around, he's at the top.
He is. Ace does have a pipe, so they'll be able to stop at least some of this big magic damage that Liquid has early on. But it is pretty overwhelming, that damage and control. And their team fight overall for Liquid, it's very threatening. The team fight for Gaming Gladiators is like 90% reliant on how Quinn is able to get with the Rolling Thunder. Liquid, they have just coil, they have the hook shot, they have this Bramble Maze plus follow up with Terrorize. They have a lot of different ways to control these fights in comparison.
Yeah, they're ready to go again, Liquid. You know, even with the last few fights, kind of Gaming Gladiators have been the ones to sort of hand them to them with their failed attempts at starting off action. Liquid, they're not afraid to start running at them with the lead that they have. Even with this moment where Nisha hasn't quite got the Blink Dagger pickup, he's very close to the money for it, but was just looking to see if they could try their chances here with the Dream Coil and the Amplified Damage rune in the bottle. Bottom lane, Tofu tries for a TP out, but the Terrorize hits there from Boxy. Liquid, they'll get another pickup.
And now Mika, he's got the Gleipnir, so he can get involved a lot easier than Duracho in particular. He's got a 2,005 gold difference, and this Gleipnir, it's going to be annoying for the Pango. Until he has something like a shard or anything to get this Dispel, that's an extra form of catch, an extra form of just a little interrupt that Quinn can struggle versus. Liquid accelerating again here. Nisha, like you said, that blink is done. Amp damage, level 13 on this puck. Starting to get heavy momentum their way.
And keeping pressure on you, multiple lanes.
And Mick is just always farming. Anytime there's downtime, Nature's Prophet. You're always able to join every single one of these fights. Liquid, looking for this tier 2 bottom. Does Game & One actually approach down here? It's dangerous.
They've got the fortification, but that might be the extent of their defense for now, Gaming Gladiators, against this heavy push from Liquid.
Look at Nisha, he's jumping in and seeing all three heroes there, so he knows that Gaming's potentially mounting a defense. He's got the coil at the ready.
All right, they want to try for it, Gaming.
This is risky. The tower's dropping. Duracho does have the Maelstrom finished up.
They're bringing the whole team in for this one. Liquid, they themselves, they're also ready to return fire. Teleports at the ready for Mickey if he sees a chance to fight. He's also got the Wrath of Nature back off cooldown. Quinn, he'll start the action though. Looks over towards the backlines, finds the connection onto 33.
This is deep, way too deep here for
shot.
Quinn.
I mean, fortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Insania's going to whiff that one. Doesn't get the connection. Gives Gaming Gladiators the chance to back up underneath the tier 2. Liquid, they may just be ready to dive it though. The Colts are going to get laid down, push back Quinn. Turn around with the shackle, but Isha's in with the silence over towards Tofu. Tofu backs off, Solar Burst coming in. They've got the catch with the Foxy fall beautifully there, onto the three of them. The Fear pushes back Quinn. They take down the Pango. They turn towards Duracho. The Soul Assumption Burst, bringing him low. Celery comes to the rebound to try and get Duracho out of this one. Celery tries to stand his ground and fight back, but he will fall. Ace to go down as well under the tier 2. They cannot defend.
Liquid is just smashing them. Nisha gets a 3-man coil onto the most crucial target. The Pango gets controlled completely. Quinn, it feels like almost like a super ambitious move for him to dive forward there with that Rolling Thunder. They just disengage.
He's going to TP him beyond the tower. Nisha's in with a forward. They get Duracho as well.
Liquid is doing it.
This game getting massively out of control for Gaming Gladiators. Just 17 minutes in, they're down 10k gold.
They're feeling desperate. I mean, that whole fight bottom was just super awkward for them trying to force that issue there under the vision of Liquid. Liquid just resets. The Rolling Thunder connects on nobody. Now they can back up, pick up another set of pretty much full items onto these cores. Gaming Gladiators, they need more time to be able to fight, but time does not feel like it's going to be valuing them at all with Liquid getting so much.
Liquid, they don't want to give them any of that. Nisha
going for the solo play. He's got the MP.
They've got so much magical damage here on Nisha alone that Quinn, he's gone. Mickey, he turns up, comes and borrows the kill after Nisha's hard work.
Hey, Nisha's just running the show.
And Insania, he's got a hook shot if they want to try and make a play here, and he does. He's going to be straight in on the attempted stop to keep pace here, control. Is there anyone else coming in to help out? Insania, he's got Nisha with the backup, jumps in with the silence onto the two of them. Gaming Gladiators having to keep their distance.
It's a bit deep this time from Liquid. They will reset. They don't have the damage, but the tower, it's in jeopardy.
It's going down in 18 minutes. Another tier 2 to be taken. Liquid continue to shut down the map.
Any growth from gaming, it's just, when was the last time they actually got something going their way? It feels like a long distance memory just from the laning phase. They killed Mickey a couple times, but ever since Liquid just started grouping up and getting Nisha more involved with this Blink Dagger, there's just nothing Gaming can do to really fight back against all this team fighting control.
Yeah, already 19 minutes in, it feels like the toughest game for Gaming Gladiators to turn around so far this grand finals.
It's starting to feel like head-on team fights are just absolutely impossible. They have to just try to stall this game out to get more growth. Tofu trying his best.
And just trying to waste Liquid's time.
The Birds looking to scout him out, but Tofu will be okay for now, but 33 still chasing
He's still
here.
looking, and he's gonna find him. Tofu, no escape from this. Leap still on cooldown for a few seconds. 33, he's gonna be able to claim more money here, taking out another.
It's desperation from Gaming at this point. They don't have anywhere they can go. They're looking to stay around their Tormentor area, but they can't even look to go for that one there because Liquid could just look to pressure here off that. Roche soon on the menu here for Liquid too, 7 to 15. They feel like they have, what, an out 80% control of the map or something. Look at where Gaming is attempting to find farm. They're farming one ancient camp and a hard camp and a medium, and that's kind of it at this point.
And even around this area, they're unlikely really to be able to pull together a defense around these tier 2s. We saw them try to do so on the bottom lane. When this top lane push comes in, we'll see if they attempt to go for it again.
I mean, Quinn's farm, it's just gone. He tried to make that first move with the blink, and if you don't get that first move that catches successfully with these Pangos, it can just be devastating. We see that net worth bottom of the cores. So many different ways to address this Pango. Even if they didn't have the BKB disable, they have the ways to just chain silence and pre-getting that Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Liquid. They're ready to keep the aggression going. Coming in with the smoke. Duracho showing himself on the wave.
The Wisdom Rune and that Tormentor.
Nisha. Gonna try and lead him with a Dream Coil. Duracho's pretty deep under the tier 2. TP backup starting to come in. Liquid, they'll dive in with the burst. The Soul Assumption. Duracho's so low. Quinn, he'll roll in position and get the Rolling Thunder to try and escape. Liquid, they'll get turned upon him by the Rolling Thunder. Good connection on towards Mickey, but indeed Mickey's still got half HP to play with. The Terrorize comes out over to the side, catching on to Celery and onto Quinn. Celery, he'll jump out over towards Ace. He'll escape, but Quinn, he gets left behind. The Gleipnir comes out, stuck in position. Quinn's out of the game.
They're 2 ahead, Owen. The auras that they've got on 33, this block plus this pipe, it just keeps Mickey alive. He also has 2200 HP on top of it. They've run out of damage already here on game, and Liquid can claim this tier 2, claim the Wisdom Rune, deny that away, and even potentially steal a Tormentor. And Gaming expanded a lot to attempt for that fight and got nothing.
Yeah, they've got so many options, Liquid, on how they want to continue with this advantage. They'll opt to go for some pressure onto the tier 3s.
And look at Nisha pushing the limits here. The Parasma, the damage putting on the Celery below half HP. This tower's dropping.
Tofu trying to leap in, trying to burst through some of the wave, but won't be able to stop the push. The tower falls. Ace also ready to try and come in with a deep push. Liquid, they'll respect it. They'll back off, wait at least for the next wave. We'll see if they stick around or want to back off for further objectives. Roshan would be available.
Duracho's gone all aggressive. They're feeling desperate. He's got the Gleipnir done. Can they get any pickup?
Nisha's already in. He's going to jump the backlines. He gets the sides on the 2. The 3-man Dream Coil comes through as well. Liquid, they'll push forward. They're happy to try and take this fight, and they look straight over towards Duracho. Hook shot in from Insane. Rolling Thunder comes out from Quinn. They get the connection onto 33. 33 is incredibly low. They'll get him. They'll take him out with the power shot. Boxy still pushing in, is able to get the damage over towards Celery with the ultimate. Quinn, the Rolling Thunder comes to an end, but Gaming Gladiators know they have to push on forward for this fight. They catch Boxy.
Best fight they've had all game here. They push them back. They get 3. Can they catch Nisha? Doesn't look like it. They almost actually got Mika as well. Very close there. Duracho just relentlessly chasing in. Best opportunity they've had this game.
Absolutely, and they were able to take the fight at a moment where they themselves secured the last hit on the Tormentor. They get themselves the shard.
Oh, good eye on that. I actually did not see that. That's pretty huge there. That's why there's that big swing. It went from, what, 15,000 down to 12K because they get that extra bit of increase because of that Tormentor.
Yeah, very impressive signs of life from Gaming Gladiators considering the position they're in. We saw, Liquid, they got the Tormentor very low, and Nisha gets this good opening, jumping the backlines. They just weren't quite in position to burst and fully focus down one target this time round, Liquid, and that gave Gaming Gladiators the chance to turn things. Quinn gets off an excellent Rolling Thunder, and Liquid, they're split side to side of the team fight.
90% of it is Quinn, right? We were saying he has to have the biggest impact possible with this Rolling Thunder. He did not get caught by that coil. If Nisha actually catches him there, could be a completely different scenario. Liquid still with a pretty massive lead, and Roche is still at their potential, so they were making the most aggressive play possible, trying to steal that Tormentor. Now they'll back up for the safer choice.
And Gaming Gladiators, they're going to need to do that a few more times. to be able to hold on this one. And as you say, this next time it's going to be into the Aegis push of Liquid.
But look, it's interesting, the build, though. This is, it feels almost necessary for Duracho, but it's not something we've seen every single time on these Wind Rangers. They've been adapting to get earlier BKBs, but Duracho's just like, I don't think I can do that. I need the damage to be able to fight through Liquid's advantage at this point. So he's going for the small crit, maybe the BKB after, but can definitely understand why he just wants all damage.
Talking about BKBs, Mickey, he can look to play it safe, get his online. He's just about 1,000 gold away from having that on top of the Aegis. So we'll have the timing to push him with both. And Gaming Gladiators, definitely after that hold around the Tormentor, they're going to feel a little stronger. The question is, do they want to take further risks? And the answer is yes, they do. They want to look for the smoke into the Aegis timing, see if they can catch Liquid by surprise.
That is exactly what it is. It's taking a risk, and it could be quite a big one if you do it outside the base here. Nisha is still a very difficult task to solve.
Looking to bait around the rune.
He plays it safe. He's very wary.
Quinn's still looking for opportunities around the mid, but Liquid, they know that this sort of move now at this point is likely as the waves remain undealt with. They know that Gaming Gladiators are smoked up and looking to try and catch them.
They just saw that power shot as well, too, so they know somebody was in the area here. Tofu puts down some vision. Gaming.
Final few seconds here at the smoke for Gaming Gladiators. They've been hit by the scan. Liquid, they've got good information on whereabouts Gaming Gladiators are. They know that Gladiators are outside of the base and looking to make a play. Insania is ready to start charging towards them. They get the setup, but there's only onto the one of them. They'll look towards Tofu. Quinn, he's able to get the freedom to get the rolling thunder off. The auras are out for Liquid. It's keeping Insania pretty tanky as Tofu. He'll get left behind. As you know, the leaps are there. He's actually able to jump away just in time.
Boxy.
The burst comes out over towards Boxy. The power shot of Duracho. Gaming Gladiators, the first to claim a kill out of this team fight. Ace, he'll get trapped back by the cogs. The rest of Gaming Gladiators, they will want to look to try and turn and help him out. Ace getting pulled low by the harassment of the Familiars. Jump forward from Quinn, he's in with the burst, looking towards Insania. Ace still alive, finally falls. Double kill for Mickey. Nisha, he'll jump out with the orb. 33 is able to stay in on top of Celery. Nuke down the Marcy here with the Soul Assumption as Liquid. They'll still take the fight despite Gaming Gladiators' willingness to try and tackle them. And now, immediately on with a push. Liquid, they're up to the top set of racks. Mickey and 33 able to claim those. And Quinn's found 33, but outside of the base, Quinn, can he get away from the rest of them? Duracho doing his best to help out as he holds Insania back with the shackle shot. Mickey TPing in Quinn. Can he escape this? He's got shield crash up in a second. The blink's there. Down to the low ground. Duracho caught back in by the Sprout. He turns, gets the shackle shot connection. Whirlwind out onto the two of them, but now he's started back away. Insania has the Cog connection. He's trapped in the Cogs. Duracho, he's gone. Tofu, he's got one more leap still to play with if Liquid can stay on top of him. Quinn, he's still teasing around with him. I mean, if anything, just trying to keep Liquid's attention away from the base, away from the high ground.
This fight's lasted 90 seconds or something like that. And they do catch the arrow, but do they have any follow-up? Looks dangerous. Quinn's considering it.
He's tempted to try and look for these crazy plays. He knows there's the Fiend's Gate backup as Ace is ready to join with them. The buyback comes out from Insania. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to put everything into this fight. And Liquid's ready to try and return fire. The cogs are down. Quinn, his roll is about to come to an end. He's got a few more bounces left in. Turns towards Boxy with the swashbuckle, but the shadow realms back up. Boxy's fine.
Quinn's still alive.
Quinn jumps out with the shield crash. He's walking away from this one alive. As Quinn teasing around with Liquid. And despite this 14k gold deficit, Gaming Gladiators, they continue to give Liquid these challenging team fights.
They're just trying to push the limits of their heroes. It's very risky plays that they're going for here, but it pays off. Insania buys back. They don't get that catch onto Quinn. He lives to see another day. The Aghanims is now finished. Still, massive gold lead, of course, for Liquid. Mickey still has an Aegis for about 80 seconds, getting closer and closer to that big item, the MKB, to deal with Duracho. But good holds there at the least there for Gaming, but they did end up losing the objectives.
For sure. Top racks are gone. Progress made by Liquid. But without a doubt, Gaming Gladiators, Tofu. Dodging the hook shot. Mickey wants to commit for the kill, but there's back up to Tofu. He's going to try and get the kill here. Wants the BKB, but Mickey's surrounded. He's not even going to get Tofu. Tofu gets away. Mickey, that's the Aegis gone.
It's him versus the world.
The backup's starting to move in. Gaming Gladiators, they want to try and tackle Mickey a second time. Celery's in with the Unleash, gets the dispose backwards. Nisha jumps in with the burst, but he can't save Mickey. Mickey gets taken out.
What a beautiful catch.
Rolling Thunder's back up. He's ready for the chase down. They look for Insania. Can he get the opening connection? He can. Insania trapped against the cliff. He'll try and jetpack away. The cogs are down, but Quinn's ready to dodge on through the cogs. Stay on top of him. Burns in with a swashbuckle. He's still living on a slither of health for Insania, but Quinn, he's going to blink back up. Jumps in with another shield crash. Quinn continues to toy with Liquid.
He's coming in so clutch. These catches, it's beautiful. Mickey not respecting his opponents. They have an advantage, but he just TPs alone in the middle of 4, trying to get a pick off on just a position for Mirana.
I mean, it was so aggressive.
It's such a risk to go for that type of play. This is the first time it feels like this series that Liquid's making some big mistakes and Gaming is capitalizing on them.
We'll see it again here, you know, Tofu just minding his own business, taunting about. Suddenly a very fun Nature's Prophet comes for him, but it's a good job Tofu. He's got the boys to back him up. They take out the Aegis, and at this point, panic starts to set in for Liquid. They know they have to do something to save Mickey. Nisha's in with a combo, but they cannot bail Mickey out of that mistake.
Gaming's trying to snowball off of these kills too. They've got a moment, about 30 seconds at least till clock's up. They're trying to find another opportunity. Rolling Thunder in 10.
Quinn, he's really getting some momentum right now.
Oh, get this TP in. Mickey. BKB up in 1 second.
Oh no, BKB's back up, but they're completely on top of him. Liquid, can they bail them out of this time round?
Coil on 4.
Look at the coil onto the 4 of them, and Quinn was all able, ready to get the roll up. Quinn, can he get the angle to go back in the field? We'll push back the rest of Quinn's teammates here. The Gaming Gladiators, they've got the auras popped. Ace is ready to push on. They're ready to try and find some action from this one as the Firestorm pit. Drop down onto 33. Quinn comes in with a shield crash. They've separated 33 from the rest of the team. And Sennia comes in with his Duracchio's on the side. And they've got Duracchio. Can they get more? Quinn, this time round, he's run out of options. They'll get him this time. Ace goes for the TPI. He'll make it away. Celery as well. But Liquid, they won't let Gaming Gladiators get away with that one. They felt that they had the chance to punish Mickey again. This time round, they did not. And as you say, at the moment, the BKB came back off cooldown for Mickey.
Literally last second. It was 1 second when they jumped him. It came up, he gets it off. He's able to reset a 4-man coil from Nisha. And 33, I actually don't even know how much damage he tanked in that fight because it felt like they were hitting him for it felt like 20-something seconds. And now Quinn dead for 35. Liquid looking for the second set.
Let's see how much they could take here, Liquid. Tier 3 in the mid.
Everything dies so fast, these buildings.
They've also got a halberd done on 33. He's ready to put a stop to that physical damage output from any of Gaming Gladiators' cores. The mid racks going down. Liquid, how much more do they want to stick around for? The full lineup of Gaming Gladiators back in play. Liquid will respect that.
Amp damage up top too. Nisha, he's gonna want that one. 7-1 and 14 on this puck. The damage has been absolutely insane from him so far. And Mickey, he does have that big damage item now. On top of all the rest that he has to tank himself up, the MKB is finished. Gaming have had some decent fightbacks climbing back into this game. It's getting harder and harder, it feels like, though.
And they've never quite been able to slow down that progress that Liquid's been making throughout it all.
It's just been growing and growing and growing. And it's not just that gold. The experience is also pretty darn high. Liquid just feeling very comfortable now in these upcoming moments. 2 racks to pressure. The lanes are always going to give all the information they need. And the scaling just continues to grow. And while for Gaming, the scaling is mostly just still increasing on Duracchio. Yes, he has these amplifies, but more and more answers coming out for him.
Ooh, amplified damage and an arcane.
And an Octarine that he just purchased before.
This next fight could get messy.
And they just don't really have great control to hold this puck down by any means.
Ace. They're going to try and get the jump on him outside of the base. Nisha starting to tease around. Got the Dream on a hook shot. Not going to quite get the connection in. Now the backup comes in. Quinn in with the Rolling Thunder. Ace. He's out of the game. We'll see if he considers the buyback. He has got it available. Quinn turning over towards Insanian out of the side. Ace holding back on the buyback for now. Tofu. Quickly tops to the side. Nisha is hit back in with the 3-man wave with the solo. Duracchio's been caught in the sprout. He's gone. They get Duracchio. They get Quinn. The buybacks they have to come out now as Liquid are onto the tier 4s.
3 buybacks.
I'll push Liquid back for now.
Nisha resetting.
The triple core buyback. Liquid know if they can take out any of these cores once more, they may have just done it here.
They're just getting poked and prodded. They can't even walk up to harass anyone. 33 is taking literally no damage, it feels like.
Well, they get the jump in. Celery trying to open up with the Unleash. Nisha's in with the 2-man silence. Push back. There's the jump as well. The coil is on to the 3 of them. Quinn caught in the sprout. Will be able to break out. Nisha getting beaten up pretty hard by the Unleash. Boxy just toying around with the terrorized threat. 33, again, so tanky. They'll toss back in with the Dispose, but again, they're fully focusing him with the Terrorize. It's out onto the 4 of them. Boxy gets the setup. Celery's out. Another buyback has to come into play. Nisha, 4-man waiting rip. The 4-man stun comes up. The curse crowd. Boxy toying with the ball. They'll still manage to scramble their way back to the fountain, though, Gaming Gladiators. But this time, Ace, he's out for 70. Slide forward from Celery. They get the stun opening onto Ascension 33, but they don't have the follow-up damage to get the kills. The buildings are being focused. Liquid looking to claim the Mega Creeps. Rolling for Quinn. We get the angle to 33. Nisha, he's going to be able to kill them outside of the fountain. They're running out of buybacks, Gaming Gladiators. Liquid, they'll get the final rags. 33, he'll fall though. He'll immediately buy back as the Mega Creeps are out. Liquid, they want to keep this push going. Gaming Gladiators, it's just 3 against the world now. The tier 4's going down. Liquid, have they done it here? The coil under the 2 of them as Liquid are getting the space to focus down the ancient. Jump forward towards Nisha, but the auras are out.
Down goes Duracho.
He's out.
Liquid are doing it.
To the ancient. Liquid are absolutely doing it. GG is cold. Team Liquid.
Unbelievable. How many series was it in best of 5 that they could not bring it to Gaming Gladiators? But when it mattered at TI this time around, they've done it in a spectacular fashion. 3-0 with Nature's Prophet first pick every single game.
Absolutely, the play from Liquid and the style that they do it in, it was phenomenal. Nisha on his puck, a level 118. We saw him got so far in previous TIs, so close to the Aegis. This time he's able to do it. And again, as you mentioned, so many grand finals where Team Liquid, they fell at the final hurdle. And this time it made it seem like there was no hurdle at all. They stormed through these 3 games.
Only that first game, only those first 10 minutes of that first game looked problematic. These 2 in particular, they just ran the show. The entire team just looking absolutely amazing. Nisha claiming that title at 33 and claimed it for the 2nd time.
A different team, a different style, a different meta, but 33 still having what it takes, especially when it comes to him getting his hands on the Visage. Completely unstoppable in Gaming Gladiators. So many times they've managed to take the championship titles in events as big as this one, but this
Dota. I gotta ask, did you always know it was gonna end up this way?
I think knowing is more certainty than I have, but I always believe we could get it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Personal, but between you and me, the first time I saw you at TI, I always knew that this would come. Do you feel like it has come fast enough for you, or have you had to work for it? Is this when you have deserved it the most? How do you feel? Do you feel like you are one of the best players in the world?
I don't know how I feel right now. It's a very interesting experience that we haven't had that much recently. So I don't know. I just feel great. I'm really happy for my teammates. I'm really thankful to all of them. And, you know, all the normal stuff, family, friends, everyone who supported us, that helped us get here. Thank you guys so much. All the people in the arena cheering. It means a lot. It gives us the energy. Thank you so much.
Mickey, you have shared this journey with Insania Unboxing and your whole team for so long. You have been quietly doing your job, and now you have conquered your demons, you beat Gaming Gladiators, and your name is going to be put on that Aegis. How does it feel, man?
Oh, it feels amazing just being here with the boys. I'm glad we get to finally win one after so many tries. And I don't know, I'm speechless.
That's all I need to hear, my man. You're a champion!
It's been a long time coming, a year of adversity through health problems, through the lows and the highs, but you have finally earned it here today. Quite an incredible year. How does it feel to go through all of that to now be a TI champion?
I feel really good to finally win a LAN, win a big LAN. It's my first Dota victory, which is like a tier one tournament according to Wikipedia. So you know, it's nice to start with a big one. There's been a few tough years for me personally, and I'm really happy to have a lot of my family here watching and supporting. And to all my friends supporting at home, and to all our fans, I want to give a big thanks for giving me strength to continue and to keep trying, I guess, with everything I have.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Amazing. Anisha, my man, you've been the rock of this team for so long. You've been an unbelievable pro player. Many have regarded you in the past as one of the greatest players of all time. But now you got agents to prove it, baby! Your name's on that sucker! Oh, hello. Do you feel like one of the greatest players of all time?
Maybe now, I guess.
Well, you better start believing in it, baby, because you are one! Give it up one more time for this rock who never died on puck this entire tournament! Any words out there to all those fans?
Yeah, I love you all. Thanks for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the games. And I love my team as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, my friend.
And now 33. You are no stranger to this moment, as you are now the only man in history to win the TI 2 times with 2 completely different rosters. You have had a lot of TI appearances. This is your 6th one. And I know that you always thought that you were the best, but how does it feel to have it be confirmed?
Those are your words, not mine. But no, it feels amazing, and I'm really happy that we did it. I'm just very happy.
Tell me, does it ever get old winning TI, or does this feel just like the first time?
To be honest, I was not feeling too excited today, and then the first game also I was chilling, and the second game was last time, like the excitement came in on the third game.
You know why? It's because you won on that one! 3-0 victory! And now we're going to put your name on there twice, but there's one last man I would like to speak to. Blitz Dota. I have watched your journey through many, many different rosters, and I noticed that every single time you treat it like a family. This is as much a victory for you as it is for them. You sacrifice yourself for your team. And now it's codified, my man. You are a champion.
I mean, I didn't really sacrifice anything. I feel like they took a chance on a guy who's never coached a winning team before. We had so many losses. We had 5 years without winning anything. We could have disbanded like 20 different times like people told us to. We didn't make a TI and Liquid still kept us on. I didn't do anything here. I'm just so glad that people like Zai, Nisha, Matsu, they took a chance on us and they were willing to play with us. And I'm so glad that I didn't ruin Nisha's career. I also just want to thank our support staff, Chloe, Jabs, KP, John, Victor, Mark, everybody at Team Liquid that's here to support us. It truly takes a village. I'm not good enough by myself. I've learned, I guess, that you have to do it with other people, and you have to succeed with everybody around you. And I'm good enough to admit that I'm shit, but I've got great people around me.
Let it be a lesson that if nothing else, perseverance pays off, Blitz. Because you are a champion, Team Liquid are champions, and for one last time, Royal Arena, make some noise for your International 2024 champions, Team Liquid!
What an incredible emotional note from Coach Blitz to end on there. Congratulations to your 2024 international champions in Team Liquid, and they prove that consistency pays off. Getting second place so many times, Effie, it doesn't matter if you get that W in the end.
I mean, you heard it from Blitz. It takes a village, and the village is on that stage right now with all of them. I mean, what a hero's journey from Team Liquid. What an emotional journey. It was, watching that, just you can really feel how much this means to all of them. I mean, they've all had to go through so much personal adversity. They all have an incredible story here. I mean, Mickey from switching to mid to carry to becoming one of the best carries in the world. Nisha to finally winning a TI after looking so dominant on that iteration of Secret. 33 winning TI twice with 2 different teams with his style of play. Boxy, after all of his personal issues, who's here. And Insania, finally. I mean, after his experience a few TIs ago on that main stage, to be able to still be confident, to be able to still lead his team, to be part of something, it was amazing too.
I mean, this is what TI is about. It's the years of pursuit to get to the final tournament, to finally get yourself to the Aegis. Like, every single player, their dream is to get to this position, to be able to lift it, to put your name in history. The prestige, everything. It comes down to the best tournament of the year, and the moments on Liquid, like, you can see the emotions. They've worked time and time again for multiple years. 4 years for the core of Liquid, 5 years for Nisha, and 6, of course, for 33. But they got there. They get themselves in the Aegis, and this is everything.
They will go down as the most successful team in the history of TIs because they did not drop a single game when it comes down to playing from the upper bracket. Clean 2-0s, clean 3-0 in the grand finals. I've been following Nisha's career ever since he started to play professional Dota, ever since he joined the Alternate Attack when he was 15 years old. This guy is only 23 years old right now, will turn 24. This guy is a beast. Always believed in him, and this is the crown championship that he needed to take to cement himself to be immortalized in the game.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, easily one of the best in history.
Easily. I remember just an interview from Boxy just about a year ago at the Bali Major. In an interview, he said, well, if we can't get this trophy, if we can't win this time, then when? Then right now, T.
And that's the thing, Liquid, they showed us that Dota, it's not about trying to get the best result, it's about trying to get, the teamwork, the friendship, it's like the journey along the way in which Blitz spoke about how multiple years of not getting the results, but they believed in each other. And you have to believe in your team. That's the whole point of Dota. The only way you win in Dota is to believe in your teammates. When you're losing a game, you don't call GG, you don't give up, you keep trying. And Liquid, over multiple years, had that ethos, and that's the only reason they're standing here today, holding their Aegis and winning it. After also not beating pcgaming, but finally they did.
Finally they did too. I mean, it looked like for so long that Team Liquid was just always 1 centimeter away from greatness. They kept losing to Gaming over and over. 5 grand finals over 2 years versus Gaming Gladiators. Only 1 grand finals versus Gaming Gladiators at TI. And you know what they do? They crush them in a 3-0 manner. They absolutely destroy them. And that just makes everything worth it. The whole journey, every grand finals loss, this is the one that counts, Chiefs.
A lot of young Dota fans that I see wearing Team Liquid.
It's the academy team.
Yeah, this is the next generation of Dota players. We might be looking at the next TI winners as well right now on the stage, beside these 5 great players, coaches, and the staff from Team Liquid.
Oh, what a phenomenal sight, I can say that. We heard that 33 is the first player to get a repeat title with a completely different team. Well, guess what? Team Liquid, the organization, is the first organization to get an Aegis with a completely different team.
I mean, it's incredible, and it really just boils down to, you know, the mindset and how you want to approach it, and clearly, you know, just trust. You need to have trust, and Liquid have demonstrated that, and, you know, other teams looking at it, you know, when OG won some TIs, people looked at how OG did, they copy-pasted, and then they move on. They're going to have to look at Liquid and go, how is Liquid able to create these moments? And we're going to see a shift in kind of the trajectory for teams in the future, for sure.
Yeah, we are going to see a shift. We've seen shifts before. Every TI victory has had an impact on the scene afterwards. We've seen a lot of new players after Team Spirit's first victory, as there were a lot of first-timers in there. We've seen a lot of people following the footsteps of former championships, and I think that this impact, FE, from Team Liquid just promotes finding the right people.
It really does. It's just about connection. It's about how you as people can create a product that not just wins, but shows that you can win through friendship, through resilience, through effort. And this is just the triumph of Spirit here. They've lost so many times to get up after losing so many times. And to be standing here right now as the best team in the world, we can't even emphasize how great it's been for them. It's just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, but we better believe it. Team Liquid, your TI 2024 champions, they will be having their name on that Aegis. They will be going down in history as the most successful team at an international to never drop a game in playoffs. It is unheard of. It is unprecedented. And I do think that we're going to remember Blitz's speech for a little while as well.
I mean, we're still recovering from it emotionally on the panel. I mean, you can hear it in our voices, but it's like you said, Sheaves, they are the most dominant team at a TI. They did not drop a single game. From all of those losses to not lose a single game to being the best by far. I mean, if you watch them at this tournament, you can say with confidence, you can say with confidence that every single player on this team played their best Dota. Every one of these players contributed to these wins. It wasn't, oh, one player carried, one player played exceptionally well. I just saw 10 out of 10 Dota from everyone.
Yeah. I really did as well. Of course, if you want to hear more about the controversy, there are a lot of sources online. There's documentaries on Boxy in particular, even on his struggles that he suffered through. But overall, this whole team coming together at exactly the right time and believing in each other, that is the lesson, Lacoste, that we'll take away from this international.
Yeah, never give up, pretty much. This is the motto of this team. Dota is a team game after all, and ever since this team has been formed, I feel like they're a big family, you know, one big organization, that they have everything. They show it to the world that they are the best today. As we can see, like, there's a billion interviews out there. Every single time I watch them play, I listen to them. These are the guys that should be your Dota 2 role models.
They are our Dota 2 role models, and they will get a well-deserved break, of course, after this as well. It has been a long road to get to this point. A lot of matches to get to this point. Maybe not as many as there could have been if they went through the lower bracket, but this is the way that Team Liquid plays. It is all in, and it is, in this case, all upper bracket. I believe Team Liquid TGov now has done it both ways, with their first Team Liquid roster going through the lower bracket, and this one, upper bracket.
I mean, how do you top this, though? The fact that you don't drop a single game in playoffs, you did in 3 of the grand finals as well. Like, how does a team ever get close to this type of dominance at a TI? Like, what, you have to never drop a game in groups? You've got to never die in a game in the playoffs as well? Like, it's like near impossible. And again, look at the entire support network of this team as they've moved throughout multiple tournaments throughout the year to get to this position, to learn so much. And incredible, truly incredible.
Yeah, and it is easy to see these players and these coaches and the manager and think of the year they've had. But I want you guys to think of the career that they've had to get to this point. It wasn't just, oh, I'm joining Team Liquid, so now I'm going to be successful. No, it was the whole road to get to this point from the moment they first booted up their Dota 2 game.
And also got to black out the haters, right? Like, how many times, like Blitz said, how many times has, you know, social media, Twitch chat, I see you, you know, they tried to do their thing to, you know, change up the roster, to change it up, but, you know, they had just, you know, they put their little blinkers on, they focused up, and here they are. You're wrong, Twitch chat, sorry.
Deep breaths, guys, deep breaths. It's been a long road. It has been 2 weeks of amazing Dota 2, top-tier teams in the world here in Copenhagen going against each other. And it is time to get some final thoughts out from my panel. As, this has been an emotional one, the cost.
Oh, absolutely. Like, we've seen some great stories. We've seen Tundra, we've seen proposals. We've seen Team Liquid, you know, after losing so many times, now finally lifting the Aegis. You know, cinema, absolute cinema coming out from them, and we got to give them the hands down, because this team definitely deserved it here.
They really did. I mean, what a beautiful crowd, what beautiful stories. It was emotional, like Lacoste said, but just being a part of it, being involved in this capacity, and just hearing the energy from the arena every day, hearing their unwavering support for the players and the teams that they loved. It's just a reminder that we are the best gaming community. This game has been around for so long, and it's TI. This is just TI vibes to you.
I mean, it's the International. It's the best tournament of the year. You know, the players, they love it. The fans, they love it. The crowd, they love it. The aura, everything. It is the best tournament without a shadow of a doubt. And I look forward to, you know, the stories for future years to come.
I also look forward to the stories from future years to come. We've seen that Aegis. We can all do the math. There were 7 empty spots on the back in the new ring that was placed, with the victory of Team Spirit last year being the first one there. So, you know, we got a couple years ahead to fill them up for sure, but Team Liquid, they have immortalized themselves as the team to be on that ring, on the back of that Aegis. We're not left empty-handed. We know that with Crownfall Act 4, we'll get, first of all, to play Crownfall Act 4, which I'm incredibly excited about. We get Kez, a samurai assassin, bird assassin. I don't know if it's a samurai. Bird samurai? Bird samurai. That's what we're going for. But that's all we have for now. I don't know when Act 4 comes. I hope it's very soon. What I do know is that we are going to say goodbye to you for this evening. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. Royal Arena, you've been amazing. Team Liquid, congratulations once more on an amazing and fantastic title. And on behalf of everyone that you saw in front of the camera, but also everyone that you saw behind the camera, the team working around the clock to make this moment here happen, thank you. I wish you all the greatest of nights. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here in the Royal Arena, please make some noise as we'll open it in style.
This is the final proving ground. This is the Grand Colosseum, where legends forge undying names. The battle begins.
They're fully committing it onto Stinky, but they can't kill him. He pretty much fully heals. Falcons survive. Now tap out. GG is called. Falcons dominate game 1. They're gonna get 4! It's snaking against the world, and he's not gonna succeed!
Oh my
Triple
goodness!
kill for Saigon BB team! They're turning the game around, folks!
DY starting to fall. Ame there too. Getting away. Time zone finally gets dropped. It's on to 23 Savage. He doesn't have any way to go either. XG, they're gonna win the game.
It all comes down to this. Can they get Watson? They've got him. Watson dead. One fight is all it takes. Liquid will take the 2-0. He's got an Aegis. He's got some time walks. He's gonna have to make some smooth moves to get out of this one. His first life is already forfeit. Ame sitting up in the back, jumps through the trees. A Wukong's command, dead center is Pure, and he's already been hit by some stuns. They are all in to kill the low drone, but Pure got his BKB up.
Muerta's gone. Ace does not have what it takes to take down the rest of Liquid. They are way too strong, and they fought out for this fight. Team Liquid closing this one out. GG. Falcons, they do not have enough left in the tank. GG is called. Tundra eliminate Falcons.
Are they going to go up to top lane?
They're going to go through the game. They're going to go straight for the throne. All in on this one. They pop their BKBs. They go straight for the throne, and it is all over.
Liquid, they're onto the edge.
throne's going
Game
down.
Gladiators have got anything to stop this. They do not. GG's going to be called. Liquid take game 2. Onto the two of them as Liquid are getting the space to focus down the ancient jump forward to one Nisha, but the auras are out.
Down goes Duracio.